I was just enjoying a foot massage at the mansion, wasn't I? And where is technician number 38? After pondering for half an hour, Li Mubai finally came to a realization. He had been reborn. He found himself back in the examination hall of the college entrance exam. Gazing at the English test paper before him, Li Mubai couldn't help but smile wryly. The timing of this rebirth was truly unfortunate. Li Mubai, who had always struggled with English, had performed modestly in the college entrance examination, barely securing a place at an ordinary second-tier university. Upon entering the workforce, he had to engage fiercely in the rat race. By his 30s, he had finally clawed his way to an executive position. Just moments ago, he had been negotiating business with clients while enjoying a foot massage at the mansion. Now, he was back in the examination hall. After years of submitting blank papers, this was infuriating. The pressing issue was that the knowledge he had once acquired had long been returned to his teachers. In this lifetime, he might not even pass into a second-tier university, even if he had been reborn 2 hours earlier. Nevertheless, Li Mubai picked up his pen and began to answer the questions. He couldn't possibly submit a blank paper. For the first question, he chose A. For the second, B. To his surprise, he found that he could actually answer them. In pursuit of promotion, he had voluntarily worked abroad for 2 years, which had significantly improved his English skills compared to his high school days, allowing for smooth communication with foreigners. As he continued to write, a smile suddenly spread across his face. All other subjects had been completed, and English was the last one. It seemed his college entrance examination results in this life would witness a remarkable enhancement. He was grateful for his previous relentless efforts in the rat race. The final question was an English composition. Li Mubai avoided using obscure vocabulary, opting instead for words within the high school curriculum to complete his essay. After meticulously reviewing it several times to ensure perfection, he submitted his paper and exited the examination hall. As he stepped out of the building, Li Mubai slowed his pace before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. Though, by his future standards, his attire appeared somewhat mundane. He no longer bore a beer belly, double chin, or dark circle from sleepless nights of overtime. Instead, he radiated youthful vitality. Most importantly, his hair remained intact. He had not yet become bald. Li Mubai shook his head, attempting to toss his bangs back. However, after years of not doing so, he lacked the finesse and failed to achieve it. After smoothing his bangs with his hand, Li Mubai smiled at the mirror and said, "Hey, isn't that Yinzu? You're here for the college entrance exam too." Upon leaving the examination hall, he was greeted by a throng of parents waiting for the examinees, alongside groups of students who had submitted their papers early and were now mingling. Beyond them lay the familiar yet foreign streets and buildings. Familiar, because the small northern county where Li Mubai resided had seen little development, and for over a decade, it had undergone minimal change. Foreign, because in his memories, they should appear even more antiquated. Dubai, why did it take you so long to come out? Looking at the person before him, who was loudly complaining, Li Mubai paused momentarily. After some time, he finally matched the face to that of a certain chubby individual. Wang Su, his close friend from high school. After graduation, their contact had gradually diminished. Following university, he returned to the county to work as a civil servant. He had seen him a couple of years ago, and his weight had surpassed 200 pounds. "I recall you were quite slender during high school. I never expected you to resemble a dog in your thinness." Wang Su blinked his small eyes and remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Here, Wang Su presented a bouquet of red roses to Li Mubai. The sight of the roses left Li Mubai momentarily dumbfounded. "What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you gifting me red roses?" Wang Su, upon hearing this, grew irate. "You're the one who's unhinged. We agreed to submit our papers half an hour early. I accompanied you to buy flowers for Rin Tingting. I saw you hadn't emerged, so I went to fetch them myself. Is it too much to expect a simple thank you? Why act so clueless? Rin Tingting? Red roses?" Memories long buried began to assail Li Mubai. Once upon a time, he too had been a devoted admirer of Rin Tingting at Haiyuan High School. He had fawned over her for 3 entire years of high school and 1 year of university. It was only during his sophomore year that he witnessed Rin Tingting climb into a Mercedes, eagerly throwing herself at another man for a passionate kiss. That was the moment Li Mubai understood that the modesty of his goddess was solely reserved for him. Li Mubai sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Is it possible to return them?" Wang Su, with his squinty eyes, shot a sideways glance at Li Mubai. These are fresh flowers, what do you think? Saying this, he shoved the flowers into Li Mubai's hands. Totaling 88 yuan, don't even think about dodging the bill. And you also owe me for a skewer of meat. Li Mubai held the flowers with a sense of resignation. Just like every other gift he had previously given, Ren Tingting accepted this bouquet as well. When Ren Tingting received the flowers, her cheeks flushed a soft pink. Her shy gaze made Li Mubai feel it was all worth it. Yet, Ren Tingting continued to keep him at arm's length. Had it not been for Li Mubai discovering he had transformed into Takumi, he would have remained oblivious to how long it would take to leap from the fish pond. Dubai, Ren Tingting is coming out, stop dawdling. Li Mubai followed Wang Su's pointed direction. Ren Tingting emerged, linking arms with her friend, both laughing and chatting as they flowed with the crowd out of the examination hall. They appear to be in high spirits. Ren Tingting stood just over 1.60 meters, her figure beginning to blossom. The white floral dress she wore beautifully accentuated her youthful silhouette. With her bangs framing her shoulders, her petite face was fair and luminous, her features exquisitely delicate, a cute little nose, and a rosy mouth slightly upturned. When she smiled, she would lift her slender, pale arms to cover her 2 rows of tiny teeth, and her sparkling eyes radiated joy. Her steps were light and cheerful, exuding the charm of a sweet, neighborly girl. As Li Mubai beheld the approaching girl, his heart skipped a beat. He inwardly cursed his own lack of ambition. There was no escaping it. Setting aside character, Ren Tingting, with her dainty and delicate demeanor, perfectly matched his aesthetic. Yet, his own taste had remained unchanged all these years. Li Mubai felt a surge of irritation. He instinctively reached into his pockets. Empty. He hadn't even learned to smoke yet. Noticing Li Mubai's reluctance to present the flowers, Wang Su began to mock him. Dubai, you haven't lost your nerve at such a crucial moment, have you? I foolishly submitted my answers early to buy flowers for you, and I truly look down upon you. Li Mubai thought to himself, feeling disdain as a man in his 30s being belittled by a mere teenager. Nervous? Not at all. The flowers shall not be in vain. With a firm grip on the bouquet of red roses, Li Mubai strode purposefully into the crowd. As he moved against the tide of people, the vibrant bouquet drew the attention of all around him. Ren Tingting and her friend Xing Na noticed Li Mubai as well. Xing Na leaned in to whisper into Ren Tingting's ear, prompting a muffled giggle from her. As Li Mubai approached the 2 young women, their pace gradually slowed. Ren Tingting shyly lowered her gaze, her eyes flickering up to meet Li Mubai's as she raised her hand, poised to accept the flowers. However, her expression froze in surprise. Li Mubai did not halt his stride. He brushed past Ren Tingting and stood before a tall, elegant girl with an air of haughty beauty, declaring, He Yijuan, these are for you. He Yijuan cast a perplexed gaze at Li Mubai. Are you certain you have not erred in addressing the recipient? Her voice was frosty, echoing with the clarity of clinking ice. In the sweltering summer heat, it was a refreshingly delightful sound. It was no wonder He Yijuan felt bewildered. She had transferred to Haiyuan High School in her final year, sharing a classroom with Li Mubai. Li Mubai had been ardently pursuing Ren Tingting, and they had yet to exchange a single word. Li Mubai responded with a warm smile. Unless you are not He Yijuan, I assure you that I have not misidentified the recipient. Why would you send me flowers? As classmates, I have long aspired to forge a friendship with you. Yet I was apprehensive that it might interfere with your academic pursuits and was uncertain of how to initiate contact. Now that the college entrance examination has concluded, I believed a bouquet would make for a fitting graduation gift. He Yijuan hesitated briefly before accepting the flowers, her tone remaining frosty as she remarked, Thank you, Li. Is there anything else? Li Mubai chuckled softly, replying, Nothing at all. Farewell. He Yijuan maintained her composed demeanor as she cradled the bouquet and proceeded towards the Volkswagen parked at the roadside. A sturdy middle-aged man, reminiscent of a chauffeur, opened the rear door, and He Yijuan settled into her seat within. The windows, cloaked in dark privacy glass, did not deter Li Mubai from waving cheerfully at the window. The burly driver cast a fleeting glance at Li Mubai before commencing their departure from the examination venue. Wang Su leaned in, his expression suggesting that his mind was in a state of overload. Dubai, what is transpiring here? Why did you present flowers to the distant goddess He Yijuan? Li Mubai smiled enigmatically but refrained from elaborating further, instead exclaiming, Suzy, Are you aware of the automobile adorned with the emblem of letters? In his previous existence, Li Mubai had no acquaintance with He Yijuan. He was merely aware of her exquisite beauty and her icy demeanor. She was widely revered as the unattainable goddess of the institution. Her family was undeniably affluent, employing a chauffeur to convey her to and from school. Whispers circulated that she would pursue her studies abroad following her high school graduation. Years hence, he would discover her remarkable achievements online. Before the age of 30, she ascended to the position of CEO of a prominent domestic conglomerate, valued in the billions. She epitomized the archetype of a distinguished, wealthy woman. Rumors suggested she was the illegitimate daughter of the conglomerate's president. Li Mubai held no particular sentiments towards her. He simply believed in nurturing a cordial relationship, which might yield advantages in the future. This was certainly preferable to presenting flowers to Ren Tingting. Li Mubai, what do you imply by offering flowers to He Yijuan? Are you enamored with her? Xing Na's tone was laced with sarcasm. In those days, to win Ren Tingting's affection, Li Mubai diligently endeavored to endear himself to her. His family owned a fruit supermarket, and nearly every day, he presented her with an assortment of fruits, ensuring that at least half were specifically displayed for her enjoyment. Li Mubai felt a profound sense of obligation towards her. Through Xing Na, he sought to uncover Ren Tingting's preferences, often imploring Xing Na to speak favorably of him in her presence. Years later, he would come to realize that Xing Na was merely a conduit and accomplice for Ren Tingting. Whenever Ren Tingting desired something, she conveyed her wishes through Xing Na to Li Mubai. If Li Mubai attempted to draw closer to Ren Tingting, Xing Na would invariably undermine his efforts. Li Mubai cast a scornful look at Xing Na, questioning, "Why are you upset that I send flowers to another? Are you harboring feelings for me?" After years of navigating the intricacies of society, Li Mubai came to the realization that in such instances, explanations would merely result in an unfavorable position. Xing Na was taken aback. How dare he jest with her? Should he not be beseeching her to speak favorably of him before Ren Tingting? Should he not earnestly seek her forgiveness? Who would be so foolish as to harbor feelings for you? Pray tell, what do you imply by presenting flowers to another woman in the presence of Ren Tingting? As Li Mubai observed the assertive Xing Na, a fragment of memory from his past life suddenly resurfaced. Ah, you are not enamored with me. Rather, you are infatuated with our physical education instructor. Xing Na's eyes widened in horror. How could Li Mubai possibly know of something she had never confided to anyone? The truth reflected in her expression made it evident that he had indeed struck a chord. The physical education instructor was over 40, robust and rugged. Who could have foreseen that she possessed such a preference? Xing Na discerned an unusual aura surrounding Li Mubai today. In previous encounters, he had consistently presented himself as submissive in her presence, eager to curry favor with Ren Tingting. However, today he radiated a newfound confidence, bordering on aggression, as if he could penetrate her very thoughts. Yet, Li Mubai appeared impervious to her observations, his attention solely fixated on his former idol, Ren Tingting. Ren Tingting pouted, her countenance marred by displeasure as she scrutinized Li Mubai. She perceived her once devoted admirer behaving quite rebelliously today. Not only had he bestowed flowers upon another woman, but he also dared to jest with her closest friend. She resolved to impart a lesson upon him. Should he fail to deliver a satisfactory explanation to quell her discontent, she would utterly disregard him. Ren Tingting observed Li Mubai, yet he offered neither explanation nor contrition. He simply stood before her, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. The customary air of subservience and flattery had vanished from his eyes. His black and white irises conveyed a tumultuous blend of sentiments, admiration, nostalgia, resentment, and a flicker of disdain. After a brief yet profound silence, Ren Tingting felt an unsettling flutter within her. Instinctively, she averted her gaze. Today, Li Mubai seemed oddly unfamiliar to her. Had she committed some grave misstep? No, that cannot be correct. She must have been misled by his ostentatious facade. After all, she was not his romantic partner. Why should she feel any remorse? Ren Tingting turned around, intending to meet his gaze once more, striving to discern his true intentions. What is it that you are staring at? Suddenly, Li Mubai's sculpted visage was mere inches from her own. Ren Tingting felt a surge of warmth upon her lips, a distinctly masculine fragrance enveloping her. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, only to open them abruptly in a wave of panic. As her body recoiled from his kiss, a powerful hand encircled her, restraining her. In her frantic effort to push him away, another firm hand grasped her slender waist, drawing her back. Ren Tingting found herself in a tempest of emotions, her mind racing with a singular thought. How dare he? Li Mubai did not overstep the bounds of propriety. After a kiss that lingered for 7 or 8 seconds, he gently released Rin Tingting. She trembled, uncertain whether her quivering stemmed from indignation or trepidation, and instinctively raised a hand to wipe her lips. Her eyes, wide with disbelief, were fixed upon Li Mubai. "You scoundrel!" she cried out, before fleeing in tears. Xingna and Wang Su stood in shock, their mouths agape in astonishment. "You bully Rin Tingting. I shall inform the teacher." Xingna began, only to abruptly realize that the college entrance examination had already concluded, rendering her threat futile. Li Mubai, with the utmost gravity, responded, "What do you imply by bullying Rin Tingting? I bestowed upon her the invaluable gift of my inaugural kiss." She was so profoundly moved that tears streamed down her cheeks. Frustrated, Xingna directed an accusatory finger at Li Mubai, rendered speechless by his audacity. Had she ever encountered someone so unabashed? Did Rin Tingting truly experience a sense of being touched? "What are you gazing at? Do you desire a first kiss as well? I could arrange for Wang Su to kiss you too," Li Mubai jested with a playful smirk. With that, Xingna retracted her hand, too daunted to engage him further. She muttered a curse beneath her breath and hurried off in pursuit of Rin Tingting. "Impressive, Dabai. Your courage is truly remarkable." Wang Su marveled at Li Mubai's boldness. Initially, he had presented flowers to the untouchable He Yijuan, and now he had audaciously kissed Rin Tingting. Today, Li Mubai was undeniably extraordinary. "I am exceptionally brave, indeed," he retorted. It was still the year 2006, and public displays of affection were somewhat scandalous, inevitably drawing curious glances and hushed murmurs. The two friends swiftly exited the examination hall. The county was quaint, allowing them to stroll home with ease. They bid each other farewell, pledging to reconvene later that evening at the newly inaugurated Langchao Internet CAF for an overnight gathering. Rin Tingting's lips had indeed left a delightful impression. After all, she had indulged in an abundance of fruit, and claiming her first kiss felt far from an act of unjust exploitation. In this lifetime, Li Mubai had no desire to pursue any further entanglement with Rin Tingting. The forceful kiss was a tactical withdrawal, ensuring that she would nurture resentment towards him. It marked a definitive conclusion to their connection. Embracing this renewed existence was about attaining clarity of thought. He had indulged himself above all else. At this moment, his mother was surely awaiting his return home. Just last year, he had visited her grave, never envisioning he would have the opportunity to see her again. With this thought in mind, Li Mubai quickened his pace, eager for a reunion with his mother. As he reminisced, he chose to take a shortcut through an alley. Suddenly, he caught sight of a girl in a school uniform with a ponytail, stealthily concealed behind a tree that leaned against the wall. The tree was modest in size, and the girl pressed herself tightly against the wall, believing herself to be well hidden. However, Li Mubai easily discerned her presence. It was simply that the girl had blossomed remarkably, her figure unmistakably revealing her presence. A sudden ambush. Li Mubai feigned indifference as he strolled past, yet the girl called out and leapt onto his back. With a resigned smile, he reached behind to support her and lifted her effortlessly. The girl was taken aback. Unlike his usual demeanor, he did not cast her off with a playful smack to the head, but instead bore her as he had during their childhood. Soon, her laughter rang out in pure delight. "Ah, dear Bai, you appear to be in remarkably high spirits today. I trust your examination was a resounding success?" "Indeed, it was." "Then why, pray tell, did you not accompany your girlfriend home today?" "Accompany? Preposterous. I shall no longer be a sycophant." The term sycophant suits you rather aptly. Though I remain skeptical, Li Mubai found himself at a loss for words. Had his reputation as a sycophant truly become so entrenched? "Dear Bai, if you carry me, shall not your girlfriend be displeased?" "Dear Bai, permit me the pleasure of sharing this popsicle with you. However, I must inquire, if your girlfriend discovers our delightful indulgence, will she direct her ire towards me? My word, your girlfriend seems rather formidable. In contrast to my own disposition, I can only muster sympathy for your plight." Li Mubai, feeling a wave of exasperation, loosened his grip in an effort to dislodge this incessant little sprite. Wait, I shall desist. I concede," he chuckled, with a resigned sigh. Li Mubai lifted the girl once more. The girl, clinging to his neck, twisted her body and exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable, dear Bai. Cease your squirming, or I shall drop you." The fabric of summer attire was delicate, and the sensation against his back stirred a flutter within Li Mubai's heart. This feeling, well, familiar and yet strangely foreign. Why does it evoke such a duality? The girl's name was Wan Xiao, a year junior to Li Mubai, and a distant relative with whom he shared little in common. Their parents conducted business along the same street, fostering a close-knit relationship between the families. In the northern region, Where single-child families were the norm, the two had grown up together akin to siblings. Following the college entrance examination, Ruan Xiao enrolled at the same university as Li Mubai. After experiencing betrayal at the hands of Ren Tingting, Li Mubai confided in Ruan Xiao. Under her influence, he found himself enraptured, leading to an encounter that transformed him from a boy into a man, with her becoming his true girlfriend in every sense. Ruan Xiao possessed an enviable figure, striking beauty, and a nurturing disposition. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons when she smiled. Although a year younger, she became a guiding light for Li Mubai in various aspects, ushering him into a new realm of experiences. Countless realms indeed. Their relationship, marked by ebbs and flows over the course of 5 or 6 years, never exhausted the exploration of new facets. Despite her playful demeanor, she harbored a profound desire for control, unveiling a complex nature. Due to personality clashes, they ultimately could not sustain their union. In the end, both emerged wounded, and the once amicable relationship between their families soured as a consequence of their tumultuous romance. Upon reaching the entrance of the alley, Li Mubai set Ruan Xiao down. Exiting the alley led them to the bustling street, where being seen would be undesirable. Ruan Xiao, pouting and reluctant to descend, insisted that Li Mubai carry her home. Smack! Ruan Xiao sprang from Li Mubai's back, rubbing her rear and casting him a pitiful glance. As he beheld her youthful, vibrant, and charming visage, Li Mubai found himself compelled to pinch her cheek. Yet, midway through the motion, he reconsidered and instead playfully tousled Ruan Xiao's bangs. You, too. I harbor no intention of forging any connection with you in this lifetime, Li Mubai mused bitterly to himself. How exasperating. Brother Daba is utterly lacking in gentleness, Ruan Xiao huffed, casting a discontented look at Li Mubai while adjusting her bangs. Clearing his throat, Li Mubai spoke with earnestness. Xiao, you must comprehend that you are now a young lady. Ruan Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, retreating a step. She crossed her arms over her chest, inadvertently accentuating her figure as she regarded Li Mubai with caution. Brother Daba, you are quite mischievous. What nonsense are you uttering? Li Mubai's countenance darkened as he playfully tapped Ruan Xiao's forehead. Do not feign innocence. I merely refer to you as a young lady, nothing more. At your tender age, it is imperative that you refrain from reckless behavior. Very well, Brother Daba, I shall heed your advice in the future, Ruan Xiao responded with a light-hearted laugh, exhibiting no trepidation in her playful banter. I mean to say, you ought to maintain a prudent distance from boys. Do you comprehend? No more leaping onto their backs without cause. Indeed, I consistently maintain my distance from other boys. That includes me. Certainly, but not Brother Daba. She retorted with a hearty laugh. You are quite mad. Li Mubai relinquished his attempt to lecture Ruan Xiao, stepping out of the narrow alleyway and making his way home. Ruan Xiao, in playful pursuit, endeavored to grasp Li Mubai's arm, only to be resolutely brushed aside. Undeterred, she took a few steps before cheekily narrowing the distance once more. Feeling a surge of exasperation, Li Mubai hastened his pace. In his previous existence, he had failed to recognize that Ruan Xiao had already begun to manifest signs of an unusual affection. Evidently, it was a fruit market. This was Li Mubai's abode. The ground floor was devoted to the sale of fruits, while the upper floor served as their living quarters. Behind the counter, Tian Mei reclined with her legs crossed. A languid calico cat nestled beside her feet. On the counter, an all-in-one DVD player, resembling a notebook, displayed the popular Toon Lilac of the era. Tian Mei hummed along, meticulously counting money while tapping on the calculator, occasionally inscribing figures in a ledger, and even finding moments to crack sunflower seeds from a plastic bag. Li Mubai stood in silence at the entrance of the market, observing the scene unfold. At that moment, Tian Mei still reveled in the joy of dressing up. Her hair was elegantly curled, her face adorned with makeup, her legs swaying to the rhythm of the music, exuding a cheerful aura. Li Mubai smiled, cherishing the sight of his mother radiating happiness in this moment. There was no trace of trauma from familial upheaval, nor the frailty of lying in a hospital bed. As he smiled, an unexpected lump formed in his throat, and his eyes became misty. Mother, it is truly delightful to encounter you once more. Perceiving a shift in the atmosphere, Tian Mei lifted her gaze and beheld Li Mubai at the entrance of the supermarket. My dear son, you have returned from your examinations. She remarked. Is everything all right? Did you not fare as you had hoped? She continued. It is of little consequence. The examinations are behind you. Do not linger upon them. Li Mubai replied with a mere word, and Tian Mame instantly detected a dissonance in her son's emotions, erroneously attributing it to his academic performance. No, I actually performed quite well, he clarified. Ah, could it be that you have had a disagreement with that young lady? Oh dear mother, please refrain from mentioning her. It was profoundly embarrassing. Even Tian Mame was cognizant of his infatuation. Alas, one cannot remain silent. Tian Mame likely surmised the truth. In their quaint town, news spread swiftly. She was already aware that her son had ardently pursued Rin Tingting for 3 long years. Should that girl grace him with a smile? He would be elated for several days. Conversely, if she were to disregard him, his spirits would plummet. Tian Mame regarded this situation with a measure of acceptance. After all, it was merely a matter of fruit. Should her son win the affections of that girl, she would not mind if her future daughter-in-law took a bite. Even if it did not culminate in success, it would amount to nothing more than a wasted piece of fruit. In any event, her son would not suffer for it. Mother, I am feeling quite hungry. Very well, keep watch for a moment. I shall prepare your meal. I desire spicy potato shreds and mapo tofu. Very well. As she spoke, Tian Mame hummed a melody while ascending the stairs to prepare a meal. Once she reached the upper floor, Li Mubai could no longer restrain his tears, which cascaded down his cheeks. In the mirror beside him, Li Mubai's visage mirrored a blend of laughter and sorrow. It appeared somewhat distorted, yet it emanated sheer joy. Tian Mame observed as Li Mubai indulged in 3 generous bowls of rice, even dipping the grains into the spicy potato shreds to relish the broth, which took her by surprise. My dear son, did we not have lunch earlier? Indeed, we did. But mother, the dishes you have prepared this evening are exceptionally delightful. Are they not the same as usual? Tian Mame found his effusive praise peculiar. Why was her son so complimentary today? One moment he extolled her makeup, the next her culinary prowess. Burp. Li Mubai contentedly released a satisfied belch, having longed for this exquisite flavor for a decade, and today he finally savored it once more. Observing her son's completion, Tian Mame intended to clear the dishes for washing, but Li Mubai interjected, Mother, please rest. I shall take care of the cleanup. Tian Mame was taken aback. Was the sun rising from the west today? After tidying the dishes, Li Mubai picked up a mop and commenced cleaning the floor. Humming a melody as he worked, his face radiating sheer delight. The shop's calico cat eagerly pursued Li Mubai's mop, as she sat behind the counter, snacking on sunflower seeds. Tian Mame suddenly felt a chill. The seeds had lost their appeal. How had her once indolent son transformed into such a diligent individual? Observing the suspicious expression on Tian Mame's face, Li Mubai offered a smile and continued mopping with a sense of satisfaction. The snow descended with such depth and sincerity, mirroring the scars etched upon my body as I lay amidst its embrace. Abruptly, a phone rang. Tian Mame retrieved a mobile device from the counter, glanced at it briefly, and handed it to Li Mubai. Son, Wang Su is seeking you. The examination hall prohibited mobile phones, prompting Li Mubai to entrust his Nokia 7260 to Tian Mame for safekeeping. Li Mubai accepted the phone, the caller ID revealing the name Silly Son. Hello. Make haste to Langchao. Wang Su's voice resonated through the receiver, laced with urgency. Isn't the accommodation scheduled to commence at 9? It is barely 7. Why depart so early? Li Mubai remarked, one hand resting upon the ground as he engaged in conversation on the phone. His recollections from 2006 had long since faded, prompting him to seek information online. Yet, he felt no sense of urgency, instead desiring to spend a little more time with his mother. An incident had transpired. A photograph of your cherished Rin Tingting had circulated within the class group, inviting much criticism directed towards you. Very well. I shall make my way there shortly. Locate me on the 2nd floor. Upon concluding the call, Li Mubai cast a troubled glance at Tian Mame. He had yearned for a more profound exchange with his mother, only to be interrupted by this unforeseen turn of events. Li Mubai swiftly completed his task of mopping the floor and returned the mop to the restroom. As he exited, he passed by the counter where Tian Mame, gripping a crimson 100 yuan note between her fingers, extended it towards him. Here, she exclaimed. Mother, why are you offering me money? Li Mubai inquired, perplexed. TCH. Tian Mame rolled her eyes at him, exuding irritation. You are washing dishes and mopping floors. Are you not merely attempting to extract money from me to indulge in online activities? Li Mubai inwardly chuckled at the misinterpretation his actions had incited. However, the financial support from his mother brought him greater delight than securing a commission from a significant transaction. Ah, mother, you truly understand me, he expressed gratefully. Your flattery will not yield any favors. The instant you yield, I am fully aware of your intentions, Tian Manmei retorted, a trace of pride gracing her smile. Mother, I cherish you deeply. Li Mubai beamed, extending his arms in a gesture of warmth, yearning to enfold her in an embrace. Words that had remained unspoken in his former existence now tumbled forth in playful jest. Do hurry, get online. Tian Manmei feigned exasperation, playfully nudging him away before returning to her DVD of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, nibbling on sunflower seeds. Humming a light melody, Li Mubai proceeded outside. Upon arriving at the internet CAF, he paused at a quaint supermarket to procure 2 bottles of cola. The CAF offered them at 3 yuan each, while the supermarket priced them at 250. It was not a matter of financial incapacity. Rather, it was a question of prudence and value. After retrieving his identification and logging onto a computer, Li Mubai spotted his foolish companion Wang Su, who was already immersed in the digital realm in a secluded corner on the 2nd floor. Here, Li Mubai tossed a bottle of soda towards Wang Su, startling him. All the girls in class are enamored with you now, Wang Su remarked, removing his headphones and twisting off the cap. And what of the boys? Most, like myself, find you quite impressive, though a few are also disparaging you. TCH. Those who criticize me are merely envious. You are correct. It was Lin Wenbin who disseminated the photograph and instigated the entire debacle. As Li Mubai powered on his computer and logged into QQ, he recalled Lin Wenbin. He was the class representative, harbored affections for Ren Tingting, and had always been at odds with Li Mubai. Unlike Li Mubai, who approached with confidence, Lin Wenbin feigned academic interest merely to draw closer to Ren Tingting. Li Mubai had held a disdainful view of him throughout their high school years. With his oversized spectacles and notably prominent mouth, Li Mubai had humorously dubbed him Four-Eyed Toad, a moniker that had driven Lin Wenbin to the brink of insanity. Li Mubai sifted through the chat history within the group. Profound eyes. Image. Profound eyes. To show disrespect towards a female classmate in public. Such a person is destined to be a scoundrel in society. I feel a profound sense of shame to be associated with someone like him. Tears of regret. Indeed. He should never dare to claim allegiance to our senior class too. It is genuinely embarrassing. Dreaming flowers. He persistently clings to Ren Tingting. I have long perceived him as a person of ill character and have advised Ren Tingting to maintain her distance. He is acutely aware that he is unlikely to gain admission to university, which explains his self-destructive tendencies. Dubai is undeniably remarkable. He accomplished what the boys in our class would not dare to attempt. At the pinnacle of the chat records lay a photograph of Li Mubai kissing Ren Tingting. Although the image was somewhat blurred and the faces indistinct, those acquainted with them would readily identify it as Li Mubai and Ren Tingting. However, the comments within the group were a cacophony of voices. Upon probing further, Wang Su revealed that Dreaming Flowers was Ren Tingting's close friend, Xing Na, while Tears of Regret and M were classmates from the female cohort, and Legend of the Hungry Wolf was simply a boy reveling in the turmoil. The most amusing detail was that Profound Eyes was, in fact, Lin Wenbin's online alias. With his pronounced myopia, one must wonder how he could possibly possess profound sight. It was rather amusing how those who possess deficiencies often make the most noise. What might be Ren Tingting's username? Has she uttered any words? She has remained silent in the group. She must have removed you once more. Alas, why does everyone seem so unconventional? Li Mubai pondered silently. Yet, after casting a glance at his own username, he opted for silence. You are indispensable to me. With a look of concern, Wang Su inquired, what are your intentions? Li Mubai perceived that high school students were indeed foolish and naive, magnifying trivial matters into significant dilemmas. Truly, the foolish offspring is often the most preoccupied with me. It is of little consequence. Merely observe how your adoptive father navigates this situation. Depart, for you still possess the energy to jest. Li Mubai adorned his ears with headphones, whimsically curated a popular playlist, and commenced typing fervently on his keyboard. Before long, a new message from Li Mubai materialized within the class group. You are irreplaceable to me. An apology letter regarding today's events. My conduct was entirely inappropriate, and I hereby offer my solemn apologies to classmate Ren Tingting. I misjudged the essence of our relationship. I should not have treated you in such a manner. If there exists a means to seek forgiveness, I am prepared to do whatever it takes. I vow that from this moment forth, I shall no longer present myself before classmate Ren Tingting, nor will I initiate any contact with her again. Should I breach this vow, may the heavens smite me. I implore everyone to refrain from further discussion of this matter to avert any distress to those involved. Wishing all classmates fair winds and following seas. May you navigate smoothly across the vast ocean. The group members gazed in astonishment at the message Li Mubai had dispatched. To publicly issue an apology letter. How could one be so indifferent to one's own reputation? Li Mubai, naturally, remained aloof. At over 30 years of age, his sense of dignity was as fragile as tissue paper. Furthermore, it seemed improbable that he would ever reconnect with these classmates. What astonished everyone most was Li Mubai's solemn vow to never encounter Rin Tingting again. This letter of apology bore the resemblance of a severance notice. Yet, how could he so readily relinquish his feelings after pursuing Rin Tingting for 3 years, even having chosen a name for their future child? This was precisely what Li Mubai yearned for. He had grown weary of being a sycophant to Rin Tingting. The group chat fell into an abrupt silence. Li Mubai's uncharacteristically stoic apology took everyone by surprise. The act of killing was merely a matter of striking at the head. Even Lin Yuran, known for his penchant for creating havoc, found it challenging to sustain the momentum. Furthermore, Li Mubai's pledge to never encounter Rin Tingting again played seamlessly into his hands, surpassing his expectations. Importantly, Rin Tingting had consistently exhibited an ambiguous demeanor toward Li Mubai. Some classmates even speculated that the two had once been involved romantically. Rin Tingting herself remained silent, while others languidly refrained from engaging. In a small community on the western side of Haiyuan town, Rin Tingting logged out of her QQ, shutting her phone. Today, she was haunted by Li Mubai, lingering in fear until mere moments ago. That Lin Wenbin was intolerable. Now the entire class was aware that her inaugural kiss had been bestowed upon Li Mubai. In truth, Li Mubai was tall and strikingly handsome, treating her with considerable kindness. The pink Motorola V3 she held was a gift from him. However, his academic performance was lamentably poor. He devoted his days to revolving around her, exhibiting no semblance of ambition. Nevertheless, having a boy like Li Mubai ardently pursuing her significantly gratified Rin Tingting's vanity, though she was inclined to keep him in suspense. Yet today, Li Mubai's audacious behavior left her astounded, and she no longer dared to toy with his affections. If he could boldly kiss her in public, one could only speculate what further indiscretions he might dare in the future. Li Mubai could extend such an apology in their group. Perhaps they could allow the incident of the kiss to fade into obscurity. Regardless, once they transitioned into university, given Li Mubai's academic standing, he would not be attending the same institution as she. Today, it was Li Mubai who passionately claimed her lips, rather than her willingly surrendering her first kiss. Her first kiss should still be regarded as untouched, should it not? Indeed, it remains unblemished. In an internet CAF, Wang Su, observing that the situation had been settled, inquired of Li Mubai, "Shall we log in?" Li Mubai was burdened with myriad thoughts and shook his head in resignation. "No, I have transcended the realm of Azeroth." Wang Su contemplated for a moment, discerning that Li Mubai was likely in a melancholic state and disinterested in gaming. Subsequently, he logged into Shanku Mountain himself. Li Mubai initially sought information pertaining to liver cancer. He then researched the finest hospitals in the nation renowned for their treatment of this affliction. He calculated the time. Tian Manmei should not have succumbed to illness just yet. Even if she had, it would probably be a minor issue in its nascent stages, which ought to be relatively manageable. Only then did Li Mubai experience a modicum of relief. However, it is prudent to exercise caution rather than be taken by surprise. Li Mubai felt compelled to devise an excuse for Tian Manmei to undergo a medical examination. What if there was indeed a problem? Treatment would necessitate financial resources. As Li Mubai delved deeper into his research, he contemplated various avenues to generate income. In 2006, investing in real estate, the internet, and virtual currencies emerged as a reliable method for achieving profit. Nevertheless, such ventures demanded a significant amount of time, and at present, he found himself lacking any capital. How might one swiftly amass their initial fortune without any preliminary investment? Feeling somewhat troubled, Li Mubai instinctively searched through his pockets, only to discover that they were empty of cigarettes. Earlier, while purchasing a cola, he had hesitated and chosen not to buy any cigarettes, aiming to liberate himself from this harmful habit, only to now experience a twinge of regret. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision as a pair of delicate little hands covered his eyes. "Guess who I am?" "Xiao, cease this at once." Li Mubai was intimately acquainted with those hands. He could discern their owners solely by the sensation they imparted. He brushed the hands aside, only to turn and encounter Wan Xiao, her eyes shimmering like crescent moons. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I heard you recently experienced a breakup, so I came to offer you some solace." "How did you find out so swiftly?" "Wait, you had a breakup? I wouldn't even consider dating a dog." "Haha. You are referring to yourself as a dog once more. Leave me be." "Oh, come now, big white brother, do not be so severe. Perhaps I could date you instead. You are truly unwell. Being in a relationship can be quite distressing. Is it? I would like to savor the bittersweetness of love. A masochist, are you? Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to experience the pangs of affection. Yes. Yes. To become my girlfriend, you must be compliant. Do you understand? I vow to exhibit utmost obedience. However, could you kindly procure a pack of cigarettes for me first? Disobedience may result in a separation. Very well, I shall go. As Li Mubai observed Wan Xiao hastily depart, a pang of remorse welled up within him. Despite her fervent inclinations in matters of the heart, her genuine affection for him was unmistakable. She would go to great lengths for his happiness. Yet, I find myself unworthy of such devotion. In this lifetime, it is wise for you to steer clear of me. The pursuit of wealth takes precedence. Love is a pursuit best avoided, even by dogs. A few moments later, Wan Xiao returned, exclaiming, "Big Brother White, here you are." Li Mubai deftly tore open the packaging and ignited one with finesse. He cast a sidelong glance at Wan Xiao, who stood by, eagerly anticipating his commendation, and exhaled a puff of smoke in her direction. Cough, cough. Big Brother Bai, you were so unkind. Wan Xiao sputtered, her charming face contorting in displeasure. Let us part ways. My affections for you have waned. Wan Xiao. But I purchased cigarettes for you. How can we possibly end our relationship? Her countenance was one of incredulity, her eyes wide and brimming with bewilderment. Li Mubai, with a cigarette in hand, let out a profound sigh and remarked, "You see, this is the essence of love. One invests time, emotion, and resources, yet reaps nothing in return. Is love not a bitter experience?" "Oh, Big White Brother, you are the absolute worst," Wan Xiao exclaimed, feeling deceived. As she waved her petite fists and attempted to strike Li Mubai, Li Mubai raised his arm to gently deter her and remarked, "It is growing late. You ought to return home." Wan Xiao, feeling quite perturbed, pouted her delicate lips in dissatisfaction. The contours of her bosom, hidden beneath a T-shirt embellished with Hello Kitty, rose and fell with each breath she took. The portrayal of Hello Kitty appeared to transition from a prominent head to an even more exaggerated one. Suddenly, a sound resonated, signaling the completion of a download. It was not what one might expect, but rather a notification confirming the successful download of Thunder. Microsoft Visual C has been successfully installed. Li Mubai clicked on the file and chose to install it. Microsoft Visual C, commonly referred to as MSVC, is a complementary C development tool provided by Microsoft, encompassing an integrated development environment that simplifies programming in languages such as C, and C++. After much deliberation, Li Mubai resolved to embark on his inaugural venture into the realms of novels, music, and casual games. These three pursuits necessitated minimal investment yet promised substantial returns. He envisioned crafting novels reminiscent of those featuring Tang San, Xiao Yan, and Han Li, with the aspiration of establishing a prominent foothold in the online literature landscape, swiftly eclipsing the prevailing trends of Western fantasy and online gaming narratives. However, he recognized the inherent challenges. Success would be gradual, and it would take no less than 6 months before he could begin to reap any profits. Regarding contemporary popular songs, Li Mubai could effortlessly sing dozens of them. Yet, the execution was fraught with obstacles. He needed to cultivate a reputation before monetizing his talent, and he lacked the capacity to compose music. Ultimately, he set his ambitions on the creation of casual games. Following the installation of MSVC, Li Mubai's fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly composing lines of code. Big Brother Bai, what are you engaged in? Li Mubai was taken aback, having been so absorbed in his thoughts that he had failed to notice Wan Xiao's prolonged presence. Nearly an hour had elapsed. I am creating a game, she exclaimed. Wow, Big Brother Bai, you are truly remarkable. You can even develop games. Are you not weary from standing there? I have expressed my desire to keep you company. Wan Xiao regarded Li Mubai with an expression of feigned innocence. Alas, reclining upon the sofa, Li Mubai exhaled a resigned sigh, acknowledging the fact that this little enchantress possessed an undeniable penchant for attachment. Who granted you permission to perch upon me? In a fleeting moment of distraction, Wan Xiao had unceremoniously nestled herself upon Li Mubai's lap. Kindly dismount. Absolutely not. What might others surmise? He protested. My legs ache terribly from standing. Just allow me to remain seated for 5 minutes, nay, 3 minutes shall suffice. With a beseeching glimmer in her eyes, Wan Xiao implored him. Just 3 minutes, and then you must depart post-haste. Li Mubai instantly regretted his words upon their utterance. He had unwittingly fallen into her intricate trap. This was undoubtedly her devious stratagem, and he had been ensnared by it innumerable times before. Yet he had failed to glean any wisdom from his past experiences. Hiki, big brother Bai is the best, Wansharo cooed as she nestled into Li Mubai's embrace, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief. Within the opulent suite atop the Zijing Hotel, He Jiun sat gracefully at her computer, clad in a white pajama set adorned with Mickey Mouse. "Darling, do you miss your mother?" From the video call emerged a woman of striking elegance and charm, greeting He Jiun with heartfelt enthusiasm. A little," the girl replied, nodding slightly after a moment's reflection. Despite being in the presence of her own mother, He Jiun maintained her perpetually frosty demeanor. Just a modicum of longing. Don't you believe that Xiao Yunyun could exhibit a touch more affection toward her mother? I rose early with great anticipation to engage in a video conversation with you, the woman in the video remarked. The woman, remarkably well-preserved, seemed to be in her 30s. Despite surpassing the age of 40, when she pouted, it appeared entirely natural, devoid of any pretense of attempting to appear younger. He Jiun found himself at a loss for words, dutifully seated before her computer, almost leading the woman on the other end to believe that the connection had faltered. "Is there anything troubling my dear daughter lately?" she inquired. With a stoic expression, He Jiun responded, "Yes." The woman, flicking her silky hair, leaned forward over the table and asked, "What is it?" He Jiun cast her gaze downward, her voice heavy with melancholy as she admitted, "I feel utterly aimless." The woman's breath hitched in her throat at her daughter's confession, as though an unseen force were constricting her heart. Prior to the college entrance examination, her daughter had been deeply absorbed in her studies and preparations. Now, with the exams behind her, the dread of once again facing an entire day in idle solitude loomed ominously. The doctor had suggested that removing her daughter from familiar environments and individuals might facilitate her healing. Yet, would it truly yield the desired outcome? "Perhaps you could venture out with classmates," the woman proposed, conscious of her daughter's lack of friends, quickly revising her statement to encompass classmates. "If any of your classmates extend an invitation for dinner or outings, you must accept. Understood? Promise your mother." She replied. "Next month. Your father will also arrive in this beautiful country. Then you can join him, and we shall reunite as a family of 3. How does that sound?" "Oh, you hold a deep affection for Mickey, do you not? Your father and I shall escort you to Disneyland. Would that not be splendid? If you find yourself at a loss for activities, consider practicing your spoken English in advance, as it appears that domestic education places little emphasis on it. Moreover, should the opportunity arise, do indulge in the local delicacies from Haiyuan County. They were a delight to me in my youth." Regardless of what the woman expressed, He Jiun responded with a mere Nevertheless, in a bid to elevate her daughter's spirits, the woman persisted in her chatter, striving to coax forth a smile, though her efforts were largely in vain. "Farewell, my cherished daughter. Do remember to take your medicine punctually. Mommy loves you, Mua." With that, the girl concluded the video call, her gaze drifting into a fog of bewilderment. With the entrance examinations behind her, there was no necessity for study this evening. What, then, should she occupy herself with instead? Her gaze drifted towards the crimson roses nestled within the vase. Today, someone had conveyed a wish for companionship. However, He Jiun recognized that red roses were not emblematic of friendship. Thus, was it a miscommunication of emotions, or had he merely offered the inappropriate blossoms? Seated at her desk, the young woman contemplated for half an hour, yet lucidity remained elusive. Such matters were infinitely more confounding than any geometric conundrum. Abruptly, a wave of headache assailed her, compelling her to halt her musings. Both the physician and her mother had advised her that if she could not grasp a concept, it was prudent not to linger upon it. He Jiun dutifully suspended her reflections. She glanced at the clock. It was time to retire for the evening. As she closed her computer, a message appeared in her QQ group. Upon reading it, He Jiun felt as though the vexing answer she had sought was finally unveiled. Li Mubai must still harbor feelings for Rintingting, thus, he must have sent the flowers in error. With this newfound understanding, He Jiun contentedly powered down her computer, extinguished the lights, and retired to bed. In the darkness, just as she had shut her eyes, they fluttered open once more. In the realm of friendship, when one offers a gift, it is essential to reciprocate. Flowers that symbolize camaraderie include lilies, forget-me-nots, yellow irises, ivy, and kapok. Which one should I bestow in return? After a moment of contemplation, He Jiun devised a plan. I shall merely inquire about his preferred flowers when we convene. In the internet CAF, Li Mubai knitted his brows, revising the code once more and pressing the compile button. Error, 117, warning, 44. Splendid, he exclaimed in exasperation. I am not composing code. I am conjuring bugs. The program failed to compile, much less to execute. His code was excessively innovative and incompatible with the software version. Li Mubai furrowed his brow as he reached for a cigarette, placing it between his lips, only to be reminded of the delicate figure nestled within his embrace. She had a way of clinging to him, a habit that persisted from their previous life, where she often perched upon his lap as he toiled. Despite Wan Xiao's generous curves, her petite frame rendered her soft and comforting to hold. He cast a glance at the slumbering Wan Xiao, set the cigarette aside, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to seek a moment of repose. A flood of memories washed over him, recalling the early days of their shared existence in a modest apartment, their connection at its zenith. "Darling, cease your gaming and lend me your attention," she would chide. "Just a moment. Tifa requires my assistance." "Humph. Be patient." As he observed Wan Xiao depart, Li Mubai believed a touch of persuasion would suffice. And so he resumed his game. Moments later, Wan Xiao reappeared. "Darling, turn around. Are you vexing me? I'm preoccupied." With a brief moment of reflection, Li Mubai, feeling a twinge of irritation, turned to behold Wan Xiao adorned in an enchanting Tifa cosplay ensemble, her gaze captivating him. Rising from his seat, he cast aside the headphones onto the desk and enveloped Wan Xiao in his embrace. "Ha ha ha. Why have you ceased your gaming?" he exclaimed. "Games are but trifles. The presence of my beloved wife holds far greater importance." "Ha ha, you insatiable rogue," she teased. "Do not remove it. I desire Tifa." Reclining in his chair, a smile gradually emerged on Li Mubai's face. "What is it like to have a girlfriend possessing an exquisite physique? Utterly exhilarating, I assure you. How shall I articulate it? It resembles the very sensation coursing through my hands at this moment." Li Mubai abruptly opened his eyes. In his embrace, Wan Xiao's petite face was flushed, resembling a ripe crimson apple. She cast a shy, reproachful glance at Li Mubai, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotion. "It has been 3 minutes already. You must rise," she urged. Li Mubai withdrew his hand, feigning indifference to the moment that had just transpired. His gaze flickered guiltily to the side as he reached for a cigarette. The habits cultivated in a past life can indeed be treacherous. Were it not for the limitations of my left hand, I might seriously contemplate severing it. Wan Xiao remained nestled in Li Mubai's embrace, seemingly without bones. Instinctively, she nuzzled against him like a delicate kitten. Li Mubai, unable to bear it any longer, gently prodded her lower back with his cigarette case. "Ah," Wan Xiao exclaimed playfully, her languid figure momentarily revitalized by the touch, her eyes regaining a flicker of clarity. Li Mubai gently lifted Wan Xiao from the chair, discreetly adjusting his jeans. Pouting, Wan Xiao cast a discontented glance at Li Mubai, pondering inwardly, "Brother Bai is indeed playful. How did he discern that my vulnerability lies in my lower back?" "It is already past 10. Allow me to escort you home," Li Mubai said, feigning indifference. "Very well, Brother Bai," Wan Xiao replied, her frown transforming into a radiant smile, joy emanating from her being. The resplendent moon ascended to its zenith, casting a silvery veil over the earth, enveloping everything in its luminous embrace. On their journey home, Li Mubai buried his guilty hands in his pockets, maintaining a silence. Wan Xiao intertwined her arm with his, oblivious to the path ahead, her bashful gaze fixed upon him. Whenever he cast a glance in her direction, she would shyly avert her face, as if her expression bore the mark of an infatuated maiden. Li Mubai found himself transported back to the nascent days of his relationship with Wan Xiao, when she exuded an endearingly timid charm. Should I perhaps pursue this life alongside her? The notion flickered momentarily in his mind before he withdrew his left hand from his pocket and gently struck himself. "Brother Bai, what troubles you?" "It is nothing, merely a mosquito," Li Mubai responded, reminiscing about the moment when he and Wan Xiao had first parted ways. "Why did you block Sister Zhao's number?" he inquired, his face a canvas of fury. I did it inadvertently," Wan Xiao confessed, her gaze averted, guilt palpable. "I have toiled tirelessly for months on this client, relying on this deal for a promotion and a raise, and now it is all in ruins," Li Mubai lamented, casting his phone to the ground in exasperation. "Why do you refer to her as Sister Zhao with such affection? Do you harbor feelings for her?" Wan Xiao responded with defiance, asserting, "I harbor no feelings for her whatsoever. Sister Zhao is nearly the same age as my mother. I have reached my limit. We are ending this." Tears streamed down her face as she lamented, "You have changed. Go be with your Sister Zhao then." Brother Bai, what occupies your thoughts?" Wan Xiao's concerned voice jolted Li Mubai back to the present. "Oh, it's nothing. We have arrived," he replied. Lost in contemplation, he found himself standing beneath Yuan Xiao's building, oblivious to his surroundings. When Li Mubai glanced at Yuan Xiao, she shyly averted her gaze, her hands intertwined and resting in front of her. The Hello Kitty graphic on her t-shirt loomed larger, and her body swayed gently from side to side, a reflection of her unease. Li Mubai possessed an intimate understanding of Yuan Xiao. Her present demeanor conveyed a silent yearning for affection and playful embraces. She was utterly enchanting and irresistible, a pure-hearted maiden whom no man could withstand, save for the reborn Li Mubai. Yuan Xiao resembled a delectable chocolate delicacy, yet concealed within was the bitterness of benzoic acid. In his former life, part of the rationale behind his decision to study abroad was to evade her presence. Ahem. I have a matter to discuss with you, Li Mubai stated, clearing his throat with a grave expression. What is it, big brother Bai? Yuan Xiao, unable to meet his gaze, felt her cheeks flush deeper. Could it be that big brother Bai was on the verge of confessing his affections for her? Today's incident was a mere accident. It was never my intention. After all, he was the one who had behaved inappropriately, and despite exhausting his thoughts, Li Mubai struggled to devise an adequate excuse. Nay, rather a justification. I comprehend, big brother Bai. Yuan Xiao nodded with fervent enthusiasm. Oh, you comprehend? Li Mubai was momentarily taken aback. It was merely a fleeting impulse, was it not? Ah, indeed, merely a fleeting impulse, she replied. I understand. At your tender age, it is commonplace to act on impulse. Much like your audacious kiss with Rintingding today, it too was an impulsive gesture. I am not akin to that wicked woman who incessantly toys with your affections, big brother Bai. My feelings for you are genuine. However, I must confess, I cannot fully surrender myself to you just yet. I must await my entry into college. Otherwise, if you find yourself in a predicament, big brother Bai, I could lend you my assistance. As Yuan Xiao articulated her thoughts, her shyness deepened, and her voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Ultimately, she cast a glance at her delicate hands, which she then bashfully concealed behind her back. Li Mubai was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. What could possibly be going through Yuan Xiao's mind at such a tender age? How could she dare to express such audacious sentiments? Enough. Allow me to be candid. We have shared our childhood, and my heart holds only fraternal affection for you. It is utterly inconceivable for me to entertain any feelings beyond that. Li Mubai determined to dispel the ambiguity and unveiled his true emotions. Upon hearing his declaration, Yuan Xiao's initial shyness evaporated, supplanted by an expression of incredulity. Subsequently, with a rebellious demeanor, she pouted and fixed her gaze upon Li Mubai. I do not believe you, she exclaimed, casting a discreet glance towards the center of his jeans. Li Mubai felt a disquieting discomfort beneath her penetrating gaze, his irritation steadily escalating. Whether you believe it or not, I harbor no feelings for you. Depart swiftly and refrain from troubling me again. With that, Li Mubai pivoted on his heel and strode away without casting a glance back. There lies no merit in prolonging this situation today, as I find myself at fault. To linger on it further would yield no benefit for me. One can never anticipate the venomous words that Yuan Xiao may conjure next. Upon his return to the internet CAF, Li Mubai lit a cigarette, inhaling the smoke with anxiety as he endeavored to refine his code. No, not merely refining, he was indeed coding. Turning his head, he caught sight of Wang Su observing him with a look of curiosity. Bai, I assure you, I did not witness anything, Wang Su remarked. Just look at you, feigning innocence. Li Mubai retorted, casting a cigarette towards Wang Su in a fit of irritation. After yet another futile attempt at executing his code, Li Mubai surrendered his efforts. At that moment, the internet yielded no pertinent tutorials, compelling him to contemplate a visit to the bookstore the following day to procure some resources. Subsequently, he navigated to a music website in search of songs. Li Mubai meticulously created a document to catalog the songs he could not locate, along with their lyrics, apprehensive that time might erase them from his memory. By midnight, he had amassed a collection of dozens of songs poised to become future hits, despite not yet being unveiled. This year heralded the arrival of numerous popular tunes, for instance. Li Mubai's Ring Own, Serious Snow, was among the releases of this year. The lyrics and composition were exclusively the handiwork of the gifted Shui, whose creations continued to resonate even after the passage of more than a decade. Other eagerly awaited releases included Today You Will Marry Me, Love Call Transfer, Invisible Wings, and Little Love Song. Jay Cho was also slated to unveil his 7th album, Still Fantasy. In due course, these revelations would become antiquated. If he did not promptly transcribe a few songs to sell, the repercussions would be far more painful than mere financial loss. Oh, Should I transcribe all of Jay Chou's songs in advance? Would that not, in essence, urge him to create new compositions? Li Mubai stifled a yawn and cast a glance at the clock. It had already struck midnight. He exchanged farewells with Wang Su, readying himself to depart. Wang Su regarded him with incredulity. What? You are departing so soon? We were meant to engage in our duel until the break of dawn. Staying awake into the late hours adversely affects your health. In youth, one may not perceive the repercussions, yet the consequences will inevitably manifest in due time. Moreover, prolonged nights can contribute to weight gain. Thus, one should exercise caution to avoid becoming excessively corpulent. Witnessing Li Mubai's resolute decision to depart, Wang Su could merely bid him farewell. Once Li Mubai had left, Wang Su settled at Li Mubai's computer to initiate the download of YGA. After establishing over 10 download tasks, he returned to his own device to resume his gaming escapades. One must not squander the overnight fee. Perhaps gaining a few extra pounds from late-night indulgence is not so dire after all. The following morning, upon awakening, Li Mubai felt momentarily disoriented. The cramped single bed, the Kobe poster adorning the wall, and the weathered guitar nestled in the corner all served as poignant reminders of his rebirth. Upon checking his phone, he noted it was not yet 7:30. The device lay silent, harboring over 30 unread messages and more than 10 missed calls, the entirety from Yuan Xiaoro. Some messages were dispatched at the stroke of midnight the previous night, while others arrived that very morning. Li Mubai felt a throbbing headache approaching. Even prior to their official union, she had inundated him with incessant calls. Fortunately, he had steeled himself the previous night. He casually perused the messages, choosing not to respond to any. As he emerged from his chamber, he discovered breakfast awaiting him on the dining table, lovingly crafted by Tian Mame. While savoring his meal, Li Mubai reflected on the peculiarities of his past existence. Although Yuan Xiaoro had been close to him, such incidents had never transpired before. It was only during his sophomore year that Yuan Xiaoro had successfully ambushed him. After concluding his meal, as he stepped into the shower and caught sight of his striking reflection in the mirror, a revelation struck him. Yuan Xiaoro was indeed quite perceptive, as she had indicated. She had long recognized that Rin Tingting was merely toying with Li Mubai, never genuinely intending to engage with him. In his former life, Li Mubai had been foolishly infatuated with Rin Tingting, oblivious to the evolving dynamics of Yuan Xiaoro's affections. Yuan Xiaoro had already harbored feelings for him. Yet the impetus for her recent actions stemmed from Li Mubai's separation from Rin Tingting. Seizing the moment, Yuan Xiaoro sought to exploit his vulnerability, but Li Mubai remained steadfast, resolutely resisting her advances. Stay strong, Yanzu. Do not allow the allure of 36D to cloud your judgment. He admonished himself while drying his hair and admiring his handsome visage in the mirror. He noted that his hair had grown somewhat long. In his previous life, he had yearned to grow his hair out at this age, but the school enforced strict regulations prohibiting boys from sporting lengthy tresses. His hair had consistently danced on the edge of the principal's tolerance until the latter half of his senior year when the rules relaxed, permitting him to grow it to its current length. Yet now, he found this unconventional hairstyle rather unappealing. Descending the stairs, he discovered his mother, Tian Mame, attending to customers at the fruit stall. He hurriedly approached to offer his assistance. Why are you up so early? What time did you return last night? She inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion, for he usually slumbered until nearly noon after a night out. I was back by midnight, he replied. Well, you have made remarkable strides by returning so early, she remarked, as Li Mubai silently pondered her modest expectations of his achievements. If only she were aware that he had abstained from bathing to avoid disrupting her peaceful slumber, she might have leaped for joy. The fruit shop experienced its peak hours around noon and in the afternoon, rendering the morning relatively tranquil. While Tian Mame was absorbed in watching the Legend of the Condor Heroes, Li Mubai remained by her side, occasionally interjecting with his thoughts on the narrative. Whenever a customer arrived, he would step forward to assist, allowing her to immerse herself in the drama without interruption. In truth, Li Mubai and Tian Mame did not share an abundance of conversational topics, yet this simple companionship brought him immense happiness. As she nibbled on sunflower seeds and watched the television, Tian Mame inquired, "Aren't you preoccupied with anything?" Observing her son's impeccable demeanor instilled a sense of unease within her. Indeed, but nothing surpasses the significance of cherishing moments with my beloved mother, he replied, effortlessly enveloping her in compliments. Oh, with such charm, why not court a young lady to bring home as my daughter-in-law? She jested. That would be a simple task. I shall venture forth and secure a daughter-in-law for you at once, he responded, recognizing that his mother was becoming fatigued by his company. He then rose and stepped outside, with pressing matters awaiting his attention. Upon leaving the fruit market, Li Mubai first stopped by a hair salon, aiming to transform his hairstyle. "Greetings, handsome. Here for a haircut?" A vibrantly dressed, alternative-style young woman welcomed him with a smile. "How did you ascertain that?" Li Mubai queried as he entered. I surmised it since I observed your hair had grown," she replied. "No, I meant, how did you know I was handsome? Who divulged that secret?" The unconventional girl was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth and chuckled softly, leading Li Mubai inside for a shampoo. "Would you be interested in applying for a membership card?" she inquired. "No, thank you," he replied. "A membership card offers a 20% discount." "I remain uninterested," he stated. "I have heard that with a membership, male apprentices perform the shampooing, and I would much prefer your touch." The unconventional girl was completely captivated by Li Mubai. This young, handsome man was simply a delight to converse with. After the shampoo, she guided Li Mubai to the barber chair and returned to the entrance to greet incoming guests, occasionally stealing glances at him. "What style would you prefer for your haircut, handsome?" With a pair of scissors poised in one hand, Teacher Tony, adorned with spectacles, inquired as he delicately navigated his fingers through Li Mubai's hair. "Ensure the sides and back are trimmed closely to the scalp, and do not allow the top to remain excessively long. It should possess some layers, commencing the transition from this point." Li Mubai gestured expressively while conveying his desires to Teacher Tony. Teacher Tony found himself somewhat perplexed. He had merely posed a casual inquiry. Yet Li Mubai had furnished an abundance of specifications. Is it not a lamentable decision to shorten it so significantly after nurturing its growth for such a length of time? Teacher Tony endeavored to rectify the situation, having never before cut hair so short. He was apprehensive about the ensuing complications and potential calamity. "Just proceed as I have requested," he urged. "If the outcome is unsatisfactory, that burden rests upon me. Any time expended is also my responsibility, and I shall recompense you." Li Mubai, perceptive of Teacher Tony's trepidation, offered a measure of reassurance. "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your method." Observing the young man's resolve, Teacher Tony relaxed his hold on the scissors. Human interactions often necessitate a measure of caution. A positive demeanor can disarm one's defenses. Li Mubai's demeanor instilled a sense of ease in Teacher Tony, prompting greater attentiveness in his craft. As Li Mubai articulated his haircut preferences, he occasionally cast flirtatious glances at the unconventional girl, eliciting delightful laughter from her. After more than 40 minutes, the haircut was finally completed, and both Teacher Tony and the unconventional girl were pleasantly astonished. With his new hairstyle, Li Mubai appeared remarkably revitalized and handsome. When the moment came to settle the bill, Teacher Tony refrained from mentioning the additional charge. He regarded it as a lesson gleaned from Li Mubai and mused that were the shop his own, he would have waived the fee entirely for him. As Li Mubai departed, the unconventional girl slipped a small note into his hand, miming the gesture to add her on social media, bidding him farewell. "This uncontainable handsomeness of mine is a lamentable fate. I am destined not to belong to the morning love clan." Li Mubai glanced at the QQ number inscribed on the note and casually tucked it into his pocket. He strolled to the end of the food street, turned left, and arrived at the Xinhua bookstore. At that time, smartphones had yet to proliferate, and Xinhua bookstore thrived. The store bustled with individuals perusing, purchasing books, and relishing the air conditioning. Li Mubai ascended to the second floor and selected a book on language programming from the computer section, immersing himself in its pages. Fatigued from standing, he leaned against the bookshelf and settled onto the floor, savoring the coolness that summer afternoons bestow. Previously, he had unabashedly indulged in this spirit of avarice, devouring numerous novels by Han Han. Although chairs were available in Xinhua bookstore, occupying one for reading necessitated a purchase at the CAF, and those who dared to seek knowledge without spending would be promptly escorted away by the staff. At that moment, a strikingly aloof young woman, oblivious to the joys of such frugality, occupied a chair in the CAF, engrossed in a brief history of America by Yale, occasionally casting her gaze towards Li Mubai, who languidly reclined against the bookshelf. He Juan's heart raced as she contemplated how best to approach the boy. "Li Mubai, what a serendipitous encounter. You are also present." Engaged in this moment, she silently practiced in her thoughts, reiterating the phrase numerous times before finally summoning the bravery to stand and approach him. Li Mubai was joyfully immersing himself in the knowledge encapsulated within the pages when a delicate fragrance delicately drifted into his senses. He cast a fleeting glance from his book, his gaze alighting upon a pair of exquisitely fair feet adorned with elegant black sandals. The slender, porcelain-like calves were beautifully accentuated by a deep blue skirt that gently caressed the knees. What a pity that such lovely legs were not being employed for a more delightful purpose, such as offering me a soothing back massage, he pondered. Fortunately, I am not an aficionado of legs. Otherwise, I might find myself enchanted by their owner. He deliberately refrained from raising his gaze to meet the owner's face, fearing it might diminish the enchantment of the moment. After all, who would venture into a bookstore to read when blessed with such beauty? Yet, one could not deny the legs were undeniably captivating. He stole another glance, and then yet another. But wait, why was the owner not departing? Following the graceful contour of those exquisite legs, he discerned the deep azure pleated skirt, elegantly cinched at a delicate waist by a white belt. To his astonishment, it was a creation by Gucci. He had never anticipated encountering such opulence in a quaint county town in 2006. As his gaze ascended further, he beheld a pale blue chiffon blouse adorned with lace trim. Beyond the graceful neckline, he finally caught sight of her visage. My goodness, it is Hee Ji-won, he mused. A true beauty is one who captivates from every perspective. Those who can still be regarded as beautiful from a stark 45-degree angle embody the quintessence of perfection, flawless from every conceivable angle. Yet, Hee Ji-won maintained her frosty demeanor, which rendered Li Mubai slightly apprehensive, particularly after having surreptitiously admired her legs with such candidness. He had never anticipated encountering her in the bookstore. In his fantasies, he envisioned that many years hence, with the advantage of his rebirth, he might find himself in possession of a modest fortune and perhaps cross paths with Hee Ji-won upon her return to the country. He imagined himself saying to her, "Do you not remember me, dear classmate? I even presented you with flowers upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination." When Hee Ji-won became aware of Li Mubai's gaze upon her, an overwhelming surge of nervousness enveloped her. Gathering her fortitude, she ventured, "What a delightful coincidence, Li Mubai. Which flowers do you hold in high regard?" Instantly regretting her words, she berated herself for the uninspired opening line after all her meticulous rehearsals. Li Mubai contemplated for a moment and deduced that Hee Ji-won was unlikely to be seeking conflict, considering the flowers he had bestowed upon her the day prior. With a smile, Li Mubai replied, "I possess an affection for two varieties of flowers." Hee Ji-won, maintaining her expression, inquired, "What are those two types of flowers?" "Money flowers and random flowers." Hee Ji-won hesitated for a brief moment, swiftly recognizing that this was a playful jest from Li Mubai. However, she felt at a loss for how to respond or further the conversation. "I was alluding to blooming flora, such as lilies, forget-me-nots, yellow irises, ivy, and K-pop blossoms. Which do you favor?" Li Mubai found himself in a state of perplexity. Why was she so intent on inquiring about his floral preferences? "What compels you to seek knowledge of my favorite flowers?" "I wish to express my gratitude with a bouquet for you." That is quite unnecessary." Upon hearing Li Mubai's reply, Hee Ji-won experienced a fleeting pang of disappointment. Had her endeavor to cultivate a friendship fallen short? Though her demeanor remained composed, Li Mubai could perceive a trace of melancholy in her gaze. He rose to his feet and remarked, "It is not customary for a young woman to present flowers to a gentleman. If you genuinely wish to express your appreciation, perhaps you might consider procuring a bottle of water and inviting me to sit at the CAF." "Oh, very well." The CAF boasted an array of beverages, including mineral water, alongside an assortment of biscuits, bread, and sausage. Hee Ji-won approached the counter to settle the bill and returned with a bottle of Nongfu Spring. Li Mubai accepted the Nongfu Spring and followed Hee Ji-won to a table for four, where they sat opposite each other. He had anticipated an engaging conversation, yet she remained engrossed in her book, her head lowered. Is this the demeanor of a composed and affluent young lady? I have never encountered such a person and hesitate to inquire, Li Mubai pondered silently, perplexed by Hee Ji-won's demeanor. He casually lifted the water she had provided to scrutinize it. At the local convenience store, it was priced at $1.50, whereas in the bookstore, it commanded $5. He mused whether the cool, affluent young lady's touch would imbue it with greater charm. Nongfu Spring possesses a subtle sweetness. After savoring a sip, he discovered it bore the same flavor as any other. Upon the bottle, a line of minuscule text read, "We are not water producers. We are merely carriers of nature." This statement redirected the emphasis from the taste and brand distinction accentuated in Nongfu Spring's hint of sweetness to the celebration of the water's quality and purity, thereby positioning the brand as a paragon of craftsmanship. Having promptly dispatched the email, Li Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, as the adage suggests, there are treasures hidden within books. Who could have anticipated that a mere visit to the bookstore would unexpectedly yield a financial boon? "I sincerely appreciate your assistance." Li Mubai smiled as he returned the laptop to Hee Ji-won. The more he observed the seemingly indifferent demeanor of this petite heiress, the more he found it enchanting. She was indeed a little goddess of fortune and undeniably exquisite. Oh, there is no need for formality. He Yuan accepted the laptop, experiencing a sense of joy in having been able to assist Li Mubai, although she remained uncertain about how to articulate it. She contemplated whether having merely offered him a bottle of water qualified them as friends. Li Mubai took out his phone to check the time. It was nearly noon, and he needed to return home for a meal. He intended to visit the market to procure some eggplants and chicken, so his mother could prepare her delightful braised eggplant strips and chicken stew. He Yuan, I am heading home for lunch. Would you care to join me? He Yuan looked up at Li Mubai, reflected for a moment, and nodded slightly. Certainly. Li Mubai was somewhat taken aback by her prompt acquiescence. I was merely being courteous. I had not anticipated you would take it to heart. Nonetheless, this thought lingered only in his mind, as he acknowledged that the composed heiress had recently showered him with unexpected fortune, making it only appropriate to treat her to a meal. Li Mubai returned the tome to its place on the shelf, intending to revisit its pages at a later date. He Yuan approached the cashier with the book, A Brief History of America, which she held in great affection, particularly as she was soon to embark on a journey to the United States and wished to expand her knowledge. Upon leaving the bookstore, He Yuan approached the awaiting phaeton and entrusted the laptop and book to the robust middle-aged driver. Uncle Qin, I am heading to a friend's residence for lunch. Qin Jiangwo hesitated at her words, casting a glance out of the car to observe the young man who had delivered flowers to the young lady the previous day, instantly enveloped by a sense of caution. Shall I escort you there, or would you prefer I return for you later? He Yuan found himself at a loss for words, casting a glance towards Li Mubai for direction. Uncle, there is no need for that. We shall first proceed to the market to procure some ingredients. My residence is situated in the second alley on the right after the food street, adjacent to the Mingming Fruit Supermarket. That is where I reside. You may come to collect He Yuan from there later. Li Mubai, resembling a diligent pupil, promptly articulated his home address. The middle-aged driver bore an imposing presence, evidently capable of confronting multiple adversaries single-handedly. Ah, understood. As he observed Li Mubai bid farewell, Qin Jiangwo experienced a flicker of apprehension. Despite his long-standing employment with the He family, he hesitated to intrude upon their personal affairs. He retrieved his phone and initiated an international long-distance call. Greetings, second madam. I have something to report. Li Mubai had become accustomed to He Yuan's aloof heiress demeanor, and throughout their journey, he refrained from initiating any conversation. Upon their arrival at the market, Li Mubai inquired, Would you like to eat? He Yuan surveyed the lively market with curiosity, a trace of bewilderment in her voice as she responded, Are we dining here? Li Mubai reflected inwardly on her sheltered upbringing, recognizing that she had likely never set foot in such a place before. No, we are here to procure ingredients. What would you desire so that I may bring it home for my mother to prepare? Oh, I am amenable to anything. Adhering to his plan, Li Mubai procured eggplants, chicken, and potatoes, alongside cucumbers, bell peppers, and fresh mushrooms. After all, entertaining guests with merely 2 dishes would seem rather insufficient. It would be far more fitting to prepare at least 4. It is probable that He Yuan has indulged in a myriad of delicacies, so perhaps something comforting and familiar would suffice. Come, let us proceed to my abode, Li Mubai proposed, feeling a pang of awkwardness, as though he were escorting a romantic partner home. Very well. He Yuan relinquished her wandering gaze and followed Li Mubai out of the vegetable market. They navigated a few alleys and arrived at the Mingming Bay Fruit Supermarket. Mother, I have returned. This is my classmate, He Yuan. I happened to encounter her and extended an invitation for dinner. Tian Mame was momentarily taken aback by the breathtaking beauty of He Yuan. When my son departed, he spoke of returning with a daughter-in-law, and indeed he has. Miss He, is it? Please, do come in and make yourself comfortable. Son, kindly wash some cherries for Miss He. Tian Mame warmly welcomed He Yuan, marveling internally at her exquisite beauty, which radiated an air of nobility, albeit accompanied by a somewhat aloof demeanor that appeared slightly haughty. Hello, Auntie. He Yuan inclined her body slightly, greeting Tian Mame. Why do you not show me the same generosity, mother? Li Mubai complained. Certainly not. It would be a waste to feed you, Tian Mame retorted. Here, Miss He. You may sit here and rest. Tian Mame took the ingredients from Li Mubai's hands and enthusiastically invited He Yuan to occupy a chair at the counter. Thank you, Auntie. He Yuan sat down with an air of grace and propriety. What did you purchase? Tian Mame inquired, her brow furrowed. sauced eggplant, chicken stew with potatoes, smashed cucumbers, and stir-fried mushrooms with hot peppers, Li Mubai responded, enumerating his favorite dishes. You intend to serve these to guests? She merely sought a homely atmosphere. Otherwise, why would she choose our abode? She could have opted for the Zijing Hotel. The Zijing Hotel stands as the premier establishment in Haiyuan County, esteemed for its exquisite cuisine and accommodations. He Jiwen was taken aback. How could Li Mubai possibly know she was residing at the Zijing Hotel? Proceed to Old Lu's to procure some prepared dishes. Such an endeavor seems superfluous. Your attentiveness is commendable. Tian Manmei cast a disapproving glance at Li Mubai. Whether or not they chose to dine was their own affair, yet it was imperative that their guest felt esteemed. Very well, I shall venture forth shortly. Miss He, you may indulge in some television while I prepare our evening meal. I appreciate your diligent efforts, Auntie. He Jiwen gazed with curiosity upon Li Mubai's family fruit supermarket. Surrounded by a cornucopia of fruits for the very first time, the atmosphere was imbued with the delightful aromas of diverse fruits, distilling a refreshingly novel experience. Li Mubai, not genuinely parsimonious, filled a small basin with cherries, washed them meticulously, and presented them to He Jiwen. Here, indulge yourself. Do not be bashful. Consider it a home away from home. She expressed her gratitude. He Jiwen selected a cherry, glistening with beads of water, and placed it in her mouth. Relishing its exquisite flavor, Li Mubai seized a handful of cherries and, savoring their flavor, commented, "These are imported cherries. My mother is quite hesitant to allow me to indulge in them." "Ah, then you ought to partake in more," replied He Jiwen, feeling an unexpected wave of assurance as she effortlessly joined the dialogue. The term imported, it merely signifies consumption. In truth, these are the finest cherries, meticulously chosen from local harvests and marketed as imports. However, I implore you, keep this information confidential, will you? In that moment, He Jiwen perceived that Li Mubai had entrusted her with the commercial secrets of his family, thereby solidifying their bond of friendship. She was unwavering in her pledge to maintain its confidentiality. The imported cherries she had previously sampled were grander in size than those from Li Mubai's family, yet they lacked the same exquisite taste. As a few customers meandered into the store, Li Mubai skillfully weighed the fruits and processed their payments. While savoring the cherries, He Jiwen immersed herself in a television drama, occasionally casting inquisitive glances at Li Mubai as he catered to his clientele. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a significant uplift in her spirits. Why not continue watching the drama for a while? I shall venture out to procure some cooked food. Is there anything in particular that delights your palate? Li Mubai inquired after bidding farewell to the last patron. Oh, anything will suffice, he replied. He Jiwen felt a pang of dissatisfaction with her own response. She ought to have said, "There is no need to trouble yourself." Yet, such an exchange would inevitably provoke a series of back-and-forth dialogues, often leaving her in a state of disarray. Within mere moments, Li Mubai reappeared, bearing a tray of prepared delicacies. As he neared the entrance, he beheld He Jiwen crouched low to the ground, her hand outstretched, cautiously endeavoring to pet the store's calico cat. This feline, a long-standing fixture of the fruit supermarket, was quite accustomed to the attentions of its clientele. Sensing no ill intent from this bipedal being, it lay sprawled on the floor, entirely at ease. As He Jiwen's delicate fingers brushed against the cat's head, its ears perked up, and it squinted its eyes, nuzzling her hand, signaling for her to apply more pressure. The cat relished the affection. A flicker of surprise illuminated He Jiwen's gaze, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she lovingly stroked the cat's head. Li Mubai, standing at the threshold of the store, stared in wonder, realizing that the once icy beauty could indeed be utterly captivating once she began to soften. He retrieved his Nokia 7260 to immortalize this heartwarming tableau. "Xiaohe, dinner is ready. Come upstairs." At that moment, the voice of Tian Manmei summoned the two to the second floor for their meal. After washing her hands, He Jiwen retrieved a bottle of medication from her small bag and swallowed 2 pills. Li Mubai, casting a glance at the label on the bottle and then back at He Jiwen, felt a pang of sympathy. The medication, Shibbolippian, had been prescribed for ailments such as apathy, withdrawal, rigidity, and depression. Tian Manmei had also taken it in a previous life. It seemed that He Jiwen was grappling with a mental health condition similar to autism. Through their previous interactions, Li Mubai had sensed that something was amiss with her. She was not truly distant. Instead, she encountered specific challenges in communication. At the dining table, Tian Manmei served He Jiwen a selection of dishes, engaging in light conversation. "Do not be shy, Xiaohe. Make yourself at home." "Thank you, Auntie. Where does your family reside, Xiaohe?" "The Zijing Hotel. Tian Manmei presumed that He Yijuan resided in a neighboring district adjacent to the Zijing Hotel, entirely oblivious to the fact that she had reserved a suite there. What professions do your parents engage in? Similar to Annie's family, they operate a modest business. Li Mubai observed He Yijuan, apprehensive that Tian Manmei's inquiries might induce her discomfort. Individuals on the autism spectrum frequently encounter tremendous pressure from seemingly mundane conversations. Nevertheless, He Yijuan seemed to be coping admirably. Li Mubai deduced that her condition was not grave. For otherwise, she would not be attending school. Although she felt a tinge of anxiety within, He Yijuan drew solace from Aunt Tian Manmei's warmth and her exquisite culinary talents. I had a splendid day today, enjoying an extended conversation with someone. Take your time, dear Xiaoho. Auntie has completed her meal. Tian Manmei had only taken a few bites before descending to attend to the shop. He Yijuan appeared somewhat reserved, making it prudent for her son to keep her company, as she seemed to struggle in social settings. Drawing from his past experiences with individuals on the autism spectrum, Li Mubai understood the art of communication without overwhelming her. He engaged in succinct conversations, occasionally offering He Yijuan some food, ensuring she felt included without excessive enthusiasm. He Yijuan exhibited an air of elegance while dining, savoring each morsel with poise, her rosy lips delicately parting, creating a captivating spectacle. Here, He Yijuan gently placed a piece of roasted goose into Li Mubai's bowl. Thank you. Li Mubai responded with a gentle smile, savoring a morsel of the roasted goose. He began to discern the subtleties of He Yijuan's demeanor. When one extends kindness towards her, she reciprocates, though her expressions may be somewhat inarticulate. This also elucidated her inquiry regarding his preferred flower during their first encounter at the bookstore. She earnestly longed for connection. Possessing a heart that is both beautiful and pure, yet impeded by her social anxiety. This charming young heiress is truly delightful. Li Mubai pondered quietly to himself. Although He Yijuan consumed her meal at a leisurely pace, her portions were modest, and she soon felt a sense of contentment. Li Mubai swiftly finished his own meal, and after tidying up, he invited He Yijuan for a tour of the house. The dwelling was modest in size, and they completed the tour with alacrity. Li Mubai observed that He Yijuan's expression remained largely unchanged, making it difficult to discern her emotions apart from the subtle nuances in her gaze. However, upon spotting the weathered guitar in Li Mubai's bedroom, he noticed a faint alteration in her demeanor. Do you have an affinity for guitars? I could serenade you with a song. With a thoughtful hum, Li Mubai cleared his throat, grasped the guitar, and began to strum and sing. Two little tigers, falling in love, falling in love. One is male, and the other is male. How peculiar, how peculiar. After concluding his performance, Li Mubai chuckled softly to himself. I must apologize for my lack of skill. This is the sole song within my repertoire. This guitar, acquired by Li Mubai during his sophomore year of high school, was a token from a time when the songs of Beyond resonated with great popularity. He had initially aspired to captivate others by mastering the art of playing and singing, yet his enthusiasm waned after merely a few days. Engaging with individuals on the autism spectrum can be remarkably straightforward. As long as one exudes genuine warmth, any forced attempts at communication may yield counterproductive results. Might you play? Li Mubai inquired, extending the guitar to He Yijuan. To his astonishment, she accepted it, skillfully adjusted the tuning, and performed two tigers with astonishing fluidity and precision, even weaving in harmonies. Wow, that's truly impressive. How long have you been studying? Li Mubai expressed his astonishment at her remarkable talent. He deliberately infused his exclamation with an air of surprise, believing that a mere compliment on her playing might be misconstrued as insincere flattery. Yet, with his added sense of wonder, she would undoubtedly recognize the authenticity of his admiration. I began my musical journey with the piano and violin at the tender age of 5. Although I have not pursued the guitar with the same seriousness, she replied humbly. You must possess considerable skill, he remarked. My instructor claims that I have perfect pitch, she added. In her domain of expertise, He Yijuan articulated her thoughts with palpable enthusiasm. Yet she conveyed her insights without the slightest trace of arrogance. Li Mubai, ignited by a spark of inspiration, proposed, if I vocalized the melody. Would you kindly transcribe the score for me? Certainly, she replied. As Li Mubai lacked the skill to compose music, he had long grappled with the challenge of transcribing the song. It felt as though a benefactor had manifested just as he was on the verge of slumber. He retrieved a notebook and inscribed the lyrics before presenting it to He Yijuan. I shall sing, and you can assist me in notating the score, if you please. Of course. As the moonlight graced my face, I sensed a profound transformation approaching, akin to partaking in a heart-wrenching elixir imbued with enchantment. shall we ever cross paths again? I have implored at the feet of the Buddha for millennia, yearning to barter countless lifetimes for a fleeting moment of our love, aspiring to sway the very heavens. Li Mubai, a humble sovereign of karaoke, possessed a commendable vocal ability, though not extraordinary. The song-seeking Buddha did not require exceptional vocal prowess. Instead, heartfelt sincerity in its delivery was sufficient to render it delightful. While it may appear somewhat antiquated in contemporary times, its former popularity was indisputable, resonating through every street and alley, with nearly everyone able to hum a few lines. In 2007, it even garnered the accolade of a top 10 best-selling gold song at the inaugural Wireless Music Club Awards, celebrated as a phenomenon in mobile ringtones. If he did not promptly transcribe it, the original artist would soon unveil it. As He Yuran listened attentively, she meticulously inscribed the melody in her notebook. Once Li Mubai concluded his performance, she finalized her notation. When Li Mubai cast a glance at her work, he discovered it inscribed in staff notation, which he found indecipherable. He Yuran blinked and inquired, "Did you compose this song?" Attempting to appear unfazed, Li Mubai responded with a casual, "Ah," a plethora of musical talent, yet regrettably incapable of transcribing music. He Yuran pondered for a brief moment before exclaiming, "Indeed, you are truly remarkable." Li Mubai's countenance darkened as he awkwardly remarked, "You should endeavor to acquire virtuous knowledge, refrain from adopting inappropriate language." He then hesitated, his embarrassment palpable, and inquired, "How does one read this staff notation?" Confounded by even the simplest of symbols, He Yuran, while gently strumming her guitar, took the time to elucidate the notation for him with great patience. Since Li Mubai had sought her assistance, she approached the task with sincerity and dedication. Meanwhile, Tian Mei entered with a watermelon. Observing the two engrossed in their guitar playing, she felt a sense of reassurance and proceeded downstairs to manage the shop. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, He Yuan's phone rang. "Hello, miss, it is already 2 o'clock. When shall you return to the Zijing Hotel?" Prolonged visits to a classmate's residence for the first time may inadvertently cause discomfort. "Ah, I shall await your arrival at the entrance of Mingming Fruit Supermarket." "Very well." After concluding the call, a fleeting expression of reluctance appeared in He Yuan's eyes. Li Mubai, perceiving that He Yuan's family was beckoning her, commented, "Your family is calling for you, is it not? I am immensely grateful for today. If you find the time in the future, would you be willing to teach me once more?" "Certainly." He Yuan's eyes shimmered at the prospect of a future meeting, and she nodded with enthusiasm. Li Mubai escorted He Yuan downstairs, where they were joined at the door by Tian Mei, who graciously presented He Yuan with a bag of cherries. "Dear Xiao He, do not hesitate to visit again next time," Tian Mei said warmly, bidding farewell. "Absolutely, farewell, auntie." "Goodbye, classmate Li." After bidding farewell to the little heiress, Li Mubai returned to the shop accompanied by Tian Mei. While mopping the floor, Li Mubai remarked, "Mother, do not overthink. She is merely an ordinary classmate of mine." Tian Mei, absorbed in her television series, replied dismissively without glancing up, "I am not overthinking. That girl undeniably hails from an exceptional family. You are not her equal." Li Mubai found himself at a loss for words. On the journey back to the Zijing Hotel, He Yuan found herself unconsciously humming the melody of Seeking Buddha. Qin Jingwo was somewhat taken aback. The young lady appeared rather cheerful today. After dinner, Li Mubai ventured out once more to access the internet. Instead of frequenting the usual Langchao Internet CAF, he opted for the more remote Wild Wolf Internet CAF. Apprehensive that Wan Xiaoro might come searching for him, Li Mubai logged on to QQ and added He Yuan through their class group, a plan conceived prior to her departure. He Yuan's QQ avatar depicted a default cartoon girl, and her username was a cloud. Her QQ level was modest, and her QQ space was entirely barren. As soon as Li Mubai sent the request, He Yuan promptly accepted it. "Haiyuan Wu Yinzu, teacher He, what are you currently engaged in?" Li Mubai had an abundance of flirtatious remarks at his disposal, yet in the presence of the distant young heiress, he refrained from being overly forward. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to address her as teacher to bridge the gap between them. Li Mubai accessed a website to download Microsoft Visual C, and he had even procured a USB drive that day to circumvent the inconvenience of repeatedly installing software. In truth, he longed for a laptop, but his finances were lacking, and he was uncertain when the bonus from Nongfu Spring would materialize. Eventually, he received a message from He Yuan. "I am not engaged in anything. I am not a teacher." Li Mubai could discern that He Yuan had deliberated over her response for some time, meticulously considering the punctuation and emojis. "You instruct me in staff notation, thus, Referring to you as teacher is not unreasonable, is it? A cloud. There is no need for such formalities. You need not refer to me as teacher. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. Then how should I address you? Using your name, Heiyuan. Or addressing you as Miss, he seems rather impersonal. For those with whom I share a close connection, I am endearingly called Big White. You may also refer to me as Yinzu. To cultivate intimacy, one must begin by modifying their mode of address. Naturally, Haiyuan Wu Yinzu adeptly navigates this terrain. I am lovingly called Yun Yun by my family, remarked a girl known as One Cloud. Then you shall refer to me as Big White. And I shall call you Little Cloud. Thus, we shall establish the White Cloud duo. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu declared with a sense of pride. That sounds delightful, One Cloud replied. What did you have for dinner? Inquired Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. I enjoyed braised eggplant, chicken stewed with potatoes, smashed cucumbers, and stir-fried fresh mushrooms, she responded. Isn't that what you had for lunch? He inquired. Indeed, I had the same for dinner, she affirmed. You certainly have a penchant for these dishes, he observed. They are not as delectable as what my aunt prepares, she countered. Then do come over one day. I shall have my mother prepare a meal for you, he proposed. When shall that be? She asked. Any day that suits you, he replied. Are we friends now? She inquired. Of course we are, he assured her. Within the elegant confines of the Zijing Hotel suite, a young girl, clutching a plush Mickey Mouse toy, felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. Her small fists were tightly clenched, and a gentle smile adorned her lips. As she endeavored to compose messages in the chat box, she found many unsatisfactory, deleting them repeatedly, uncertain of how to express herself. In an internet CAF, Li Mubai was engaged in the dual tasks of coding and conversing with Heiyuan. Her responses came at a notably languid pace, taking 2 to 3 minutes for each. Observing the dearth of messages from Heiyuan, Li Mubai deduced that she was grappling with finding suitable topics for discussion. After some reflection, he decided to share an image. Here's a picture, he said, presenting a photograph he had taken earlier of Heiyuan playfully interacting with a cat. Do you like cats? He inquired. Yes, but I am not permitted to keep one at home, she replied. I must retire for the night. Will you be visiting the bookstore tomorrow? She inquired. Yes, I shall see you tomorrow. Good night. He responded. Good night. She echoed. As Li Mubai engaged in a sporadic dialogue with a wealthy young lady, he made significant strides in his program, albeit it still harbored some flaws. He meticulously recorded the issues, intending to visit the bookstore for further exploration the following day. Although it was still early, around 10 o'clock, Li Mubai contemplated for a moment before opening a novel website and registering as an author. He resolved to embrace the name Tang San, eager to explore the realm of online literature. He recalled his modest attempts at writing during his university days, which had yielded little success. Nonetheless, he possessed a degree of writing experience. Although the financial rewards of novel writing could be sluggish, it was preferable to dealing with technical glitches, and the potential earnings from cinematic adaptations could prove substantial. As midnight drew near, Li Mubai stretched, reflecting solemnly upon the 3,000 words he had produced in 2 hours. The pursuit of financial gain through online literature had proven to be quite arduous. This feat was achieved with a pre-existing narrative. He harbored doubts about his ability to generate 3,000 original words. Furthermore, it was undeniably taxing on his nerves. With an empty cigarette pack in hand, he rummaged through his pockets once more and retrieved a slip of paper, which contained the QQ number of an unconventional young woman. After a moment's reflection, he decided to add her contact. He intended to visit the same hair salon on his next outing, as without this addition, their meeting might feel rather uncomfortable. Upon adding her, the other party accepted without hesitation. Who are you? Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. We encountered each other earlier today. Have you forgotten? D. The charming young man who came for a haircut today? Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. Allow me to clarify. I do not consider myself youthful. D. Ha ha. You seem to be around my age. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. I was not alluding to age. D. How bothersome. Shy. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. Not bothersome in the least. I was referring to height. What did you presume? D. Oh, I assumed it was about height as well. Tongue out. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. It feels rather disconcerting to be alone at this late hour. D. You are quite the scoundrel. Shy. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. My yearning for a cigarette is making me restless. You wouldn't genuinely call me a scoundrel, would you? D. I find myself quite confused. Where are you connecting to the internet? Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. At the Wild Wolf Internet CAF. D. What a serendipitous coincidence. I am at Wild Wolf as well. Where are you situated? Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. On the 2nd floor. Do you happen to have any cigarettes? Once again, I managed to procure a cigarette. Li Mubai intended to write until he reached 4,000 words before retiring for the night. Before long, Li Mubai felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. He removed his headphones, intending to turn around with an air of charm, hoping to captivate the alternative girl. However, upon turning, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood Wan Xiao, her expression one of distress. "Brother Dubai, why did you not respond to my calls? Isn't it evident? I simply do not wish to engage with you. I searched for you after my evening classes, visiting several internet cafes in pursuit of your presence. Isn't it apparent? I am deliberately avoiding you. Do you truly harbor such disdain for me?" Indeed. Li Mubai cast a cold glance at Wan Xiao, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and uttered words laced with cruelty. It was essential that he provide her with no flicker of hope. If there was to be an end, let it be swift and unequivocal. I cannot place my trust in you unless you are already involved with another. Wan Xiao met his gaze defiantly. He turned away just in time to see an alternative girl descending the staircase, a pack of cigarettes in hand, surveying her surroundings. "Darling, over here," he called out. The alternative girl hesitated momentarily at the endearment but continued toward him, cigarette in tow. Li Mubai rose to greet her, draping his arm around her shoulders as he addressed Wan Xiao. "This is my girlfriend. You should relinquish all hope." Wan Xiao meticulously observed the girl beside Li Mubai. What captured her attention most was the girl's abundant, permed hair, a vibrant tapestry of hues, red, yellow, blue, green, and pink, adorned with a whimsical bow and a heart-shaped plastic hairpin. Beneath the lush, slanted bangs lay an opulent application of black eyeshadow, artfully complemented by strikingly long false eyelashes. The girl's cherubic visage was touched with a rosy blush, while deep purple lipstick accentuated her lips, rendering any true appraisal of her beauty nearly elusive beneath the layers of cosmetics. She donned a pink t-shirt beneath a sleek black vest, embellished with slender silver chains. Her arms were enveloped in sun protection sleeves adorned with a red and white pattern. Below, she sported black pantyhose paired with exceedingly short black denim shorts, and on her feet, a pair of elegant black high-heeled sandals. The tears that once brimmed in Wan Xiao's eyes had dissipated as she straightened her posture and icily inquired, "When did you two become acquainted? How is it that I remained oblivious?" Li Mubai had once harbored suspicions that her pitiable facade was merely a ruse, nearly succumbing to her cunning scheme. "We had crossed paths in the digital realm some time ago. We have only recently united," he responded, bestowing upon her a gentle gaze. Little did he realize, he remained oblivious to her true identity. Listening to the conversation, Dee began to comprehend the circumstances. She recognized that she had been employed as a mere shield. Wan Xiao voiced her contempt, exclaiming, "What sort of taste do you possess, big brother Bai? Since when have you found yourself drawn to someone of this nature?" Upon hearing Wan Xiao's remarks, Dee experienced a wave of indignation. To disparage Li Mubai's preferences was equivalent to diminishing her own worth. Li Mubai was intent on averting a clash between the two young ladies. Sensing her imminent outburst, he tightened his embrace around her shoulders and remarked, "You are truly remarkable. My dear, would you kindly fetch me some cigarettes?" The girl, with her extravagantly long eyelashes fluttering, cast a glance at Li Mubai and replied in a sweetly affected tone, "Of course, darling, I shall light one for you," as she opened the package and delicately placed a cigarette between Li Mubai's lips. She ignited it and shot a challenging glance at Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao, visibly agitated, exhibited clear signs of distress. Her chest rose and fell, the loose fabric of her school uniform straining against her figure, which prompted a twinge of envy in the other girl. "Come now, my dear. Let us venture out for a late-night snack. What would you like to eat?" "I shall follow your lead," she suggested. Li Mubai cast a glance back at the irate Wan Xiao before turning to embrace Dee as they descended the staircase. Once beyond Wan Xiao's line of sight, he silently expressed his gratitude to Dee. Though she shot him a disapproving glance, she uttered not a word, permitting him to lead her down the steps. As they emerged from the internet caf, Wan Xiao hastily approached from behind, grasping Li Mubai's other arm and shaking it as she pleaded, "Big brother Bai, I understand you merely chose a random girl to provoke me. I promise I shall not anger you again, all right?" Li Mubai shrugged off her hold, conveying his discontent. "Please refrain from tugging at me. I would not wish for my beloved to misconstrue our intentions." Wan Xiao regarded him with a dismissive glance, retorting, "Humph. Am I not aware of the type of girl that big brother Bai favors?" Li Mubai sensed an unsettling feeling of being exposed, yet he defiantly replied, "My preferences are of no concern to you, particularly not to someone of your ilk." Wan Xiao persisted, "I remain unconvinced, unless you can substantiate your claim by kissing her." "Brother Bai, Li Mubai's countenance shifted as he recognized that his avenues for feigning compliance were dwindling. When had Wan Xiao developed such acumen in the intricacies of affection? Sensing a sense of victory in her insight, Wan Xiao smiled with playful provocation. Proceed. Kiss her. I vow I shall never disturb you again. Li Mubai cast a fleeting glance at the girl nestled in his arms, who met his gaze with a blend of uncertainty and unexpressed feelings. Internally, Li Mubai mused. As you have not overtly declined, I shall interpret this as acquiescence. To liberate myself from Wan Xiao, I shall seize the moment. With this determination, he drew the girl closer and suddenly descended to kiss her. Wan Xiao inhaled sharply in disbelief. Had he truly just kissed her? Li Mubai discerned that the girl initially exhibited reluctance, yet shortly thereafter, she began to respond in kind, even daring to extend her tongue. Li Mubai contemplated, given your eagerness, I shall not restrain myself. Let us ensure Wan Xiao is wholly persuaded. Abruptly, a soul-stirring scream shattered the tranquility, startling the three individuals present. Li Mubai released the girl, who regarded him with a bewildered expression, still ensnared in the moment. As he turned to the side, he observed two young men standing nearby, one adorned with untamed red hair and the other sporting a spiky yellow hairstyle. Their unconventional attire left no room for doubt. They were undoubtedly from the same circle as the girl. The youth with crimson locks grasped his head in disbelief as he gazed at the girl cradled in Li Mubai's arms, while the youth with golden hair leaned nonchalantly, smoking and scrutinizing Li Mubai. Li Mubai turned to the young woman and inquired, Is that your boyfriend? She promptly shook her head, replying, No, we are merely friends. The youth with crimson hair, still cradling his head, exhaled deeply, a multitude of emotions, disappointment, anguish, bewilderment, flashing across his visage. In that fleeting moment, Li Mubai experienced a pang of recognition, as though he were gazing into a mirror reflecting his former self. Likely echoing the expression he bore upon witnessing Ren Tingting in her opulent automobile. After a brief internal conflict, the red-haired youth steadied himself and approached, asking, Are you all right? Li Mubai steeled himself for an impending confrontation, yet to his astonishment, the young man maintained his composure. It suddenly struck him that the girl he had just kissed was named Shaya. Shaya, with a hint of shyness, responded affirmatively, Yes, he is my boyfriend. The youth with crimson hair pivoted to face Li Mubai and proclaimed, Be cautious. We seek to avoid any discord. Just ensure you do not harm her, or I shall not restrain myself. With that declaration, he thumped his chest and directed an accusatory finger at Li Mubai. Li Mubai nodded, enveloped in a sense of detachment. He silently retracted his earlier musings, coming to the realization that he was not as naive as the crimson-haired youth. The red-haired individual turned towards Shaya, his voice laden with emotion, and declared, Erwin, I wish you well. I shall watch over you from a distance silently. Shaya averted her gaze, evading his eyes. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired boy with a spiky hairstyle tugged at the exuberant redhead and said, Do not be disheartened, Long Xiao. Let us go online. Farewell, Shaya. Li Mubai shook his head, feeling as though the events that had just unfolded were somewhat surreal. What was I about to do? Indeed. Wan Xiao should have resigned by now. Li Mubai raised an eyebrow at Wan Xiao, suggesting, You must believe it now, do you not? Wan Xiao lowered her head, enveloped in disappointment, and remained silent. Li Mubai discerned that her boisterous demeanor was but a facade, concealing the profound sorrow within her heart. At that moment, the yellow-haired boy with the spiky hairstyle re-emerged from the internet CAF. With a broad grin, he approached Wan Xiao and inquired, Sister, what brings you here all alone? Would you care for a little adventure with me? Wan Xiao cast a disdainful glance in his direction before turning her attention to Li Mubai. Suddenly, her countenance transformed into one of playful shyness, as she replied to the yellow-haired boy, Sister is feeling rather bored. What delightful escapade do you propose, brother? In this contemporary age, the allure of the non-mainstream aesthetic continues to resonate, particularly among innocent young maidens. The boy with golden locks was convinced that his distinctive charm had ensnared the attention of the young scholar before him, engaging her in playful banter while occasionally stealing glances at her bosom. After a brief exchange of words, he draped his arm over Wan Xiao's shoulder, intending to lead her away. Wan Xiao tensed, casting a penetrating gaze at Li Mubai before acquiescing to the yellow-haired boy's lead. Li Mubai observed the unfolding scene, comprehending that Wan Xiao was deliberately attempting to incite him. Yet, an authentic fury surged within him. He was convinced that, considering Wan Xiao's disposition, she would not genuinely entertain any notions with that golden-haired youth. Nevertheless, his heart was tumultuous. Li Mubai turned to the non-mainstream girl in his embrace and inquired, Xiaoya, where's the cigarette? The girl swiftly retrieved a cigarette from the pocket of her jacket, eager to ignite it for him. Li Mubai accepted the cigarette from her, taking the opportunity to extricate himself from her grasp. After lighting the cigarette, he expressed his apologies, stating, I regret to inform you that she is correct. I am not particularly enamored with your kind. With that, he averted his gaze from Xiaoya's countenance and hastened after Wan Xiaoro and the boy with yellow hair. Hey, yellow hair, remove your filthy hands from her. Upon hearing Li Mubai's call, the two turned back. Wan Xiaoro seized the moment to free herself from the yellow-haired boy's hold, her face radiant with joy as she gazed at Li Mubai. What is the matter? Are you seeking confrontation? The golden-haired youth glared at Li Mubai with insidious intent. Li Mubai, unfazed, smiled as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, casting it aside before lunging forward and delivering a decisive blow to the youth's head. The boy staggered back, retaliating with a swift kick. Li Mubai winced as the kick struck his abdomen, leaving an imprint on his immaculate white t-shirt. The two were embroiled in a fierce confrontation. However, Li Mubai, being significantly taller and more formidable, effortlessly subdued Huang Mao, pinning him to the ground and unleashing a flurry of strikes. Cease this. I am here to assist you. A wild-haired redhead suddenly appeared, witnessing the unjust treatment of his kin, and promptly launched a kick at Li Mubai's head. The abrupt attack drew blood from Li Mubai's forehead, shocking all witnesses. The pain ignited a fierce fury within him. He seized a bicycle from outside the internet CF and hurled it at the fallen Huang Mao, sending him crashing back to the ground just as he attempted to rise. Li Mubai, not one to act unwisely, comprehended that permitting Huang Mao to remain would transform the encounter into a 2-on-1 altercation. He then seized another bicycle, directing it towards the red-haired assailant, determined to incapacitate one of his foes first. The redhead, astonished by Li Mubai's unconventional choice of weapon, quickly retreated, maintaining a cautious distance. Li Mubai elevated the bicycle, casting a warning glance at Huang Mao, suggesting that any further movement would lead to dire consequences. Huang Mao, shaking his head and gesturing with his hands, signified his surrender, recognizing that he was outmatched that day without the backing of his clan. Observing both the redhead and Huang Mao retreat, Li Mubai discarded the bicycle onto the ground. Wan Xiaoro, somewhat disoriented and frightened, rushed over in tears, exclaiming, Big brother Bai, are you unharmed? This is all my fault, boo-hoo. Despite the late hour, the tumult of the altercation had attracted inquisitive onlookers from the internet CAF, while nearby residents peeked out from their windows to witness the unfolding spectacle. I am well. Let us hasten home, Li Mubai urged, eager to evade the scrutiny of the spectators as he swiftly grasped Wan Xiaoro's hand and guided her away. Xiaoya, observing the pair as they vanished into the distance, was enveloped by a profound sense of emptiness. She absent-mindedly ran her fingers through her hair, for the first time feeling less than composed. After a moment of reflection, she quietly departed. After walking for some time, Li Mubai released Wan Xiaoro's hand, having noted that the bleeding from his forehead had ceased, suggesting that his injury was indeed minor. Nevertheless, his garments were now soiled, a clear testament to the recent scuffle, and he could not return home to face his mother in such a disheveled state. He had not returned to burden her with further worries. A pang of regret for his earlier impulsiveness surged within him. Wan Xiaoro, her expression heavy with remorse, exclaimed, Big brother Bai, I am truly sorry. Li Mubai cast her a sidelong glance, his voice tinged with irritation. Do you have a fondness for Huang Mao? If you wish to accompany him next time, I shall not hinder you. Wan Xiaoro swiftly elucidated, I had no intention of going with him. I merely sought to elicit a reaction from you. Li Mubai let out a weary sigh, remarking, to jeopardize your own safety merely to provoke me is rather unwise. With a voice trembling with emotion, Wan Xiaoro implored, Elder brother Bai, will you find it in your heart to forgive me? I vow it shall not occur again. Li Mubai found himself perplexed in his dealings with Wan Xiaoro. Her disposition was inherently unpredictable. Why are you out so late? Do your parents not worry? He inquired. Aware that Li Mubai had deftly shifted the topic, Wan Xiaoro promptly replied, They have gone to visit relatives and have yet to return. Do not roam about at this hour in the future, he advised. I assure you, she replied, noticing that Li Mubai had fallen into silence. Wan Xiaoro cautiously leaned closer, enveloping him in her embrace. Li Mubai attempted to shake her off twice but ultimately succumbed to her hold. Observing that his anger had dissipated, Wan Xiaoro adorned her face with a captivating smile. Upon reaching the ground floor, she clung to Li Mubai, resolutely refusing to let him depart, insisting instead that he ascend to tend to his injuries. After a moment of reflection, Li Mubai relented. Returning home might incite concern from his mother should she uncover his condition. Once upstairs, he cast a glance into the mirror and observed the gash upon his forehead and the grime that marred his body. Indeed, he appeared rather disheveled. "Brother Daba, you ought to take a shower. Afterwards, I shall assist you with your injuries." "Very well." Li Mubai entered the bathroom, disrobed, and commenced his shower. Midway through, the sliding door swung open, and Yuan Xiao stepped in, her hands shielding her eyes. Taken aback, Li Mubai hastily concealed himself. "Are you an invader of privacy? Spying on me whilst I bathe?" Yuan Xiao, still averting her gaze, replied, "I have witnessed you in your youth. I am covering my eyes. Your garments are soiled. I shall take them to wash on the balcony." With that, she seized his clothes, leaving no item behind, not even his underwear or socks. As she departed, one of his socks slipped from her grasp, prompting Yuan Xiao to turn back, retrieve it, all the while shielding her eyes yet stealing a furtive glance at Li Mubai. Li Mubai cast a frustrated glance, exclaiming, "Your fingers are too broad to conceal anything. Please refrain from using my garments for any peculiar purposes." Li Mubai exclaimed with exasperation while rinsing himself off. Positioned by the washing machine on the balcony, Yuan Xiao was taken aback as she leaned in closer to catch a whiff of Li Mubai's garments. "Who would dare to meddle with your attire? What shall I don if you launder all my clothes? I assure you, I shan't gaze upon you. Must you truly behave like a lovesick fool?" As Li Mubai closed his eyes to wash away the suds, the sliding door was abruptly opened once again. Unable to open his eyes due to the soap, he hastily shielded his face once more. "What on earth do you desire now?" he inquired. "I have brought my father's clothes for you to wear." "How ungrateful!" After uttering those words, Yuan Xiao cast another furtive glance, her cheeks aflame as she retreated outside. Once Li Mubai had thoroughly rinsed off the soap and dried himself, he donned the garments Yuan Xiao had provided and emerged. Yuan Xiao, with a playful smile, patted the seat beside the sofa and gestured, "Brother Daba, come here. Allow me to apply some medicine on you." He remained oblivious to the fact that she had changed out of her school uniform, now adorned in a delicate purple silk camisole nightgown that left little to the imagination. Was it truly appropriate for a high school student to wear such attire? Li Mubai sank onto the sofa, a palpable air of irritation surrounding him. Earlier, he had observed Yuan Xiao meticulously cleaning his shoes. This little enchantress was engaging in deliberate mischief. There was no escaping her antics tonight. "Brother Daba, bear with me. It may sting a tad." Yuan Xiao knelt beside him, one hand propping up Li Mubai's head while the other held a cotton swab dipped in iodine, poised to attend to his wounds. "Brother Daba, do not flinch. Just apply the medicine properly and refrain from getting so uncomfortably close," Li Mubai retorted, his irritation evident. If he chose not to evade, he would soon find himself confronted by Yuan Xiao with the ball perilously close to his face. Who? The injury was minor. After administering the medicine, Yuan Xiao leaned against Li Mubai's shoulder, softly blowing on the wound. Li Mubai gently pushed Yuan Xiao aside and positioned a cushion upon his lap. Clad solely in loose-fitting shorts, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of Yuan Xiao inadvertently catching a fleeting glance. "Humph. I express my concern for your well-being, yet you fail to acknowledge it. Where have my cigarettes gone?" Li Mubai sought to indulge in a smoke to soothe his frayed nerves. "I discarded it." "What am I to smoke now?" Li Mubai retorted, his irritation palpable. He had at last managed to procure it from Xiaoya. "Alas, alas. I have brought you some. Partake of mine, and refrain from that inferior brand." Yuan Xiao presented a box of exquisite cigarettes with pride, deftly tearing open the packaging and extending one to Li Mubai, who accepted it with a resigned sigh. With a flick of her lighter, she ignited it for him. "Big brother, bye. You appear even more dashing with your hair cropped short. Maintain your distance from me." Seizing the opportunity while he lit his cigarette, Yuan Xiao edged closer once again, prompting Li Mubai to push her away yet again. Pouting, she protested, "Humph. I observed you reveling in delightful company with that other girl today." Li Mubai, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, opted to disregard her words. Noticing his lack of response, Yuan Xiao pressed on. "You even shared a kiss with her. Dear brother Bai, you've squandered your first kiss, and I never even had the opportunity for a second." As Li Mubai reached out to playfully flick her forehead, she swiftly protected her head, laughing as she retreated. Li Mubai's eyes were drawn to the strap of Yuan Xiao's shoulder, which hung loosely to one side, revealing the alluring contours of her figure and offering an unintentional glimpse of her fair thigh, igniting a surge of frustration within him. He swiftly averted his gaze, returning to his cigarette, pressing the cushion more firmly against his legs. A fleeting glance at his phone revealed that the hour had already surpassed 1. Where shall I find repose tonight? You may rest in my chamber. I shall occupy my parents' room. Does your room possess a lock? Indeed, it does. I am going to retire for the night. Big brother, bye. Let us converse a little longer. Converse about what? I am weary. Li Mubai extinguished the cigarette and nonchalantly tossed the cushion onto Yuan Xiaorou's face, seizing the moment to stride toward her bedroom. With a decisive click, he secured the bedroom door behind him. After an evening filled with gaming and a scuffle, he found himself genuinely fatigued. Breathing in the familiar and comforting scent of the pillow, he soon succumbed to slumber. Yuan Xiaorou reclined on the living room sofa, tidying her hair, which had been tousled by the cushion. Humph. Big brother harbors feelings for me. Why does he refuse to acknowledge it? Yuan Xiaorou reached into a drawer beneath the coffee table, retrieving a set of keys. A cunning smile, reminiscent of a playful fox, graced her enchanting visage. Li Mubai discovered himself immersed in a reverie. In this reverie, he and Yuan Xiaorou were united once again. At first, it was a state of sheer bliss. However, Yuan Xiaorou's temperament remained constant, resulting in disputes over the most insignificant of issues. Separations ensued, followed by reconciliations, only to be succeeded by further breakups and additional reunions. Li Mubai found this dream to be rather wearisome. Amidst a fervent dispute, he roused from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Yuan Xiaorou nestled within his embrace. One leg draped over him. He had suspected as much all along. With a sigh of resignation, Li Mubai reflected on the previous night when Yuan Xiaorou had so readily acquiesced, sensing that she harbored some secret. Indeed, he had fallen prey to Yuan Xiaorou's hidden designs. Seizing the opportunity while she slept, Li Mubai carefully extricated his hand from beneath her nightgown. He gently repositioned Yuan Xiaorou's arm, which lay upon his shoulder. Suddenly, he observed the corners of her mouth curling upwards, as though she were suppressing a laugh. Ah! Li Mubai playfully tapped Yuan Xiaorou's forehead, prompting a surprised gasp from her. Get up swiftly if you are awake. There is no need to pretend to be asleep. Yuan Xiaorou clung to him, attempting to be playful, yet he skillfully freed himself. Humph, brother Bai is quite mischievous. Hello, did you not mention you were spending the night at your parents' house? I awoke in the middle of the night to use the restroom and inadvertently entered the wrong room. I locked the door. Perhaps the lock is faulty. I find that hard to believe. Li Mubai glanced at his phone. It was already past 8. He hastily sent a message to his mother, asserting that he had gone to Wang Su's residence after completing his homework. He could envision his mother's reaction upon receiving the text. Enough of this. Just one day of being responsible. Observing Yuan Xiaorou languidly reclining in bed, Li Mubai inquired, Are you not attending class? Oh no, I am late. Yuan Xiaorou hastily extricated herself from the confines of her bed, flung open the wardrobe, and commenced the transformation from her nightgown. Li Mubai discerned her pretense effortlessly. The captivating contours of her form laid bare before him. He turned and departed the bedroom, making his way to the balcony to don his attire. Once Yuan Xiaorou had adorned herself, she emerged from the bedroom and addressed Li Mubai. Since we are both tardy, brother Bai, allow me the pleasure of preparing a meal for you. Li Mubai countered with playful banter. Do not jest. Leave me be. Yuan Xiaorou laughed. It shall be instant noodles. Li Mubai acknowledged his hunger and recognized that he had matters to discuss with her. Go freshen up. I shall prepare the noodles for you, he mused, reflecting on how nearly he had been led astray by Yuan Xiaorou. Ha ha ha, you are truly the best, brother Bai. Yuan Xiaorou chuckled softly as she made her way to the bathroom to refresh herself, while Li Mubai busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a pot of noodles. The noodles cooked swiftly, and just as Yuan Xiaorou completed her washing up, Li Mubai presented the steaming bowl on the dining table. With a grave demeanor, he remarked, Xiaorou, I earnestly hope that the events of last night do not recur. As she savored her noodles, Yuan Xiaorou replied, I assure you, brother Bai. The culinary delights you create are truly exquisite. Li Mubai feigned reproach, prompting Yuan Xiaorou to swiftly raise her hands in a gesture of surrender. Concentrate more on your studies and refrain from indulging in frivolous thoughts. Our paths are not destined to intertwine. Yuan Xiaorou pouted, playfully prodding her noodles with her chopsticks. Humph. You may find companionship with Rintingting or another girl, yet it seems that fate does not intertwine our paths. Suddenly, Li Mubai altered his tone and declared, Do not accuse me of denying you a chance. Should your English score in the college entrance examination exceed mine, and you secure admission to a more prestigious institution, I shall bestow upon you that opportunity. Wan Xiao's eyes shimmered with excitement as she exclaimed, "Is that true? Big brother Dabai, I always knew you harbored feelings for me." Wan Xiao was acutely aware of Li Mubai's English grades, which essentially signified his tacit approval of their relationship. "Humph. Concentrate on your studies during your final year and refrain from troubling me," he admonished. Wan Xiao blinked her eyes and implored, "Then, during my breaks, may I trouble you just a little?" Li Mubai contemplated for a brief moment before responding. "Let us observe the outcome of your grades. Should they prove unsatisfactory, I would advise you to maintain your distance from me." Wan Xiao smiled and offered him reassurance. "Fear not, dear brother Dabai, for I shall apply myself diligently to my studies. Before long, we shall enroll in the same university, and we can relish each other's company on a daily basis." Li Mubai cast a fleeting glance at Wan Xiao, disregarding her presence as he concentrated on his noodles. Having effectively inspired Wan Xiao to engage in her studies, a wave of relief washed over him. As he departed from Wan Xiao's residence, he fortuitously boarded a bus on the circular route, too weary to stroll. He boarded without hesitation. Once inside, he searched for an unoccupied seat and soon noticed Rintingting and Xing Na seated at the rear. By chance, Rintingting glanced up, and their eyes locked in an unspoken moment. Li Mubai contemplated the diminutive nature of this town, where even on a bus, he encountered familiar faces. The bus was nearly at capacity, with only an unoccupied seat beside Rintingting. Reluctant to engage with her, he averted his gaze and grasped the handrail, opting to remain standing. Rintingting was taken aback upon spotting Li Mubai, apprehensive that he might approach her to harass her. Yet, as she discerned that he merely cast a casual glance in her direction, choosing to stand rather than occupy the seat beside her, a flicker of indignation surged within her. How dare he condescend to me? What grants him the audacity to disregard me? He is the one who pursued me relentlessly for 3 years and even forced a kiss upon me. Furthermore, I have removed him from my QQ, and he has yet to request my friendship again. Li Mubai even altered his nickname and expunged all traces of me from his QQ space. Rintingting felt as though she had been forsaken by a lovesick admirer. What authority does he possess to treat me in such a manner? What does his abbreviated hairstyle imply? Is he suggesting that he has moved on and embarked on a new chapter? Should he choose to ignore me, I shall respond in kind. I was the one to cast him aside first. Grasping the handrail, Li Mubai could never have fathomed the profound depths of another's inner turmoil. Even his freshly cropped hair sparked such extensive reflection. Upon arriving at the north station of the food market, Li Mubai disembarked, and by sheer coincidence, Rintingting also alighted. At the exit, the two encountered one another once more, yet Li Mubai seemed to completely disregard Rintingting as he departed. After a moment's contemplation, Rintingting found her anger beginning to dissipate. Li Mubai was merely indulging in a game of cat and mouse with her. I shall observe how long you can sustain this charade. I refuse to believe you can disregard me indefinitely. When the moment arrives, I shall spurn you, rendering your trivial schemes futile and making you acutely aware of your own absurdity. Only upon exiting did Xing Na finally catch sight of Li Mubai. Oh, is that not Li Mubai? He has altered his hairstyle, and he has not even greeted his classmates. How impolite. Rintingting responded with an icy demeanor. Merely putting on a facade. Xing Na, however, was not as absorbed in her musings as Tingting. She simply thought that if Li Mubai were still enamored with Rintingting, she would have a free attendant while shopping with her dearest friend. Not only would she relish ice cream and beverages, but she would also be spared the expense of lunch. What a pity. Li Mubai remained composed, advancing directly towards the Xinhua bookstore, intent on exploring literature and acquiring wisdom. Upon ascending to the second floor, he observed the petite heiress seated at the water bar, her gaze curiously directed towards the staircase. Li Mubai greeted her with a warm smile and a friendly wave. He Jun maintained her characteristic frosty demeanor, gently returning the gesture with a wave while her eyes lingered on the bottle of Nongfu Spring upon the table opposite her. Li Mubai signaled with an okay gesture, conveying his understanding. He selected 2 captivating books and took a seat across from He Jun, twisting open the Nongfu Spring for a sip. He Jun hesitated, her gaze fixating on the band-aid adorning Li Mubai's forehead, concern evident in her eyes. Without waiting for her to inquire, Li Mubai commenced his narrative. Last night, on my way home, I observed a group of 7 or 8 burly men harassing a young girl. Who am I, you ask? I am the noble and intrepid Wu Yinzu hailing from Haiyuan, and I could not remain a passive observer. With a voice resonating like thunder, I commanded, release that girl. Surrounded by 7 or 8 men, I felt no trepidation. I promptly unleashed the clandestine techniques bequeathed to me by the Li lineage. When He Jun learned of Li Mubai's predicament, Her expression transformed into one of apprehension, her lips parted in astonishment. As his tale grew increasingly fantastical, culminating in the mention of a mythical finger technique, she discerned his jest, her eyes reflecting a playful reproach, tinged with a sense of being misled and mildly vexed. In the end, the young woman expressed her desire to repay my kindness with her body. However, I, Wu Yinzu, am not one to take advantage of gratitude. Thus I respectfully declined. Ultimately, she inquired about my name, vowing to repay my kindness in the future. I, Wu Yinzu, typically remain anonymous in my benevolent acts, leaving behind but 3 words, Yinzu Xia. By day, I lead the life of an ordinary high school student, yet by night, I metamorphose into a formidable adversary against malevolence, striving to vanquish darkness and preserve tranquility in Haiyuan Yinzu Xia. This clandestine truth is one I confide solely to you. I implore you, keep it under wraps. Li Mubai discreetly covered his mouth with his hand, casting surreptitious glances about him, unveiling his true identity with an enigmatic air. The waitress at the water bar initially intended to admonish him to lower his voice, but found his narrative captivating and listened with rapt attention, ultimately succumbing to laughter. This young man certainly possesses a penchant for embellishment. It appears the peace of Haiyuan rests upon the shoulders of you, the Yinzu Xia. He Jun's demeanor softened in the presence of Li Mubai. After absorbing his fanciful tale, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile, playfully reprimanding him with a glance. The fleeting glimpse of the ice goddess's gentler side utterly entranced Li Mubai. The hour of storytelling has concluded. Let us now devote ourselves to our reading and kindly refrain from disturbing others. Hejuan could no longer restrain her irritation upon hearing Li Mubai's words. It is you who has been disturbing others, is it not? I have not caused any disturbance, Hejuan replied softly, her discontent evident. What I intend to convey is that your beauty has profoundly impacted others, myself included. Perhaps you ought to temper it a little, Li Mubai remarked with utmost sincerity. At this juncture, Hejuan had begun to comprehend Li Mubai's playful cadence and recognized his jest. The frigid mask she donned began to melt away, a subtle flush coloring her cheeks. Li Mubai experienced a moment of breathless astonishment. Her beauty was so exquisite that it seemed almost unjust. Yet she insisted it did not divert me from my literary pursuits. The two of them settled into a tranquil silence, with Hejuan deeply absorbed in her reading. Li Mubai took the liberty of borrowing her notebook, seeking information while meticulously perfecting his code. As noon drew near, Hejuan softly tapped the table and spoke to Li Mubai. Li Mu. Dubai, I must return home for dinner. Would you care to accompany me? Li Mubai nodded thoughtfully, echoing Hejuan's tone as he responded. Certainly, he. Xiao Yun. Humph. Hejuan let out a barely perceptible huff, clearly displeased by his imitation of her manner of speaking. Li Mubai returned the tome to its rightful place upon the shelf, and together they departed the Xinhua bookstore. Upon reaching the automobile, Li Mubai gallantly opened the door for Hejuan. Once they were seated, Uncle Qin ignited the engine, steering away from the bookstore. Not far off, Rintingting and Xing Na, both clutching skewers of grilled squid, fortuitously bore witness to this tableau. Xing Na took an assertive bite of her squid, her voice tinged with irritation as she remarked, so this is why Li Mubai has ceased his pursuit of you. He has become entwined with Hejuan. Rintingting remained silent, merely sensing that her squid had lost its savor. A wave of unease enveloped her, aptly described as the realization that her devoted admirer had forsaken her for a woman more exquisite, more accomplished, and wealthier. In simpler terms, it was the treachery of a sycophant. 20 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Zijing Hotel. Li Mubai gazed at Hejuan with astonishment, exclaiming, "This is excessively lavish. We could have easily dined on something more casual rather than visiting the Zijing Hotel." Hejuan, slightly abashed, responded, "I am currently staying here." Although Li Mubai had extended an invitation for dinner at his residence, she felt a twinge of guilt, for her home was in the capital, and she was unable to reciprocate the invitation to him. Li Mubai observed her modesty, contemplating that a young lady of her affluence might perceive the Zijing Hotel as insufficient. Upon entering the establishment and ascending directly to the top floor via the elevator, Uncle Qin utilized the keycard to unlock the suite. Although Li Mubai had indulged in opulent hotels in subsequent years, he had never had the opportunity to experience the top-floor suite of the Zijing Hotel. To witness it now was certainly a boastful tale he could share with his companions. Years later, as the populace continued to flock to metropolitan areas, the economy of small counties dwindled, culminating in the closure of the Zijing Hotel. The residents of Haiyuan County felt a pang of nostalgia. As they gathered around the dining table in the outer room, Uncle Qin presented the menu to Li Mubai. After expressing his appreciation, Li Mubai nonchalantly ordered a selection of his favored dishes, while He Yijuan also made her choices. Uncle Qin meticulously noted their selections and promptly informed the hotel front desk via a landline. He then settled into the sofa, perusing a newspaper, his gaze occasionally wandering towards Li Mubai. He Yijuan experienced a flicker of anxiety, uncertain whether Li Mubai would find the hospitality satisfactory. "Why do you consistently read literature concerning the United States?" Li Mubai inquired, cognizant of He Yijuan's intentions to pursue her studies in the United States. Yet, the silence enveloping them, reminiscent of a quiet bookstore, rendered the atmosphere somewhat uncomfortable. "I will be embarking on my studies in the United States next month," she responded. "That's splendid. You shall acquire a treasure trove of knowledge. Have you determined which university you will attend?" "Cornell University." "Excellent choice. It stands on equal footing with Tsinghua and Peking University. Will your family accompany you?" "My mother is already in New York, and my father's company has some engagements in the United States, so he will be residing there for a while as well. When you visit Times Square, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and the Statue of Liberty, do remember to capture some photographs to share with me," he encouraged. "Certainly. However, exercise caution while in the United States. There are individuals harboring strong anti-China sentiments." "Really? I have read that the United States is a bastion of freedom, democracy, and cultural inclusiveness." Democracy and freedom are but instruments of cultural imperialism in the United States. During this era, a prevailing fascination with foreign cultures emerged, where everything from abroad appeared superior, and the United States was perceived as a beacon of hope by many. With little else to engage his attention, Li Mubai imparted some common yet profound insights gleaned from contemporary platforms such as Jihu and Bilibili, offering a gentle admonition to the innocent and benevolent young heiress. He Yijuan reveled in listening to Li Mubai. She cherished every word that fell from his lips. Uncle Qin, seated upon the sofa and engrossed in his newspaper, also cast his gaze upon Li Mubai. Initially, he harbored a measure of disdain for the opinions of this young man. What authority does this lad, who has yet to venture beyond the confines of his county, possess to expound upon the grandeur of the United States? Yet, upon deeper contemplation, he discovered that some of the young man's assertions were rather sensible. Suddenly, Qin Zhengwo experienced a moment of profound realization. Goodness! How nearly was I influenced by this young fellow? Qin Zhengwo, a seasoned veteran who had once fought alongside He Yijuan's father, had traversed vast expanses of the world. His presence accompanying He Yijuan to this quaint county for her rehabilitation was rooted in the trust her family bestowed upon him, as well as the relatively light nature of the task, which felt akin to a leisurely holiday for him. In his contemplation, Qin Zhengwo surmised that Li Mubai was either genuinely skilled or an extraordinary impostor. Were it not for the young lady's peculiar circumstances and the second madam's approval for her to forge friendships, he would have never permitted someone like Li Mubai to venture close to He Yijuan. Nonetheless, the presence of this young man evidently elevated He Yijuan's spirits. The dishes soon arrived, artfully presented, yet Li Mubai found the flavors rather lackluster. In contrast, He Yijuan deemed the meal delightful. The company of Li Mubai rendered each dining experience significantly more enjoyable than her solitary meals. Qin Zhengwo observed the scene with a hint of dissatisfaction. The young lady had the audacity to serve that insufferable boy, a privilege not even granted to the second madam. To his astonishment, the boy reciprocated the gesture by serving the young lady as well. Was he not mindful of the cleanliness of his chopsticks? Yet, the young lady appeared thoroughly delighted. Following their meal, He Yijuan retrieved a guitar. Upon seeing it, Li Mubai observed that it was brand new, likely acquired that very day. Exuding a quality far superior to his own weathered instrument, Li Mubai could only characterize He Yijuan in 2 words: exceedingly genuine. He Yijuan's approach to friendship seemed to revolve around a simple principle: kindness begets kindness. Li Mubai composed a few songs, which he sang for He Yijuan to transcribe. In turn, He Yijuan imparted to Li Mubai the knowledge of reading music and playing the guitar. Qin Zhengwo remained seated on the sofa, having finished the newspaper and casually perusing a book. He was resolute in his determination not to permit Li Mubai and He Yijuan to be alone in the hotel room together. It was becoming increasingly apparent to him that Li Mubai possessed a measure of musical talent. The songs he sang were quite melodious. A waiter brought in a fruit platter just as Li Mubai and He Yijuan began to feel fatigued, prompting them to set aside the guitar and engage in conversation. Li Mubai, savoring a piece of fruit, commented, "In a few days, I intend to journey to the city in search of a recording studio to immortalize my songs." He Yijuan blinked in astonishment and inquired, "Do you harbor aspirations of becoming a singer?" I'm merely testing the waters to see if my songs can resonate with the public, he replied. In truth, Li Mubai held no genuine ambition to pursue a singing career. His primary motivation lay in the pursuit of financial reward. Although he could not precisely recall the release date of Seeking Buddha, he was eager to unveil the song before the original artist had the opportunity to do so. Nonchalantly, Li Mubai asked, "What are your aspirations for the future?" He Yuan fell silent, shaking her head, her gaze distant. Li Mubai recognized that he may have spoken inappropriately. Such inquiries were ill-suited for an individual on the autism spectrum, possibly inducing self-doubt. After a moment of reflection, he articulated, "In truth, most individuals lack a concrete life plan and merely navigate through existence as it unfolds. I am simply seizing this opportunity of vacation to compose a few melodies. It is entirely acceptable to be without a plan at this moment. Gradually forging one's life path is an integral part of the journey." He Yuan regarded Li Mubai with thoughtful consideration, nodding gently, a flicker of light returning to her eyes. "In the absence of my own life aspirations, I shall temporarily embrace Li Mubai's ambitions as my own." Declining Uncle Chin's offer to accompany him, Li Mubai took bus route 5 back home. Upon his return to the Clearly Fruit supermarket, Tian Manmei reproached him. "All you do is frolic outdoors, entirely ignoring the need to return home for a meal." Li Mubai recognized his mother's concern for his well-being. Thus he offered her a reassuring smile, saying, "I enjoyed breakfast at Wang Su's and had lunch at the Zijing Hotel. So there is no need for you to worry." "Ah, the Zijing Hotel, you say? What befell your forehead?" she inquired. "Nothing of great consequence. Merely a minor scrape from playing basketball with Wang Su," he replied with a grin. Li Mubai then proceeded to replenish the fruit on the shelves, assist customers, and tidy up the store. Tian Manmei suddenly perceived that Li Mubai had matured considerably following the college entrance examination. She pondered over his exam results and the caliber of university he might attend. Would he secure a promising job upon graduation? When might he take the step of marriage? It would be splendid to welcome a child soon while she remains in good health, enabling her to partake in the nurturing process. Unbeknownst to her, Li Mubai, oblivious to Tian Manmei's profound inner reflections, extracted an envelope from beneath his bed after dinner. Inside, he discovered more than 2,000 yuan in both notes and coins. This represented Li Mubai's diligently accumulated devotion fund, initially earmarked for a planned excursion with Rintingting during the holidays. He contemplated whether this amount would be adequate for the recording of a song. Later that evening, Li Mubai made his way to the Langchao Internet CAF. Recently, he had steered clear of the Wild Wolf Internet CAF, wary of an ambush from a group of flamboyant individuals lurking in the shadows. In his quaint county of Haiyuan, there were no recording studios to be found. However, he had discovered 3 in Wushuan City and had reached out to inquire about their pricing through QQ. To his astonishment, he found that the process of producing a song was rather intricate. It entailed far more than merely possessing lyrics and a melody. The rental fees for studios fluctuated based on specifications, averaging between 100 to 800 yuan per hour, with some even charging per song. The expenses associated with music production included arrangement, recording, mixing, and mastering, with seasoned sound engineers charging by the hour. The fees for vocal coaching were hardly worth considering, and the prospect of hiring live instrumentalists was quite daunting. Thus, he resolved to depend on MIDI software instead. The costs for mixing and mastering, akin to bestowing a song with a touch of elegance, added yet another layer of expense. He dismissed distribution costs, as he intended to release the music directly online. With his modest sum of over 2,000 yuan, he could scarcely afford to produce a song in the most humble of recording studios. Nevertheless, Li Mubai was acutely aware of the adage that one gets what one pays for. The quality of the final product was a matter of great concern. He lamented, "Creating music truly drains one's finances. Perhaps he ought to bide his time for the bonus from Nongfu Spring before moving forward." However, the timing of that bonus remained ambiguous, and he harbored concerns that the original artist might unveil their song ahead of him. Li Mubai found himself in a dilemma. Should he seek financial assistance from his mother, or should he forsake the song Seeking Buddha? After all, he possessed numerous other compositions. Yet, at this juncture, none resonated with the same profound potential as Seeking Buddha. To relinquish it felt like an egregious waste. Suddenly, the notification chime of a QQ message disrupted his contemplation. Upon perusing it, he encountered a message from a cloud. A cloud image. The content was a comic strip entitled Hero Yinzu. It comically illustrated Li Mubai's earlier dialogue in the library with He Yuan regarding a valiant rescue. Although rendered in pencil and somewhat unrefined, the artistry was commendable, showcasing a male protagonist with a playful smirk strikingly reminiscent of Li Mubai's own. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. Remarkable. Did you begin drawing at the age of 5? A cloud 6. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. By the way, are you adept with a digital drawing tablet? Yun. Indeed, I am. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. I am presently in pursuit of a fair-skinned and exquisite game concept artist to craft illustrations for my game. You appear to be quite fitting for this role. Yun. I harbor doubts regarding my drawing abilities. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. It is rather straightforward, merely some fruits and vegetables. I possess confidence in your talents. Upon our next meeting, I shall present some sketches to you. Yun. Very well, I shall endeavor to give it a try. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. Then it is agreed. Once the game begins to yield profit, I shall reward you generously. Li Mubai's game code is approaching completion. He originally planned to await the bonus from Nongfu Spring before engaging a game concept artist. However, should the affluent lady possess artistic skills, it would accelerate the process, ensuring that the advantages remain within familiar confines. Yun, may I share the photograph you sent me previously on my QQ space? Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. Certainly. Li Mubai was profoundly impressed. The affluent lady had illustrated a comic as a token of appreciation for the photographs he had taken. Upon accessing Yun's QQ space and refreshing the page, he discovered an image of He Ijuan playfully interacting with a cat, accompanied by the caption, "Visited a friend's abode. Their feline companion is utterly delightful." Li Mubai contemplated for a brief moment before composing a comment. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. Adai is quite fond of you and inquired when you would grace us with your presence again. At the Zijing Hotel, He Ijuan's lips curved into a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yun inquired, how is your quest for a music producer progressing? It was uncommon for He Ijuan to show interest in such matters. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. I have yet to find a suitable candidate. Li Mubai felt a sense of embarrassment in broaching the subject of financial limitations and chose to respond vaguely. Yun added, oh, my music instructor possesses a music studio. Would you like me to make an inquiry on your behalf? Li Mubai pondered the enchanting nature of the affluent lady who sought his permission to assist him. Yet, with his innate pride, how could he bring himself to depend on others? Haiyuan Wu Yinzu expressed his gratitude for the assistance. This was not a matter of reliance, rather. It was a wish to honor the benevolent intentions of the wealthy lady. Upon this realization, Li Mubai experienced a profound sense of nobility in his demeanor. The framework for Happy Farm was nearing completion. Li Mubai substituted plants with vibrant images, executed simple tests, and rectified several bugs. After exhausting himself with the game, he navigated to a new website to update Dolua. He felt more fatigued now than he had during the labors of his previous existence. There was no escape. Even in the cycle of rebirth, one must labor tirelessly. Ding ding ding. Yun's avatar began to flicker once more. Yun, I conversed with my instructor. He has a pupil who established a music studio in Shenyang. The affluent lady was exceptionally prompt. She dispatched a message merely an hour later. Shenyang serves as the capital of Yongning Province, the economic epicenter of northeastern China. Li Mubai inquired about the name of the music studio and, upon conducting an online search, discovered its considerable renown. It was rumored that a certain diva from the northeast, notorious throughout the internet, had recorded songs there. Observing that the hour was still early, Li Mubai swiftly made a call for consultation. Upon learning that he was referred by He Ijuan's instructor, the individual on the other end became markedly more courteous. After disclosing that Li Mubai had completed the lyrics and melody, determined the musical style, and that the arrangement was nearly finalized, they presented him with a quote. 2,000 per day, encompassing all post-production costs. Such a fee was essentially a generous offering from a renowned music studio. It transcended mere profit, embodying the cultivation of connections. Clearly, their interest did not lie in forging a friendship with Li Mubai. Rather, it was more about extending a favor to He Ijuan or her father. After concluding the call, Li Mubai, overwhelmed by frustration, forcefully slammed his mouse down. What a futile endeavor, he exclaimed, contemplating instead a life as a prosperous son-in-law. 3 days later, on a brisk morning, Li Mubai embarked on a phaeton destined for Shenyang City. Upon discovering that Li Mubai was traveling there to record songs, He Ijuan mentioned that she too would be in Shenyang that day to process her study abroad visa. She extended an invitation for Li Mubai to accompany her. Once one begins to indulge in such a lifestyle, it becomes increasingly difficult to withdraw. With a sense of pride, Li Mubai declared that he possessed a hearty appetite and could not possibly overindulge. He reflected that during his recent days of rebirth, he had spent more time in the company of He Ijuan than with his own mother. How could this be characterized as living off a woman? It was merely a symbiotic relationship among good friends. What are your favorite songs? Li Mubai inquired, clutching a notebook in the rear seat of the Phaeton. Hee Ji-won gracefully gestured with her slender, fair fingers, tapping several titles onto the notebook. At that moment, Uncle Chin, navigating the road, veered to evade an aggressive overtaker, resulting in a sudden lurch of the vehicle. Hee Ji-won's body swayed, and her fingers inadvertently brushed against Li Mubai's hand that grasped the notebook. Flushed with embarrassment, she swiftly withdrew her hand. Uncle Chin muttered a curse under his breath, casting a glance in the rearview mirror before continuing his drive. This marked the inaugural instance of physical contact between Li Mubai and Hee Ji-won. Their encounters had transpired either in public venues such as bookstores or beneath the vigilant gaze of Qin Jiangwo, which rendered Li Mubai hesitant to act inappropriately. In truth, he felt a sense of shyness in making an advance toward the innocent Hee Ji-won. Furthermore, if he were to overstep his bounds, he might not need to fear Hee Ji-won's father. Qin Jiangwo would likely intervene first, were he to exert some effort. Ascending to the status of a wealthy son-in-law might not prove overly challenging, yet that was not Li Mubai's aspiration. With a robust sense of pride, he longed for greater autonomy. Thus, he opted to maintain a pure and genuine friendship with Hee Ji-won. The first song Hee Ji-won chose was Damn Tenderness, a piece she held dear to her heart. This composition, Damn Tenderness, features some female vocals within its arrangement. Would you care to give it a try? We can release it under the esteemed banner of Baiyun Group, with the illustrious music studio affording him a day. Recording merely a single song, Seeking Buddha, would be an utter waste. Li Mubai aspired to maximize his time and record as many songs as possible. The Damn Tenderness is slated for release next year, and naturally, Li Mubai has chosen to embrace it wholeheartedly. Hee Ji-won felt a flicker of reluctance at the thought of performing. Yet the prospect of being recognized as part of the Baiyun duo ignited a spark within her. I fear I shall not perform adequately. Let us wait and see when the moment arrives, she pondered, indecisively contemplating the recording studio. Despite their burgeoning familiarity, Hee Ji-won remained somewhat reserved, and their exchanges on QQ had yet to evolve into more profound dialogues. Meanwhile, Li Mubai diligently annotated his notebook while softly humming a melody, preparing himself for the task ahead. To grant Li Mubai additional time for recording, Hee Ji-won arose with the dawn to submit her study abroad materials at the embassy, perceiving it merely as a procedural obligation. As the car gently swayed and the sound of Li Mubai's soft humming enveloped the air, drowsiness washed over her, and she gradually succumbed to slumber, leaning against his shoulder. Li Mubai sensed a burden upon his shoulders and swiftly glanced at the rearview mirror, where he beheld Qin Jiangwo regarding him with a fierce and menacing glare. Li Mubai raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, silently indicating that he bore no culpability. He then mimicked a pushing motion, subtly inquiring whether Qin Jiangwo wished for him to relocate Hee Ji-won. With a brooding expression, Qin Jiangwo averted his gaze. Allow the young lady to repose for a moment, he contemplated. The young man exhibited considerable discernment, maintaining a respectful distance from her. Any untoward advance would undoubtedly culminate in severe repercussions. Inhaling the delightful fragrance of Hee Ji-won's hair, Li Mubai cast a sidelong glance at the slumbering heiress. To his astonishment, her closed eyelids appeared to flutter, and a delicate blush graced her cheeks. Approximately an hour and a half later, they arrived in the city. Hee Ji-won stirred, detaching herself from Li Mubai's shoulder, and in a voice as soft as a whisper, uttered two words. I beg your pardon. Li Mubai smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was of little significance. Had gazes held the power to harm, he would have succumbed countless times to Qin Jiangwo's penetrating stare reflected in the rearview mirror, which rendered him nearly paralyzed throughout the journey. Were it not for his intrinsic pride, he would have found it arduous to endure the circumstances. The submission of documents at the embassy proceeded seamlessly, taking merely half an hour. In due time, she would return for an interview, after which the visa would be granted. Upon arriving at the Excellence Music Studio, it was nearly 9 o'clock. The studio's director, Yu Hongwei, greeted Li Mubai and Hee Ji-won with heartfelt warmth. Li Mubai had previously shared the lyrics, melody, style, and requisite instrumentation with the studio. As an experienced music producer, Yu Hongwei was profoundly impressed by Li Mubai's compositions. Although numerous factors contribute to an artist's success, the caliber of these songs was unequivocally exceptional. The tracks were remarkably refined, with the accompaniment and interludes already meticulously prepared, necessitating minimal time for arrangement. Without delay, Li Mubai stepped into the recording studio. The soundproof chamber, featuring a double-layered door, enveloped him in a sanctuary of silence, enhancing his auditory perception and offering a rejuvenating experience. Through the glass window, one could observe the gathering crowd outside. The sound engineer, a balding gentleman in his 30s with a neatly trimmed beard, donned a pair of white-framed spectacles. Upon his arrival at the music studio, Li Mubai was greeted by either individuals with flowing hair or those with shaved heads. Irrespective of their actual expertise, they all radiated an artistic aura. Behind the sound engineer, Qin Jiangwo accompanied He Yijuan, who was observing Li Mubai's recording session, while Yu Hongwei, with his ponytail, stood beside them, facilitating introductions. However, He Yijuan maintained her distant demeanor in the presence of outsiders, habitually remaining reticent. Only Qin Jiangwo occasionally responded to Yu Hongwei's comments. The sound engineer gestured towards the headphones, signaling for Li Mubai to don them. Once adorned, Li Mubai heard the sound engineer's voice emanating from the device. "Young man, it's your first recording, isn't it? Do not be anxious. Let us first sing through the entire composition to familiarize ourselves with its essence." To Li Mubai's astonishment, despite the sound engineer's rugged appearance, his voice exuded gentleness and patience. As the accompaniment began to resonate through the headphones, the sound engineer gestured with his hands, prompting Li Mubai to commence his singing. As the moonlight. After merely uttering 3 words, Li Mubai was taken aback by the sound of his own voice emanating from the headphones. It was utterly appalling. Observing Li Mubai's momentary hesitation, the sound engineer paused the accompaniment and remarked, "It is quite natural to experience such a reaction upon hearing your unrefined vocals for the first time. Even seasoned singers do not always sound impeccable in their initial takes. Everything is refined during post-production. Fear not, let us endeavor again." Li Mubai nodded, realigning his emotions. He resolved to ignore the sounds emanating from the headphones and simply sing through the composition. As the rhythm resumed, he envisioned himself in a KTV ambience, metamorphosing into the prince of KTV and launching into song. "As the moonlight graces my visage, I sense a transformation is imminent." The sound engineer regarded Li Mubai with admiration, offering a thumbs up in encouragement, signaling him to proceed. It was not that Li Mubai possessed an extraordinary vocal talent. The sound engineer could easily discern his lack of formal training. Nevertheless, as a consummate professional, the sound engineer knew how to elicit the singer's emotions. It was commendable for someone like Li Mubai, an enthusiast of KTV, to remain so composed, considering that perhaps only 50% of those who visited the studio were professional vocalists. Upon completing the initial rendition, the sound engineer's voice resonated through the headphones. "Excellent. That was truly remarkable. I have perused the backstory of the song you composed, which narrates a poignant tale of love and reincarnation. As we perform, let us imbue our rendition with even greater emotion, particularly at the climax. Let us take a brief respite and then endeavor to try it once more." Li Mubai took a sip of water and cast a glance at He Yijuan outside. She shaped her lips into a silent cheer for him. Li Mubai responded with a wink, forming a fist to convey encouragement. He Yijuan gazed at Li Mubai, a tender smile illuminating her face, her eyes shimmering with unwavering support. "Let us embark on this journey together. We shall realize your aspirations." As the accompaniment resumed, Li Mubai braced himself for another endeavor. The ensuing procedure grew somewhat tedious. As they trailed behind the bald sound engineer, vocalizing line by line, reminiscent of the process of filming a cinematic masterpiece, the post-production team would diligently refine the most suitable segments, intricately weaving them into a cohesive melody. Time flew by, and before they were aware, it was 11:30, heralding a pause for lunch. The recording of Seeking Buddha had reached its conclusion. Li Mubai had grown accustomed to the recording process and anticipated a more efficient pace in the afternoon, estimating they could record 2 additional songs. However, he had prepared 6 songs, which was undeniably too ambitious to accomplish in a single day. Nevertheless, Li Mubai remained unfazed. He had no inclination to emulate Xia Luo. His aspiration was to craft 1 or 2 exceptionally popular songs, ultimately transitioning into a lyricist and composer, with a focus on monetizing his musical endeavors. Yu Hongwei expressed significant potential for Seeking Buddha, suggesting they could allocate additional time in the afternoon to further refine it. Li Mubai recognized his own limitations. Any further singing would yield only marginal improvements. He indicated that the post-production team could enhance the sound as necessary, much like they had adjusted the song Choo Choo Baby, which remained cloaked in obscurity. He was not contemplating live performances in the future. "Shall we proceed with the singing?" Li Mubai subtly inquired of He Yijuan. And in that fleeting moment, a deep understanding blossomed between them. With merely 2 words, He Yijuan discerned that Li Mubai was inquiring whether she wished to sing Damn Tenderness. She harbored a sincere affection for the song, having rehearsed it together in days gone by. Yet, a sense of hesitation enveloped her. for her autism rendered her reticent to perform before an audience. Li Mubai gazed intently into He Jiwen's eyes and gently urged her, "Please, sing. Consider it a kindness to me." The most potent method of overcoming one's fears lies in confronting them head-on. Li Mubai yearned to assist He Jiwen in embracing this pivotal moment. Upon hearing his encouraging words, He Jiwen tightened her small fist and took several deep breaths to fortify her resolve. "All right," she declared, realizing that Li Mubai was indeed supporting her. There were still 5 songs remaining in the notebook, and it was not essential to choose this particular one. In the afternoon, the two ventured into the recording studio. Li Mubai urged He Jiwen to first discover her rhythm. Following the bald sound engineer's performance of the accompaniment, Li Mubai recorded the male vocals with significantly greater ease than he had earlier that morning. It was now He Jiwen's moment to record her segment. However, as she cast a glance at the sound engineers outside, she found herself unable to produce a single note. She attempted to close her eyes, yet the lyrics remained elusive. The more her anxiety mounted, the more her voice seemed to withdraw, her visage betraying her trepidation. Noticing her struggle, Li Mubai spoke gently, suggesting she envisioned herself in the comfort of her own home, akin to their rehearsals. Should He Jiwen fail to take this crucial step and choose to surrender, it would only serve to deepen her feelings of inadequacy and negatively impact her state of mind. He Jiwen gazed at Li Mubai, conjuring an image of their rehearsal at the Zijing Hotel, where only the two of them were present. "Your exquisite tenderness causes my heart to ache and tears to flow. After parting from you, forgetting has become an impossibility." A cool, captivating female voice resonated through the headphones, prompting a smile from Li Mubai as he encouraged her. "Splendid. You sang beautifully. It is apparent that you have honed your skills. Let us embark on another attempt." The bald sound engineer ultimately met a true professional. Earnestly commending her dedication, Li Mubai had already discerned during the rehearsal with He Jiwen that she had been immersed in the vocal arts since her youth. In addition to her vocal pursuits, He Jiwen had also engaged in the study of musical instruments, fine arts, dance, jujitsu, calligraphy, public speaking, and the nuances of etiquette from an early age. Li Mubai found himself in a state of perplexity, with such affluence at her fingertips. Why immerse herself in an abundance of endeavors? Had he encountered such a diverse array of disciplines in his formative years, he would have most likely retreated into the depths of his own introspection. The female segment of the song was succinct, and He Jiwen executed her recording with remarkable swiftness. Li Mubai blinked and remarked, "My, your singing is truly extraordinary." He Jiwen, recognizing the compliment, allowed a subtle smile to illuminate her lips and playfully rolled her eyes at him. The instant the frosty exterior of the beautiful girl melted away was captivating, causing Li Mubai's heart to flutter. He feared that if this continued, his heart might betray him. "Let us christen this song Bayun Duo, and soon we shall reign over the music charts," he declared. "That is unnecessary. I merely contributed a few lines." "Let us attribute it to you," He Jiwen replied, genuinely delighted to partake in Li Mubai's creation, unwilling to eclipse him. The idea of Bayun Duo was merely a jest between them, not intended for serious consideration. Seizing the moment, Li Mubai inquired, "Are you dissatisfied with the brevity of the lyrics? I shall craft a duet for us to perform in unison." Without pausing for He Jiwen's descent, he swung open the door to the recording studio and called out to the balding recording engineer, "Master Tang, would you be so kind as to retrieve 2 pens of differing hues for me?" The bald engineer, having caught wind of their dialogue, understood that Li Mubai aimed to conjure something spontaneous. Yet, while most would necessitate instruments for their musical creations, he sought merely pens. Li Mubai took up the 2 pens and commenced inscribing lyrics in his notebook, employing a blue pen for the male sections and a red pen for the female parts, thereby facilitating their subsequent performance. In a span of 2 to 3 minutes, he accomplished the task. He extended the notebook to He Jiwen, who adeptly accepted it. Upon casting a glance at the title, "A Bit Sweet," Li Mubai began to serenade softly, while He Jiwen deftly annotated the staff notation within the notebook. The bald engineer and Yu Hongwei were left utterly astonished. This method of creation was distinctly unique. They had never encountered such an innovative approach to songwriting before. While others would toil for days to conjure a mere 7 words, these two had effortlessly birthed a song in such a brief interval. Li Mubai retrieved the notebook and meticulously added further annotations. Addressing Yu Hongwei, who was seated beside him, he articulated, "The overall essence of this composition will evoke a refreshing atmosphere, characterized by a vibrant rhythm, primarily illuminating the sweet and ambiguous sentiments shared between young men and women. The instruments required for this endeavor include the guitar, keyboard, and drums." As Yu Hongwei absorbed Li Mubai's description, he nodded in agreement, his mind awash with admiration. Initially, he had regarded Li Mubai merely as a student introduced by his mentor, someone linked to the affluent family behind the teacher. However, upon receiving the lyrics and melody crafted by Li Mubai, he came to recognize the young man's extraordinary talent and began to genuinely appreciate him. In mere moments, Li Mubai effortlessly composed a song, and as Yu Hongwei listened to his crystalline vocals, he discerned that it was indeed a remarkable piece. His perception of Li Mubai had undergone a profound transformation. Was this not the mainland's equivalent of Jie Chou? Could Jie Chou compose melodies with the same alacrity as Li Mubai? Henceforth, when Li Mubai engages in recording, he ought to do so in his own studio, which is bound to attain acclaim. Li Mubai and He Yijuan were engaged in their practice, immersing themselves in the nuances of the new song. While Yu Hongwei gently nudged the bald sound engineer aside from the recording console, embarking on the creation of the accompaniment. After a period of focused effort, Li Mubai and He Yijuan had nearly refined their rendition to perfection. Li Mubai shifted his attention towards Yu Hongwei, keen to evaluate the quality of the accompaniment. Yu Hongwei, with measured caution, stated, "The accompaniment is prepared, Teacher Li. Shall we begin the recording now?" Li Mubai, somewhat taken aback, mused to himself, "Just a moment ago, he referred to me as Xiao Li. Now he addresses me as Teacher Li? Very well, let us commence the recording," he replied. Qin Zhengwo also perceived the change in Yu Hongwei's demeanor, contemplating, does this young man possess such remarkable musical prowess? In the recording studio, the two adorned their headphones, and as the accompaniment began to play, they embarked on the recording. He Yijuan, you are the one who unveiled the bloom of a flower in the desolate desert. Li Mubai, you inspire me to compose a love song for you each day. He Yijuan, with the most romantic of choruses. Li Mubai, you too tenderly resonate with my sentiments. He Yijuan and Li Mubai, our gaze is unwavering in our choices. He Yijuan, you transformed my world into shades of pink from that moment onward. Li Mubai, you made my life revolve solely around your presence. He Yijuan, love must be meticulously sculpted. Li Mubai, I am Michelangelo. He Yijuan and Li Mubai, with heartfelt precision, we carved the happiest of melodies. He Yijuan felt as though the lyrics were exquisitely crafted for her. Since Li Mubai entered her life, her inner barren desert flourished into a vibrant bloom. Her world, once dreary, now shimmered in hues of pink, illuminated by Li Mubai's presence. The love songs he penned daily were undeniably intended for her. Her gaze toward Li Mubai transformed, overflowing with affection. The once frigid beauty began to thaw, not merely a little, but significantly. Large fragments of ice cascaded away from He Yijuan, rendering her more vivacious. Li Mubai perceived an unusual intensity in He Yijuan's gaze, a sensation that felt oddly familiar. Was it not reminiscent of the look Wan Xiao wore in the company of Brother Dabai? He cast a glance towards the entrance of the recording studio, where Qin Zhengwo was directing a fierce glare at him, his expression perilously menacing. The words "I want to take you down" appeared almost inscribed upon his countenance. Li Mubai feigned ignorance, fortunate that the studio walls shielded him from Qin Zhengwo's gaze. At some indeterminate moment, the initiation of their intertwined hands became obscured in ambiguity. As dusk descended, the Huiting returned to Haiyuan County. "Uncle Qin, please halt by the roadside. Turning in would be too cumbersome." Qin Zhengwo, his countenance stern, remained silent while he parked the vehicle at the edge of the road. "Thank you, Uncle Qin. Farewell, classmate." In the presence of Qin Zhengwo, Li Mubai adopted a more restrained demeanor, choosing not to address Xiaoyan directly. He Yijuan waved her hand, saying, "Farewell, let us converse later this evening." As she observed Li Mubai alight from the vehicle, her eyes brimmed with reluctance. Having arranged to speak with him later on QQ, Li Mubai playfully winked at He Yijuan, signaling his comprehension. To his astonishment, she reciprocated with a wink of her own. The expression on the countenance of the affluent young lady grew increasingly animated, whatever had become of her aloof goddess persona. Qin Zhengwo found it increasingly arduous to endure the flirtatious banter shared between the two. He dreaded the possibility of impulsively exiting the vehicle to confront Li Mubai. In a flurry, he accelerated and drove away. As the car cruised away, He Yijuan leaned against the window, gazing longingly at Li Mubai until he faded from view, at which point she sank back into her seat, somewhat despondent. Moments later, she began to hum the tune of "A Bit Sweet," a gentle smile illuminating her face. Qin Zhengwo was a tempest of emotions. The silver lining, the young lady's condition was evidently improving. The downside, it seemed she had developed affections for that unbearable boy. How was he to convey this to the second mistress? The mere contemplation of that woman, the second mistress, plagued Qin Zhengwo with a relentless headache. In contrast, Li Mubai hummed a delightful melody as he strolled home, feeling quite satisfied after a fruitful day of recordings. He believed that once he released 3 songs, he could carve out a niche for himself within the music industry and gradually transform his numerous aspirations into tangible realities. Upon receiving financial rewards, he intended to persuade his mother to undergo a thorough health examination. Otherwise, a heavy burden would perpetually weigh upon his heart. Yu Hongwei had inquired whether Li Mubai was interested in releasing an album, conveying his ambition to promote him as the mainland's version of Jay Chou. Li Mubai, however, had no such aspirations and had casually dismissed the idea earlier that day. Nevertheless, having a connection like Yu Hongwei in the industry proved advantageous, as he could utilize his network to facilitate the sale of songs. That evening, Li Mubai planned to engage Yu Hongwei in a discussion regarding the potential sale of his songs. Upon arriving at the Mingming Fruit Supermarket, Li Mubai joyfully exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, your charming son has returned." He suddenly paused, for the individual seated behind the counter was not Tian Manmei. Instead, a middle-aged man, bearing a slight resemblance to Li Mubai, was smoking behind the counter. It was his father, Li Xueqing. "Cease your nonsensical shouting. It has been an eternity since I last saw you. Now that you're on break, you ought to assist your mother with some household tasks." "Father, have you just returned from the car?" "Indeed, your mother has prepared some sustenance for you." "Ah." Li Mubai managed to suppress his emotions and ascended directly to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching his chamber, he resolutely closed the door, leaning against it while cradling his head and gradually sinking to the floor. Li Xueqing had returned, the man who had forsaken him and his mother. The one culpable for his mother's untimely demise, the individual he had despised most fervently in his previous existence. In truth, Li Mubai's childhood had been rather idyllic. Tian Manmei operated a fruit supermarket, while Li Xueqing was engaged in long-distance transportation. Their family circumstances were quite favorable in the quaint town, rendering them the envy of many. However, everything transformed when Li Mubai commenced his university journey. Li Xueqing absconded with the family's entire fortune, accruing substantial debts and eloping with another man's wife, after which he vanished without a trace. Unable to locate Li Xueqing, the creditors began to harass Tian Manmei at the fruit supermarket, ultimately compelling its closure. To sustain Li Mubai's university education, Tian Manmei had no alternative but to seek employment elsewhere, concealing the tribulations at home from her son to shield them. Overcome with anxiety, Tian Manmei fell ill, her condition deteriorating without improvement. When Li Mubai next encountered Li Xueqing, he felt an overwhelming urge for vengeance. Yet, while the notion of retribution thrilled him, he understood that it would only plunge Tian Manmei back into despair, having already lost both her husband and son. Gathering evidence to unveil Li Xueqing's treachery and facilitate a divorce appeared too lenient and would undoubtedly inflict further anguish upon Tian Manmei. Li Mubai was resolute in his determination to protect her from any suffering. How could he ensure Li Xueqing face justice without causing distress to Tian Manmei? Previously, Li Mubai had found himself at a loss, unable to formulate an appropriate strategy and choosing instead to evade confrontation. However, now, confronted by Li Xueqing, there existed no avenue for avoidance. As twilight enveloped the surroundings, Li Mubai remained in a state of confusion, devoid of a viable solution. The sounds of conversation between Li Xueqing and Tian Manmei emanating from the living room only served to heighten his irritation. The mere sight of Li Xueqing in close proximity, deceiving Tian Manmei, filled Li Mubai with profound revulsion. He opened the bedroom door and stepped into the hallway. Upon noticing him, Tian Manmei inquired, "Son, why haven't you dined?" With a veneer of casual indifference, Li Mubai responded, "Wang Su has invited me out for dinner." Li Xueqing responded sharply, "All you do is indulge in frivolities. When will you acquire some wisdom?" Tian Manmei interjected, "Oh, he has just completed his college entrance examinations. Allow him a moment to revel in his freedom." Resisting the temptation to reveal Li Xueqing's true nature to Tian Manmei, Li Mubai hurriedly descended the staircase. Upon exiting the supermarket, he dialed Wang Su's number. The phone rang twice before Wang Su's playful voice resonated through the receiver. "Hey, Dubai, you finally remembered me. Which young lady have you been entertaining these days? Let us venture to Chin's Little Skewers. I shall treat you." "Certainly, dear guardian." Little Skewers, a local delicacy, comprised an assortment of meats meticulously threaded onto slender iron rods and deep-fried to perfection. Upon being freshly cooked, they were immersed in a savory sauce, resulting in a delightful fusion of spicy and umami flavors. Having savored these skewers since his childhood, Li Mubai had witnessed their price escalate from a mere 10 cents each to $1 for two. Upon his arrival at Chin's Little Skewers, he found Wang Su already seated at a quaint table by the roadside. Although the term foodie had yet to be popularized at that time, Li Mubai now recognized it as an apt description for Wang Su, which perhaps accounted for his subsequent plumpness. "Dubai, over here." Li Mubai seized a stool and settled himself down. Wang Su called out to the waiter, "Pardon me, may we have the menu?" Li Mubai perused the menu, indicated the skewer section, and instructed the waiter, 50 skewers of each variety, and please bring me 2 crates of cold beer. Shuzi. Take a glance and determine what else we ought to order. Wang Su, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "Dubai, have you come into wealth? Can we possibly consume all of this?" Li Mubai chuckled and responded, "Indeed, I have encountered fortune. Henceforth, whenever I partake in a meal, you shall have a bowl to wash." Wang Su, initially enthusiastic to commend the magnanimous Li Mubai, suddenly sensed a discord and, with a touch of annoyance, retorted, "What absurdity are you uttering?" Li Mubai uncorked a bottle of beer and poured its contents for both of them. "To my dear brother, I raise a toast in your honor." In his past existence, his bond with Wang Su had gradually diminished, leaving Li Mubai with a twinge of remorse. The naive soul who once assisted you in purchasing flowers after submitting your college entrance examination papers would be a rare find indeed. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Zijing Hotel, He Yijuan sat at her computer, cradling a drawing tablet as she meticulously sketched a pumpkin with a pressure-sensitive pen. Occasionally, she would glance at QQ, yet her friend, whose avatar bore the likeness of Wu Yinzu, remained offline, indicated by a muted gray. "Why are you still not online? I wish to present to you the artwork I have created." The young girl's enchanting visage bore a hint of disappointment as she gently swept her flowing locks aside, unveiling her elegant neck, before once again immersing herself in her artistic endeavor. Beep, beep, beep. A video request unexpectedly emerged, startling He Yijuan, who had been wholly absorbed in her drawing. Upon discerning that the sender was not Li Mubai, a wave of melancholy enveloped her. As the video connected, a mature and captivating woman graced the screen. Clad in a delicate pink silk nightgown, her hair slightly tousled from slumber, she radiated a languorous allure. "Darling, what are you engaged in?" "I am painting," He Yijuan replied, lifting her tablet to reveal the unfinished depiction of a pumpkin to the camera. "What is it that you are drawing?" "My friend is in the process of developing a game and has requested my assistance in creating some images for it." The woman cast a fleeting glance at the artwork but was predominantly focused on her daughter. In contrast to her previous listlessness, the girl appeared considerably more animated and loquacious, which significantly uplifted the woman's spirits. "Does your friend also create games?" "Indeed, it is a farming game. I am not well versed in its particulars. Yet he is adamant that it will achieve remarkable success and has promised me a generous monetary gift upon its release." At the mention of this anticipated gift, He Yijuan tilted her head slightly, her lips forming a radiant smile, her eyes glimmering with eager anticipation. The woman was somewhat astonished. Her daughter had never exhibited a particular interest in money and seldom utilized the pocket money she received. Yet, here she stood, eagerly awaiting that substantial monetary gift. "How delightful. What other activities have you engaged in today, my dear?" "I visited the embassy to submit certain documents, and subsequently, I accompanied friends to a recording studio to lay down some tracks. I took part in 2 of these recordings. Once they are completed, I shall send them to you." "You are truly remarkable, my dear. You are now releasing songs." He Yijuan was suddenly reminded of Li Mubai. Whenever they exchanged compliments, they would invariably add an enthusiastic wow to convey their sincerity, a practice she deemed essential. Momentarily distracted, He Yijuan recalled that she was still engaged in a video call. She remarked, "He is truly remarkable." That music director even mentioned assisting him in releasing an album, asserting that he is the mainland's counterpart to Jay Chou. As He Yijuan spoke of Li Mubai, a glow of pride illuminated her countenance, for they were part of the illustrious Baiyan duo. The woman across from her noticed that whenever her daughter spoke of her friend, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she occasionally drifted into reverie. The sight of her daughter in the throes of love perfectly mirrored her own youthful experiences. Qin Jiangwo's observation was keen. Her daughter's health had indeed flourished thanks to that young man, and now she had developed affections for him. This development was both a blessing and a source of concern. What if this young man, Li Mubai, were to exploit her daughter's feelings? What if he were of questionable character, inflicting harm upon her daughter and aggravating her condition? He was but a youth from a humble town. What merit could he possibly possess to be deemed worthy of her daughter? Should she take it upon herself to intervene? Perhaps she would seek to gather more information about him from Qin Jiangwo when the opportunity arose. After engaging in conversation with her mother for half an hour, He Yijuan concluded the video call. She cast a glance at the muted gray profile picture of Wu Yanzu, which remained unchanged. Perhaps he had been delayed, she pondered. After sketching for a while longer, she stifled a yawn and checked the time. It was indeed time for bed. Yet, he still had not graced her with his online presence. She ought to call him to bid him good night. At a roadside stall, a collection of empty beer bottles had accumulated beside the modest table. Li Mubai's complexion was flushed. He had already become quite intoxicated after consuming 7 or 8 drinks. In contrast, Wang Su was faring much better. Having merely downed 2 bottles, while primarily concentrating on devouring skewers of meat. Observing Li Mubai incessantly pouring drinks for himself, Wang Su sensed a disturbance in his mood. Dubai. Do not confine yourself to drinking, partake in some skewers as well. The mound of skewers on Wang Su's side resembled a small mountain. While Li Mubai faced only a scant few sticks, Li Mubai grasped a skewer, absently nibbling on it before consuming another drink. Wang Su winced at the sight. There was scarcely any meat adorning that skewer. What troubles you? Confide in your brother, he urged. With a slurred tongue, Li Mubai replied, it is unspeakable. This dilemma is insurmountable. It resembles a tumor on one's leg. Removing it would devastate the leg, yet allowing it to remain would inevitably lead to the same demise. Wang Su's expression transformed as he pondered this, and suddenly the skewers lost their allure. Dubai, you are not grappling with a terminal illness, are you? I was curious as to why you displayed such generosity today. Li Mubai took another sip from his glass, placing it down as he proclaimed. You are the one confronting a terminal ailment. My life is beginning anew. An abundance of splendid days lies ahead of me. He added with a hint of exasperation. How you startled me. Wang Su, feeling a wave of relief wash over him at the news of Li Mubai's well-being, returned to savoring his skewer. Now, do tell me the truth of the matter. I can assist you in contemplating it. My lips shall remain sealed. I assure you I will not divulge a word. Li Mubai let out a gentle sigh and pondered. How can one guarantee that a man remains steadfast? He was acutely aware of Li Xueqing's paramour, even possessing knowledge of her abode. Even if Li Mubai were to sever the connection between Li Xueqing and that woman, what significance would it truly hold? Li Mubai might wield his influence momentarily, yet he cannot govern the course of a lifetime. This conundrum was somewhat beyond Wang Su's grasp. He had yet to even hold a girl's hand. Nevertheless, the perspective of a youthful innocent is uniquely profound. Wang Su blinked his small eyes and quipped. A eunuch never strays. Li Mubai chuckled at Wang Su's remarks. Yet eunuchs cannot wed. How profoundly you articulate your thoughts. After savoring another sip, a daring idea suddenly ignited within Li Mubai's mind. However, this notion proved rather burdensome, rendering him slightly dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Hey, Dubai, rise. If you intend to slumber, do so at home, Wang Su urged, nudging the slumped Li Mubai at the table. Wang Su found himself contemplating whether to finish the remaining skewers of meat or take them home. Yet now, they lay completely pinned beneath Li Mubai. Clinging to the last remnants of his awareness, Li Mubai murmured, I shall not return home. I wish to avoid him. And I do not want my mother to witness my inebriation, she would fret. Then do not sleep here, Wang Su retorted. Dubai, for heaven's sake. Settle the bill first. I have not brought any money. The snow descends in profound, earnest flakes. At that moment, Li Mubai's phone chimed. Wang Su glanced at the caller ID, Little Rich Woman. After a brief contemplation, he answered the call. Hello. Speak. If you remain silent, I shall terminate this call. Isn't this Li Mubai's phone? A soft, melodious voice resonated from the receiver. Upon hearing this, Wang Su responded, Indeed. He has indulged too much and is presently unable to take calls. Oh, you must be his friend. Please ensure he returns home. The voice conveyed a hint of urgency. Wang Su sighed. He is being obstinate and refuses to go home. What shall we do? I find myself equally perplexed. The bill remains unpaid. Hello? Why have you fallen silent once more? If you continue to be mute, I shall end this call. Where are you? I am able to arrive shortly with funds in hand at Shinji Skewers. Oh, I shall be there momentarily. Wang Su terminated the call. Sensing a certain familiarity in the voice, yet he could not quite discern its origin. The snow descends with such profound sincerity. No sooner had he concluded the conversation than the phone rang once more. Caller ID. Annoying one. Wang Su felt a wave of frustration. Could not Dubai save contacts under their proper names? Hello? Dubai Gidge, you are incorrigible. Why have you not responded to my messages? I am becoming quite vexed. Wait. You must be Xiaro, correct? I am Wang Su. At this juncture, Wang Su recognized her by the affectionate tone with which she addressed Dubai Gidge. It had to be Ruan Xiao. Oh, where is the baggage? Having indulged too much, refusing to return home and still neglecting to settle the bill, Wang Su suddenly experienced a moment of clarity and divulged everything at once. Where are you? I shall transfer the funds immediately. At Chin Skewers. Very well. I shall arrive shortly. There is no necessity for you to come. Wang Su intended to convey that there was no need for anyone to make the journey, as someone was already en route with the money. However, Ruan Xiao had already disconnected the call. He set his phone down, feeling that this meal had lost its savor. If only he could have two young women competing to send him money when he had indulged too much. Feeling ennui, Wang Su contemplated the name stored under Li Mubai's contact number. Intrigued, he dialed Li Mubai's number on his own device. The snow falls so profoundly, so sincerely. Wang Su glanced at the caller ID. Alas, before long, a taxi arrived at the entrance of Chin Skewers. A tall girl clad in a pink tracksuit, adorned with a baseball cap and clutching a petite handbag, alighted from the vehicle. Although her face remained obscured, Wang Su instantly perceived her grace and beauty through her silhouette. The girl stepped out and surveyed her surroundings, seemingly in search of someone. Her gaze settled upon Wang Su, who hastily averted his eyes, wishing to avoid the impression that he was observing her. To his astonishment, she approached him directly. Wang Su lifted his glass to sip, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. Wang Su, a melodious voice called out, compelling him to look up. What on earth? How could it be He Yijuan? Wang Su nearly choked on his drink. He Yijuan, was that you who called? Yes. Why has the bai consumed so much? He Yijuan cast a glance at Li Mubai, who was slumped over the table, and her already frosty demeanor grew even colder with concern. Feeling bashful in the presence of the aloof goddess, He Yijuan, Wang Su hastily clarified. He has been feeling somewhat down today and has imbibed more than usual. I did not compel him. He Yijuan gently nudged Li Mubai's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Dabai, awaken. Who are you? Release my brother, Dabai. A sharp voice suddenly startled both He Yijuan and Wang Su. Ruan Xiao glared at He Yijuan with a slight frown. It had been merely a few days since she last beheld Dabai, and now another woman had emerged by his side. This woman appeared somewhat familiar. Wait, is that not He Yijuan? Though He Yijuan had graced Haiyuan High School for but a brief period, nearly every student was cognizant of her existence. Whenever conversations turned to the most beautiful girl in the institution or the top scholar, He Yijuan's name was invariably invoked. Yet, those who uttered her name often encountered derisive scoffs. We are speaking of ordinary individuals. Let us not mention He Yijuan. Ruan Xiao found herself somewhat taken aback. How had He Yijuan also arrived? This woman bears no resemblance to Ren Tingting, nor to that eclectic, non-mainstream girl. When Ruan Xiao stood before her peers, she radiated confidence. However, in the presence of He Yijuan, Ruan Xiao felt a subtle sense of inadequacy. Has the aloof goddess also taken notice of my Dabai? As Ruan Xiao examined He Yijuan, the latter was equally engaged in her own scrutiny. Who is this charming yet captivating girl? Why does she address Dabai with such intimacy? Wang Su detected an abrupt tension in the atmosphere, which had previously been suffused with the delightful fragrance of skewered meat. Allow me to introduce you, he stammered. Shiro, this is He Yijuan, a classmate of mine and Dabai's. He Yijuan, this is Ruan Xiao, a childhood companion of Dabai. Indeed, Dabai and I have been inseparable since our youth, Ruan Xiao remarked as she gracefully repositioned herself beside Li Mubai. It appeared that in a contest of allure, she found herself overshadowed by He Yijuan, prompting Ruan Xiao to resort to her connections instead. Could one of you kindly settle the bill? At that moment, the waiter approached with the check. I shall take care of it. No, allow me. He Yijuan and Ruan Xiao exclaimed in unison. However, Ruan Xiao found herself at a disadvantage, as He Yijuan was nearer to the waiter. By the time Ruan Xiao delved into her pocket, He Yijuan had already extracted a substantial bundle of cash from her bag. Wang Su cast a surprised glance at it. The thickness of that stack must easily surpass 20,000. No wonder Li Mubai had saved her contact under the moniker of Little Rich Lady. They were merely relishing some skewers by the roadside, hardly indulgent. The total is 105. 100 will suffice, the waiter remarked. In 2006, prices remained quite reasonable, with each skewer priced at just 2 yuan and local Tanchi beer costing a mere 2 yuan per bottle. He Yijuan was astonished by the affordability, handing a 100 yuan note to the waiter and expressing her gratitude for the change. Thank you. You're welcome, the young waiter replied, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as he stole a fleeting glance at He Yijuan before taking his leave. Ruan Xiao felt a wave of irritation wash over her. How exasperating. That woman had outshone her merely because of her wealth. Must she flaunt it so ostentatiously? Dabai, let us return home, Wan Xiao suggested, gently nudging Li Mubai's shoulder. I shall not return home. I wish to avoid my mother's gaze while inebriated, Li Mubai responded, agitated by the mention of home. It is unfortunate that my parents have already departed. Otherwise, I could have invited Dabai to my residence, Wan Xiao reflected quietly. The two young women turned their attention to Wang Su, who felt overwhelmed under the gaze of such exquisite company. Flustered, he waved his hands dismissively, stating, There is no room at my house. He had a younger brother, and their living situation was already cramped in a single room, leaving no accommodation for Li Mubai. Why not accompany me back to the Zijing Hotel? He Yijuan proposed the idea of reserving a room for Li Mubai. Upon hearing this suggestion, Wan Xiao was instantly filled with distress. Absolutely not. Upon observing Wan Xiao's intense reaction, He Yijuan swiftly discerned her misunderstanding of the situation and promptly clarified. Let us reserve him a separate room. Wan Xiao contemplated for a brief moment before responding. The Zijing Hotel is rather distant and inconvenient. Let us instead proceed to this establishment. Nearby stood a modest inn, the Rainbow Hotel. Nevertheless, Wan Xiao inwardly lamented, it merely serves to flaunt your affluence, mentioning the Zijing Hotel so nonchalantly. He Yijuan cast a glance at Li Mubai, who remained slumped over the table, and nodded in agreement. Wan Xiao endeavored to assist Li Mubai, but found her strength inadequate to lift him. He Yijuan promptly joined her, and together they successfully raised Li Mubai. The two, subtly vying with one another, did not contemplate soliciting Wang Su for assistance. As they escorted Li Mubai away, Wang Su stood in bewilderment, questioning his own identity and purpose. Who am I? Where am I? Should I accompany them? Upon arriving at the front desk of the Rainbow Hotel, the proprietress inquired, Hello, are you here for accommodation? He Yijuan remained silent, her demeanor cool and distant. In truth, she had never visited such a modest inn and was uncertain how to respond. Wan Xiao replied, Yes. We would like a room with a double bed. The proprietress stated, ID, please. The double room is 50, with a 50 deposit. Wan Xiao reached into Li Mubai's pocket, confident that he would invariably carry his ID, given his constant online presence. Aware of the awkwardness of sifting through Li Mubai's belongings, He Yijuan withdrew 100 yuan from her bag and presented it. The proprietress accepted the payment and issued a receipt to He Yijuan, who nonchalantly tucked it into the pocket of her sportswear. Observing that He Yijuan had paid first, Wan Xiao frowned, her expression growing serious. What indeed? Is her relationship with my brother by? She pondered, bewildered by He Yijuan's eagerness to lavish money upon him. The inn maintained a rather lenient policy. A single form of identification was sufficient. However, the proprietress harbored a curiosity regarding whether these two exceptionally alluring young women would indeed remain for the night. Fortunately, their accommodation was situated on the ground floor. Li Mubai towered at 6 feet and weighed approximately 70 kilograms. The two young women struggled to support him, ultimately easing him onto the bed, both fatigued from the exertion. As they stood in a moment of awkwardness, neither Wan Xiao nor He Yijuan knew how to articulate their thoughts, exchanging glances laden with uncertainty. Reclining upon the bed, Li Mubai struggled to draw breath. His t-shirt felt suffocating against his neck, compelling him to tug at the collar. Wan Xiao's eyes sparkled with a playful notion, kneeling beside the bed. She endeavored to remove Li Mubai's t-shirt to grant him relief. He Yijuan, her cheeks aglow, inquired, What are you doing? Wan Xiao responded, Brother Bai prefers to sleep unclothed. Internally, she delighted in the thought, See how intimately I am connected to Brother Bai? He Yijuan found herself somewhat bewildered by their relationship. Wasn't Li Mubai enamored with Rentingting? Yet it appeared he no longer maintained correspondence with her. What was Wan Xiao's genuine position in his life? Were they simply childhood companions? Observing Wan Xiao's efforts to assist the inebriated Li Mubai, He Yijuan resolved to offer her support as well. Together, the two women succeeded in disrobing Li Mubai of his t-shirt. At that moment, Wang Su approached the threshold, bearing several bottles of mineral water, and inadvertently witnessed the scene of the two women divesting Li Mubai of his garment. I should not have intruded, Wang Su mused to himself with a smirk. Seizing the opportunity while the two remained oblivious to his presence, he discreetly retreated. Amidst the ensuing commotion, He Yijuan began to feel a sense of warmth. Removing her cap and running her fingers through her hair, gently fanning herself. With her beauty now unobscured by the cap, Wan Xiao, who was experiencing her first intimate encounter with He Yijuan, was taken aback by her captivating allure. Wan Xiao subtly puffed out her chest, thinking to herself, Humph. Not as remarkable as my own. My dear Baigu possesses a penchant for tactile engagement, despite his fervent denials. He Yijuan was equally taken aback by Wan Xiao's voluptuous figure. The girl, still clad in the Haiyuan high school uniform, appeared to be a year or two younger than herself. What could she possibly be indulging in? The atmosphere grew somewhat uncomfortable. In an effort to demonstrate her camaraderie with Baigu, Wan Xiao seized Li Mubai's oil-stained t-shirt and made her way to the restroom to cleanse it. At that precise moment, He Jian's phone began to ring. She retrieved her device from her bag, only to discover a call from Qin Jiangwo. "Miss, where have you gone?" Uncle Qin's voice endeavored to maintain composure, yet a trace of urgency permeated his tone. Through the receiver, the muffled reprimand of the hotel manager could be distinctly heard. I was feeling hungry and went out to grab a bite," He Jian replied, her voice quavering as she grappled with her deception. "Oh, why didn't you call me?" Qin Jiangwo inquired, the sound of his polished shoes clicking against the tiles resonating in the background. "I thought you might be resting, so I ventured out alone. I shall return shortly," she replied. "No worries, I haven't slept either. I'm en route to pick you up. Where are you dining?" The sound of a car door closing and the engine commencing reverberated through the receiver. "At Chen Skewers." "Very well, I am on my way." "All right." He Yijuan ended the call, her countenance darkening slightly. A wave of guilt washed over her for the deception, accompanied by a flicker of resentment regarding her constrained autonomy. Meanwhile, Wan Xiao continued to wash the shirt, discreetly listening in on He Yijuan's conversation. Once He Yijuan concluded her call, Wan Xiao's voice resonated from the bathroom. "Sister He, if you have obligations to address, you are free to depart. I can keep by good company." Perceiving the subtle provocation in Wan Xiao's tone, He Yijuan paused to reflect before responding, "I am not in a rush." Standing by the bed and gazing at the slumbering Li Mubai, she pondered. He appeared to be in perfect health when we parted today. How did he end up consuming so much alcohol this evening? Upon hearing her words, Wan Xiao's demeanor altered, and she paused her washing, remarking, "Baigu was in your company the entire day." A subtle smile graced He Yijuan's lips as she responded, "Indeed. We spent the whole day in Shenyang, reveling in delightful moments. The activities of procuring a student visa and recording a song were merely recounted as a day of merriment, igniting Wan Xiao's imagination as she speculated on the adventures the two may have shared throughout the day. Wan Xiao broke her silence, treating the t-shirt as though it were Li Mubai, and began to crumple it with fervor. After some time, she hung the freshly laundered garment and exited the bathroom. Upon seeing He Yijuan standing by the bed, gazing affectionately at Li Mubai, Wan Xiao felt a wave of irritation wash over her. "What did you and Brother Dabai do in Shenyang?" she inquired. "We went to the recording studio to record a song together," came the reply. "To the recording studio? To record a song?" Wan Xiao found herself in a state of confusion. Why would one choose a recording studio for singing rather than a KTV? He Yijuan appeared rather gratified by Wan Xiao's response. It seemed that Wan Xiao's connection with Li Mubai was not as profound as she had presumed. She remained oblivious to Li Mubai's pursuits in songwriting. What significance did their childhood friendship hold? After all, they were members of the illustrious Bayan group. He Yijuan, though seemingly reserved, possessed a sharp intellect. Furthermore, the presence of a rival invariably heightened a woman's acuity by 20%. The two fell into a profound silence, the air thick with palpable tension. At that moment, Wang Su made his entrance. He had not departed. Rather, he had wandered about the hotel's first floor and noticed that the door to their room was slightly ajar. With a sense of gallantry, he approached to close it. However, the anticipated scandalous scene did not unfold. He Yijuan and Wan Xiao stood distinctly on opposite sides of the bed, the atmosphere charged with animosity. Upon Wang Su's arrival, He Yijuan glanced at the clock, estimating that Uncle Qin would be arriving shortly. "Wang Su, please keep Brother Dabai company. I must take my leave." As she spoke, He Yijuan shot a sidelong glance at Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao reflected on the cunning nature of this woman. Having Wang Su remain meant she could not stay here with Brother Dabai. After a moment's consideration, she added, "I too must return. Please take good care of Brother Dabai." Wang Su, "Certainly. Do you both require some water?" "No, thank you." He Yijuan was the first to depart from the hotel room. Wan Xiao followed closely behind. Her teeth clenched as she observed He Yijuan's diminishing silhouette. Why are there so many admirers surrounding Brother Dabai? I am merely a sophomore. How could I ever compete? It would be preferable if Brother Dabai were to consistently shower his affections upon Rentingting instead. He Yijuan exited the Rainbow Hotel and took a few steps aside. Arriving at the entrance of Chen Skewers, Wan Shiro passed by He Yijuan, forcing a disingenuous smile as she bid farewell. Farewell, sister He. He Yijuan returned the gesture with a polite nod and waved towards Wan Shiro. Farewell, Shiro. The two individuals brushed past one another, and Wan Shiro immediately adopted a stern countenance. He Yijuan swiftly resumed her aloof demeanor as well. A moment later, a Huaiting came to a halt before He Yijuan. Qin Jiangwo had pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle at a pace considerably swifter than his usual. He Yijuan opened the car door and gracefully settled into the back seat. Young miss, do ensure to invite me along on your next outing, he remarked. Yes, certainly, she replied. During the return journey, Qin Jiangwo felt a noticeable sense of ease. The car halted at the entrance of the Zijing Hotel, and He Yijuan alighted. Qin Jiangwo maneuvered the vehicle into the parking lot. Upon exiting, he noticed a note resting on the back seat. Curiously, he picked it up and cast a glance at its contents. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and his blood pressure surged to 180. The note was merely a receipt. Rainbow Hotel. Deposit, 50 yuan. When Li Mubai regained consciousness, he felt somewhat disoriented. Hadn't he been drinking with Wang Su? How did he find himself solitary in a quaint inn? Feeling a subtle urgency in his bladder, Li Mubai sprang from the bed, intending to seek the restroom first. Alas, what on earth? As he descended, he inadvertently stepped upon someone, nearly precipitating a mishap. Wang Su, what brings you here? Why do you slumber upon the floor? Wang Su cast him an exasperated glance. Did he take pleasure in resting upon the ground? Who could have foreseen his restlessness during slumber, clutching and kissing him, leaving him quite perturbed? The floor is cool. I find it preferable. Li Mubai entered the bathroom and allowed the water to flow freely. How did we find ourselves at the inn last night? It was you who insisted on not returning home. We had no alternative but to take you to a hotel. We? Who else could it be? Wang Su recounted the events of the previous evening, starting with Li Mubai collapsing at the table, followed by Wang Su receiving 2 phone calls, culminating in the 2 girls escorting him to the bed at the inn. As Li Mubai listened, he could not refrain from interjecting. Could you not have simply settled the bill? You neither brought any money nor exercised sound judgment. Why not search my pockets? Please refrain from answering my calls impulsively in the future. Those 2 girls ventured out late at night. It was rather perilous. It is of little consequence. You are destined to become quite portly in the future. Wang Su was perplexed by Li Mubai's unwavering conviction that he would inevitably gain weight. After completing their transaction, the duo proceeded to a breakfast establishment. Li Mubai savored his meal, though his thoughts meandered elsewhere. The previous night, it appeared he had arrived at a profound epiphany. Yet what could it possibly be? What is your connection with those 2? Last night, the chemistry between them was unmistakable. Dubai, I implore you to make a judicious choice. Do not find yourself straddling 2 vessels, lest you risk capsizing. Wang Su continued to extol the virtues of the soup dumplings, his chatter unrelenting. Li Mubai replied, had you not carelessly disregarded my calls, the absurdities of last night would never have transpired. Furthermore, how could I, the illustrious romantic of Haiyuan, ever find myself in such disarray? Nonsense. How could I ever be labeled a scoundrel? Wang Su, bewildered, asked, what constitutes a scoundrel? Li Mubai responded, selfish, toying with emotions, deceiving. Suddenly, a moment of clarity washed over him, revealing the truth. He was indeed dutiful. He had not yet relinquished the notion of having a second child. This could be perceived as his contribution to the family planning policy. Yet, how could he bring this into fruition? The snow cascades down profoundly and sincerely. Li Mubai lifted the receiver to ascertain the caller's identity. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, he greeted. Li Mubai, this is Qin Jiangwo. On the other end, Qin Jiangwo's voice carried a distinctly displeased tone. Li Mubai responded with cheerful enthusiasm. Have you had your meal, Uncle Qin? What prompts your call at such an early hour? Where might you be? Where I find myself hinges upon what you desire from me, Uncle Qin. Why so loquacious? I fear you might wish to dismiss me. I assure you, I have no intention of casting you aside. I require your assistance. Do you truly promise? I swear it. You little scamp, my patience is not boundless. I was merely jesting. I am currently at the breakfast establishment adjacent to Chen Skewers. Li Mubai ended the call and, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed to Wang Su. This is entirely your doing. Wang Su appeared perplexed, questioning how he had become entangled once more. Li Mubai was acutely aware that Qin Jiangwo was seeking him out, undoubtedly concerning the events of the previous night involving He Yijuan. However, he had been inebriated the night prior and had not engaged in any misdeeds. If he were to clarify the situation, it would likely bring resolution. Qin Jiangwo would not genuinely seek his dismissal. After a brief interval, a phaeton came to a halt outside the breakfast establishment. Qin Jiangwo seemed to have endured a restless night, a stark contrast to the rejuvenated Li Mubai. He cast a glance at Li Mubai, motioning for him to enter the vehicle. He Yijuan was absent from the car, prompting Li Mubai to take a seat in the passenger side. "What brings you here, Uncle Qin?" he inquired. "Mrs. Eyre wishes to speak with you." "Who?" "The mother of the young lady." "Ah, did you engage in any activities with the young lady last night?" "Certainly not." "You would do well to speak the truth, Uncle Qin." "It would be prudent for you to address me with courtesy after my meeting with Auntie. I may very well find myself woven into the fabric of your family." Upon hearing Li Mubai's words, Qin Jiangwo's countenance darkened, his grip on the steering wheel tightening, veins visibly straining. "I was merely jesting, Uncle Qin. My relationship with He Yijuan is strictly platonic. There is truly nothing more," Li Mubai hastily clarified, eager to soothe his agitation. While he found delight in playful banter, he had no desire to incite Qin Jiangwo to the brink of irrationality, thereby jeopardizing their safety on the road. As Qin Jiangwo approached 50, and Li Mubai still basked in the vigor of youth, it would be a grievous loss to meet an untimely end alongside him. Upon their arrival at the Zijing Hotel, Qin Jiangwo ushered Li Mubai to his room. He then procured a notebook and opened QQ to initiate a video call. In a matter of moments, the connection was established. On the screen appeared He Yijuan's mother, adorned with light makeup and dressed in casual home attire, the backdrop revealing a lavish room. Li Mubai was momentarily taken aback by He Yijuan's mother. She appeared astonishingly youthful. By all accounts, she should be in her 40s, yet she looked scarcely over 30. One could easily believe her to be in her 20s. No wonder He Yijuan possessed such beauty. The genetics were undeniably remarkable. However, this young woman and He Yijuan were stark contrasts, epitomizing entirely divergent styles. "Greetings, Li. My cherished pupil. Salutations, Auntie. You appear remarkably youthful. You possess a true talent for flattery. It is no surprise you managed to entice my daughter to join you last night. Herein lies the account." Li Mubai meticulously recounted the occurrences of the previous evening. There was nothing to conceal. He had indeed indulged excessively and accomplished naught. "If you harbor any doubts, allow Uncle Qin to verify the hotel surveillance footage." Li Mubai concluded his exposition, presenting a method to substantiate his assertions. Upon hearing Li Mubai's words, Qin Jiangwo's demeanor shifted to one of unease. After witnessing the hotel deposit receipt the previous night, panic had ensued within him. He had explicitly instructed the lobby manager of the Zijing Hotel to notify him if He Yijuan were to leave the premises unaccompanied. However, the lobby manager had fallen ill and was without his phone. By the time the manager became aware of the situation through the front desk and managed to contact Qin Jiangwo, He Yijuan had already vacated the hotel half an hour earlier. Upon calculating the time, Qin Jiangwo surmised that he could undoubtedly reach the Rainbow Hotel more swiftly by car than He Yijuan could by taxi. Thus, He Yijuan and Li Mubai had scarcely over 20 minutes in each other's company. In those ephemeral moments, could it be possible that something transpired between them? Logically, it appeared to be an inadequate duration. Yet, what if Li Mubai possessed extraordinary swiftness? Qin Jiangwo's thoughts swirled in a tempest of uncertainty, compelling him to convey the situation candidly to the second madam. At that juncture, her expression darkened, reflecting her discontent with Qin Jiangwo's inability to oversee He Yijuan effectively. Her counsel echoed that of Li Mubai, urging Qin Jiangwo to scrutinize the hotel surveillance footage. Late into the night, he returned to the establishment, only to find Li Mubai inebriated and unconscious, accompanied by 2 others. Thus, the truth became unmistakably evident. Li Mubai and He Yijuan had indeed not engaged in any impropriety. The deductions made by the second madam and Li Mubai revealed insights that had eluded Qin Jiangwo, casting him in a rather unflattering light. Initially, I harbored no intention of intruding upon Yunyun's personal matters, aware that it could easily lead to her discontent. Next month, Yunyun is set to arrive in the splendid country. I believed that with merely a month remaining and old Qin overseeing her, there would be no complications. Yet, I did not foresee your extraordinary ability to captivate my daughter within mere days, inspiring her to venture out at night in search of you. Although nothing untoward transpired this time, who can predict what the future may hold? I'm an individual who cherishes candor, despite your striking visage and notable abilities. You are not deserving of my daughter. You are likely cognizant of her situation. She is rather exceptional. The prospect of losing you would undoubtedly bring her sorrow and negatively impact her well-being. You have indeed placed me in a formidable quandary. He Yijuan's mother continued to speak thoughtlessly, ensnared in her own reflections. Li Mubai found her strikingly beautiful. In her words, there resided an enchanting brilliance. A harmonious blend of playful reproach and delight, captivating enough to enthrall an entire nation. Yet, beneath the surface of her speech, Li Mubai discerned a stark and unvarnished threat. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the more perilous she often proves to be. He Juan's mother resembled a rose adorned with thorns. No. She was akin to a rose armed with daggers. The woman's eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of He Juan, yet when she regarded Li Mubai, it felt as though she were appraising a mere dog, one that could be discarded at any moment. Li Mubai sensed that this woman was not jesting. She genuinely intended to eliminate him. Was it truly necessary? What a profoundly disturbed woman she was. The essential truth lay in the fact that this unhinged individual indeed harbored the capacity to execute her menacing threats. If he failed to offer her a satisfactory explanation that day, Li Mubai was acutely aware that he would inevitably confront grave repercussions. The woman halted her discourse, regarding Li Mubai with an expression rife within her turmoil. He unraveled the message concealed within her gaze. Ah, how I would relish the opportunity to rid myself of you. It would indeed be far more straightforward. Yet, the heartache it would inflict upon my daughter, how vexing this dilemma is. After a moment's contemplation, Li Mubai smiled and responded, Auntie, I comprehend. He Jun's mother tilted her head, blinking playfully while observing Li Mubai. Oh, what is it that you have come to understand? This young woman was undeniably enchanting, yet she possessed an equally undeniable air of peril. Li Mubai found himself navigating this delicate situation with utmost caution. I have discerned my course of action. In the time preceding He Jun's departure overseas, I shall lend my support in caring for her. During this interval, I will cultivate my relationship with He Jun, ensuring she is led to believe her concerns are merely the result of overthinking. We are simply good classmates and friends. I shall guarantee her departure to that splendid land is marked by good health and tranquility, enabling her to accompany you. As Li Mubai articulated his thoughts, the woman's demeanor gradually softened, and she nodded slightly, her gaze betraying a hint of admiration. My word, your eloquence is truly remarkable. It is no wonder you have so thoroughly enchanted our union. What is it that you seek? I have heard whispers of your passion for music. I could assist you in attaining stardom. Or is it wealth you desire? Simply state your price. Li Mubai sensed that in the gaze of this woman, he had metamorphosed from a wretched creature into a being deserving of reverence, akin to a dog that had just been granted a morsel. He shook his head and responded, I have no yearning for wealth. Such a desire would diminish the significance of my friendship with He Jun. Dear Auntie, you surely would not wish for your daughter to associate with someone who holds only material wealth and esteem, would you? He Jun's mother suddenly regarded this young man as both perceptive and charming. He. You are indeed a fascinating young man. Please, articulate your conditions with clarity. Li Mubai articulated, I require Uncle Qin. As he spoke, he elongated his words, casting a glance toward Qin Jiangwo, who furrowed his brow under the weight of scrutiny. What does this young man desire from me? He pondered. I need Uncle Qin to aid me as a law-abiding citizen with a particular undertaking. He Jun's mother hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Agreed. However, you must uphold your promise to me. I trust you will be as candid as the name of your family's fruit shop. Li Mubai retained his smile, though he discreetly clenched his fists. The situation had undeniably intensified. Should he fail to placate this deranged woman, Tian Man Mei would inevitably suffer the consequences. Li Mubai responded with a smile, certainly. Farewell. Classmate Li. Annie, goodbye. He Jun's mother waved at the camera before abruptly terminating the video call. The scene of their parting might lead one to believe that their relationship was exceedingly amicable. Madwoman! Madwoman! This woman is truly deranged. Li Mubai now felt a pang of sympathy for He Juan. Having such a mother would render anyone introverted. Li Mubai turned to Qin Jiangwo, who was also attuned to unexpressed emotions. Li Mubai proclaimed himself a law-abiding citizen, thus the actions he was to undertake became glaringly apparent. The second Mrs. continues to act without contemplating the repercussions. She did not even bother to inquire about my plans before acquiescing. Uncle Qin, you scoundrel. I refuse to engage in any illicit activities. Cut. Li Mubai scoffed dismissively, casting a skeptical gaze upon Qin Jiangwo. The atmosphere enveloping Qin Jiangwo hardly conveyed a sense of legality. I shall refrain from engaging in anything fatal. At most, I could assist you in breaking a leg. Am I permitted to select which leg? Certainly. I choose the middle one. Goodness, you are merciless. What grievance do you harbor? A chinchimmy. Who? My father. Goodness. You are indeed a devoted son. Let us proceed. Are you so eager? I am en route to the Xinhua bookstore. Shaoan is undoubtedly awaiting my arrival there. I must fulfill the obligation imposed by the second. Mrs. Li Mubai now felt no trepidation towards Qin Zhengguo. Accompanying He Yijuan had now received her mother's approval. With a tranquil conscience, he requested Qin Zhengguo to drive him. On the second floor of the Xinhua bookstore, as soon as Li Mubai ascended the staircase, he caught sight of He Yijuan. She was already positioned in their customary spot, a bottle of mineral water placed at Li Mubai's seat. Upon his arrival, a delightful smile illuminated her composed visage. Enchanted by that smile, Li Mubai felt a significant uplift in his spirits. For the sake of your smile, I have comported myself like a dog before your mother, rendering myself devoid of dignity. He had forged an agreement under the duress of He Yijuan's mother, merely to alleviate her concerns. The arrangement for Li Xueqing was a mere afterthought. Once the funds were secured, many were eager to comply. That fervent woman cares for her daughter, yet so does Li Mubai. Did he not audaciously declare before that fervent woman, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the youth and poverty? Come now, such conduct is hardly befitting an adult. Ultimately, it is He Yijuan who bears the brunt of the consequences. Li Mubai fully comprehends the extraordinary nature of He Yijuan and is acutely aware of the benevolence she has extended towards him. Naturally, he would not allow her kindness to be squandered. Li Mubai has been diligently nurturing his relationship with He Yijuan, apprehensive of provoking her family and inviting discord. How did the circumstances take such an unforeseen turn? It is entirely the fault of Wang Su. Li Mubai gathered 2 books and took a seat opposite He Yijuan. She regarded him with a smile, her eyes alight with delight. When did you awaken? I was awake by 8. Did you partake in breakfast? I did. Next time, exercise moderation in your drinking. It is essential for boys to look after themselves when out and about. Li Mubai chuckled, observing how He Yijuan now humorously acknowledged her own folly. Indeed, I shall exercise restraint in the future. You must keep your promise. I absolutely shall. I have faith in you. Henceforth, endeavor to avoid nocturnal outings, and should you venture out, ensure that Uncle Qin accompanies you. Very well, I understand. Let us uphold our promises. Without a doubt. Their exchange possessed a certain youthful innocence, yet He Yijuan found herself enveloped in a sense of delight. Nevertheless, she harbored concerns about intruding upon Li Mubai's pressing responsibilities. After a moment, she assumed a serious demeanor and remarked, "Let us concentrate on our studies. Please refrain from disturbing others." No sooner had she uttered these words than her earnestness wavered, and a delicate smile graced her lips. Li Mubai also smiled knowingly. Casting a glance at the laptop beside He Yijuan, she nudged the laptop towards him. Li Mubai opened it and logged into QQ, searching for Ren Tingting's QQ number within the class group to send a friend request. Once the request was dispatched, he promptly closed QQ and devoted himself to refining the code for Happy Farm. Yet, his focus remained somewhat fragmented as the image of He Yijuan's mother, with her luminous smile and watchful gaze reminiscent of a loyal dog, surfaced in his thoughts. At 18, I stood like a mere minion before that woman. Li Mubai hummed Eason Chan's exaggerated absent-mindedly. He Yijuan glanced up, her expression stern as her gaze bore into Li Mubai. The meaning conveyed in her eyes was unmistakable. We had agreed to devote ourselves to our studies and refrain from disturbing others. A week later, while immersed in his work at the Langchao Internet CAF, Li Mubai received a call from Yu Hongwei. Yu Hongwei had completed 3 of Li Mubai's songs. Upon discovering that Li Mubai planned to release these songs for free online, Yu Hongwei gasped in disbelief, decrying it as a squandered talent. He fervently urged Li Mubai to compose a few more songs, asserting that it would not be too burdensome for him. Yu Hongwei promised that if Li Mubai could amass 10 songs, he would assist in producing an album, ensuring to elevate Li Mubai to the status of a mainland superstar akin to Jay Chou. The mere notion of achieving stardom reminded Li Mubai of that peculiar woman who had nonchalantly suggested she could catapult him to fame. To the average person, fame appeared to be a distant dream, yet to the truly affluent and influential, it was as trivial as a pet dog. Li Mubai harbored no ambition to emulate Jay Chou, even as Yu Hongwei was quite eager to mold him into a mainland Stengo. Li Mubai resolutely conveyed his disinterest in pursuing a musical career, although he would persist in creating and might later extend the opportunity for Yu Hongwei to acquire his songs. Yu Hongwei promptly expressed his eagerness to purchase the 4 songs Li Mubai had yet to record, offering a generous 10,000 yuan for each. To the enigmatic Li Mubai, this amount was nothing short of astronomical. The original artist of Seeking Buddha had sold the melody for a mere 200 yuan. Nevertheless, Li Mubai discerned the intrinsic value of these compositions and was therefore reluctant to part with them for a trifling sum. In appreciation of Yu Hongwei's support, Li Mubai selected one of his songs as a gift. After concluding the call, he glanced at the clock and logged into QQ. A cloud icon avatar was flashing persistently. Upon accessing it, he discovered an offline file sent by He Yijuan, containing the game textures for Happy Farm, which she had meticulously crafted. The substantial file size clearly indicated her dedication during her leisure hours, evoking a tender affection within Li Mubai. Just then, he received a message from Yun. Yun, have you returned from your grandmother's house? Upon perusing the message, Li Mubai experienced a profound sense of heartache and remorse. Throughout this week, he had devised numerous pretexts to diminish his interactions with He Yijuan. In the past 2 days, he had asserted that he was visiting his grandmother in the countryside, thereby entirely evading He Yijuan. Haiyuan Yanzu, indeed. Yun, did you find your grandmother's house enjoyable? Haiyuan Yanzu, not particularly, yet one must pay a visit during the holidays. Yun, today, I attempted to compose a song, but inspiration eluded me. Sticking out tongue, He Yijuan responded promptly. Their fleeting exchange unveiled the girl's yearning for Li Mubai. Haiyuan Yanzu, how did you learn our song had been recorded? Wicked smile. Yun, that is splendid. Please send it to me for a listen. Yun, what are your plans for tomorrow? Are you heading to the bookstore? Haiyuan Yanzu, the results of the college entrance examination will be unveiled tomorrow. I intend to remain by my mother's side to uplift her spirits. Li Mubai could vividly imagine the depth of He Yijuan's longing to see him, yet he resolutely chose to postpone their reunion for another day. Yun, you seem quite self-assured. Playful, Haiyuan Yanzu, my talents no longer allow me the luxury of humility. Yun, to which university do you aspire to apply? Haiyuan Yanzu, deleted. I have yet to make a decision. It hinges upon my examination results. Li Mubai had jestingly expressed a desire to attend Cornell University. However, considering the practicality of the affluent young lady, she might sincerely seek ways to assist him. If her mother were to discover this, that unpredictable woman could very well have her own notions. Yun, what is your examination registration number? Haiyuan Yanzu, XXXXXXXX, it is time for you to rest. Do not linger awake until midnight awaiting your results. Yun, pouting, why are you concerned? Haiyuan Yanzu, be good, and heed my words. Yun, good night. Moon Haiyuan Yanzu, good night. Li Mubai meticulously timed his replies, ensuring he delighted the affluent young woman while expertly maintaining the rhythm of their dialogue. Ding ding ding. He cast a glance at the incoming message. It was from Rin Tingting. After several exchanges, Li Mubai and Rin Tingting had re-established their communication. However, in Li Mubai's perspective, Rin Tingting was merely a novice in terms of emotional depth, akin to a level 1 green tea type, whereas Haiyuan embodied an unparalleled depth of feeling, reaching an impressive level 99. Having not logged into QQ for several days, Rin Tingting, upon noticing Li Mubai online, could no longer restrain herself and sent him a message first. What occupies your time? Haiyuan Yanzu, I have just completed recording a song and am currently in the process of uploading it. Strong, where might I listen to it? I wish to hear it. Haiyuan Yanzu, the source file possesses superior quality. I shall send it to you, but I have signed a non-disclosure agreement. Thus I may only share it with you. Very well, I promise to be obedient. The song-seeking Buddha is profoundly moving. What inspired you to compose this piece? What are your thoughts? Shyly Li Mubai casually engaged in conversation with Rin Tingting, harboring the hope that nothing untoward would transpire during He Yijuan's remaining time before departing abroad. Rin Tingting's actions seemed unwarranted. Li Mubai opened Excel and resumed typing, perceiving it merely as a grind. One day, I shall compel that irrational woman to submit before me. Li Mubai contemplated fervently. Dilo had already been signed, achieving remarkable success, even garnering a modest recommendation. It consistently maintained a position within the top 5 of the new book rankings. The editor even suggested that Li Mubai moderate his updates, allowing for extended visibility on the new book list. Though Li Mubai had indeed tempered his updates, he did not cease his writing, accumulating a substantial collection of drafts. Should those readers uncover this, they would undoubtedly implore the author to unveil the stored manuscripts. Just past midnight, the class group chat abruptly sprang to life. Typically, the industrious students preparing for the college entrance examination refrained from late-night vigil, yet they persevered until the witching hour, eager to ascertain their scores as soon as possible. Many anxious parents also endured sleepless nights. As Li Mubai intended to check the website for results, a gray avatar named a cloud began to flicker. Li Mubai was at a loss for words. The affluent girl had been lurking in silence. A cloud. Image. Wow, you are incredible. The image revealed a screenshot of Li Mubai's examination results, which he briefly surveyed. English 144, total score 602. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu inquired, "What did you score?" A cloud replied, 688. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu exclaimed, "Wow, you were truly impressive." A cloud responded with a proud demeanor. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu then asked, "So, what should you do now?" A cloud acknowledged, understood. With a playful smile, a cloud continued, "Your English score surpasses mine. Might you assist me with it?" Haiyuan Wu Yinzu retorted, "It's too late." "What purpose does tutoring serve now?" A cloud confessed, "I struggle with speaking, and I require it for my visa interview." Haiyuan Wu Yinzu suggested, "Let us convene the day after tomorrow." A cloud agreed, "Okay." With a charming expression, Haiyuan Wu Yinzu advised, "Go rest." A cloud replied, "All right. Good night." Meanwhile, Li Mubai lit a cigarette, lamenting, "The beauty's grace is the hardest to endure." He cast a fleeting glance at the QQ chat box, where Wang Su's avatar was intermittently illuminating the screen. The anticipated moment had indeed arrived. Haiyuan Guanji, did you truly achieve a score of 144 in English? Wang Su was also aware of Li Mubai's examination number and had disclosed his results in the class group. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu, I have implored you numerous times to consider changing your name. It bears an ominous connotation. Haiyuan Guanji, we had agreed to engage and play together. Yet you clandestinely devoted yourself to your studies. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu, this predicament is not easily explicable. I have resolved to utilize Qin's skewers to elucidate. Haiyuan Guanji, 2 meals. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu, very well. Haiyuan Guanji, blast it. I remain incensed. Dubai, heartfelt congratulations. Rintingting likely observed Li Mubai's impressive score in the group chat and subsequently sent a message. However, Li Mubai did not respond. Instead, he exited the platform. As he hummed a joyful melody on his journey home, he ascended to the second floor with an air of confidence, forsaking his usual stealthy approach. He made his way directly to the restroom. Hearing some commotion, Tian Mame feigned a midnight escapade and emerged from her bedroom. Seated in the chair, Li Mubai wore a victorious expression as he regarded Tian Mame. Noticing his demeanor, she seemed to deduce something, and a smile unwittingly grazed her lips. Nevertheless, she feigned indifference and asked, "What brings you out at this hour?" Li Mubai absent-mindedly flicked his non-existent bangs. 602 points, a commendable achievement for a prestigious university. With a look of astonishment, Tian Mame exclaimed, "Is that true?" Upon witnessing Li Mubai's nod, she could no longer maintain her composure. With unrestrained joy, she raised her arms and twirled around the living room. In an unprecedented demonstration of affection, she even enveloped him in an embrace while he remained seated. "My son has accomplished something remarkable," she declared. "It is indeed a miracle from above. I must inform your father." Soon, Tian Manmei's jubilant voice resonated from the bedroom. "Xueqing, your son's college entrance examination results have arrived. 602 points, a commendable achievement for a prestigious university. You will return the day after tomorrow. Very well, drive safely. I shall not keep you." After conversing with Tian Manmei for a while longer, Li Mubai retreated to his sanctuary. Reclining upon his bed, he dispatched a text message to Qin Zhengwo, stating, "The day after tomorrow." A mere 2 minutes elapsed before he received a succinct response, "Understood." That night, Tian Manmei scarcely managed to sleep a wink and arose with the dawn, her spirits remarkably elevated. A radiant smile graced her visage, and she moved with a refreshing vigor. She exhibited a notable enthusiasm beyond her usual demeanor, cheerfully greeting neighbors as she passed by the shop front. "Sister C, off to procure groceries? Fresh lychees have just arrived. Do indulge in a taste." "Mame, what brings you such elation?" "Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. My son's college entrance exam results have been released. He achieved a score of 602. Quite commendable indeed. Your son is truly impressive. My sister-in-law's child only managed to score in the 400s. He merely had a stroke of luck. He has not demonstrated much promise previously. How much are the grapes?" 602. Oh dear, I misspoke. My son achieved a remarkable score of 602 in his examination, and the price of grapes is $5 for 3 pounds. Tian Manmei longed to proclaim her son's academic success from the highest peaks, eager to share his achievements with the world. Observing his mother's elation, Li Mubai found the scene both amusing and profoundly gratifying. His mother's joy was of paramount importance to him. "Mother, why not take a moment to rest?" he inquired. "I am not weary. I wish to reveal something to you. Li Mubai inserted a USB drive into the DVD player. There is no visual display, only music. Why does it resemble your singing? A few days prior, you alluded to the intention of recording some songs. Is this what you referred to? It is rather melodious. I never anticipated that my son harbored such exceptional talent. Tian Manmei remained oblivious to the overwhelming acclaim garnered by these 3 songs. Upon discovering that her son had ventured into music, she was engulfed by a wave of joy. Yet, in light of her son's college entrance examination results, it was merely a delightful surprise. Tian Manmei discontinued her television viewing and began to play these 3 melodies on an endless loop in her shop. Subsequently, she meandered to the entrance to engage in conversation with passers-by. Li Mubai, while arranging fruits, observed his mother skillfully steering the dialogue toward her son's examination results. The snow fell deeply and earnestly. Li Mubai cast a glance at his phone and noted a landline number from Zhejiang province. Hello? Good day, is this Mr. Li Mubai? Yes, that is I. We are representatives from the planning department of Nongfu Spring. You submitted an advertisement copy to us online, did you not? Indeed. Congratulations. Your advertisement copy has been chosen, and today, we shall credit your account with a bonus of 100,000 yuan. How splendid. Farewell, and may your day be filled with joy. However, please hold on a moment. Mr. Li, is there anything further you wish to discuss? I have some insights regarding the promotion of the new advertisement and enhancing brand awareness. Might you be interested in hearing them? Consider this. As a recent high school graduate amidst the examination season, this presents a remarkable promotional opportunity. Additionally, I am a creative songwriter with works accessible online for your perusal. Should your company require assistance, I would be delighted to compose songs for you. I believe our collaboration could flourish once again. I shall convey this matter to my superiors. Thank you for your continued support of our company. It is my pleasure. Farewell. Wishing you a delightful day ahead. Upon concluding his call, Li Mubai promptly received a text notification. Your savings account ending in XXXX has been credited with a transfer of 100,000 yuan. The current balance stands at 100,000 37 yuan. Li Mubai beheld the notification and mused, how remarkably efficient. It is no surprise that one could ascend to the heights of billionaire status. Tian Manmei was relishing her conversation at the entrance. Enveloped in the accolades of your son is truly remarkable, which bestowed upon her a profound sense of achievement. Feeling a slight discomfort in her jaw from the incessant smiling throughout the morning, she resolved to retreat to the counter for a moment of solace, intending to boast, or rather, to engage in conversation, once the afternoon shift commenced. Upon her return, Li Mubai graciously vacated his seat for her and procured a plastic stool for himself. Tian Manmei settled down, took a sip from her cup, and felt an overwhelming pride for her son that day. Ah, you are particularly astute today, she remarked. Li Mubai produced his phone and displayed a text message to Tian Manmei. What is this? She inquired, glancing at the contents, her expression a blend of astonishment and bewilderment. 100,000 yuan. Who has sent you this money? Li Mubai smiled and replied, in just 2 sentences, Nongfu Spring has bestowed upon your son 100,000. What 2 sentences? What is Nongfu Spring? Tian Manmei's fruit supermarket scarcely generated an annual profit of 100,000. And the unexpected windfall of the same amount into her son's possession rendered her somewhat uneasy. Li Mubai narrated the episode of Nongfu Spring seeking fresh advertising slogans. To allay Tian Manmei's suspicions, he even procured a bottle of Nongfu Spring from a nearby shop, which featured the advertisement for the slogan contest. You crafted 2 new advertising lines for Nongfu Spring, and they rewarded you with 100,000? Indeed. After Li Mubai's repeated clarifications, Tian Manmei settled into a chair and, following a considerable pause, ultimately reconciled herself with the circumstances. Observing her demeanor, Li Mubai mused, I had initially aimed to bring her joy. Yet it appears her delight has reached an excessive level. Indeed, Tian Manmei had experienced considerable excitement today. Her son had attained remarkable scores in the college entrance examination, released a song, and effortlessly garnered 100,000 simply by penning 2 sentences. You have achieved such remarkable success that you scarcely resemble my son. Do not squander this money. I shall reserve it for your future marriage. Marriage does not necessitate extravagant expenditures, does it? Let this amount serve as my contribution towards your university tuition. Once I embark on my collegiate journey, I shall refrain from utilizing any of the family's resources. Marrying without incurring expenses? Surely, a bride price is necessary, and is it not essential to purchase a home? Tian Manmei retorted, somewhat exasperated. Nonetheless, she remained quite open-minded and resolved to allow her son to retain the money. After all, this substantial sum had been earned by her son himself, and the family could easily afford it. Ultimately, all the family's resources would be dedicated to their son in the future. Therefore, she deemed it unnecessary to cover his university tuition, reserving that money for his eventual marriage would be sufficient. Tian Manmei began to delight in the prospect of nurturing Li Mubai's future offspring. At that moment, the DVD was playing a bit sweet. He Juan's cool and cheerful voice drifted forth, and Tian Manmei mused that it was even more delightful than her son's singing. By the way, the girl you sang with, is she the little he who visited us the other day? Upon observing that Tian Manmei had ceased to mention the 100,000, Li Mubai comprehended that his mother had acquiesced to his management of the funds. Indeed, her vocal abilities are quite remarkable. She has been trained in the art of singing since her youth. What score did Jung-hee achieve? A commendable 688. Such an impressive result. Truly. Your son does not associate with anyone who scores below 600. Humph, how boastful of you. That young lady is not only striking in appearance but also excels academically. It is unfortunate that she grapples with a mental condition. This condition is known as autism, more precisely termed savant syndrome. It is a mental health issue. Yet she has shown considerable improvement recently. Regardless of the terminology, you scarcely deserve her. Tian Manmei articulated her discontent with her son's obstinacy, casually deriding him in the process. Li Mubai was rendered speechless. You and that peculiar woman must share numerous similarities. Li Mubai and Tian Manmei continued their discourse. At the threshold of the shop, two unexpected visitors arrived. Li Mubai, you are home, Ren Tingting exclaimed. What brings you here? Li Mubai greeted Ren Tingting, inadvertently overlooking Xing Na, who stood beside her. Today, Ren Tingting adorned herself in a delicate yellow dress, paired with a form-fitting white floral t-shirt and a charming little crossbody bag. Her hair was meticulously straightened, and her fresh visage bore no makeup, presenting an image of pure innocence laced with a hint of allure. I happened to be strolling by, so I thought I would come and see you, she remarked. Hello, Auntie. I am Ren Tingting, a classmate of Li Mubai, she added, showcasing her perceptive nature by greeting Tian Manmei. Although Tian Manmei had never encountered Ren Tingting, she was acquainted with the name. After all, was she not the girl her son had cherished for quite some time? Just moments ago, she had been contemplating the prospect of her son's marriage, and now, before her stood the potential daughter-in-law. This young lady is undeniably exquisite. What score did you attain? Ren Tingting's modest and innocent demeanor garnered her considerable admiration from the elder generation. Tian Manmei found her to be quite delightful and engaged her in light conversation. With humility, Ren Tingting responded, not as impressive as Li Mubai. I scored 599. Tian Manmei reflected that with such a closely matched score to her son's, they might very well share the same university, and perhaps this young woman could indeed have a promising future with her son. While that little he was rather amiable, his family's wealth presented a challenge for the Li family. Furthermore, He Juan's autism was perceived as a disadvantage in Tian Manmei's eyes. That's splendid. You shall undoubtedly gain admission to a prestigious university. Which institution are you contemplating? I remain somewhat uncertain. I had hoped to engage in a discussion with someone, and as fate would have it, while shopping with my classmates, I decided to approach Li Mubai. As Ren Tingting spoke, she cast a shy glance at Li Mubai. Son, do not merely linger there. Come and engage with your classmate. Please wash some fruit for Tingting, Tian Manmei urged. Li Mubai swiftly perceived the subtle inclinations of Ren Tingting. Their rapport had recently deepened, and in light of his commendable academic achievements and the ascent of his musical endeavors, it appeared that Ren Tingting was eager to rekindle their bond. I have spent the entire morning at home, and I yearn to venture outside, Li Mubai declared, choosing not to wash fruit for Ren Tingting and instead guiding her away. Ren Tingting, now affectionately referred to as Tingting by Tian Manmei, had evidently elevated her standing within the household. Li Mubai wished to deter his mother from investing excessive consideration into this seemingly innocuous girl. Very well. Why not treat your classmate to lunch? Do you possess sufficient funds? She inquired. I am not lacking in resources, he responded, shaking his phone to underscore his assertion. It then occurred to Tian Manmei that her son had amassed a savings of 100,000 yuan. As she watched them depart, she silently encouraged her son. Go, my son. Be sure to discuss the bride price. As Li Mubai and Ren Tingting meandered through the bustling commercial street, he inquired, where would you prefer to shop? This marked their first encounter since the conclusion of the college entrance examination. Ren Tingting perceived a shift in Li Mubai, though she could not precisely identify the alteration. The eager enthusiasm he once exuded was conspicuously absent. "I am uncertain at the moment. For now, I shall simply wander aimlessly," she responded. "Then, let us first make a visit to the bank," he proposed. Rintinting acquiesced, guiding Xing Na along as they trailed behind Li Mubai. However, Xing Na appeared somewhat discontented. Feeling as though she were rendered invisible, Li Mubai approached the bank counter to withdraw some cash. Xing Na voiced her discontent, remarking, "Why not utilize the ATM? What is the purpose of going to the window?" Fortunately, the bank was not bustling at this hour, and shortly thereafter, Li Mubai appeared, clutching 3 bundles of cash. Both women were momentarily astonished by the considerable sum he had withdrawn. It was no surprise he had refrained from utilizing the ATM, which imposed a limit of 20,000. Li Mubai turned to Rin Tingting and said, "I cannot possibly fit this into my pocket. Let us place it in your bag for the time being." Rin Tingting opened her bag, permitting Li Mubai to deposit the cash within. The bag, rather petite, brimmed with the 3 bundles that filled it to capacity. Adjusting the strap, Rin Tingting inquired, "What do you require such a considerable sum for?" With an air of nonchalance, Li Mubai replied, "Simply purchasing a few items. Let us proceed." Rin Tingting had never before carried such a significant amount of money. She shifted her bag to the front, delicately placing a small hand over it as she trailed Li Mubai out of the bank. Although the money was not hers, Rin Tingting experienced a delightful sense of joy in Li Mubai's trust. In times past, he would always seek her counsel before arriving at decisions. Today, he took the initiative in every regard, and she found him to be quite impressive. After a short while, they arrived at the electronics section on the 2nd floor of a department store. Li Mubai guided them to the section dedicated to laptops and commenced his exploration. In the year 2006, laptops were regarded as premium electronic devices in small towns, lacking specialized retail outlets. Only shops selling computer accessories offered them. The specifications were rather modest. The designs were inferior compared to products that would emerge a decade later, and they were significantly bulkier. After a period of contemplation, Li Mubai decided upon a ThinkPad. Following a brief negotiation, they reached an agreement on a price of 800. The store did not have any new models available. A deposit was necessary, and the new laptop would be delivered the subsequent day. Li Mubai inquired of the shop owner, "Might you be able to deliver it to my residence tomorrow?" The owner responded, "Where might you reside?" "On the same street," Li Mubai replied. "Very well, I shall deliver it directly to your home. Please pay half of the deposit for the time being." As Li Mubai engaged in the negotiations, Rin Tingting and Xing Na observed with admiration. Envious of his remarkable ability to procure a laptop with such ease, Li Mubai motioned for Rin Tingting to provide him with some currency, and she promptly extracted a bundle from her bag. The money he had just withdrawn was comprised entirely of 10,000 yuan notes. Li Mubai meticulously counted out 200, lightly discarding the excess onto the counter. "There is no necessity for a convoluted deposit. Merely provide me with a receipt." He intended to join a prosperous friend the following day and favored settling the payment beforehand to avert any inconvenience later. Witnessing Li Mubai's casual attitude towards money, both the shopkeeper and Rin Tingting regarded him as rather lavish. "Is that not nearly 10,000? Will you not count it accurately?" Little did they realize, Li Mubai had not handled such a substantial sum of cash in many moons and found the act of counting it to be a rather monotonous endeavor. Nonetheless, the establishment would undoubtedly confirm the amount with a cash checking machine. After acquiring the laptop, Li Mubai emerged from the department store accompanied by the 2 women. Xing Na, entwining her arm with Rin Tingting's, trailed behind and murmured that money for the laptop still originates from his family. Why does he feel the need to flaunt before us? Adjacent to the department store stood a jewelry boutique, and Li Mubai confidently ventured inside. Rin Tingting was momentarily taken aback, her heart brimming with disbelief. Is it truly the case that Li Mubai is purchasing jewelry for me? Upon entering the store, Li Mubai was already engrossed in selecting gold necklaces at the counter. He gestured several times, prompting the salesgirl to present an array of necklaces for his consideration. The salesgirl hesitated slightly, noting Li Mubai's youthful appearance, uncertain if he could afford such opulent items. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, she complied and brought forth the necklaces. Mentally preparing for the prospect of a complimentary service, Rin Tingting observed that the necklaces Li Mubai selected were rather robust, ill-suited for her tastes, and he had not even sought her opinion. Realizing that he was not choosing items for her, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Li Mubai finally chose a necklace that captured his interest and inquired about its price. After weighing the necklace, the salesgirl announced, "It weighs 88 grams. She tapped on her calculator, applied the discount, and declared the total. After the discount, It amounts to 9,800. Li Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. Please wrap it up. The salesgirl was momentarily taken aback, yet her heart soared with joy. To her astonishment, the handsome young man was indeed making a purchase. With great enthusiasm, she assisted him in threading the necklace onto a fishing line. Sir, for whom is this necklace intended? For my mother. You exhibit true filial piety. Would you care to select something else? Li Mubai turned to Rin Tingting, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired. What piques your interest? Do not hesitate to choose anything you desire. Rin Tingting was momentarily taken aback as she observed Li Mubai parting with yet another 10,000. His invitation for her to make a selection suggested complete freedom, igniting a thrill within her. Nonetheless, she preserved her composure. Just be mindful not to exhaust all your tuition funds. Li Mubai chuckled. This is my own earnings. I certainly cannot use my tuition to purchase a necklace for my mother. Rin Tingting was once again astonished to learn that this money was indeed his own. In that small town, the average salary barely exceeded 1,000. Service staff in restaurants typically earned only 500 to 600. Where could Li Mubai have amassed such wealth? Judging by his expenditures, it appeared he had earned more than 30,000. Intrigued, Rin Tingting inquired, is it from writing songs? Li Mubai shook his head. No. The royalties for my songs have yet to materialize. Rin Tingting swallowed hard, contemplating, from his words, it seems he can indeed generate income from songwriting. But if not from that, then what? How does he earn such a substantial amount? Her curiosity ignited. She experienced a delightful anticipation to unveil the origins of Li Mubai's fortune. Xing Na, in close proximity, teetered on the brink of envy, almost drowning in despair. How splendid it would be if Li Mubai granted her the liberty to choose at her discretion. She would undoubtedly opt for the most opulent necklace. Rin Tingting cast a fleeting glance at the jewelry displayed upon the counter and gently counseled, you ought to conserve your finances. When fortune favors you, refrain from squandering it thoughtlessly. She hesitated to accept Li Mubai's kindness, for even with her inherent modesty, a sense of dignity lingered within her. Their rapport had not yet evolved to a stage where the casual exchange of finances was deemed appropriate. Please, do not be so formal. You have shouldered my bag for an extended duration. I feel somewhat remorseful. The salesgirl had witnessed such scenarios countless times, the young man eager to indulge while the young woman appeared reluctant. The enthusiastic sales assistant addressed Rin Tingting, radiant lady. Do come and explore the newly arrived colored gold in our establishment. It is particularly befitting for you. Whether you choose to acquire it or not is of little consequence. Do indulge in the experience. Li Mubai responded with a smile. Indeed, you should certainly give it a try. Xing Na gently prodded Rin Tingting's arm, urging her to take a glance. Rin Tingting surveyed the jewelry displayed in the counter, feeling somewhat entranced. Clad in white shoes, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the allure of the pieces. I shall merely try them on. I shall not purchase anything. She reassured herself as she scrutinized the array of colored gold presented by the shop assistant. Colored gold was merely a marketing ploy. In essence, it was an alloy of gold devoid of the value retention inherent in pure gold. In this modern era, many remained oblivious to this fact, and numerous individuals were willing to be exploited. Rin Tingting's eyes flitted over the prices of several colored gold necklaces, each priced in the thousands. This exceeded her financial capacity, and she felt it would be challenging to justify to her family should they witness her adorned in such opulence. Her small eyes lingered on a colored gold bracelet several times. The astute shop assistant, keenly aware of her interest, procured several bracelets for Rin Tingting to try on. After donning a few, she discovered one that particularly captivated her. However, when all was said and done, she shook her head. There is nothing that I genuinely cherish. Li Mubai, noting her feigned demeanor, couldn't suppress an inward chuckle. You seem utterly captivated by that bracelet. He gently took Rin Tingting's slender hand, assisting her in adorning the exquisite piece. She tried to retract her hand, yet found herself unable to summon the strength to do so. How did he perceive my fondness for this bracelet? Li Mubai examined her delicate hand, appreciating its exquisite beauty. Indeed, it was remarkably striking. He turned to the shop assistant and declared, I shall take this one. What is the total amount? The shop assistant experienced a wave of elation. The commission from the sale of colored gold was considerably more lucrative, as the pricing was determined per piece rather than by weight. She swiftly calculated the total without permitting Rin Tingting to remove the bracelet. This bracelet, after the discount, amounts to 1,980, culminating in a total of 11,780. The revelation that Li Mubai was genuinely acquiring it for her enveloped Rin Tingting in a blend of joy and trepidation. She held a deep admiration for the bracelet, yet it felt burdensome to accept such a lavish expenditure from him. Li Mubai swiftly settled the bill, carefully placing the leftover cash into Rin Tingting's bag. Upon their departure from the jewelry store, Rin Tingting experienced a slight dizziness, her mind lingering on Li Mubai's authoritative presence during the transaction. How remarkably masculine he seemed. How had she failed to recognize his remarkable qualities until now? Her gaze towards Li Mubai transformed, imbued with newfound admiration. Her eyes shimmering as though on the brink of tears. Li Mubai found her expression rather amusing. Even a girl who appeared to be superficial possessed her own set of advantages. As long as the financial compensation was adequate, her affections would invariably align. It was noon. What would you prefer to dine on? Rin Tingting, gently caressing the bracelet adorning her wrist, responded, I am content with anything. Li Mubai proposed. A new revolving hot pot restaurant has recently opened in the food court. Shall we indulge in a meal there? Rin Tingting acquiesced, nodding in agreement as she followed Li Mubai towards their culinary destination. Upon their arrival at the bustling revolving hot pot establishment, it became evident that the venue was rather crowded. Li Mubai signaled for Rin Tingting to take care of the payment. She fished some coins from her bag and graciously offered, allow me to treat you to this meal. With a skill of reciprocity activated, she ordered a green tea. Li Mubai chuckled, unperturbed, and remarked, I spent 1980 on a bracelet for you, and you wish to treat me to a mere 19 yuan hot pot. Is that truly the case? Unfortunately, there were no available seats for three together. After Li Mubai settled into his seat, only one spot remained beside him. Rin Tingting hesitated momentarily, feeling a touch of embarrassment, and suggested to Xing Na, Nana, why don't you take a seat over there? With that, Rin Tingting released Xing Na and took her place to the left of Li Mubai. A wave of frustration washed over Xing Na. Having been overlooked by Li Mubai throughout the day, she now felt deserted by her dear friend. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she found solace in her predicament. Since she had not spent any of her own coins, sitting aside was perfectly acceptable. Once settled, Rin Tingting accepted 2 sets of chopsticks from the waiter, polished them with a napkin, and presented them to Li Mubai. Li Mubai expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. Rin Tingting gently asked, we needn't be so formal. By the way, how do you manage to earn such substantial wealth? Li Mubai replied with casual indifference, nothing much to mention, merely an unexpected windfall. Observing Li Mubai's nonchalant demeanor, Rin Tingting felt her heart flutter. She teasingly remarked, I sent you a message on QQ last night, but you did not respond. Li Mubai, feigning ignorance, replied, oh really? After logging off and checking my grades, I did not observe it. An intuition stirred within me. Which university do you intend to apply to? I have yet to reach a decision. Perhaps you would be so kind as to allow me to borrow your application form for reference? At this, Rin Tingting's cheeks instantly flushed. Could this be his subtle confession? I did not wish to apply to institutions too distant from home, and my scores stand a better chance at prestigious universities within our province. Li Mubai nodded in agreement, echoing the same sentiment. Upon hearing Li Mubai's words, Rin Tingting felt a sense of affirmation regarding her earlier musings, her heart swelling with joy. This morning, I perused the online music charts and discovered that 2 of your songs have ascended into the top 10 of the new releases. Li Mubai, having not been online, comprehended the reason for Rin Tingting's urgency. Really? Which 2? Care to take a guess? Are you suggesting that I should guess? How vexing. Xing Na observed the flirtation between the 2, a surge of envy coursing through her. Why is there no suitor vying for my attention? Where have all the admirable gentlemen disappeared to? Why does no one escort me to the jewelry store? Channeling her frustration into a ravenous appetite, Xing Na commenced extracting the succulent morsels from the hot pot. She was in no rush to dine, rather. She added some raw meat to the bubbling broth before she began to indulge with fervor. Rin Tingting, having consumed little, soon set down her chopsticks. She began to admire the exquisite bracelet adorning her wrist. The more she gazed, the more she cherished it. With a radiant smile, Rin Tingting extended her hand towards Li Mubai and inquired, is it not beautiful? Li Mubai gently took her delicate hand, examining it with keen interest, and responded, allow me a moment to truly appreciate its beauty. A wave of shyness washed over Rin Tingting as he held her hand. She thought he would release it after a brief moment, yet Li Mubai maintained his grip, showing no signs of letting go. Rin Tingting attempted to withdraw her hand, but her efforts were in vain. Li Mubai tenderly squeezed her small hand and said with sincere gravity, remain still. Do you not wish for me to admire its loveliness? With her cheeks aglow, Rin Tingting inquired, how long do you plan to gaze upon it? Li Mubai pondered to himself that investing 1980 in an extravagant establishment could effortlessly bestow upon him the esteemed title of father. Yet, here he stood, merely clasping her hand, while she created a commotion. Gazing intently into Rintingting's eyes, he proclaimed, "No matter my appearance, I can never quench my desire." Rintingting, enveloped in a blend of helplessness and embarrassment, retorted, "Why must you be so brazen at this moment?" Li Mubai mused that were it not for her exquisite allure, he would not concern himself with such trifles. "From this moment forth, shall I cast aside my modesty solely in your presence?" Rintingting experienced a delightful flutter within her heart, her hold slackening as she contemplated the notion that perhaps it would not be detrimental to allow him a slight advantage. After savoring a few bites, Li Mubai felt a sense of fulfillment. A fleeting glance at Xing Na disclosed that she remained absorbed in the display of her culinary talents. Li Mubai then clasped both of Rintingting's hands within his own, captivated by the delicate nature of her fingers, which were both tender and smooth, rendering their playful exchange all the more delightful. Rintingting's cheeks flushed once more, and she hastily employed her other hand to push him away. Undaunted, Li Mubai grasped one of her hands anew. Rintingting resisted his grip, her visage deepening in hue. Abruptly, she recalled the side dish she had brought and cast a glance at Xing Na, engrossed in her meat display. Xing Na remained oblivious to the mounting impatience of the customers who had yet to indulge in the culinary treasures on the conveyor belt. After a considerable interval, she finally perceived Rintingting's imploring gaze. Comprehending her unspoken plea for assistance, she reluctantly retrieved the meat from the pot, disregarding the searing heat, and upon completing her display, she wiped her mouth with a napkin before hastening to aid Rintingting. Li Mubai was thoroughly relishing the moment. As Rintingting gently withdrew, he effortlessly permitted her to liberate her hand, seizing the opportunity to lean in closer. This left Rintingting feeling both flustered and vexed, with no means of retreat. "I have finished my meal. Where shall we venture next?" he inquired, taking note of Xing Na's radiant countenance following her repast. Acknowledging that their playful interlude had reached its denouement, he ultimately relinquished Rintingting's hand. "Let us venture to the amusement park. They have inaugurated a haunted house there," she proposed. In recent years, it had become the last remnant of grandeur for the quaint town. Despite the dwindling populace, the town still boasted a few novel attractions. However, as time progressed, more affluent residents gradually relocated to the city, leaving the town's economy in a downward spiral, bereft of fresh experiences for its inhabitants. Rintingting expressed her enthusiasm for the amusement park and the haunted house with a nod of agreement. Xing Na, being the freeloader she was, had little say in the matter and could only acquiesce. Upon boarding the bus, Rintingting cast a glance at Li Mubai before taking a seat beside Xing Na. Li Mubai remained silent and settled into a solitary seat. Memories of their last encounter on the bus flooded Rintingting's mind. On QQ, Li Mubai had conveyed that he felt constrained by the oath he had taken, which forbade him from sitting next to Tingting. Tingting had accepted Li Mubai's explanation. Now, as she observed Li Mubai seated nearby, a flicker of concern arose within her regarding whether he might harbor any resentment towards her. It struck her as peculiar. In times past, she would not have been concerned about his sentiments at all. Reflecting upon it now, she realized that Li Mubai was indeed quite extraordinary. He owned a shop and possessed a large truck, residing in a prime location in the county, right on the street. Otherwise, the proprietor of the computer market would not have made deliveries to him. He was tall and handsome, with a promising future ahead, certainly destined for a prestigious university. He exhibited talent across various domains, being capable of both songwriting and novel writing. At such a tender age, he was already earning his own income and was generous with his resources. Tingting touched the bracelet adorning her wrist and glanced at Li Mubai, contemplating whether she should extend him an opportunity. After several stops, the bus arrived at the amusement park. The county's amusement park was situated along the river, modest in size. At its center, one could find several entertainment facilities and small vendors. Along the riverside, amusement boats bobbed gently. At the far end stood the newly unveiled haunted house. As they entered the amusement park, vendors called out to passing patrons. Games such as ball toss, ring toss, darts, and shooting offered enticing prizes. Tingting's gaze lingered on a collection of large plush toys. Li Mubai gestured towards an immense plush bear and inquired, "Do you fancy that one?" Tingting nodded enthusiastically and responded, "I do. I shall win one for you. It is not as simple as it seems." Li Mubai selected that plush bear as it was the coveted prize at the dart booth. In his previous life, he had been too preoccupied with work to engage in physical exercise. He had installed a dartboard in his office, and whenever fatigue set in, he would toss a few darts. With time, his precision improved remarkably. Striking a few balloons with darts was undoubtedly within his skill set. Hey, young man, care to play? 10 darts for 10 yuan, or 20 darts for 15 yuan. Hit a target, and you shall win a prize. Li Mubai signaled for Ting Ting to present the money. She produced 15 yuan in coins and handed it to the vendor. With a charming tilt of her head, she said to Li Mubai, "You have 2 attempts. Best of luck." Li Mubai received the 10 darts from the vendor and assessed their weight in his hand. Thwack, thwack, thwack. He struck all 10 with precision and certainty. Wow! Ting Ting exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap twice while clutching Li Mubai's shoulders. "You are incredible! Boss, I desire that bear." The vendor's countenance darkened slightly. Li Mubai had neither overstepped his bounds nor committed any infractions during his dart throwing, leaving no grounds for grievance. This transaction proved unfavorable for him. The plush bear was nearly as tall as Ting Ting herself, and she reveled in joy as she embraced the bear tightly. With a sense of assurance, Li Mubai inquired, "Which one do you wish for next?" Ting Ting deliberated carefully as she chose from the assortment of plush toys adorning the wall. Li Mubai signaled to the vendor for an additional 10 darts. The vendor, grinning, returned 5 yuan to Li Mubai. "My dear brother, you are indeed a master. However, I must remind you that I operate a modest establishment. Perhaps you might wish to seek your fortune elsewhere." Li Mubai remained silent, casting a glance at the 10 yuan note clutched in the vendor's hand. The vendor, now agitated, returned the entire sum of 15 yuan. Li Mubai gracefully tucked the money into Rin Ting Ting's bag. Rin Ting Ting gazed at him with even greater admiration, having acquired a splendid toy without spending a single penny. Elated, she embraced the teddy bear and followed Li Mubai as they made their exit. However, the teddy bear was rather cumbersome, and clutching it in the sweltering summer heat proved to be uncomfortable. Li Mubai took the plush bear and suggested, "Perhaps you should allow Xing Na to play with it for a while." With that, he tossed the bear into Xing Na's arms. For a brief moment, Xing Na was filled with delight, but soon realized that cradling the bear was quite a chore, both exhausting and oppressive in the heat. As she contemplated passing the bear along, she noticed Li Mubai had taken Rin Ting Ting's hand. Xing Na pondered to herself, "Should I intervene this time?" Rin Ting Ting appeared to be rather content. Li Mubai guided her to the riverbank, where an array of amusement boats floated gently upon the water. However, a look of concern crossed Rin Ting Ting's face at the sight of the vessels. Each boat could only hold 2 individuals, implying that one of them would have to remain on the shore. It would be unbecoming to leave Li Mubai alone by the bank. Nor would it be just to forsake her dearest friend. Certainly, she could not simply linger on the shore in solitude. Li Mubai found Xing Na rather bothersome. While relishing the complimentary excursion was one matter, her lack of initiative in suggesting a respite by the shore was rather disheartening. At that moment, Li Mubai leaned in to whisper something in Rin Ting Ting's ear. Upon hearing his words, she approached a nearby vendor selling refreshments and purchased an ice cream for Xing Na. "Nana, you must be fatigued. You appear quite overheated. Please enjoy this ice cream." "Thank you." Xing Na, indeed weary, graciously accepted the treat and began to indulge. "There are some benches over here. Let us sit and rest for a while." "All right." As Xing Na savored a few bites of her ice cream and glanced up, she noticed that Rin Ting Ting and Li Mubai had wandered off to enjoy the amusement boat. Oh, abandoned once more. Aboard the vessel, one individual wielded the pedals while the other deftly navigated. The burden of physical exertion rested entirely upon Li Mubai. Rin Ting Ting, filled with exuberance, clutched the steering wheel with fervor. After a spell of pedaling, Li Mubai brought their journey to a halt in the midst of the river. Observing the cessation of movement, Rin Ting Ting inquired, "Are you well? Is the exertion too much for you after such a brief interval?" Li Mubai mused internally. Had you posed that question in a different context, I would have ensured you truly grasped the essence of perseverance. "Let us rest. Perhaps you should give it a try?" he suggested. Indignant, Rin Ting Ting retorted, "If I am to pedal, then I shall indeed pedal." Rising to exchange positions with Li Mubai, she was suddenly drawn into his embrace. Taken aback, Rin Ting Ting felt a surge of indignation and protested, "You scoundrel! You have dared to accost me on the very day of the college entrance examination." He replied, "It seems you have forgotten the words you once uttered." "What words?" she demanded. "You once remarked that if we were both admitted to the same university, you would be my girlfriend. I took your words to heart, but it appears you did not." Rin Ting Ting found herself momentarily bewildered. Did I truly say that? Perhaps I did. It seems we spoke of the possibility that if we both secured a place at the same institution, I would earnestly contemplate our future together. Li Mubai mused, a trace of sorrow evident in his tone. "Are you aware of the tremendous effort I have invested to enhance my English skills?" he continued, his voice heavy with emotion. Rintingting recalled Li Mubai's prior English scores, which had languished between 40 and 50, and could not help but reflect, indeed. He has elevated his proficiency by 100 points. What sacrifices must he have endured? Vivid images of Li Mubai rising at dawn and laboring late into the night to master English flooded her thoughts. With a voice trembling with emotion, Li Mubai revealed, "Do you know the sheer joy I felt upon leaving the English examination room?" Rintingting, upon witnessing his woeful expression, momentarily set aside her own tribulations. Li Mubai shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Do you comprehend the depth of my heartbreak when you cast me aside? Weeping as you departed?" A wave of dissonance enveloped Rintingting. It appeared that the events had not transpired as he had depicted. Li Mubai continued, "Do you grasp the emotional state in which I composed the song Seeking Buddha?" Her attention turned to that very piece. Released merely 12 hours ago, it had already risen to the pinnacle of the new music charts. Li Mubai has the potential to ascend to stardom, which elucidates Rintingting's earnest endeavor to connect with him. He took her hand and proclaimed, "In that instant, I pondered the notion of reincarnation, longing for the opportunity to meet you in my next existence." Rintingting, clutching his hand, stifled her tears as she responded, "Please, refrain from uttering such sentiments. The fault lies with me." Li Mubai gazed intently into her eyes and inquired, "Does your promise still stand?" "What promise?" she asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "If we both secure admission to the same university, would you consent to be with me?" After a brief moment of reflection, Rintingting resolved to acquiesce. "Yes." Li Mubai radiated joy, gently cradling her face. At that moment, the boat glided beneath the bridge, casting shadows that muted their surroundings. Rintingting perceived the alteration in light and lifted her gaze. Just as she was about to propose their return, her words were silenced. The familiar sensation from the day of the college entrance examination resurfaced. Rintingting momentarily grappled with her predicament, yet found herself unable to liberate herself. She mused, "It is not as though this is my first experience. So be it." However, this moment seemed to extend longer than before. Rintingting began to feel a profound sense of suffocation. Li Mubai ultimately liberated her, and though her visage emanated warmth, her eyes betrayed a deeper discontent. He softly murmured in her ear, "Silly girl, remember to breathe this time." Rintingting, bewildered by his utterance, felt her lips sealed once again. This time, the encounter was curiously enchanting, a fusion of irresistible allure and insatiable craving. It took her a moment to reciprocate Li Mubai's advances. And when she attempted to grasp his hand, she discovered herself devoid of the strength to do so. Instead, she resolutely pressed her palm against his, as if to delineate her boundaries. A series of whistles resonated from the shore, followed by a woman's voice amplified through a loudspeaker. "Boat number 10, boat number 10. Time's up. An additional charge applies for exceeding 5 minutes. Boat number 10, boat number 10. Time's up. An additional fee is incurred for exceeding the 5-minute limit." Beneath the bridge, within the confines of the amusement boat, Rintingting's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she adjusted her attire, occasionally playfully jabbing Li Mubai. Li Mubai chuckled, lending a hand to help Rintingting with her clothing. Once she appeared presentable, Li Mubai began to pedal towards the shore. Upon their arrival at the bank, the staff informed him that they had surpassed the time limit by 10 minutes, thus incurring an extra charge. With a mischievous grin, Li Mubai proposed that they return for another visit in the future, allowing this one to pass without penalty. The elderly woman, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, softened at the young man's considerate demeanor, particularly when he affectionately referred to her as sister. She chose not to impose the additional fee. Li Mubai took Rintingting's hand, leading her back. The blush on Rintingting's cheeks had yet to dissipate as she pouted and remarked, "Are you particularly adept at bringing joy to women?" Li Mubai pondered to himself that he had scarcely grazed the surface of his true allure. The depths of his charm remained unarticulated. He replied earnestly, "Your happiness brings me joy." As Rintingting disembarked from the boat, she felt an exhilarating lightness envelop her. Upon hearing Li Mubai's words, her legs weakened further. Xing Na, clutching a teddy bear, gazed at the affectionate duo with an expression of despondency. She felt quite uneasy, having been subjected to a relentless stream of sweet nothings, not to mention being treated as a burden. Observing Xing Na's melancholic demeanor, Rintingting hurriedly approached to offer her solace, assuring her that they would explore the haunted house together this time, and she would not be left behind. After a considerable amount of reassurance, Xing Na's spirits finally lifted. At the entrance of the haunted house, once they gathered 10 individuals, the doors would swing open. Li Mubai recalled that the haunted houses he had encountered in his past life were far more terrifying. To him, this small-town haunted house posed no challenge whatsoever. In contrast, Xing Na and Rin Tingting were startled at every turn, leaning closer to Li Mubai for comfort. While Rin Tingting's proximity was acceptable, Li Mubai willingly offered physical reassurance to soothe her startled spirit. However, he mused what right Xing Na had to lean against him, the embodiment of charm. As they navigated through the heart of the haunted house, shrouded in darkness, Li Mubai discreetly tripped Xing Na with his foot. "Ouch!" she exclaimed. Xing Na cried out as she collapsed onto the ground. Li Mubai swiftly inquired, "What has transpired? Are you unscathed?" Seizing the moment, he mischievously stepped on her a few times. On the return bus, Li Mubai and Rin Tingting sat intimately close, a portrait of tender affection. Meanwhile, Xing Na occupied a solitary seat, lost in contemplation of the footprints adorning her clothing. Was Li Mubai's behavior genuinely deliberate? Upon returning home, Li Mubai presented a necklace to his mother. Tian Manmei admonished him for his extravagant spending, yet her expression could not mask her delight as she adorned the necklace. She admired her reflection in the mirror, contemplating the necessity of donning a low-cut top the following day, believing it would undoubtedly enhance her charm and conversation. Today, Tian Manmei was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of joy. Her son perpetually astonished her, making her feel as though she were living in a dream. Eager to earn his mother's affection, Li Mubai eschewed online distractions and remained by her side, reveling in her happiness, which in turn brought him joy. However, this euphoria would not endure for long. Tian Manmei harbored a genuine fondness for Rin Tingting, often inquiring about her, whether deliberately or not. Li Mubai casually deflected her inquiries, asserting that he did not associate with anyone whose score fell below 600, which only further amused Tian Manmei. Around 9 o'clock, Li Mubai received a text message from He Yijuan, initially presuming it to be a customary good-night message. Upon opening it, he furrowed his brow at the message's content. "Today, I was bullied." The following morning, Li Mubai boarded the number 5 bus bound for the Zijing Hotel. The little rich girl certainly possessed a measure of cunning, he mused. After receiving He Yijuan's message the day before, he had been quite concerned and promptly returned her call. In truth, there was no significant issue. He Yijuan merely wished to practice her spoken English. Li Mubai provided her with a resource where she could engage in video chats with foreigners, a far more efficacious method for her improvement than solitary practice. When He Yijuan mentioned being bullied, it transpired that she had encountered discrimination from foreign users on the chat site. Yet, Li Mubai discerned that the little rich girl was simply apprehensive about him forgetting to meet her that day, embellishing her predicament. Thus, he arrived early at the Zijing Hotel. Upon his arrival, he spotted the meticulously groomed He Yijuan awaiting him at the bus stop. Unlike her usual bare-faced appearance, today she wore a subtle touch of makeup, softening her typically aloof demeanor and rendering her even more radiant. She donned a delicate pink off-shoulder tank top, complemented by a beige knee-length skirt and over-the-knee black stockings. Her feet were adorned with round-toed black strappy sandals, exuding youthful vitality and a hint of allure that captivated the attention of passers-by, irrespective of gender. Li Mubai subtly assessed the young heiress, permitting his gaze to linger a moment longer on her elegantly adorned legs. "What brings you out to meet me?" he inquired. Upon his arrival, He Yijuan's countenance illuminated with delight. Observing his gaze, she shyly caressed her knee, which was encased in stockings. She recalled from a prior conversation where Li Mubai had inadvertently revealed his fondness for black stockings. "Ah, I see you have come forth to greet Teacher Li," she remarked. "What a diligent student," she remarked cheerfully as she guided him back to the suite situated on the upper floor of the Zijing Hotel. Qin Jiangwo reclined on the sofa, absorbed in a newspaper. A fleeting glance acknowledged Li Mubai's arrival, though he opted to feign ignorance of his presence. Thus far, Qin Jiangwo found himself quite pleased with Li Mubai's comportment, appreciating that he had provided prior notice of his visit to the Zijing Hotel. He had navigated his relationship with the young lady remarkably well. "Here, partake of some fruit," Qin Jiangwo offered. "Thank you," Li Mubai responded. He Yijuan cheerfully remarked, "Our songs are currently immensely popular online. All 3 have ascended into the top 10 of the new song chart. My mother adores them as well." Upon hearing He Yijuan mention that peculiar woman, Li Mubai felt a flicker of displeasure. "As long as your mother is content," he replied curtly. Having not seen Li Mubai for several days, He Yijuan animatedly engaged in conversation, her words flowing more freely than his. In his presence, the affluent young lady exhibited no signs of social unease. "Tell me about what transpired yesterday when you were bullied." "I couldn't quite comprehend it. It merely felt as though they were not uttering anything kind, So I terminated the call, He Juan recounted. Her spirits immediately dampened at the recollection of the previous day's online interaction. After mustering the courage to connect with strangers, she had encountered a disheartening experience. Nevertheless, Li Mubai had offered a multitude of comforting words, imparting to her a sense of solace. How dare they bully our Bayan group? It appears that the moment has arrived to transition to my Zuan Wu Yinzu account. Let us proceed. I shall assist you in reclaiming your dignity. Very well. Although He Juan harbored uncertainties regarding how Li Mubai would aid her, she chose to place her trust in him and guided him to her computer, which resided in her bedroom. Observing Li Mubai's entrance into the bedroom alongside He Juan, Qin Zhengwo experienced a fleeting sense of discontent. Fortunately, the door was slightly ajar, permitting him to witness the unfolding events within. The video connection was established, unveiling two cheerful young Caucasian women on the other side. Greetings. Noticing their gender, Li Mubai greeted them warmly. Should they engage in amiable conversation, he would allow He Juan to converse with them. One of the young women pointed at the other and exclaimed in English, "Look, it's an Asian." They then proceeded to tug at the corners of their eyes with their fingers while incessantly chanting, "Qinxiang is impoverished. Qinxiang is impoverished." They laughed heartily as they conversed. The video showcased only Li Mubai, who faced the camera, while He Juan remained out of sight. Observing the unfolding scene, He Juan discerned a change in Li Mubai's expression, which darkened. However, his demeanor swiftly transformed into one of solemnity. He then raised his right arm at a 45-degree angle, pointing forward, and cast a scornful glance at the two girls. He Juan felt a twinge of confusion, but suddenly, the laughter from the girls subsided, their faces betraying a flicker of fear. They whispered a few words before abruptly terminating the video call. TCH. They failed to recognize the value of courtesy, Li Mubai scoffed. What did you do? Why do they appear so frightened? He Juan inquired, bewildered. Nothing of consequence. I merely reminded them of the terror associated with their ancestors being eclipsed by underachieving art students. Excuse me? Given their prominent, deep-set eyes and elegantly hooked noses, along with the aesthetic of their surroundings, it appears probable that they hail from Jewish ancestry. Out of a spirit of goodwill, I extended to them a greeting reminiscent of German customs. The young lady of affluence blinked in surprise, at last comprehending the circumstances. Thus, this was Li Mubai's manner of offering her support. You are indeed remarkable. The expression is one that the petite heiress only dares to employ within the confines of QQ chats, feeling too bashful to articulate it in person. What do their gestures and the phrase signify? I encountered it yesterday as well. Though I failed to grasp its essence, I sensed that they were ridiculing me. The petite, affluent girl expressed with indignation. The squinting eyes symbolize a stereotypical perception of East Asians in the Western world. When they engage in such gestures, it constitutes an act of discrimination and humiliation towards us, she continued. The phrase mimics the nasal intonations of the Chinese language, serving as both a means of discrimination and derision against the Chinese populace. The petite, affluent girl appeared visibly distressed, lamenting, "We have committed no wrongdoing. Why do they treat us in this manner? Do not seek reasons within yourself. It is merely their lack of civility, an attempt to elevate themselves by belittling others." Came the response. Then perhaps we should abstain from practicing our spoken language here, she suggested. Not at all. There remain benevolent souls. Let us reach out to a few more, was the uplifting reply. Indeed. The video call recommenced, unveiling a man of African descent on the opposing end. Greetings, my brother, he said warmly. Hello, yellow monkey, came the response, accompanied by a self-satisfied grin. Li Mubai pondered, how lamentable that both associations had been with such disagreeable individuals. Upon hearing the term yellow monkey, Li Jun's expression darkened. Had the young heiress not been in attendance, Li Mubai would have undoubtedly unleashed a barrage of scathing remarks upon that elderly man, sending him back to Africa. Reflecting on his next course of action, Li Mubai seized a slice of watermelon from the fruit platter and held it aloft before the camera. My friend, do partake of this watermelon. What on earth? The black man's countenance was one of bewilderment. Was this Asian truly being sincere? Li Mubai directed a disdainful gaze toward him and firmly declared, "Consume this watermelon and return to your duties." The black man's expression transformed abruptly, comprehending that Li Mubai was intentionally belittling him. His eyes widened as he erupted into a torrent of profanities, consumed by fury. Li Mubai, however, remained undeterred by the fruitless ire directed at him. Regarding the man with a gaze imbued with pity, "Work diligently, perhaps I might reward you with some fried chicken," he added. The man's eyes reddened with rage as he sprang from his seat, bouncing in agitation. Yet, his insults lacked creativity, reiterating the same profanities ad infinitum. Finding the exchange rather tedious, Li Mubai opted to terminate the video call. He felt as though the day had been inauspicious for venturing out, his enthusiasm waning. In this context, practicing our spoken language appears to be a fruitless endeavor, he suggested. To his astonishment, the young heiress displayed considerable enthusiasm. No, I find it quite fascinating, replied Li Mubai, his face reflecting surprise. The young heiress, with a curious sparkle in her eyes, implored, "Pray, enlighten me about what has just transpired." Li Mubai perceived a subtle darkness in her demeanor. During the period of American enslavement, a multitude of African Americans endured bondage. Watermelons and fried chicken, due to their affordability, were often provided to the enslaved individuals by plantation owners. Thus, the association of watermelons, labor, and fried chicken can easily evoke an emotional response among African Americans. This holds far greater significance than mere insults. "Ah, I comprehend," He Yijuan nodded, acknowledging her understanding. She had encountered this knowledge in her studies, but had never contemplated applying it as Li Mubai had. No wonder his command of English was so refined. He must have cultivated it through interactions with foreigners. Eager to continue, the heiress exclaimed, "Let us reconnect." Li Mubai discerned a playful transformation within her, perhaps shaped by his own disposition. Upon their reconnection, they were confronted by a fellow compatriot from their native land. Recognizing Li Mubai's Chinese heritage, the individual greeted him with, "Brother Chun is a true man." To which Li Mubai replied, "A true iron-blooded man." They exchanged knowing smiles before concluding the video call. He Yijuan blinked, still bemused. What is transpiring here? She pondered. On this platform, such expressions function as a clandestine salutation among our people. When Chinese users venture onto this site, they yearn to engage with foreigners. Upon encountering a compatriot, it is customary to share a brief greeting before parting ways. Oh, He Yijuan nodded, feeling enlightened once more. They connected again, this time with a young lady named Valeria from Belarus. She exuded charm and appeared younger than both Li Mubai and He Yijuan. Valeria was amiable and displayed a keen interest in China. Li Mubai adjusted the camera to encompass He Yijuan within the frame, finally discovering a suitable foreign companion for her to engage with. After exchanging some pleasantries, Valeria inquired, "Are you two in a relationship?" He Yijuan grasped the question and turned his gaze towards Li Mubai. A wave of unease washed over Li Mubai as he pondered his reply, "We are friends." "Very good friends." Valeria then proclaimed, "That's wonderful. Li, would you be my boyfriend?" Li Mubai responded awkwardly, "You are too young. You should concentrate on your studies." Valeria, with a touch of defiance, retorted, "I'm not that young. I'm already 16 years old. I can get married." He Yijuan, with a grave demeanor, proclaimed, "He is correct. One ought to dedicate themselves to their studies." Valeria, stifling a laugh, playfully teased, "Are you experiencing jealousy?" Although He Yijuan did not entirely comprehend the jest, the mischievous sparkle in Valeria's eyes imparted a general understanding, prompting a blush to bloom upon her cheeks. "Farewell, Valeria. Please do visit China sometime." Li Mubai swiftly bid adieu before severing the call. He Yijuan regarded Li Mubai with a gaze imbued with feigned indignation, suggesting that Li Mubai's earlier comments had stirred some discontent. Li Mubai appeared somewhat flustered. Qin Jiangwo remained an observant presence nearby. "No, that is inaccurate. Even in the absence of Qin Jiangwo, such behavior is unwarranted. I hold no interest in Mao Mei, I assure you," Li Mubai declared. Hastily averting his gaze from He Yijuan, overwhelmed by a sense of guilt, he promptly reinstated the connection. "Humph." The affluent young lady let out a dissatisfied snort. She established several additional connections. Some were agreeable, while others were not. When interacting with amiable individuals, Li Mubai would partake in light exchanges with the wealthy lady. Conversely, when confronted with animosity, he morphed into an imposing presence, deftly countering each affront with incisive rejoinders. Li Mubai noted that the affluent lady appeared to derive considerable pleasure from witnessing his interactions with others. On one occasion, she even chose to participate. They engaged with a gentleman from Korea. At first, the Korean man, captivated by the lady's beauty, pretended to be courteous. However, he soon unabashedly proclaimed that the entirety of Chinese culture had been appropriated from Korea. Li Mubai remained resolute, employing gestures to silence his opponent. The Korean, becoming increasingly agitated, resorted to crude language. Li Mubai, with a dismissive flourish, raised his hand, forming a gesture with his thumb and forefinger. At that moment, The Korean lost his composure entirely. Hee Ji-won, equally exasperated by the Korean's behavior, imitated Lee Mu-bai, extending her hand to replicate the gesture. The feminine application of this gesture intensified its mocking quality. The Korean was swiftly driven offline by the affluent lady's retort. Hee Ji-won beamed, her eyes glimmering with joy. Victory! Yet, she remained uncertain of the means by which they had achieved it. What significance does this gesture hold? She inquired. It indicates a lack of courage. The Korean cannot tolerate this, he replied. Oh. Nevertheless, there were moments when Lee Mu-bai found himself at a loss. During the last connection, they encountered an aberrant individual. The person was not clad in trousers and was indulging in inappropriate behavior online. Lee Mu-bai swiftly covered the affluent lady's eyes with one hand while using the other to terminate the video, manipulating the mouse with his left hand. He clicked several times before successfully shutting it down. When Lee Mu-bai finally removed his hand, the wealthy lady leaned against his shoulder, reluctant to part. A faint flush adorned her cheeks, perhaps a consequence of witnessing that unsightly display. Lee Mu-bai awkwardly remarked, "There exists a myriad of individuals online. Perhaps we should abstain from video calls in the future." Ahem. Qin Jiangwo cleared his throat discreetly from behind. It was only then that the affluent lady lifted her head from Lee Mu-bai's shoulder. He swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, "It is noon. You ought to treat Teacher Lee to lunch." "Of course. Would you like to eat?" she inquired. "Anything will suffice," he replied. During their meal, Qin Jiangwo received a text message and cast a fleeting glance at Lee Mu-bai, who seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere and hastened his pace while eating. He had initially wished to linger longer with the affluent lady, yet it seemed he would be compelled to depart soon. "Do take your time, savor this," the lady implored, presenting him with a piece of sea cucumber. Today, the presence of Lee Mu-bai had brought her great joy, and she contemplated the delightful pursuits they might engage in during the afternoon. "The snow falls with a profound sincerity, mirroring the scars I carry while enveloped in its embrace." Lee Mu-bai had just laid down his chopsticks when the phone rang. Upon recognizing his mother's number, he swiftly answered, "Hello, mother. What? Is it grave? Please hold on. I shall return at once." "Very well." Hee Ji-won, noticing the pallor on Lee Mu-bai's visage, promptly inquired, "What has transpired?" "My father has been involved in a car accident." "Is it serious?" "There is no immediate threat to his life. He has been transported to the hospital in Wushuan City. I must return to accompany my mother." "Then allow Uncle Qin to drive you." "Certainly. I am grateful for Uncle Qin's assistance." Hee Ji-won accompanied Lee Mu-bai downstairs, observing as Uncle Qin escorted him from the hotel. As the vehicle departed from the Zijing Hotel, Qin Jiangwo remarked, "You certainly know how to create a spectacle." Lee Mu-bai, bewildered, remained silent in response to Qin Jiangwo's remark and inquired, "A car accident? Will that be adequate? Your mother may not yet comprehend the entirety of the circumstances." "Fear not. A specialist was meticulously engaged from a distance. One strike, 100,000. I assure you, he shall never walk again." Upon concluding his statement, Qin Jiangwo shot a fleeting glance at Lee Mu-bai, his eyes imbued with a subtle warning. Lee Mu-bai, with a tone laced with envy, proclaimed, "What an extraordinary talent. Kindly share his contact information. I yearn for his guidance." Observing that the young man remained undaunted, Qin Jiangwo felt a twinge of frustration. In truth, he had come to admire this youth, undaunted, eloquent, audacious, and sufficiently relentless. If he persevered on his current trajectory, he would undoubtedly emerge as a prominent figure in the future. Do not entertain such thoughts, remain steadfast on the virtuous path, and steer clear of such entanglements henceforth. Lee Mu-bai lapsed into silence, comprehending the subtle implications. Upon reaching the fruit supermarket, Tian Mei had already lowered the shop's roller shutter. In a flurry, she murmured to herself while arranging the essentials for her impending hospital stay. Lee Mu-bai experienced a fleeting pang of guilt. Nevertheless, this was undeniably preferable to permitting that man to mislead her. "Mother, do not panic." "What did they say?" "They informed us that your father was involved in an accident and has been taken to the city hospital, but his injuries are not severe. As long as he is not gravely injured, that is reassuring. Please bring the medical insurance card and a change of clothes for him. We shall take a taxi now to visit him." Observing her son finally assume responsibility, Tian Mei felt her anxiety subside. After gathering their belongings, the two hailed a taxi directly to the city hospital. Upon their arrival, they found Li Xueqing lying in the hospital bed, his complexion pale and contorted with pain. A middle-aged doctor had just completed an examination of Li Xueqing. Tian Mei, filled with concern, inquired, "Xueqing, how are you?" Li Xueqing, with great resolve, responded, "I endured a few strikes, yet I shall not perish." As Li Xueqing recounted the incident, The listeners began to comprehend the overarching circumstances. While traversing the provincial road, he experienced a minor collision with a van. Upon disembarking from his vehicle to evaluate the situation, a fervent exchange erupted with the owner of the van. The dispute escalated into a physical confrontation, culminating in Li Xueqing being assaulted by two individuals from the van. After inflicting their blows, the assailants hastily departed the scene in their vehicle. The authorities have been alerted. Li Mubai cast a fleeting glance at Li Xueqing, observing the evident signs of his injuries. With blood subtly oozing from his groin, a profound sorrow enveloped Li Mubai as he recalled the haunting image of Tian Manmei lying in a hospital bed during his former existence. It appeared that the fates had now decreed that he too would occupy such a bed. The middle-aged physician remarked, "The injuries to other parts of his body are not severe. However, the damage to his lower region is quite grave and may significantly affect his future intimate life. We shall strive to provide treatment, but I cannot assure a complete recovery. Please have a family member attend to the hospitalization fees." Li Xueqing, upon hearing the physician's words, found it difficult to fathom the gravity of his situation. Was his future happiness, the very essence of his existence, now hanging by a thread? He yearned to articulate his apprehensions, yet each breath unleashed torrents of excruciating agony through his lower body. He reminisced about the bizarre blow that had befallen him. A disquieting sensation enveloping him. The man affiliated with his partner appeared remarkably timid. Could this be a manifestation of vengeance directed towards him? Tian Manmei beseeched the doctor. "I implore you, devise a means to ensure that my husband receives the utmost care." The middle-aged physician promptly offered her reassurance, "Have no fear. We shall exert ourselves to the fullest." Li Mubai turned to Tian Manmei and reassured her, "Do not be troubled, mother. We must place our faith in the physician. Remain by father's side while I attend to the hospital expenses." He took the bill and ventured outside to settle the payment. As he perused the medical records, he was confronted by the harrowing details: dislocated root, ruptured testicle, ectopic testis, and hematoma beneath the scrotum. An involuntary tension gripped his legs. Was this truly a catastrophic blow? It is no surprise that it was appraised at 100,000. After settling the expenses, Li Mubai arranged a series of medical examinations for his father. During Tian Manmei's stay at the hospital, they would attend to all necessary tests. Drawing from the extensive experience he had garnered while caring for Tian Manmei during her previous hospitalization, Li Mubai navigated the hospital's myriad procedures with remarkable ease, ensuring that she did not need to lift a finger. By evening, the surgery had been completed. The doctor delivered a disheartening prognosis, indicating that the chances of recovery were exceedingly slim, effectively condemning Li Xueqing's future happiness to despair. Upon receiving the news, Li Xueqing's expression darkened considerably, while Tian Manmei stood by his bedside, striving to offer solace. In that moment, their only hope resided in swiftly apprehending the perpetrator. The sole source of comfort for Tian Manmei was her son, who remained remarkably composed in the face of adversity. Regardless of Li Xueqing's plight, his potential for recovery now rested in the hands of fate. That evening, Tian Manmei insisted on remaining by her husband's side. Li Mubai, unable to sway her resolve, acquiesced to her wishes. He accompanied her until midnight, only to be urged by Tian Manmei to seek shelter in a nearby inn. The following morning, Li Mubai procured breakfast and arrived at the hospital early, prepared to confront the day ahead. After breakfast, Li Mubai insisted on taking Tian Manmei to the inn for a brief respite. Throughout the day, he attended to several relatives who came to visit Li Xueqing. In the evening, mother and son conferred with each other, their presence together bearing little significance. Li Mubai resolved to return home to manage the shop, while Tian Manmei chose to remain behind to provide care. He entrusted the health examination report to Tian Manmei, urging her to ensure that she underwent the checkup. At the inn, Li Mubai had already settled 10 days' accommodation. He reminded Tian Manmei to rest well and not to overexert herself. That evening, Li Mubai returned to Haiyuan County. Li Mubai was roused from slumber by the persistent chime of the alarm clock. Upon returning home the previous evening, he promptly set about resolving matters at the shop. The oppressive heat of the day caused the fruit to deteriorate at an alarming rate. Should he neglect to address it swiftly, the repercussions would be significant. In tandem with his efforts to organize, Li Mubai remained occupied until the late hours before he could finally retreat for the night. When he reached out to his mother, she reassured him that it would be acceptable to open the shop a tad later than usual. Nonetheless, Li Mubai was acutely aware of her apprehensions regarding the business and was determined to alleviate her concerns during this challenging time. As he opened the door in the morning, a wave of elation washed over him. Li Mubai hummed cheerfully while raising the rolling shutter, when suddenly he heard a voice call out to him, "Big brother, bye." Without the need to glance, he instinctively recognized her presence. As he turned, he beheld Wan Xiaoro approaching the fruit shop, her form gracefully jogging towards him. Today, she eschewed her school uniform in favor of a fitted T-shirt, radiating vitality as she bounded towards Li Mubei. He found her exuberance somewhat dazzling. "Do not come any closer." Li Mubei anticipated her impending action and urgently implored her to halt. Alas, his words fell on deaf ears. Wan Xiaoro sprang into his arms. And apprehensive of her potential fall, he hesitated, ultimately bracing himself for her firm impact. "You are a young lady now. Might you exhibit a modicum of decorum?" "Ha. Good morning, big brother, bye. Why are you not attending class?" "I have a day off." Aware of your solitude at the shop, I made my way to offer assistance. Just yesterday, Wan Xiaoro's parents had also paid a visit to the hospital to see Li Xueqing. Upon discovering that Li Mubei was alone at the shop, she hastened over to lend her support. "Very well. Please organize the area at the entrance," Li Mubei stated candidly, emphasizing that free labor should not be squandered. "Of course, big brother, bye. I assure you I will fulfill the task." Li Mubei was somewhat taken aback. Ordinarily, Wan Xiaoro would engage in negotiations regarding terms while working. Yet today, she exhibited an uncommon willingness to acquiesce. As she attended to the cleaning of the entrance, he seized the moment to procure 2 servings of breakfast. The entrance area was modest in size, and by the time Li Mubei returned with the food, Wan Xiaoro had completed her cleaning. "Let us partake in our meal first." "Very well. Esteemed brother Bai, may I engage you in a discussion regarding a certain matter?" Li Mubei contemplated to himself. Here it comes. She undoubtedly harbors something on her mind. What could it be? "Big brother Bai, might you consider granting me a concession?" "A concession on what?" "Our prior agreement explicitly stated that should my English score in the college entrance examination exceed yours, you would acquiesce to a relationship with me. Who could have foreseen that your English proficiency would be so remarkable?" Li Mubei reflected inwardly. "I merely aimed to present you with an opportunity. I never assured you of a romantic connection." Yet, he felt no desire to elaborate further. How vexatious it is to renegotiate. Let the agreement stand. It cannot be rescinded. Then you must concentrate on your studies. "Big brother Dubai, how did you attain such mastery of English? Would you consider tutoring me?" "I did not rely on anyone else for assistance." "Big brother Dubai, I beseech you. Pouting will not yield results. Perhaps after your meal, you should return home to study." Big brother Dubai, you are utterly unfeeling." After their repast, Wan Xiaoro did not take her leave. As she could not be dismissed, Li Mubei resolved to assign her tasks, compelling her to serve the patrons. Otherwise, she would persist in her attachment to him. Seated at the counter, Li Mubei unfurled his notebook and commenced to write. It was merely a draft. Doru had exhibited remarkable prowess, already ascending to the pinnacle of the new book list. The editor harbored lofty aspirations for this work and even extended a recommendation. They frequently deliberated on the plot with Li Mubei, apprehensive that this novice might waver in the progression of the narrative. Ding ding ding. "A cloud. How is your uncle's condition?" "Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. It is not grave. With some repose, he shall be able to walk again." "A cloud. Have you returned to Haiyuan?" "Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. Indeed. My mother is currently at the hospital keeping him company, so I must manage the store on my own for the time being." Li Mubei felt he had orchestrated his schedule impeccably, providing himself with a valid excuse to evade a meeting with He Yijuan. Ding ding ding. "What are you doing? Why have you not reached out to me?" Aggrieved, upon seeing it was Rin Tingting, Li Mubei could not help but let out a soft chuckle. He had not been in contact with Rin Tingting for the past few days. This green tea-level individual was once again attempting to ensnare the deeply affectionate Haiyuan level 99. Unfortunately, she struggled to maintain her composure. "Haiyuan Wu Yinzu, my father sustained an injury and is currently hospitalized. I have been present at the hospital these past few days." "Oh, how is your uncle's condition?" "Haiyuan Wu Yinzu, it is not very serious. He will recover in due time. Today marks the commencement of the application process. Will you have the opportunity to attend?" "Haiyuan Wu Yinzu, would you be so kind as to complete it on my behalf? How should I proceed with the completion?" "Haiyuan Wu Yinzu, simply replicate your own selections." "Shy big brother to buy? Is that not Rintingting? Did you not assert that you would cease your sycophantic ways?" Li Mubei turned to discover Wan Xiaoro standing behind him, her expression marred by displeasure, uncertain of how long she had been listening in. "None of your concern. If you find yourself so idle, perhaps you could sweep the floor," he retorted. "You only know how to give orders," she replied indignantly. "If you refuse, then return home to immerse yourself in your studies." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Are you intending to enroll at the same university as Rentingting? Wan Xiao inquired, her demeanor sulky as she dragged her feet. We are merely applying to the same institution, Li Mubai responded, not lifting his gaze. His fingers continuing to dance across the keyboard. Do you genuinely hold such affection for Rentingting? Is your curiosity insatiable? What is your connection with Yijuan? Are you not tedious? Li Mubai, vexed by the inquiry, found his inclination to type completely shattered. Wan Xiao lapsed into silence. However, upon observing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, Li Mubai experienced a pang of remorse, recognizing that his words had been excessively severe. She was set to embark on her studies abroad the following month. This revelation invigorated Wan Xiao's spirit, with her most formidable rival departing. Would this not clear a path for her success? The woman, Ren Tingting, scarcely exhibited genuine affection for Dubai Gij. In due course, Dubai Gij would inevitably discern this reality. Subsequently, she and Dubai Gij would enroll in the same university, where they might delightfully revel in each other's company. It was rumored that university students could share accommodations. Just envision the possibilities. As her imagination meandered, Wan Xiao could not restrain a bashful smile. Li Mubai keenly observed the myriad emotions dancing across Wan Xiao's visage, fluctuating from sorrow to joy, from smiles to shyness. He could only shake his head in bemusement. Li Mubai was intimately acquainted with Wan Xiao. Her expressions unmasked her innermost thoughts. Even while engaged in the mundane task of mopping the floor, she could conjure connections to more whimsical ideas. He found it genuinely entertaining. Wan Xiao continued her mopping, lost in reverie about cohabiting with Dubai Gij in their university apartment, her thoughts drifting into bashful fantasies that caused her cheeks to flush. Suddenly, sensing a presence at the door, Wan Xiao called out, "Welcome." Upon recognizing the visitor, she felt a momentary jolt of surprise. "What brings you here?" He Yijuan had not expected to find Wan Xiao in the shop. Upon seeing her, she too was briefly taken aback. Yet, aside from her demeanor around Li Mubai, she maintained her usual composed exterior, exhibiting no discernible change. "Oh, you are here as well, Xiao." Wan Xiao tilted her delicate face and replied, "Yes. Dubai Gij just opened the door, and I came to assist." As He Yijuan entered with her long legs encased in black stockings, Wan Xiao instinctively straightened her posture, subtly accentuating her figure. "What brings you here?" Upon encountering He Yijuan, Li Mubai rose to extend his greetings. It became evident why she had been reticent on QQ earlier. She had come directly to the shop. "I heard you were managing the shop alone, so I thought I might offer my assistance." The sight of Li Mubai elicited an involuntary smile from He Yijuan. "There is not much to attend to. My mother typically oversees the shop by herself. Please, take a seat." He Yijuan settled onto the plastic stool beside Li Mubai. As she adjusted her skirt, she noticed his gaze lingering on her legs. He Yijuan pondered, does he truly have such a penchant for black stockings? Reflecting upon this, she adjusted her posture, elegantly crossing one leg over the other, accentuating her alluring curves. What had commenced as a mere glance for Li Mubai evolved into an enduring gaze, as he swallowed hard, finding himself compelled to steal another look. Wan Xiao, keenly observing their every movement, felt her irritation intensify, her figure seemingly expanding with each surge of jealousy. Dubai Gij demonstrated such favoritism. He allowed her to toil while permitting that He Yijuan to languish idly. What was so extraordinary about long legs, anyway? Has Uncle Chin arrived? Here he comes. The car is parked directly across. Why not invite Uncle Chin in to sit for a spell? No, I fear his presence may disrupt the business. Ha ha. You are quite the rascal. I must inform Uncle Chin. You must not divulge that to him. You purchased a notebook. Indeed, I owe it all to you. Really? Do you recall our initial encounter at the library? Naturally. Weren't you the one who gifted me a bottle of Nongfu Spring? How impressive. Acquire wisdom. Do not imitate my actions. Very well, I shall summon the courage to do so next time. Wan Xiao observed the two of them laughing and conversing, her irritation mounting with each passing moment. She harbored a fervent desire to thrust the mop into the face of that brother Bai. Was he that woman meant to study abroad? If she intends to depart, she should do so promptly. Why linger around brother Bai? It was such a rare occasion to be alone with him, yet this woman has utterly disrupted it. How exasperating. Please, lift your feet. Wan Xiao approached the counter, mop in hand. He Yijuan glanced at her and stepped aside. As Wan Xiao mopped beneath the counter, she intentionally nudged the mop against Li Mubai's leg. Li Mubai discerned Wan Xiao's intention. However, he chose to remain unresponsive. After all, She was diligently working while he was merely observing the girl in black silk engage in conversation. It was, indeed, somewhat inequitable. Wan Xiaoro cast a sharp glare at Li Mubai. What? If you find yourself weary, it would be wise to pause and rejuvenate. Humph. What is the price of this pair? As Wan Xiaoro noticed a customer entering, she initially planned to assist them. However, to her surprise, He Yijuan approached with purposeful strides, reaching the customer first. Humph. Is this young lady even capable of using a scale? Wan Xiaoro murmured softly, observing He Yijuan vying for customers alongside her. During her prior visit, He Yijuan had merely watched how Li Mubai catered to the clientele. Indeed, she lacked knowledge of how to utilize the scale. However, the prices were inscribed on the tags, and placing the fruit upon the scale would reveal the weight. He Yijuan could perform multiplication with the swiftness of a calculator. After receiving the payment, He Yijuan returned to Li Mubai for change. Accepting the change from Li Mubai, she then handed it back to the customer. Li Mubai noted a remarkable transformation in He Yijuan. Previously, she had been far too timid to engage with strangers. Now, she displayed significantly more bravery than before. Li Mubai offered her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "How truly impressive you are." He Yijuan glowed at the compliment, her eyes shimmering with a touch of pride. Wan Xiaoro could no longer bear it. In the past, when she attended to customers, Brother Bai had never lauded her. Yet this woman sold a mere handful of pears and was suddenly deemed extraordinary? I feel as though I might burst. Brother Bai exhibits such a blatant favoritism. Wan Xiaoro was so incensed that she contemplated departure. Yet, the mere notion of leaving Brother Bai alone with that woman filled her with reluctance. Her fury only grew. Wan Xiaoro endured a rather excruciating morning. While attending to clients, that woman appeared determined to outshine her. Nevertheless, even if she succeeded in her competition, a mere glance revealed that she was once again engaged in light-hearted banter with Bai Gij. Wan Xiaoro found it utterly incomprehensible why anyone would be captivated by black stockings. However, upon scrutinizing her own legs, she reluctantly acknowledged that they did not possess the length of the woman's. Was there any black lingerie available? She mused whether Bai Gij might find it appealing. Shiro, what thoughts occupy your mind? Li Mubai noted the expression on Wan Xiaoro's face and inferred that her thoughts were rather romantic. Nothing of great significance. What is it, Bai Gij? I was curious about your lunch preferences. Oh, I'm not dining at the moment. I am aware that you do not favor cilantro or spicy cuisine. I am merely inquiring about your desires. Oh, anything will suffice. Bai Gij still shows concern for me. He recalls my aversions. Wan Xiaoro felt her spirits rise ever so slightly. Li Mubai stepped away to place an order at a nearby establishment. He took the liberty of inquiring whether Qin Jiangwo wished to accompany him. Qin Jiangwo responded that he would opt for noodles when hunger struck. Li Mubai decided to acquiesce to his preference. Before long, the restaurant staff delivered the meals. The trio gathered around the counter to share their meal. Bai, do try this. He Yijuan habitually served Li Mubai some dishes. You want to sample this as well? Li Mubai offered her a meatball from the stir-fry. Turning, he caught a glimpse of Wan Xiaoro's face, which was etched with jealousy. Here, you should also give this a try. Upon receiving a portion from Bai Gij, Wan Xiaoro experienced a fleeting moment of joy, noticing He Yijuan's gaze upon her. Wan Xiaoro returned a provocative glance. However, He Yijuan remained unfazed. Having observed the two throughout the morning, He Yijuan began to discern the nuances of their relationship. Wan Xiaoro harbored affections for Li Mubai, yet he regarded her merely as a younger sister. Wan Xiaoro felt a pang of dissatisfaction at being overlooked by He Yijuan. When is sister he departing for America? It must be imminent, correct? He Yijuan hesitated momentarily at Wan Xiaoro's somewhat sardonic inquiry. It remains uncertain. I still need to secure a visa and undergo an interview. My spoken English is not particularly proficient, so I harbor doubts about my chances of success. Upon hearing He Yijuan's words, Li Mubai felt a surge of apprehension. Surely, He Yijuan would not deliberately fail the oral interview, would she? Certainly not. Bai, which university do you intend to apply to? It is perfectly acceptable if you have yet to decide. I shall fill out the same as you regardless. Are you certain? Just in case my visa does not materialize, I shall attend a domestic university for the time being. Li Mubai perceived a troubling transformation. In the past, He Yijuan had never entertained the notion of applying to domestic universities, her aspirations firmly set on studying abroad. Yet now, it appeared she was sincerely contemplating the prospect of pursuing her studies within the country. The snow descends with profound intensity, mirroring the wounds of my body as it rests amidst the wide expanse. Li Mubai cast a fleeting glance at his phone and remarked, I shall step outside to take a call. With that, he grasped his phone and exited the establishment. Unable to reach the device, Li Mubai sought out Qin Jiangwo first. Uncle Qin, might there be any complications regarding Xiaoyun's visa application? What do you imply? Qin Jiangwo responded. Provided the young lady excels in her interview, she is bound to succeed. But what if He Yijun deliberately sabotages her during the oral examination? Qin Jiangwo contemplated for a moment, then, understanding the gravity of the situation, shot a fierce glare at Li Mubai and asserted, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Li Mubai swallowed hard. What if He Yijun had indeed spoken something inappropriate during the oral interview? A vivid image suddenly flashed through his mind. He Yijun raising her hand in a Nazi salute before the embassy officials, boldly declaring herself a racist. The officials would be so incensed that they might faint on the spot, and He Yijun would face a permanent denial of her visa. Forever barred from entering that beautiful country, Li Mubai felt a pang of regret. Why had he imparted such nonsense to her? He ought to have shared something far more appropriate instead. Pondering this, he picked up his phone and dialed the number that had recently called him. After 2 rings, the other end answered. Rintingting's gentle voice resonated through the line. What are you preoccupied with? Why did you not respond earlier? What do you require? I have received your college application form and would like to confirm the university to which you intend to apply. The same as yours will suffice. But I still require your signature. Are you at the store? Should I bring it over? Hello? Are you there? Yes, please bring it over. What seems to be the issue? Just wait for me. I will arrive shortly. After much contemplation, Li Mubai decided to utilize the T-weapon. He shook his head and returned to the store. Wan Shiro wore a defiant expression, while He Yijun maintained her detached demeanor. Without Li Mubai serving as a mediator, the tension between the two women escalated. Li Mubai sighed inwardly, both were challenging to manage, and he pondered how a third might complicate matters. After concluding their meal, Li Mubai sliced a watermelon, and the 3 of them gathered to partake. Lost in contemplation, Li Mubai became somewhat distracted. Dabai, what occupies your thoughts? Noticing Li Mubai's distracted demeanor, He Yijun inquired. Oh, nothing of great significance, merely reflecting on my father's health condition. Should He Yijun genuinely wish to undermine the oral interview, even if Qin Jiangwo chose not to impose punishment, he would likely face a stern reprimand from the professional involved. At that juncture, both he and his father might find themselves entirely at a loss. The future of the Li family now rested solely upon He Yijun's temperament. Just then, Rintingting entered the establishment. Upon encountering Li Mubai and the others, she hesitated momentarily. He Yijun and Wan Shiro were equally astonished by Rintingting's presence. They exchanged perplexed glances with Li Mubai and subsequently shared a knowing look with one another. Ultimately, both directed their gaze towards Rintingting, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. Li Mubai was taken aback by their sudden synchrony. What had prompted such unexpected resonance among them? Rintingting experienced a sense of discomfort beneath the scrutinizing gazes of the two individuals. Initially, she had planned to accompany Xing Na on this occasion. However, it appeared that Xing Na had overindulged during their previous outing, and, upon learning of the meeting with Li Mubai, resolutely declined to attend, regardless of the circumstances. Had she anticipated the presence of these 2 women, Rintingting would have fervently insisted on bringing Xing Na for the sake of companionship. Tingting, you have arrived. Please come in and take a seat, Li Mubai said, rising with a smile, although his heart raced with trepidation. Oh, I brought your college application form, he added. Wan Shiro and He Yijun exchanged glances fraught with disapproval as they observed Li Mubai's ease with Rintingting. Li Mubai chose to disregard their expressions and accepted the application form extended to him by Rintingting. He Yijun, you are here as well, Rintingting greeted, attempting to break the ice despite their lack of prior interaction during their half-year as classmates. He Yijun merely nodded in acknowledgement, her demeanor reverting to an impassive faade. Her icy demeanor firmly in place. Having previously encountered Wan Xiao, Rintingting was aware of the amicable rapport between her and Li Mubai, although they had never exchanged words. Hello, Xiao, she greeted. Wan Xiao, mirroring He Yijun, responded with a curt nod, adopting a similarly aloof expression. This behavior incensed Rintingting. While she had grown accustomed to He Yijun's frigid demeanor, she could not fathom why Wan Xiao would regard her with such disdain when she had committed no offense. Nevertheless, Rintingting was perceptive enough to detect the underlying rivalry. A sudden realization dawned upon her. It appeared she was not the sole contender for Li Mubai's affection. No wonder he had been less attentive towards her of late. It seemed she now had rivals. Observing the distinct allure of Wan Xiao and He Yijun, an overwhelming sense of urgency coursed through Rintingting. She could no longer afford to remain a passive observer in Li Mubai's presence. She needed to take decisive action. Upon reflection, however, she recognized that her current advantages were considerable. He Yijuan's exemplary academic performance rendered her a formidable contender for prestigious institutions, and whispers of her aspirations to study abroad circulated among their peers. Meanwhile, Wan Xiaoro was a year her junior. Who could say which university she might aspire to attend? Li Mubai cast a fleeting glance at the application form, noting that his foremost choice was Northeast University of Technology. Without further deliberation, he affixed his signature. Witnessing his swift action, Ren Tingting felt a wave of elation. He still held her in high regard. They would embark on their university journey together, and no one would eclipse her. Here, Tingting, enjoy some watermelon, Li Mubai offered, presenting a slice to her. He Yijuan scrutinized Li Mubai's application form. Dubai. So you are indeed heading to Northeast University of Technology? Our scores are remarkably similar, which prompted our decision to apply to the same institution. Ren Tingting interjected before Li Mubai could respond. The chill in He Yijuan's demeanor deepened. Hadn't Li Mubai professed his intention to sever all ties with Ren Tingting? This could only imply that Ren Tingting had taken the initiative to reach out to him. Incidentally, I requested Xing not to accompany me. She remarked that upon seeing you, she was reminded of our last visit to the haunted house, which frightened her to the extent that she dared not return. Ren Tingting wore a subtle smile as she recounted her previous outing with Li Mubai, doing so with an air of nonchalance. He Yijuan and Wan Xiaoro directed their gazes towards Li Mubai, their expressions revealing a sense of discontent. Li Mubai pondered to himself that even a novice in deception could not conceal their true essence. Regardless of the words uttered, a trace of artifice lingered. I have already informed you that it was unintentional, he protested, yet she remains unconvinced. Haha. The essence of the matter lies in the fact that while one may assert that a singular misstep was unintentional, to repeatedly tread upon another's feelings is undeniably excessive. I am beginning to harbor suspicions that such actions may be deliberate, came the playful retort. Ren Tingting stifled a giggle, engaging in spirited conversation with Li Mubai, her glances occasionally flitting towards the other two. Dubai, I long to listen to some music. Very well. I would love to hear a bit sweet. Certainly. With a hint of apprehension, Li Mubai pressed the play button. The CAF was soon enveloped in the harmonious melodies of Li Mubai and He Yijuan, their voices radiating a gentle affection. Ren Tingting momentarily furrowed her brow before speaking. Behold my bracelet. I inadvertently scratched it while showering yesterday, and it grieves my heart. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand towards Li Mubai. He mused to himself. This must be crafted from alloy. How could it bear a mark so easily? Her artifice was quite conspicuous. The nuance of genuine allure demanded a delicate touch, and it appeared she required further cultivation. Li Mubai scrutinized the bracelet and replied, I can scarcely detect any damage whatsoever. Pouting, Ren Tingting retorted, but this was the very first piece of jewelry you bestowed upon me. It holds immense sentimental value. He Yijuan, having retrieved her bag from the counter, announced with an air of indifference, I am departing. Li Mubai swiftly ascended to accompany her, stating, Permit me the honor of seeing you off. He Yijuan remained taciturn, her countenance icy as she departed. Qin Zhangguo was ensconced in the vehicle, and upon witnessing He Yijuan's frigid demeanor, he promptly opened the door and entered, neglecting to afford Li Mubai the opportunity to lend his assistance. Li Mubai could only trail behind awkwardly. Qin Zhangguo, perceiving the tension radiating from He Yijuan, cast a questioning glance towards Li Mubai. Li Mubai discreetly conveyed a message to Qin Zhangguo regarding He Yijuan. Perceiving the subtle indication, Qin Zhangguo inclined his head, signifying his willingness to remain vigilant to her needs. Li Mubai then gestured with his phone, signifying that Qin Zhangguo should contact him should any developments arise. Qin Zhangguo felt a tinge of exasperation. When did we become so attuned? Uncle Qin, let us take our leave. Very well, Mississippi farewell, Xiaoyun. Goodbye, Uncle Qin. As Qin Zhangguo drove away, he cast a backward glance at Li Mubai. Each interaction had been amicable until this moment. However, today, this young man had unsettled the young lady. It was undoubtedly deliberate, likely pertaining to the visa discussions he had with Li Mubai. As Li Mubai observed the Phaeton retreating, a wave of apprehension enveloped him. Blasted. Inflicting distress upon He Yijuan was the last endeavor he wished to undertake. Upon his return to the CAF, he discovered Ren Tingting seated modestly, her eyes shimmering with a trace of triumph. Wan Xiaoro shot a discontented glance at Li Mubai, her countenance overshadowed by a profound sense of grievance. Li Mubai regarded her with a thoughtful demeanor, contemplating that since he had already wielded his tea-weapon today, he might as well bid farewell to Wan Xiao as well. He settled beside Ren Tingting and tenderly clasped her delicate hand within his own. "May I inquire where you sustained the injury?" he asked. Ren Tingting, feeling a touch of shyness, gestured towards an imaginary scratch on her bracelet and replied, "It is right here." "I meant to ask if you injured your hand," he clarified. "Enough of that. My hand is perfectly fine," Ren Tingting playfully retorted, giving Li Mubai a gentle swat while casting a discreet glance at Wan Xiao. In the meantime, Wan Xiao gripped her accounting pen with intensity, the sound of its clicking resonating with her rising frustration, which seemed almost tangible. "I'm going home," she asserted. "Very well. Return home and study diligently," Li Mubai responded, which only served to exacerbate her irritation. At least he had bid farewell to He Yijuan when he departed. Yet when it came to her, he could not be bothered. "Humph, go to hell," Wan Xiao exclaimed, flinging her pen towards Li Mubai's head. "Hey, do not throw objects. What if it breaks? How shall I maintain my accounts?" he protested. Disregarding his grievances, Wan Xiao departed in a tempest, dabbing her eyes with the back of her hand as she exited, and inflicting pain upon two individuals who cherished her. Li Mubai was suddenly beset by a pang of self-contempt. Simply rebuking himself felt inadequate. He perceived himself to be even more despicable than a mere canine. "Are you well? Does it ache?" Ren Tingting inquired, her hand tenderly caressing Li Mubai's head, her gaze overflowing with empathy. Li Mubai regarded the novice tea artist, the young green tea maiden, and pondered, "You ought to depart as well. My enthusiasm for tea tasting has been utterly diminished today." Instinctively, he drew Ren Tingting into his embrace, his hands engaging in playful kneading, while he gazed at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Do refrain from that. What if someone happens to witness us?" Ren Tingting flushed, yet a sense of pride surged within her. With a mere touch of cunning, she had successfully dispelled two rivals. "Then if no one is around, might we proceed in this manner?" Li Mubai proposed, casting a glance toward the upper floor. A shiver of trepidation coursed through Ren Tingting. She tempered her tea artistry. Li Mubai was becoming increasingly audacious. She genuinely feared he might whisk her upstairs to engage in something indecorous. "Ahem, what is the price for this watermelon?" As a customer approached, Li Mubai gently released Ren Tingting and proceeded to assist them. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She was grateful for the timely arrival of a customer. Had they ascended the stairs, she would have been left in a quandary, whether to acquiesce or decline. Ren Tingting gathered Li Mubai's volunteer application form and remarked, "I am departing now." Li Mubai, endeavoring to sway her, responded, "Are you departing so soon? Please linger a while longer and converse with me." Ren Tingting paused, replying, "I would indeed relish the opportunity to remain a bit longer. Yet I must submit this application form to the school. If I delay, the instructor will have already departed." Li Mubai appeared filled with regret. "Ah, I understand. You should make haste." Ren Tingting hesitated, pondering whether to bestow a kiss upon Li Mubai for good fortune. However, upon casting her gaze towards the second floor, she quickly dismissed the notion. She was genuinely concerned that Li Mubai might yield to his baser instincts and draw her upstairs. "Well, I shall take my leave, as we are indeed classmates at university." With that, Ren Tingting cast a shy glance at Li Mubai before exiting the fruit supermarket. Li Mubai observed her departure with an expression of reluctance. Once he turned away, the look on his face vanished entirely. Who on earth claimed that we attended the same university? Li Mubai reflected deeply as he held his phone in hand. He resolved to dismiss any thoughts of Wan Xiao for the time being. Once her ire had calmed, he would gently urge her to concentrate on her academic pursuits. A sense of unease regarding He Yijuan lingered within him. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a message to Qin Zhangwo. "You may find it overwhelming. Perhaps it is best to release the second madam." Upon returning to the hotel, He Yijuan retreated to her chamber in silence. Qin Zhangwo found himself bewildered. Just as he considered reaching out to Li Mubai, a message from him arrived. "That rascal, what does release the second madam even imply? The second madam is not a mere canine." Nevertheless, he felt a peculiar pang of satisfaction. How intriguing. Qin Zhangwo calculated the time difference, surmising that the second madam ought to have retired for the night. He subsequently reached out to the butler in the picturesque country, requesting that the second madam send a video to the young lady the following morning. Days later, Li Xueqing was discharged from the hospital. Though still somewhat unsteady on his feet, he was able to return home to recuperate. Tian Mianmei advised Li Mubai against coming for him. However, Li Mubai made his way to the city hospital. During their phone conversation, Tian Mianmei reassured him that the health examination results were excellent. Yet, Li Mubai remained skeptical. Upon his arrival at the hospital, he once again consulted the doctor, armed with Tian Manmei's health report for validation. Once the doctor offered his reassurances, Li Mubai finally felt a sense of relief. While in the hospital, Tian Manmei was incessantly preoccupied with the fruit supermarket, anxious that Li Mubai would struggle to manage it alone. Upon returning home, she was heartened to witness the fruit supermarket thriving under Li Mubai's stewardship. The clouds of worry that had loomed over her heart began to disperse. Initially, when Li Xueqing was hospitalized, Tian Manmei had been quite frantic. However, she soon sensed that something was amiss. The circumstances surrounding Li Xueqing's injury appeared rather dubious. He had returned a day early without notifying her, and the location of the accident was not even along Li Xueqing's customary route home. When questioned by the police, Li Xueqing hesitated and withheld certain details. Moreover, Tian Manmei had heard some unsavory rumors, gradually awakening her awareness of the possibility of Li Xueqing's infidelity. Despite her suspicions, out of marital affection, Tian Manmei continued to nurture him without broaching the subject. Her heart remained burdened with unvoiced sentiments. Nevertheless, her son's growth and concern for her provided a semblance of warmth. Li Mubai was acutely attuned to Tian Manmei's emotions. He endeavored to be a dutiful son, assisting her with the fruit shop and seeking ways to bring her joy. Mom, double tap my avatar, yes. Tap it quickly twice. This Hai Yuan Wu Yinzu is you, correct? Is this the correct approach? Then click on this diminutive camera icon to initiate a video chat. Seizing the moment of tranquility in the shop, Li Mubai took the opportunity to instruct Tian Manmei on how to traverse the vast expanse of the internet. He imagined that when he eventually embarks on his collegiate journey, his mother would be able to connect with him through video calls whenever she yearned for his presence. Surely, I shall not falter, shall I? She inquired. Not at all. Feel free to explore. It is remarkably resilient, he reassured her. As Tian Manmei was a novice in the realm of the internet, her learning curve was rather gradual. Li Mubai displayed exceptional patience, even going so far as to create numerous shortcuts on the desktop for her convenience. This one is for watching dramas. Simply click here whenever you wish to indulge, he elucidated. Oh, let me give it a try, she responded. Customers have arrived. I shall attend to them, Li Mubai announced. You may explore on your own for a while, he suggested before departing to serve the patrons. Tian Manmei cast a glance at her son's tall figure, marveling at how swiftly time had elapsed. The mischievous little boy she once knew had blossomed into a tall young man. She vividly reminisced about the days when she taught him the art of dressing. Now, it was her son's turn to guide her in navigating the complexities of a computer. Following the college entrance examination, it seemed her son had matured overnight, becoming more thoughtful and eager to lighten her burdens, even managing to infuse joy into her life. Although her husband had let her down, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having such a remarkable son. While Tian Manmei was lost in her reverie, a chat window suddenly materialized on the screen, pulsing with activity. Unintentionally, she clicked on it, causing the window to transform and emit a series of beeping sounds, startling her. Soon, a girl appeared on the screen, busily arranging her hair. Tian Manmei found the girl somewhat familiar. Auntie, is that you, Ting Ting? Yes, it's me. Hello, Auntie. Greetings to you as well. Oh dear. My son is imparting his knowledge of computer usage to me, and I find myself uncertain as to how I came to connect with you. How have you been faring recently, dear Auntie? I am well, and I sincerely hope your family is thriving as well. Indeed, quite well. Which university did you apply to? The same institution as Li Mubai. How splendid. You two shall have one another for support during your academic journey. Mother, with whom are you conversing? Li Mubai, having concluded his interactions with the patrons, took a seat beside Tian Manmei. To his astonishment, the animated discourse she was engaged in was with Rintingting. Li Mubai. The class reunion yesterday was remarkably delightful. It is a shame you were unable to attend, she remarked. Everyone was conversing about you, claiming that you have transformed into a star and have forsaken your classmates. Will you also forget me? Li Mubai had kept his burgeoning musical career a secret from others. However, following the success of songs such as Seeking Buddha, Damn Tenderness, and A Bit Sweet, it became increasingly difficult to maintain this faade. Rintingting had extended an invitation to Li Mubai for a reunion, which he politely declined, citing his obligations at the store. Firstly, he felt apprehensive about the gathering. He could scarcely recall the names of most of his classmates, and to them, he remained the same boy who had been present in class merely a month prior. Yet, from Li Mubai's perspective, he had not encountered the majority of them in over a decade. Secondly, he sensed Rintingting's ulterior motives. She appeared eager to solidify their relationship in the eyes of their peers. Li Mubai was reluctant to bear the unjust stigma of having forsaken his high school sweetheart in the wake of his newfound fame. He chuckled softly and remarked, "I possess a rather poor memory. You ought to make frequent appearances before me." Just days earlier, Rin Tingting had graced the store with her presence once more. Li Mubai employed a strategy of retreat masked as advancement. Fearing that he might inadvertently lead her to the second floor, Rin Tingting had hastily departed. Reflecting on this now elicited a smile from Li Mubai. He found the situation rather amusing. Rin Tingting was eager for his companionship, yet he felt an equal reluctance. She sought to cultivate a deeper connection with him, though she harbored a slight apprehension regarding the second floor of his residence. Noticing Li Mubai's recent aloofness, Rin Tingting sent him a message through a chat window, initially believing it to be a video request from him, which filled her with delight. To her astonishment, it was a message from Li Mubai's mother. Nevertheless, this turn of events proved rather fortuitous, as Rin Tingting sensed that Tian Mei held a fondness for her. Who would wish to linger around you? If anyone is to linger, it ought to be I before Auntie. Does she receive me with open arms? One cannot deny that Rin Tingting's whimsical charm is undeniably captivating. Tian Mei responded with a smile, "Indeed, Auntie welcomes you. Come, and I shall indulge you with some fruit." Li Mubai perceived his mother's fondness for Rin Tingting and contemplated the possibility of such inclinations being hereditary. However, akin to his previous existence, Tian Mei remained unaware of the nuances of insincerity. "Let us not linger in this conversation. I have a significant message to attend to," Li Mubai interjected, interrupting the increasingly amicable exchange. "Very well, then. Tend to your affairs. Farewell, Auntie." "Ah, goodbye, Tingting." The profile picture of Yu Hongwei illuminated on QQ. Exquisite music studio. There is interest in the song in the spring. Are you not offering it for 30,000? Hai Yuan Wu Yanzu. Hold on. The price can still escalate. Exquisite music studio. 30,000 is already substantial. It cannot rise much further. Hai Yuan Wu Yanzu. Wait for another week. I shall garner some recognition. Exquisite music studio. Wipes sweat. Hai Yuan Wu Yanzu. Just await the news. The more I sell, the greater your share. Exquisite music studio. Very well. I shall deliberate further. Tian Mei surveyed Li Mubai's chat history, somewhat incredulous. Your compositions are now valued at 30,000 each? They can indeed appreciate further. The initial composition has established a precedent for elevated pricing on subsequent creations. What do you imply by the desire to attain a modicum of fame? Do you recall the advertisement I crafted for Nongfu Spring? Naturally, I do. They aspire to engage in a more profound collaboration. I shall be visiting Qingyang City shortly. Oh, with your current abilities, I find it somewhat challenging to adjust. You will gradually acclimate. Witnessing her son's extraordinary success, Tian Mei felt a surge of elation. This online communication proved to be remarkably efficient. Rin Tingting was indeed a charming young woman. How splendid it would be if she were to become his daughter-in-law. How are matters evolving between you and Tingting? What do you mean by evolving? Do not feign ignorance with me. Your thoughts are quite expansive. Are you already yearning for a grandchild? Cease this. Do you even possess that capability? Then I shall summon Wang Su to come over. Why summon him? Get lost. Tian Mei remembered that Li Mubai had saved Wang Su's number, and in her vexation, she slapped him. Li Mubai swiftly pleaded for mercy and went off to mop the floor. Tian Mei continued to acclimate herself to the computer operations and glanced at Li Mubai, remarking, "Son, your hair has grown rather long. You ought to have it trimmed before venturing out." Li Mubai ran his fingers through his hair, acknowledging, "It is indeed a bit lengthy." After the evening meal, Li Mubai meandered towards the pedestrian street, feigning an interest in shopping. He circled the entrance of the new domain barbershop on 3 occasions, eager to ascertain whether the alternative girl was within. His previous encounter had been rather excessive. He had embraced and kissed her before departing abruptly. Should their paths cross again, no matter how brazenly Mubai considered himself, he would undoubtedly feel a twinge of embarrassment. Later, upon seeing her on QQ, he found himself too bashful to initiate a conversation. Li Mubai, after all, was a man who valued his reputation, prompting him to set his online status to invisible. After several rounds of observation, Li Mubai noticed that Xiaoyu was nowhere to be found. Instead, a lovely girl he had never encountered before stood at the entrance. Her attire was decidedly more conventional, featuring black straight-leg trousers and a pristine white blouse. Her long, straight hair was parted in the middle, and her face bore a hint of youthful roundness that beautifully complemented her captivating phoenix eyes. Both innocent and alluring, she epitomized Li Mubai's ideal type. As Li Mubai entered the barber shop, the girl with long black hair graciously opened the door for him. He nodded in acknowledgement and surveyed the shop once again, relieved to confirm that the alternative girl was indeed absent. The stylist who had previously cut his hair, Tony, recognized him and greeted him warmly. The girl with long black hair escorted Li Mubai to the washing station. However, she maintained a rather stoic demeanor, her expression cold. Li Mubai surmised that she was new, as she seemed unaware of how to promote the services and was scrubbing his scalp with excessive force. "Would you mind being a bit gentler?" he inquired. "My scalp lacks resilience." The girl with raven hair, exuding an air of detachment, disregarded Li Mubai. In a bid to shatter the silence, he ventured, "Are you acquainted with someone named Xiaoya? What of her?" "She performed splendidly. She was the one who tended to my hair during my last visit." Li Mubai yearned to prolong the dialogue, probing whether Xiaoya had resigned or was simply enjoying a day of respite. To his astonishment, just as he concluded his inquiry, the girl doused him unexpectedly with the showerhead. Cough, cough. "I was merely stating the truth. Was that truly necessary?" The girl, her frosty demeanor unwavering, responded, "I am Xiaoyu." The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, more so than Li Mubai had anticipated. It felt as constricted as a cramped three-room apartment. She had observed him pacing outside the establishment only moments prior. She was that unconventional girl? Apart from the similarity in her voice, she was entirely a different individual. "Heh, I discerned your identity long ago. I was merely jesting with you." Li Mubai managed to smile, attempting to rectify the awkwardness of the moment. "Aware of the sweltering heat, yet still assisting me in washing my face. You are indeed remarkably considerate." Nevertheless, Xiaoya upheld her icy disposition and chose to disregard him. Li Mubai, towel in hand, meticulously dried his hair before setting off in search of teacher Tony. "Shall I style it as I did previously?" he inquired. "Indeed." Just as before, came the reply. Li Mubai selected this barbershop for its unparalleled convenience. Should he choose to frequent a new establishment, he would be compelled to establish rapport with an unfamiliar stylist once more. As teacher Tony deftly snipped away, he engaged Li Mubai in conversation, remarking on the popularity of his current hairstyle. While responding, Li Mubai's gaze wandered to Xiaoya reflected in the mirror. She possessed an exquisite visage, even clad in modest attire. She radiated beauty. It perplexed him how she had once chosen such an unconventional style that obscured her natural allure and figure. For instance, that chain-adorned vest entirely concealed her assets. A simple white shirt would have showcased her elegance far more effectively. When Xiaoya turned her head and caught him in his gaze, she shot him a reproachful glance before turning away. Li Mubai found the situation rather amusing, as she continued to sulk in her own vexation. Since their paths had intertwined, he deemed it appropriate to extend an apology. After all, he would be returning frequently for haircuts. The haircut was executed with remarkable swiftness. As Xiaoya washed his hair once more, Li Mubai cheerfully remarked, "Your air conditioning is quite invigorating. There is no need to wash my face this time." "Humph." Xiaoya huffed in discontent. Nevertheless, during this wash, she refrained from any mischief. As Li Mubai departed, Xiaoya continued to ignore him, turning her head away. With a playful grin, he called out, "Xiaoya," to which she coldly responded, "What is it? What time do you finish work?" 8:30. "Could you leave me your number?" "Why?" "No particular reason. I simply wish to take you out for a meal." "I am not going. Please, grant me just one chance." "Humph." Li Mubai recognized that Xiaoya remained discontent with herself. Nevertheless, her vexed demeanor was rather charming. "If you do not acquiesce to my request, I shall simply remain here," she declared. "You are quite the scoundrel. Pray, disclose the information swiftly. Your colleagues are observing." Li Mubai chuckled softly and dialed the number on his phone. Might we meet once more? I have been imploring before the Buddha for countless years." Li Mubai was astonished. The ringtone emanating from Xiaoya's phone was surprisingly his own composition, Chiofo. For the first time, he truly grasped the extent of his music's popularity. Xiaoya retrieved her phone to terminate the call, intending to save Li Mubai's name. "What is your name?" "Li Mubai." Xiaoya cast him an exasperated glance. Deceiver. Li Mubai found himself at a loss for words. Why did she continue to harbor doubts? Was his name truly worthy of such imitation? "I shall take my leave now. I will come to fetch you after your work concludes." Li Mubai cast a playful wink at Xiaoya, yet she remained indifferent to his gesture. He then departed from the barbershop and made his way to the department store. Li Mubai typically paid little heed to his attire. However, approaching Nongfu's spring for a collaboration while clad in juvenile garb would undoubtedly precipitate contentious price negotiations. Despite contemplating various brands, Li Mubai discerned none that met his standards. The selections in the quaint county town proved woefully inadequate, and he deemed the styles rather unsophisticated. Should all else fail, he would embark on a journey to Chun City to procure suitable garments. Recently, Li Mubai had been frequenting fruit vendors, deftly balancing his endeavors in game development with the art of novel writing, ever striving to surpass his previous achievements. Today, he finally managed to emerge for a moment of leisure, yet he found himself at a loss for how to occupy his time. Reflecting upon the preceding summer, it appeared he had achieved little, primarily spending his days online or in slumber. He reminisced about his past naivety and folly, blissfully oblivious to the burdens of concern. Li Mubai acknowledged his current state of desolation and solitude. He longed for a companion with whom to converse, yet found no one to connect with. While he enjoyed a cordial relationship with Wang Su, his friend remained entrenched in a student mentality, perpetually engrossed in discussions about gaming. Meanwhile, Zhang Yijuan and Ruan Xiao continued to harbor their grievances, largely disregarding him. The influence of the so-called green tea type was palpable, as Rentingting relentlessly sought his attention. Li Mubai found it effortless to navigate the superficial advances of this green tea individual, and it would be simple to dismiss her overtures, although he felt disinclined to engage. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about the charming and empathetic rich man number 38, who required neither car nor domicile, offering an hour of companionship for a mere 288 yuan. He quickly shook his head, dispelling such troubling thoughts. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he observed elderly couples dancing in the square until nearly 8:30 p.m. Returning to the barbershop, he anticipated finding Xiaoya, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar figure, Cold Xiao, with his flamboyant red hair. Cold Xiao maintained a nonconformist appearance, which Li Mubai would characterize as both ostentatious and absurdly fashionable. Leaning against a utility pole outside the barbershop, he clutched a bouquet of flowers. His gaze melancholic and directed at an angle of 45 degrees upward, his wild red hair as defiant as ever, attempting to conceal his sorrowful expression. Li Mubai hesitated at the entrance of the barbershop, contemplating the nature of Cold Xiao's relationship with Xiaoya. After all, Haiyuan Wu Yinzu was not the type to usurp another's partner, and he wished to avoid an awkward encounter. At that moment, Cold Xiao noticed Li Mubai and immediately dropped his aloof facade, adopting a wary expression. The memory of Li Mubai's audacious display with a bicycle lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of apprehension. Nonetheless, Li Mubai's presence at the barbershop likely indicated his interest in Xiaoya. Confronting his rival, Cold Xiao summoned the courage to ask, "What brings you here? Are you in search of Xiaoya?" Li Mubai regarded the redhead with a mixture of bemusement and curiosity, captivated by the peculiar combination of cowardice and an affected composure. After all, it was he who had once inflicted a significant injury upon Li Mubai. "Why do you choose to present yourself as the aggrieved party?" It is not quite as you perceive." The individual with red hair was steadfast in his conviction that Li Mubai intended to harass Xiaoya. With unwavering determination, he pressed on, even infusing his tone with a trace of entreaty. "Xiaoya has already suffered at your hands once. Please do not return." Li Mubai mused to himself that he was not even acquainted with Xiaoya. Had he not spoken out of turn today, he might not have even recognized her. In such a case, he would abstain from intruding today and perhaps arrange another meeting on a different occasion. Alternatively, he could disregard any invitation entirely. "I believe there may be a misunderstanding. My relationship with Xiaoya at that moment," Xiaoya emerged, accompanied by a young woman from the hair salon. Still clad in her attire from earlier in the day, she appeared somewhat fatigued after a long shift, bestowing upon her an air of delicacy. She looked rather pitiable. The young woman beside her, not particularly tall, exhibited a somewhat alternative style. She was an incomplete embodiment of the subculture. "Xiaoya, you have finished your work. Wishing you a joyous birthday celebration." Upon catching sight of Xiaoya, Lang Xiao swiftly approached her, presenting a bouquet of flowers. Li Mubai contemplated that should she accept the flowers, he would merely extend a brief greeting and refrain from intruding further upon their moment. They were free to enjoy their encounter as they wished. His presence served solely as an act of contrition, intended to mitigate any potential awkwardness in the future. Should all else fail, he could always seek out another hair salon. However, Li Mubai was taken aback when Xiaoya, instead of accepting the flowers, directly approached him. "My dear, you have arrived," she said affectionately. Yet, despite her warm address, her gaze remained rather indifferent. Li Mubai quickly realized that he had become a mere pawn in this situation. Indeed, what goes around comes around. Xiaoya cast a sidelong glance at Li Mubai's arm, her intentions unmistakable. She anticipated that he would embrace her as he had done before. Li Mubai's eyes drifted to the red-haired gentleman, whose countenance was a dramatic tapestry of sorrow, anger, disappointment, and resentment. He felt a twinge of sympathy for him. It was rather lamentable. One ought not to treat the red-haired individual in such a manner. Observing Li Mubai's hesitation, Xiaoya voiced her displeasure and took the initiative to entwine her arm with his. Shall we go? Where shall we dine? Xiaoya grasped Li Mubai's arm and departed from the hair salon without a backward glance. Li Mubai turned to cast a fleeting glance at the red-haired man, who was being consoled by the shorter girl who had exited alongside Xiaoya. With a heavy sigh, Li Mubai remarked, "Alas, the decision rests with you." He was not one to evade his responsibilities. Having previously employed someone as a shield, it was only fitting to do so once more. It was certainly not the allure of physical closeness that compelled him to accompany Xiaoya. "Let us make our way to the night market. Today marks your birthday," he exclaimed. "Indeed, had I been aware, I would have prepared a gift for you." Xiaoya cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Are you still a student?" "Well, my status as a student should be rather evident," he replied. "You present yourself as such, yet you seem more akin to a rogue. How are your studies progressing?" "Fairly well, I presume." "I harbor doubts regarding your credibility." "Not in the slightest. It is solely my remarkable visage that has fostered some misconceptions. I enrolled at Northeast University of Technology last September." "Ah, that is rather commendable." Li Mubai found himself momentarily speechless. His acceptance letter had yet to be delivered. This assertion certainly invites skepticism. "And what of your girlfriend?" "I possess no girlfriend." "What of that enchanting young lady from our previous encounter?" "She is my childhood companion." "Not a romantic partner." "She possesses a kind demeanor, and it is clear that she holds genuine affection for you. Having grown up together, we share a familiarity that precludes any romantic inclinations." Xiaoya chuckled softly and remarked, "And you profess that you are not a scoundrel." Li Mubai found himself at a loss for words. He wished she would refrain from branding him as such. He feared that should he truly embrace the role of a rogue, she might not respond favorably. Observing the smile upon Xiaoya's face, he seized the opportunity and earnestly declared, "I was mistaken last time. Would you allow me the chance to express my apologies?" "And how might you accomplish that?" she inquired. "You tell me." "As long as I am capable of fulfilling it, I am willing." "Really?" "Indeed, today marks the celebration of your birth, granting you the authority to dictate the day's events. I find myself desiring a birthday gift. Specifically, I wish for you to be my boyfriend, if only for a day. However, should you be reluctant, I shall let it go." Xiaoya released her grasp on Li Mubai's arm and began to turn away. "That was not my intention," he interjected, gently pulling her back by the shoulder. "You possess such beauty. Might we extend this arrangement for a few more days?" "Humph. Did you not profess a disinterest in my kind?" "Who uttered such words?" "The individual who claims that must surely be misled." Li Mubai mused, considering her previous demeanor. "How could one discern whether you were of this world or another?" "Humph. Deceiver." Once more, Li Mubai found himself at a loss for words. "So, in your perception, I am either a scoundrel or a deceiver." As their light-hearted banter continued, they arrived at the vibrant night market. Li Mubai gestured towards the various stalls and inquired, "What would you like to indulge in?" Xiaoya contemplated for a moment before responding, "Might you treat me to some fiery hot pot?" Li Mubai was taken aback. Is she insinuating something? Yet, he remembered that the jest regarding the 6 yuan spicy hot pot had yet to materialize. "What seems to be the matter? Are you certain that you desire only spicy hot pot? Do you not relish it?" "I do, but it seems somewhat uncomfortable to exclusively treat you to spicy hot pot. You are merely a student without any income. How could I allow you to spend on me?" "How thoughtful of you. You were even contemplating saving money for your boyfriend." "Humph, just for one day." They settled at a stall and ordered 2 servings of spicy hot pot. At the stall, payment was required in advance. Li Mubai retrieved his wallet to settle the bill with the vendor. Initially intending to purchase clothing that day, he had brought a bit more cash than usual. Xiaoya watched as he unfolded a substantial bundle of notes and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be quite affluent." Li Mubai smiled and responded, "You still have time to reconsider. There's no need to save money for your boyfriend." After a moment's reflection, Xiaoya declared, "Then I'll add some fried skewers." Li Mubai pondered to himself that this girl was refreshingly candid, far superior to the opportunistic women he had previously encountered. Before long, 2 servings of spicy hot pot were presented. Xiaoya gathered her hair into a bun with a leather strap she wore on her wrist, revealing her porcelain neck and delicate ears. Li Mubai noted that Xiaoya appeared truly exquisite. The simplicity of her attire only enhanced her allure. She extracted 2 pairs of chopsticks from the holder and offered 1 pair to Li Mubai. Nonchalantly, she inquired, "What does your family do?" Upon receiving the chopsticks, Li Mubai responded, "My family is rather unremarkable. My mother operates a modest fruit shop from home, while my father drives a long-haul truck. Xiaoya tilted her head, nibbling on the chopsticks, her captivating phoenix eyes fluttering twice as she conveyed her admiration. I genuinely envy you. What is there to envy? Li Mubai replied, reflecting on his family's challenges, his brow creasing in thought. And what about you? Why have you ceased attending school? My family finds itself in a precarious predicament, and my academic performance has been lamentably inadequate. I ceased my studies following the second year of junior high, Xiaoya replied, her voice imbued with sorrow. As she appeared hesitant to delve into the circumstances of her family, Li Mubai offered her reassurance, stating, in every profession, there exist individuals who shine brightly. Once you have mastered your craft, my allegiance shall be yours. Xiaoya chuckled. All right, simply remove it and toss it to me as if it were a ball. The food arrived promptly, including an array of fried skewers. Li Mubai discerned that Xiaoya was attempting to economize for him. There were merely a handful of skewers, predominantly consisting of fried mushrooms and vegetable rolls. Is this all you ordered? Will it suffice? Yes, it is ample. Do you partake in drinks? I do. Waiter, please bring a case of beer. In that instant, Li Mubai recalled his vow to refrain from alcohol. I have renounced drinking. Xiaoya seemed slightly perturbed as she retorted, do you hold me in contempt? No, today is your birthday. You are the centerpiece of celebration. So I shall not refrain. Li Mubai discerned that Xiaoya was a rather sensitive soul. Should he decline to partake in the drink, she might genuinely perceive it as a slight against her. He graciously accepted the beer presented by the waiter, uncapped it, and poured 2 glasses. Li Mubai lifted his glass and proclaimed, heiress to your birthday. Xiaoya's face lit up with joy. Thank you. Li Mubai consumed his drink in a single gulp. Xiaoya furrowed her brow as she took a sip, nearly choking. Li Mubai commented, you truly struggle with your liquor. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Xiaoya replied, I wish to indulge a little. After today, I shall be 18. Her tone carried a hint of melancholy, as though reaching the age of 18 was not a matter for celebration. Li Mubai raised his glass in a gesture of comfort, stating, let me toast you once more. May you remain forever youthful and beautiful, eternally 18. You need not drink at all. A mere token will suffice. Xiaoya clinked her glass against his and still finished her drink. Let us savor some skewers and sip leisurely, Li Mubai suggested, opting to pour himself another drink instead of raising his glass again. Xiaoya spoke of her work, but Li Mubai found the conversation rather uninspiring. Nevertheless, out of his deep affection for her, he managed to engage. Xiaoya felt a genuine joy during their exchange. She inquired about campus life from Li Mubai, who perceived her sincere envy towards him. She remarked that she would soon have a university companion. After consuming a few bottles of beer, their bond deepened significantly, dissolving the initial awkwardness. Xiaoya had consumed just shy of 2 bottles, leaving the remainder for Li Mubai, who remained largely unaffected. However, she appeared slightly tipsy, her cheeks aglow with a rosy tint. As Li Mubai gazed upon her, he marveled at the wonders of fate, contemplating why he had not crossed paths with Xiaoya in a previous existence. Like Rin Tingting, Xiaoya embodied the aesthetic he cherished. Yet she possessed none of Rin Tingting's insincerity or pretentiousness, radiating an air of authenticity. What are you gazing at? Xiaoya inquired, observing the steadfast gaze of Li Mubai. You are simply delightful, he responded frankly, devoid of any artifice. Humph. I still recall your words from our previous meeting, she countered. Li Mubai dramatically retorted. Had you adorned yourself as you are today during our last encounter, I would have been loath to take my leave. Xiaoya, biting her crimson lip, cast him a teasing glare. Deceiver. The enchantment in her gaze rendered Li Mubai's spirit remarkably buoyant. As they neared the conclusion of their meal, he proposed a leisurely promenade along the riverside to regain their composure. The hour had grown late, and the banks of the river were sparsely populated, with the elderly, who had danced earlier, and those out for evening strolls having retreated to their abodes. As they ambled side by side along the riverbank, Xiaoya appeared in high spirits, perhaps under the influence of the wine, softly humming a melodious tune. Li Mubai recognized it as his own composition, a bit sweet. To his astonishment, Xiaoya was fond of his music. He joined in, humming a few lines. Xiaoya, pleasantly taken aback, exclaimed, You know this song too? Li Mubai chuckled, This is my song. Xiaoya pouted, pretending to be annoyed, liar. Li Mubai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he was preparing to articulate his thoughts, Xiaoya faltered. He swiftly encircled her with his arms to provide support. Next time, refrain from drinking, he chided gently. Xiaoya, a hint of annoyance in her voice, retorted. Who are you to dictate my actions? Li Mubai confidently proclaimed, I am your boyfriend. Turning her head away, Xiaoya murmured, Just for today. her voice laced with a hint of disappointment. Li Mubai, with a gentle smile, proposed, "Shall we prolong this moment?" He expressed his willingness to embrace whatever duration she desired. Xiaoya gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with mischief. However, a surge of anxiety coursed through Li Mubai as he recognized the recklessness of his words. "Dream on. You are a grand deceiver. I shan't be swayed by your charms," she retorted, turning her head in defiance and dismissing him. Li Mubai exhaled with a sense of relief. Xiaoya was undeniably beautiful, embodying his ideal type, and their fleeting encounters illuminated her amiable nature. She exhibited no materialistic tendencies and appeared rather frugal. However, he sensed a potential incongruity between them, perhaps stemming from the lasting impression she had made on him. He regarded Xiaoya as somewhat carefree. Meanwhile, his relationship with Hongmao lingered in a state of ambiguity. Li Mubai certainly did not yearn for an expansive stretch of green pastures above him. "I feel a bit chilly," Xiaoya remarked, wrapping her arms around herself. Li Mubai came to a stop, drawing Xiaoya into his warm embrace. She nestled her head against his shoulder, nuzzling tenderly like a playful kitten, sending a delightful shiver down his neck. Li Mubai tightened his embrace, his hands gently caressing her back. Having indulged in a little wine earlier, coupled with the warmth and softness enveloping him, he felt a rush of ardor. He lifted Xiaoya's chin and leaned in to press his lips against hers, soft and inviting. Initially, she offered a slight resistance, but soon began to reciprocate. Li Mubai perceived her body yielding increasingly, prompting him to tighten his hold to prevent her from escaping. Moments later, he granted Xiaoya a brief respite to gather her breath. She inhaled sharply, casting a sultry glance his way, her lips shimmering as they whispered, "You are such a rogue, perpetually teasing me." "Let us embark," Li Mubai replied. Xiaoya, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Where to?" With a playful grin, he responded, "To a warmer destination." In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at the entrance of a charming inn. Xiaoya gazed at Li Mubai and remarked, "You are quite the deceiver." The following morning, Li Mubai was roused by the soft sounds of clothing being donned. He opened his eyes to a scene enveloped in pure whiteness. Xiaoya perched at the edge of the bed, her smooth, fair back turned towards him, as her delicate hands fumbled behind her to secure her bra. She sighed while clutching a wrinkled white shirt, yet she still adorned herself with it. As she rose from the bed, she stumbled slightly, needing to steady herself against the bed for a brief moment before regaining her composure. Li Mubai found the situation amusing, yet a twinge of guilt washed over him as he recalled his indulgence from the previous night. It appeared that Xiaoya had wept and implored for mercy. He had not realized that at the tender age of 18, he could exhibit such audacity. Indeed, youth is a remarkable blessing. Xiaoya struggled to pull up her black trousers, attempting to conceal her soft, curvaceous figure. When she turned to face him, Li Mubai closed his eyes, feigning slumber. He felt her gaze linger on him for an extended moment, yet she refrained from awakening him. "I am Sunya," she declared. "You rogue. You wouldn't even divulge your name." "Liars," she whispered softly, bestowing a tender kiss upon his cheek. Before long, he discerned the sound of the door opening, followed by its gentle closure. Li Mubai opened his eyes, gazing at the now-closed portal. She has departed just like that. He had harbored hopes for a cordial exchange in the morning. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. They remained strangers, rendering a morning encounter somewhat awkward. It was indeed preferable for one to take their leave first. She appeared to be quite understanding. Moreover, he had not entirely withheld his name from her during their congenial sparring the previous night. Xiaoya had inquired about Li Mubai's name, and upon revealing it, he was met with a sharp bite on his shoulder, which was quite painful. Nevertheless, Li Mubai chose not to descend to her level, instead opting to impart a stern lesson through several reprimands. This girl certainly possessed a flair for the dramatic. Presently, Li Mubai felt a burning pain across his back, likely the result of her nails drawing blood. He resolved to relieve himself, and upon lifting the covers, was taken aback to discover crimson stains upon the sheets. Goodness! So she was not feigning. "Be gentle. That is painful. Please, release me, I implore you." Reflecting on Xiaoya's words from the preceding night, Li Mubai recognized that he had behaved rather harshly. Initially, he had presumed Xiaoya to be quite easygoing, only to discover that the previous night marked her first experience. Shaking his head, he rose to take a shower. The water stung his shoulder and back, exacerbating the discomfort. However, fortunately, once he was dressed, the pain was concealed. Upon his emergence, Li Mubai hesitated for an extended period, deliberating whether to take the stained sheets with him. Ultimately, he made a regrettable choice. Upon his return home, he was met with a reprimand from his mother. "Why did you not come home last night?" "I stayed over." Even after purchasing a notebook, You still chose to stay over? I ventured to indulge in some gaming. Alas, the laptop faltered under the strain. Tianmanmei regarded him with a hint of skepticism. It was difficult to fathom how he could uphold such orderliness after an overnight sojourn, and his demeanor appeared excessively buoyant for one who had just passed the night away. Nevertheless, she chose to refrain from further inquiry. This was one of her admirable qualities, her reluctance to intrude excessively into her son's matters, provided he remained safe and well. Li Mubai returned to his chamber and activated his laptop. He first perused a literary website, taking note of the surging collection numbers for Dolua. As he navigated the comments section, he found himself engaging in a brief discourse with some dissenters, diligently recording the usernames of those who spoke disparagingly of him. The identities of the antagonistic characters had essentially been solidified. He intended to portray their demises in a rather macabre fashion. After all, as an author, he would not permit mere readers to intimidate him. A cunning smile blossomed upon his visage as he assigned the most vociferous critic and narrative arc involving NTR. During this period, online literature was not rigorously regulated, and there were no restrictions on content, in stark contrast to the later years when writing beyond certain themes was prohibited. Li Mubai eagerly anticipated the expressions of that critic upon reaching this particular chapter. Upon logging into QQ, several avatars flickered on his screen. Outstanding Music Studio, are you interested in a performance? They're offering 50,000 per show. Haiyuan Wu Yinzu expressed disinterest. Outstanding Studio responded with surprise. Yu Hongwei inquired out of mere curiosity, suspecting that Li Mubai would decline. Previously, when he had approached Li Mubai for a music video shoot, Li Mubai had also turned him down, citing social anxiety as his reason. Yu Hongwei found this difficult to believe, as the true socially anxious individual was seated right beside Li Mubai that day. Nevertheless, he considered Li Mubai to be quite enigmatic. He seemed to relish the allure of wealth yet maintained an air of indifference toward his financial endeavors. Is this the mindset of a musical prodigy? Yu Hongwei voiced his bewilderment. I've gathered a few close friends for an evening gathering. Would you care to join us? I am occupied, replied Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. What a pity. Come on, keep me company. Are you truly that busy? I am facing a tight deadline. The editor is pressing, he responded. Oh, when might you be available then? Li Mubai ceased to respond to Ren Tingting, as she had recently become engrossed in the desire to present herself favorably among her peers. Haiyuan's profound affections, unwavering and steadfast, stood at a remarkable level of intensity. Once the admission results are unveiled next month, all will be resolved, and she shall relinquish any lingering illusions. What of the promised skewers? Inquired Haiyuan Qingguanqi. Tonight, you shall set the time and give me a call, replied Haiyuan Wu Yinzu. Very well, I am about to land. I shall reach out to you upon awakening. Li Mubai had entirely abandoned the notion of persuading Wang Su to alter his online moniker, even capturing a screenshot for future ridicule. Do you truly believe you are worthy of sharing a name with Teacher Chen? An avatar of a cloud frolicked on the screen, and Li Mubai felt a pang of guilt as he gazed upon it. Upon opening the message, he discovered game-themed illustrations sent by He Yijuan. Why did it conjure the image of a spouse toiling at home while he reveled elsewhere? It can only be a figment of imagination. Undoubtedly, it is a mere illusion. He remains unencumbered by romantic entanglements, without any sense of remorse. Since the last encounter involving the T-weapon, Li Mubai discerned a marked indifference in He Yijuan's demeanor towards him. Nonetheless, she continued to diligently craft game illustrations for him on a daily basis. Their exchanges on QQ had significantly diminished, with He Yijuan often neglecting to respond. In search of answers, he consulted Uncle Qin, who assured him that He Yijuan was well, yet noted that she no longer radiated the same vivacity as before. Upon perusing He Yijuan's QQ space, he was met with images of her frolicking with a cat. A wave of heartache washed over him, accompanied by a sense of bewilderment. Despite her seemingly aloof and introverted nature, He Yijuan's emotions were profoundly genuine and fervent. The affection of a young heiress had descended upon him with the swiftness of a tempest. A mere couple of casual remarks from Li Mubai prompted He Yijuan to reveal her dazzling talents and utmost potential, catching him entirely off guard. Li Mubai could firmly decline Wan Xiaoro's advances, easily manipulate Ren Tingting, and rendezvous with Xiaoyu a few times before retreating to a hotel. However, when confronted with He Yijuan, he found himself utterly perplexed. Li Mubai recognized that avoidance would not alleviate his dilemmas, yet for the present, he felt compelled to retreat. Beep, beep, beep. A message arrived from a cloud. A cloud, can you drive? Haiyuan Takumi, at your service. Proud a cloud. Haiyuan Takumi, indeed. Grinning. A cloud, what car do you favor? Hi Yuan Takumi. I have no particular fondness for Mercedes. Li Mubai gazed at the screen for over 10 minutes. The cloud did not respond further. Soon, the cloud icon turned gray. Li Mubai felt a sense of perplexity. He Jun had briefly engaged in conversation with him, only to completely disregard him thereafter. What was transpiring? As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the weather was pleasantly mild. At the entrance of Chen Skewers, Li Mubai and Wang Su sat across from one another. Wang Su grasped a bottle of beer and inquired, "Dabai, are you truly abstaining from drinking?" Li Mubai took a sip of his chilled soda and remarked, "I am refraining." He reminisced about the previous night, a celebration of someone's birth, and she was a vision of beauty. Perhaps he could allow for a minor exception. She had reciprocated with grace, offering herself in return. Yet you, Wang Su, a man of rough demeanor, should not anticipate that I would forsake my vow. By the way, an entire day had elapsed, and Xiaoyu had not yet reached out to him, not even with a text. Li Mubai retrieved his phone to check, pondering whether he should initiate contact. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved against it. I embody profound affection at level 99. How could I be so easily swayed? Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a few days before reaching out. Wang Su skewered a piece of meat and commented, "Abstinence is commendable when you indulge. It is all or nothing, to avoid being sent back to the hotel once more." Li Mubai felt a surge of irritation at Wang Su's reference to their last encounter. Wasn't it entirely your fault on that occasion? Had it not been for Wang Su's imprudent habit of answering calls, our troubles would have been significantly diminished. A few days prior, Hee Jun reached out to me via QQ. Li Mubai's interest was piqued at the mention of Hee Jun. "When did you two become friends?" he inquired. I did not add her. She contacted me through the class QQ group. I clarified. What was her request? He pressed. She sought Wan Xiao's contact details. Li Mubai nearly sputtered on his soda. What does this imply? You still possess Wan Xiao's contact information? Indeed, I responded. She added me on QQ long ago, and I also have her phone number. Li Mubai contemplated this revelation. This was quintessentially Wan Xiao. She maintained connections with friends and colleagues who were close to Li Mubai. It was not that Wan Xiao harbored any ulterior motives, rather. She simply possessed an overwhelming need for control. Did you provide it to her? He asked. I did, I confessed. Why did you not inform me sooner? It was only today, during our casual conversation, that I recalled it, I replied. What was Hee Jun's intention in seeking Wan Xiao's contact details? Were they not at odds with one another? Could it be that they were orchestrating an alliance against those of questionable character? If such a coalition were to form, it would surely be directed against Tianzhu. Why do you remain silent? I have no desire to engage in conversation with a simpleton. Depart. Whom do you truly hold affection for? Why is your curiosity so intrusive? It has come to my attention that you have been drawing closer to Rin Tingting of late. Do you still harbor feelings for her? Simply enjoy your skewers and refrain from speaking. Your words provoke my disdain for foolishness. I have heard that you purchased a bracelet for Rin Tingting. Is that true? What else have you come to know? I learned of this from Xing Na. You even accompanied both of them to the amusement park. The entire class is aware. I tread carefully. It is probable that Rin Tingting permitted Xing Na to disseminate this information. The young green tea displays a touch of craftiness, though not excessively so. Despite her relatively low standing and ease of management, her sporadic foolishness is genuinely exasperating. You wield public sentiment to pressure your benefactors. Which benefactor would find such antics agreeable? Are the two of you present as well? Li Mubai turned around, discovering Rin Tingting accompanied by several classmates who had materialized behind him. Xing Na was also present. Li Mubai cast a glance at her, perceiving that her expression was anything but inviting, as if she yearned to dominate him. This realization caused a tightening in his heart. Today, Rin Tingting radiated an aura that was both innocent and enchanting. She donned a white pleated skirt paired with a fitted blue half-sleeve top, accentuated by a petite bag draped over her shoulder. This unpretentious attire highlighted her graceful curves. Her visage bore a delicate touch of makeup, striking a perfect balance of 7 parts purity to 3 parts allure, rendering her utterly captivating to her female companions. Since the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Rin Tingting's sense of style has undeniably evolved into something more sophisticated. Li Mubai assessed her from head to toe and inquired, "Have you all come here for a meal?" Yet, within the recesses of his mind, he pondered the diminutive nature of this county town, as encounters of this ilk appeared almost inconsequential. Rin Tingting, with a playful pout, remarked, "Did you not mention that the editor was relentlessly pursuing you for your manuscript?" Li Mubai responded with an air of nonchalance, "I find myself at an impasse. Unable to compose, thus I ventured out for a meal with Wang Su. Ren Tingting proposed, then let us dine together, as so many classmates are present. Li Mubai cast a glance at the 8 or 9 individuals gathered, recognizing only Xing Na. Why was that bespectacled gentleman regarding him with such palpable indignation? That must be the four-eyed toad, Lin Wenbin. Regardless, the others appeared somewhat familiar, yet their names eluded him. No matter. Please, enjoy your meal. Wang Su and I have nearly finished, he replied. Ren Tingting's demeanor changed, clearly feeling a touch of embarrassment. In the presence of so many classmates, she had extended an invitation to Li Mubai, who unexpectedly declined. With a forced smile, Ren Tingting remarked, "Then you all continue eating. We shall head inside." "Very well." Li Mubai nodded to the other classmates as a gesture of acknowledgement. "I told you, he has gained a modicum of fame and no longer recognizes us," a voice murmured. Just loud enough for Li Mubai to overhear. He cast a glance at the speaker, who was none other than the four-eyed toad, huddled next to Ren Tingting. Li Mubai opted to disregard him. "Today they reached out to me as well. I informed them that I had already made plans with you, thus I did not attend. I am rather considerate, am I not?" Wang Su boasted, skewering a small meat skewer with an air of pride. "Did you inform them of our destination to Chen's small meat skewers?" he inquired. "Indeed," Li Mubai replied, feeling a tumult of emotions welling within him. "I genuinely appreciate your endeavors," he added with a hint of sarcasm. Wang Su blinked his small eyes and retorted, "Why do I sense a note of sarcasm in your words?" "Not at all. Your intellect surpasses my capacity for such mockery," Li Mubai countered. "You are indeed ridiculing me," Wang Su insisted. "Congratulations, you have acquired a measure of wisdom," Li Mubai quipped. "Be gone." Li Mubai relished a skewer of succulent meat while indulging in a refreshing sip of soda. "What a calamity! How could I be blessed with such a foolish son?" "Brother Wang Su, are you here to dine?" Li Mubai was enchanted by the melodious voice of Ruan Xiao. Yet, one must ponder. Why summon Wang Su when a distinguished presence such as Big White Brother graces the gathering? "Ah, Xiao, have you and He Yijuan also joined us for a meal? Greetings, Wang Su." A familiar, crisp voice resonated in his ears. Turning his gaze, Li Mubai was greeted by the long-anticipated sight of Ruan Xiao and He Yijuan. Ruan Xiao seemed to have just concluded her evening study, adorned in her relaxed school attire. He Yijuan, on the other hand, was clad in a subtle green tracksuit complemented by light gray joggers, topped with a playful Mickey Mouse cap. Her athletic ensemble was both airy and form-fitting, gracefully highlighting the youthful contours of her figure, exuding the exuberance of youth. The two young women strolled together, arm in arm, embodying the essence of close friendship. Li Mubai felt as though he were witnessing a spectral apparition. Has the anti-scum and anti-Inzu alliance truly been formed? What brings you here? Would you care to join us for? Li Mubai's words faded into silence as the two girls, locked in their tender embrace, gracefully approached a nearby table, entirely dismissing his invitation. It was as though they were utterly unaware of his existence. Li Mubai cast a fleeting glance at Wang Su, who hastily interjected, "I assure you, this time it is not my doing." Ren Tingting, along with several classmates, had reserved a private room at the restaurant. These classmates were among the elite scholars of their class, each attaining scores nearing 600 in the college entrance examination, a remarkable achievement in their modest county. Ren Tingting was one of the primary architects of this gathering, aspiring to display her camaraderie with Li Mubai before their peers, encouraging them to playfully nurture the evolution of their relationship. However, Li Mubai exhibited no regard for her intentions. A wave of anxiety washed over Ren Tingting. Li Mubai's remarkable attributes were widely recognized, and even in his absence, discussions invariably returned to his persona. "Tingting, what occupies your thoughts? What culinary delight do you crave?" Lin Wenbin proffered the menu to Ren Tingting. Previously, she reveled in the spotlight, luxuriating in the adoration of her contemporaries. However, now, witnessing Lin Wenbin's sycophantic behavior, she felt a pang of irritation. "Do not address me as Tingting. Are we so intimately acquainted? I am concerned that Li Mubai may misconstrue our relationship. Please, select whatever pleases you. I am amenable to anything." "Tingting, are you and Li Mubai an item?" a petite girl with an enchanting bun inquired. Ren Tingting smiled and responded, "Please refrain from spreading unfounded rumors. That is simply not the case. We have merely agreed to apply to the same university. Time will reveal what transpires." Had Li Mubai been in proximity, Ren Tingting might have entwined her arm with his, shyly smiling to spark the imaginations of her classmates. Yet now, she could only deliver her soliloquy, providing her peers with a vaguely suggestive reply. "I too have enrolled in the same university as Tingting when the time comes." Our shared presence will enable us to look out for one another. Li Mubai's melodies are currently all the rage. He may forego university altogether to pursue a career in music. Lin Wenbin adjusted his spectacles, articulating his reflections, yearning to assert his presence more prominently. Lin Wenbin could scarcely comprehend the extraordinary fortune that Li Mubai had encountered. How could his results from the college entrance examination have improved so astonishingly? Yet, irrespective of how extraordinary his scores may have been, they still paled in comparison to Lin's own achievements. Nonetheless, he nonchalantly released a handful of lackluster songs that, inexplicably, ascended to remarkable popularity. Tingting now scarcely acknowledged his presence. Lin Wenbin found himself compelled to swallow his pride and seek her favor. His classmates grew increasingly optimistic about Li Mubai's prospects. Thus, Lin could only surreptitiously undermine Li Mubai. At that moment, someone jested, "Class representative, do you perhaps harbor affections for Tingting?" Lin Wenbin adjusted his spectacles, feeling somewhat flustered as he replied, "Not in the slightest. We are merely classmates. It is only natural to look out for one another." Having spoken, he furtively glanced at Tingting, eager to discern her reaction. Tingting's expression darkened slightly. "Please, do not associate me with this bespectacled toad. What if Li Mubai were to misconstrue the situation?" Lin Wenbin epitomized hypocrisy in its most profound form. He lacked the fortitude to openly express his affections. In comparison, he was decidedly less daring than Li Mubai, who at least had the audacity to kiss her in public. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly take decisive action. As she reminisced about their moments of intimacy, Tingting instinctively pressed her thighs together. Li Mubai remained blissfully unaware. Through the lens of flattery, his rogue demeanor had, in Tingting's perception, metamorphosed into an emblem of bravery. Tingting mused to herself, somewhat discontented. He had kissed her and caressed her, yet his attitude towards her was perpetually erratic, leaving her enveloped in deep uncertainty. Where had that agreeable Li Mubai vanished to? Had she known of his remarkable talents, it would have been delightful to offer him a promise before the examinations. "Tingting, do you prefer mineral water or soda?" Lin Wenbin presented both alternatives to her, patiently awaiting her decision. Tingting was engulfed by a surge of irritation. If only Li Mubai were by her side, he would certainly offer her a drink, and perhaps, emboldened by the spirits, he might dare to take further liberties. A sudden epiphany struck Tingting as she proclaimed, "Since we are all gathered here today, let us indulge in a toast if we may." She uncapped a beer and began to rally the assembly. "Indeed, such opportunities for us to convene will soon become rare. Let us not feign restraint when we can partake in revelry." Lin Wenbin also opened a beer, joining in the fervor. The petite girl who had previously spoken whispered something to her nearby companion. Then she stood up and declared, "I shall request an autograph from Li Mubai. We may not have another occasion." The girl beside her responded, "I shall accompany you. My phone is capable of capturing images. Let us take a group photo." Tingting observed the two figures depart, her urgency intensifying. That slender girl with the bun hairstyle. She embodies the very type that Li Mubai is drawn to. "Come, Tingting, let us indulge in a drink together." As Lin Wenbin raised his glass, Tingting swallowed her drink in one swift motion. After wiping her lips, she replenished her glass and toasted with Xing Na beside her, consuming her drink until she became inebriated, thus affording Li Mubai an opportunity. Wan Shiro and He Yijuan were seated diagonally across from Li Mubai and Wang Su, separated by a table. Li Mubai caught sight of He Yijuan's profile, while Wan Shiro sat directly across from him. He cast furtive glances in Wan Shiro's direction, seeking to discern the unfolding circumstances. Wan Shiro scanned the environment yet consciously refrained from meeting Li Mubai's eyes, showcasing a striking instance of willful blindness. Li Mubai beheld Wan Shiro, who seemed to exude an air of self-satisfaction, and was overtaken by a wave of annoyance. Was this little enchantress indulging in mischief? When the moment presented itself, he would ensure she lamented her actions 100 times over. "Li Mubai, would you be so kind as to lend us your signature?" Two female classmates approached him, offering their notebooks. Li Mubai was momentarily astonished. Had he attained a level of renown that prompted individuals to request his autograph? "We are merely classmates. Such gestures seem unnecessary. Just a single signature, and I could boast to my university friends that seeking Buddha was performed by my high school peer, Li Mubai." "Very well then." Affectedly hesitant, Li Mubai accepted the notebook. To his astonishment, he felt a modest surge of vanity swell within him. The petite girl, whose name appeared to be something akin to Shui, observed as he grasped the pen and penned, "Wishing Xiao Shui eternal youth and beauty, Li Mubai." "Thank you. May we capture a photograph together?" "Certainly." Li Mubai stood up, while the girl named Xiao Shui moved closer, forming a peace sign. The other girl retrieved her phone, meticulously adjusting its position to capture the perfect angle for the photograph. Wan Shiro, who had been pretending to be enthusiastic, could not conceal her true emotions upon witnessing another girl leaning close to Li Mubai. Her eyes widened in outrage as she cast a fierce glare in his direction. Li Mubai observed Wan Shiro's discontent and mused to himself, "Continue your charade, if you dare." He then resolved to provoke her slightly, nonchalantly resting his hand upon Xiao Shui's shoulder. Unaware of any underlying tension, Xiao Shui perceived Li Mubai as rather congenial. Contrary to Lin Wenbin's assertions that he would disregard his classmates upon achieving renown. However, witnessing Li Mubai's familiarity with another girl, Wan Shiro could no longer sustain her fade. Her expression contorted with annoyance as she gripped her water bottle tightly, causing it to emit a creaking sound. "Shiro, what troubles you?" Yuan remarked, having noticed Wan Shiro's peculiar demeanor and turning to observe her. Li Mubai, savoring Wan Shiro's flustered demeanor, experienced a surge of gratification. Yet, upon catching Yuan's gaze, an unexpected wave of guilt washed over him. The hand that lingered on Xiao Shui's shoulder became rigid, and his countenance shifted to one of discomfort. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Alas, dear Li Mubai, your expression was so captivating moments ago. What prompted this sudden transformation into awkwardness? Allow me to reflect. Indeed, it has. Xiao Shui was not entirely satisfied with the photograph. Li Mubai, let us capture another one, she implored. Yuan cast a fleeting glance back before turning her remarkably beautiful visage away, denying Li Mubai any further chance for admiration. How frustrating. I possess no reason to feel remorse. Li Mubai acquiesced, capturing another image with Xiao Shui, and this time, she appeared content. As for the other young lady, Li Mubai could not recall her name at all. What kind of blessing message would you prefer? Simply inscribe, wishing Feifei happiness every day. Very well. Ju Feifei, may happiness accompany you each day. Li Mubai, the girl's countenance darkened immediately. My surname is Sure. Haha, just jesting. Li Mubai hastily tore the paper and pinned a new message. Curse luck. I could have merely inscribed Feifei. Why did I include the surname? Let us take a picture together. Smile more radiantly. After bidding farewell to the two young ladies, Wang Su struck his thigh in a moment of realization, exclaiming, "How did I fail to consider that? Dubai, please sign 100 autographs for me. I could use a little extra spending money for college. Leave me be. Are you also applying to the university in Shenyang? Indeed, I have been contemplating a university in Yunnan. I have heard that near Lijiang, women bathe in the nude. Given your interests, perhaps I should invite Teacher Tsang and Teacher O's to host a bathing beauty spectacle for you. Could you refrain from such boasts? You may never find the opportunity to savor 4 dishes in your lifetime. In his previous existence, Wang Su had enrolled in a university in Yunnan. In this incarnation, Li Mubai aspired to guide Wang Su on his journey. Although Wang Su's academic performance fell short of the requirements for Northeast University of Technology, the prospect of studying together in Shenyang would undoubtedly unveil new avenues. Li Mubai frequently cast glances at the table diagonally opposite, yet Yuan never glanced back. Wan Shiro occasionally directed an irate stare towards Li Mubai. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui and Shi Feifei returned to the private chamber, showcasing their notebooks and photographs for all to admire. Others began to ponder the possibility of requesting Li Mubai's autograph, contemplating what if he were to ascend to fame. Then, they would possess the advantage of being a classmate of Li Mubai. Ren Tingting gazed at the photograph of Li Mubai with Xiao Shui, her heart overflowing with envy. In days gone by, Li Mubai had implored her to capture moments together, yet she had never acquiesced. Now, others held cherished images with him, while she remained empty-handed. Ren Tingting caressed the bracelet adorning her wrist and raised her glass towards Xing Na. Xing Na grimaced, exclaiming, "Tingting, are you still indulging in drink?" Though she was able to enjoy her meals, Xing Na's tolerance for alcohol was notably scant. Ren Tingting mused internally that Xing Na was a glutton, adept only at the art of eating. "You are my dearest friend. I wish to share a few more toasts with you." "Very well," Xing Na replied with a frown, taking another sip, only to feel her stomach churn. She swiftly covered her mouth, taking a moment to recuperate. Ren Tingting observed her, her brow furrowed. "Tingting." Xing Na struggles to manage her alcohol tolerance. "Let us indulge further ourselves." Lin Wenbin, standing nearby, gently interjected. Ren Tingting was already enveloped in a rather melancholic mood. The sight of Lin Wenbin approaching her only intensified her annoyance. "Do not address me as Tingting. We are not so familiar," she retorted sharply. Lin Wenbin's complexion flushed crimson. Yet fortunately, The other classmates were engrossed in exchanging signatures from Li Mubai and paid him no heed. Lin Wenbin could not comprehend the sudden shift in Rin Tingting's demeanor, prompting him to sulk and drink in solitude. Rin Tingting cast a scornful glance at Lin Wenbin, reminiscing about the days when Li Mubai had been an ardent admirer. He possessed the art of flattery, and he executed it with finesse, providing her solace. Alas, Li Mubai no longer exhibited such attentiveness. It was now incumbent upon her to devise ways to reclaim his affection. Come, Xiao Xue, allow me to propose a toast to you. Rin Tingting channeled her frustration into a fervent desire for libations, seeking out the less congenial Xiao Xue for a contest of spirits. Certainly, Tingting. Xiao Xue acquiesced. And after emptying her glass, she suddenly exclaimed, "Do you know whom I just encountered?" "Who?" came the eager inquiries. "The distant goddess He Yuan. She is seated at the same table as the new campus beauty, Wan Sharo. It is widely recognized that He Yuan holds the title of campus belle. Wan Sharo is indeed exquisite, yet who conferred upon her the title? Our school's young men, without a doubt. Her figure is simply too captivating. You boys are nothing but lustful wolves. You are merely expressing your envy." Laughter erupted among the group, ignited by the revelry of alcohol. Following their high school graduation, the classmates believed they had entered a new phase of maturity. Words that once felt clumsy were now exchanged with ease, and jokes that had previously been deemed inappropriate had become a staple of their discourse. The atmosphere at the table buzzed with vivacity. Yet Rin Tingting's heart raced with trepidation at the sight of her two adversaries. Time was of the essence. She cast a glance at Xing Na, whose visage resembled that of a flushed monkey, so inebriated that she struggled to wield her chopsticks while scavenging for morsels amidst a plate of chicken bones. Ineffectual. Yet, Rin Tingting could not suppress a twinge of envy for Xing Na's ability to blush with merely a sip of liquor, while her own complexion remained pallid. Surveying her surroundings, Rin Tingting beckoned to a somewhat unfamiliar classmate. "Come, allow me to propose a toast to you." Outside the restaurant, Li Mubai and Wang Su reveled in their meal. Engaged in a spirited exchange of bravado, one must possess the audacity to boast. One must dare to dream. What if, one day, all our aspirations were to materialize? Wang Su proclaimed that should Li Mubai indeed summon their teacher from the hard drive, he would promptly kneel and acknowledge Li Mubai as his godfather. Li Mubai retorted that such formalities were unnecessary between father and son. Unable to match Li Mubai's cleverness, Wang Su, in exasperation, indulged in skewers of meat. Classmates in the private room, seemingly in collusion, began to emerge one after another, clamoring for Li Mubai's autograph. Li Mubai discerned an intriguing pattern. He could easily recall the names of the more captivating young women, while the less appealing ones faded from his memory. He could only sigh. Truly, the affluent often forget. A male classmate approached Li Mubai to propose a toast. With a playful sparkle in his eyes, Li Mubai declared, "I promised someone I would refrain from drinking. Observe, I have not touched a drop of alcohol thus far. I sincerely apologize." He Yuan's body noticeably paused, her head turning halfway before reverting. Continuing her quiet conversation with Wan Xiao, Li Mubai felt a sense of self-deprecation. When he could behold her daily, he remained indifferent. Now, in her absence, a profound longing stirred within him. His male classmate exhibited considerable thoughtfulness. "Dabai, I comprehend your situation. Consuming alcohol can be detrimental to your vocal cords. And as you aspire to be a singer, it is prudent to refrain. Allow me to finish this drink. You indulge as you please. A mere sip of cola will suffice. We are all companions." The male classmate gulped down his drink in one swift motion, while Li Mubai merely savored a sip of cola. His friend, unfazed, joyfully requested Li Mubai to sign his white t-shirt, and they captured a photograph together. Ultimately, they embraced. Vowing to maintain their connection, indeed, they were true comrades. Li Mubai chuckled softly, offering a gentle pat on his friend's shoulder. His classmate radiated joy, his laughter proving to be contagious. In a fleeting moment, Li Mubai recalled a profound saying from teacher Huang Bo: "When one ascends to a sufficiently lofty altitude, one discovers that all those in one's vicinity are virtuous souls." As he sipped his not-so-chilled cola, he observed He Yuan's receding silhouette and pondered, "When shall I elevate myself sufficiently to transform that untamed woman into a paragon of goodness?" Just then, Xing Na emerged from the restaurant, steadying the swaying Rin Tingting, while Lin Wenbin hovered beside them, attending to her with the fervor of a devoted admirer. Other classmates gradually began to exit as well. Li Mubai was enveloped in confusion. Had they truly concluded their drinking so swiftly? Rin Tingting appeared unsteady, her steps faltering. Wait, from this vantage point, she was bound to stumble in my direction. Xing Na, do hold on firmly. Why does it appear that Rintingting is drawing Xing Na closer to herself? Li Mubai promptly perceived the ulterior motives of this green TLV1. Under the influence of alcohol, she sought to express sentiments she ought to suppress, yearning to cement their romantic bond. Even if she failed, she would at least sow the seeds of misunderstanding. This stratagem proved effective on the tender-hearted. However, Li Mubai remained impervious to such manipulations. Rintingting staggered towards him, nearly collapsing into his embrace. Li Mubai deftly placed a hand upon her shoulder, gently steering her back towards Xing Na. Rintingting was taken aback. How had Li Mubai foreseen her intentions? She cast a furtive glance at him, only to discover his gaze was devoid of emotion, leaving her feeling both intimidated and aggrieved. Xing Na, cannot you even assist someone properly? Xing Na's cheeks burned with embarrassment, yearning to articulate her defense. However, the severe countenance of Li Mubai left her speechless. I have endured much, all thanks to Rintingting. I can scarcely endure my own presence. It is she who has been guiding me towards you. Rintingting is inebriated. It would be wise to summon a cab to escort her home. The chill of Li Mubai's indifference pierced through Rintingting, filling her heart with a profound sense of injustice. In rare moments, he would embrace me tenderly, affectionately calling me Ting Ting or darling. Yet now, amidst a throng of spectators, he has chosen to refer to me by my full name. With a blend of grievance and indignation, I challenged Li Mubai, exclaiming, Li Mubai, why do you oscillate between warmth and aloofness? You do not behave this way in private. Oscillating between warmth and aloofness? In private? The classmates in proximity bore expressions overflowing with curiosity, their interest thoroughly ignited. The effects of the alcohol had only partially waned. Upon noticing me, Wanshiro's intrigue was unmistakable. Despite her vision being impeded, she stretched her neck in an attempt to catch sight of Li Mubai, akin to a curious meerkat. Li Mubai must have mused internally. How bold of you to elevate your voice in my presence amidst such a gathering. A smile danced upon his lips. He had extended an opportunity for you to retreat mere moments prior, yet you opted to forego it. With heartfelt sincerity, Li Mubai gazed at me and declared, everyone in our class is aware that I have been enamored with you for 3 years. I have expressed my concern for you daily, presenting you with fruits and gifts. Pray tell, what is it that you find appealing about me? A delicate flush of shyness graced my cheeks as I inquired, what do you find endearing in me? Li Mubai took his time to respond, leisurely lighting a cigarette. My classmates and I fell into a curious silence, eagerly anticipating his answer. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, he confessed, I admire your beauty. To be candid, I am captivated by your type. A surge of joy welled within me. Was this a public declaration of affection? It felt rather peculiar. He continued, now, let me inquire, do you harbor feelings for me? Upon hearing his question, exhilaration coursed through my veins. My heart raced like a drum, echoing in my ears. After an extended bout of drinking, my cheeks were flushed, now mirroring the hue of Xing Na's. Without hesitation, I declared, I do. An enthusiastic chorus of "oh" erupted from my classmates, who joined in playful teasing. Embarrassed, I concealed my blushing face with my hands. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Li Mubai had indeed made a public confession to me. At this moment, he should come forth and embrace me. When he kisses me, should I display modesty or boldness? Perhaps a harmonious equilibrium of both would be most advantageous. Stealing a furtive glance at Li Mubai through my fingers, I discerned that his expression appeared rather peculiar. Why did he not seem to exhibit any semblance of delight? I found myself momentarily at a standstill. When did I first cultivate feelings for Li Mubai? Was it during our sojourn at the gold shop? Or when his melody soared to the pinnacle of the music charts? However, I found myself unable to articulate those sentiments. Instead, I resolved to convey that I had harbored feelings for him for quite some time, yet had refrained from acting upon them during high school to safeguard my academic pursuits. Following the college entrance examination, I made the decision to be with him. Just as I was about to speak, Li Mubai raised his hand to interject. Think carefully before you respond. I do not wish for you to deceive me. I fell silent. Li Mubai's penetrating gaze seemed capable of piercing through one's very soul. He sighed and continued, throughout high school, I pursued you for 3 years. And for 3 years, you turned me away. I thought I could simply let go, resigning myself to that fate. Yet, unexpectedly, you began to treat me with kindness once more, igniting a flicker of hope within me. I believed my sincerity had touched your heart. However, I could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. What I yearn for is a relationship founded on purity, devoid of any chaotic entanglements. Upon hearing Li Mubai's heartfelt monologue, all the classmates turned their attention to Rintingting. Indeed, Everyone had witnessed how ardently Li Mubai had pursued her throughout high school. His devotion to Rin Tingting was nothing short of exemplary. No matter the demands she made, Li Mubai fulfilled them without hesitation. Many felt that Rin Tingting was merely toying with him, treating him as though he were her servant. Now that they had graduated high school, it appeared she had suddenly developed feelings for him again, likely spurred by his burgeoning fame as a singer. The glances directed at Rin Tingting were tinged with disdain. In 2006, societal norms remained rather traditional, and the concepts of materialism and insincerity were not yet fully grasped. Nevertheless, Rin Tingting's actions undoubtedly incited scorn. Conversely, Li Mubai, with his melancholic demeanor as he smoked, captivated the female students when he expressed his longing for a genuine emotional connection. A prevailing thought among the onlookers emerged. Rin Tingting, your affections are anything but pure. Rin Tingting yearned to articulate her defense, yet was abruptly interrupted by Li Mubai, who raised his hand. You inquire why I oscillate between warmth and coldness? It is not so in private. To speak frankly, whenever my gaze falls upon you, my thoughts become disoriented. However, once I regain my composure, let us not linger on that matter today. Xingna, I implore you to escort Rin Tingting home and ensure her safe passage. Farewell, everyone. A myriad of emotions played across Rin Tingting's visage, transitioning through hues of green and white. Some of Li Mubai's statements struck her as incongruous. The reality was not as he had depicted it. Yet, faced with his indifference and the derisive stares of their peers, her thoughts became immobilized, a void of contemplation. Xingna guided Rin Tingting away, and after exchanging courteous remarks with Li Mubai, the classmates gradually dispersed. Some compassionate friends, perceiving Li Mubai's melancholic demeanor, offered him a few words of solace. Meanwhile, several young ladies openly disparaged Rin Tingting for her perceived pretentiousness and unworthiness of Li Mubai. Thus, a tumultuous clash of emotions ensued. Ha Yuan, the quintessence of profound affection, at level 99, versus Rin Tingting, the personification of insincerity, at level 1. The triumph was unequivocally claimed by Ha Yuan. Li Mubai felt his lips parched. He reached for a can of cola but ultimately set it back down. The act of drinking cola at that moment seemed discordant with his sense of dignity. He resolved to wait until they had moved on before indulging himself. Brother Bai, you have finally discerned that woman's true nature. Wan Sharo at last shed her pretense, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. With a playful smile, she darted over to Li Mubai's table. Li Mubai took a sip of his cola, deliberately ignoring Wan Sharo, and turned to Wang Su, saying, Suzy, I believe I might be imagining things. Did you hear any peculiar sounds? Brother Bai, you are so mischievous. Pretending not to see me, merely feigning ignorance. Wan Sharo complained while playfully striking Li Mubai with her small fists. However, her playful jabs lacked any real force and resembled more of a light-hearted pout. Enough of the antics. Let us conduct ourselves with decorum. Li Mubai nearly spilled his cola due to Wan Sharo's antics. Sharo, I must return, he announced. He Yijuan approached Wan Sharo's side and declared, Oh, I shall see you off. I will accompany you as well. Li Mubai interjected, rising to his feet. Yet, He Yijuan continued to disregard him. The opulent vehicle was stationed not far away. Observing He Yijuan's approach, Uncle Qin prepared to exit and open the door for her. However, Li Mubai, utilizing his lengthy legs and swift hands, reached the door first and opened it. He Yijuan hesitated briefly before entering the car, creating space within. Noticing Wan Sharo remained stationary, He Yijuan inquired, Sharo, are you not joining me? Wan Sharo, feeling a profound shyness, concealed her hands behind her back, her foot gently caressing the ground, unable to meet He Yijuan's gaze. It is still early and I wish to explore a little longer. He Yijuan found herself at a loss for words. She had never anticipated a day where she would forget her friends in the presence of an admirer. And she was the one left behind as the loyal companion. What had become of their cherished sisterly bond? Very well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Sister He. Farewell, Xiaoyun. Li Mubai cheerfully waved his goodbye to He Yijuan. With a stoic demeanor, He Yijuan cast a glance at Li Mubai. He chuckled softly. Receiving a glare was certainly more favorable than being met with indifference. He observed as the opulent car departed, vanishing around the corner until it was no longer visible. Brother Bai, cease your gaze. The car had already vanished into the distance. It was no longer within view. Wan Sharo tugged at Li Mubai's arm. Her lips pursed in discontent. Li Mubai turned away, making his way toward the Qin family skewer stand. Wan Sharo, with a playful smile, attempted to entwine her arm with his, only to be brushed aside with a hint of disdain. When did you two become an item? Wan Sharo expressed her frustration. What do you mean by become an item? We are merely good friends, Li Mubai replied, his gaze directed at Wan Xiao with a look of bewilderment. Since when had Wan Xiao formed a friendship with Yi Juan? This behavior was uncharacteristic of her. She typically preferred to maintain her distance from any female presence. What is happening? Enlighten me. Li Mubai summoned the waiter to settle the bill, while Wan Xiao followed him closely, like a shadow. I discovered that, sister, he is an extraordinary individual, and we connected remarkably well. Li Mubai regarded Wan Xiao with a degree of skepticism. Speak the truth, he urged. Yi Juan is set to travel to the United States next month. Although Li Mubai had always been cognizant of this fact, it was the outcome he had secretly desired. Yet, upon hearing this news, a flicker of disappointment lingered in his heart. With Yi Juan bound for America, the threat to Wan Xiao would dissipate. Previously, Li Mubai had engaged with Rin Tingting, which had permitted Wan Xiao to comfortably befriend Yi Juan. Now, realizing that Li Mubai's relationship with Rin Tingting was waning, Wan Xiao cast aside her deep-seated friendship and hastened to his side. Li Mubai observed Wan Xiao. Reflecting on her remarkable pragmatism, Wang Su noticed that each time he dined with Li Mubai, he was overshadowed by their affections. The last occasion encompassed 2, and this time 3. Not wishing to play the role of the unwelcome third wheel, he greeted Li Mubai and Wan Xiao before retreating to his own abode. Come on. I shall escort you home. Certainly, you are the best, big white brother. Might I kindly request that you refrain from standing so near to me? Are you feeling warm? Not in the slightest, hee. Li Mubai shook himself a few times, only to realize that he could not escape the grasp of his persistent companion. Thus he acquiesced to the situation. Wan Xiao entwined her arm with his, her eyes glimmering like crescent moons. She was genuinely elated that big white brother had finally discerned the true nature of the wicked Rin Tingting. With Yi Juan soon to embark on her studies abroad, big white brother would once again be exclusively hers. Tell me about your relationship with Yi Juan, she inquired. Oh, it's merely that Yi Juan added me on QQ. She mentioned her plans to study in America. I discovered that while she may appear aloof, she is, in fact, quite amiable. We even affectionately dubbed Rin Tingting Little White Lotus. As Li Mubai listened to Wan Xiao's animated chatter, he mentally translated her words. It appeared that Yi Juan desired to comprehend his past and sought to cultivate a friendship with Wan Xiao. He was pleasantly surprised by Yi Juan's newfound boldness. He resolved to commend her the next time they met, expressing, "Wow, you are truly remarkable," as a form of encouragement. He suspected that Yi Juan might have subtly suggested her withdrawal, urging Wan Xiao to pursue a relationship with him. Otherwise, given Wan Xiao's disposition, she would not have formed a friendship with Yi Juan. Here I am, the illustrious Wu Yinzu of Haiyuan, unexpectedly being utilized as a pawn for a wealthy young lady to forge connections. I wonder if I shall have the opportunity to encounter her again. Wan Xiao was in high spirits, chattering animatedly all the way until they arrived at her building. You can ascend alone. I shall return, he said. Stay and converse with me a little longer, big white brother. I haven't seen you in days, Wan Xiao implored, burrowing into Li Mubai's embrace. He placed his hand gently upon her head and softly pushed her away. Humph, big white brother, your demeanor lacks gentleness. Li Mubai, maintaining a serious countenance, inquired. How has your studying been of late? Wan Xiao dared not meet his gaze. It is satisfactory, she replied. Li Mubai scoffed. Satisfactory, indeed. Wan Xiao implored. Big brother Bai, if you could extend a discount of 6 or 7%, I would undoubtedly surpass you in English. Suit yourself. I am applying to the same university as Rin Tingting, after all. Big brother Bai, Rin Tingting is a nefarious woman. You ought to keep your distance from her. Upon hearing Li Mubai mention Rin Tingting, Wan Xiao's anxiety surged. Very well, pursue your studies if you desire. As she observed Li Mubai's retreating figure, she summoned her courage to exclaim, Big brother Bai, I shall assuredly gain admission to the same university as you. Li Mubai turned back, gazing at the girl whose eyes and heart were filled with thoughts of him. He smiled faintly. Then you had best exert yourself. Li Mubai was undoubtedly the most diligent among the reincarnated souls. On this particular day, he had not ventured outside, choosing instead to confine himself within the sanctuary of his room, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Yet, his output today was disappointingly meager. He felt no inclination to relentlessly torment the character Xiao Haizi in his narrative. A glance at his phone revealed a new text message had arrived. The device was functioning correctly. He opened QQ to investigate, only to discover that Yinj remained offline. Li Mubai confirmed once more that the invisibility setting was indeed deactivated. Yinju, you must remain steadfast. How could the illustrious and profoundly affectionate LV99 from Haiyuan be swayed by a mere non-mainstream girl? Although she had distanced herself from her family, she was merely an unremarkable maiden with fair skin, long legs, a figure that tantalizingly approached a 34C, a pleasant demeanor, and fortuitously aligned with his aesthetic inclinations. It had been 2 days. How could she endure the silence? Was her rank truly so elevated? Beep, beep, beep. The QQ notification chimed. Li Mubai swiftly opened it, only to be engulfed by a wave of disappointment. Once again, it was an extensive message from Rintingting. She had altered her name from Tu. The content was a lengthy and tedious apology, earnestly acknowledging her transgressions and beseeching Li Mubai for another opportunity. Can she not even structure her paragraphs? Does she not comprehend the fatigue this induces in me? Li Mubai chose to remain silent and closed the chat window. Such a trivial green tea, how utterly laughable. How dare she presume to tread upon the esteemed head of the illustrious LV99 of Haiyuan? Rintingting had been unceremoniously relegated to the status of a mere CPU. Although Li Mubai had not intentionally treated her in such a manner, the value of this once potent tea weapon had diminished significantly. Li Mubai was now contemplating the disposal of his tea weapon. He surmised that should he extend an invitation to Rintingting to acquaint in, she would find herself obliged to manage every detail independently. After refreshing herself, she would recline in bed, awaiting his arrival. Yet, Li Mubai found himself disinterested in such trivialities. The complexities arising from their shared hometown and former camaraderie were far too numerous to navigate. She lacked the thoughtfulness of Xiaoya, who, considerate of his peace, would gently close the door upon her departure. Frustration welled within him. He could not afford to linger on thoughts of her any longer. Li Mubai resolved to clear his mind and decided to venture downstairs to assist his mother for a time. As he descended, he noticed his mother engaged in conversation with an acquaintance. "Son, come here. This is your Aunt Lu. Mame, your son has grown so much. Approach, and allow me to behold you. I once cradled you in my arms when you were but a child. Indeed, this is your distant kin." Li Mubai found himself utterly confounded. This relative was even more remote than Wan Xiaro. "Greetings, Aunt Lu." Li Mubai addressed her with an innocent countenance. "Your mother informed me that you have released a song. I encountered it while shopping the other day. It seems to resonate everywhere." Aunt Lu was exceedingly exuberant upon encountering Li Mubai. "My dear, do sing a few lines for your Aunt Lu," Tian Mame unabashedly urged. "Mother, did we not come to an understanding regarding this?" Li Mubai hesitated to perform. He felt compelled to entertain relatives at every gathering. The predicament lay in the fact that he received no compensation for these impromptu performances, while his commercial engagements garnered him 50,000 per show, which he had previously declined. Enough with the idle chatter, simply sing. "Your Aunt Lu has traveled a considerable distance to see you." Tian Manmei's displeasure grew. How dare her son defy her? Did he intend to rebel? Can we still encounter one another? I have beseeched the Buddha for countless years. Li Mubai dared not voice another word and could only acquiesce. "Oh my, your son possesses a melodious voice. I discerned from a tender age that he would undoubtedly accomplish remarkable feats." "Huh, where lies this greatness? Allow me to share. I possessed a splendid voice in my youth. He has undoubtedly inherited a fragment of it." Tian Manmei feigned reprimanding her son, yet her countenance glowed with delight. Li Mubai quietly arranged the fruit. In truth, his renown was rather modest. 90% of individuals remain oblivious to the fact that the original artist is a vocalist named Val. Nevertheless, the fervent promotion by his mother could not be overlooked. Now, even distant relatives, previously unacquainted with him, were aware of his status as the original singer. Relatives circulated the news. Tian Mame asserted that her son now earns over 100,000 for a single song. She was not exaggerating. The actual figure was closer to 30,000. However, the rumors became increasingly extravagant with each retelling. Consequently, relatives frequently visited him. Ultimately, he found himself acting as a living jukebox. If he must assume the role of a jukebox, so be it, as long as it brought joy to his mother. Tian Manmei engaged in conversation with Aunt Lu for quite some time. Aunt Lu declined Tian Manmei's invitation to stay for a meal, citing prior commitments, and took her leave. Li Mubai accompanied Tian Manmei to see Aunt Lu off at the door. After bidding farewell to Aunt Lu, Tian Manmei tucked her gold necklace back into her collar. She had not anticipated a relative's visit that day and had chosen a high-collared ensemble. She had specifically adorned herself with a necklace to showcase it to her relatives. Now that they had departed, she found the necklace cumbersome while working and returned it to her clothing. Li Mubai found this quite amusing. What was so amusing? Tian Mei reprimanded Li Mubai for mocking her. However, she soon found herself chuckling as well. This rascal truly brought her pride. Can we still meet again? I have prayed before the Buddha for countless years. Tian Mei had just sufficiently showcased herself before her relatives, and her spirits soared exceptionally high. It seems that listening to Li Mubai sing Seeking Buddha daily is not enough. In moments of leisure, I often find myself humming a few lines. Thud, thud. The sound of slow footsteps descending the stairs reverberated through the air. Tian Mei glanced upstairs, and the smile on her face vanished instantly, silencing her melody. Li Mubai recognized that it was Li Xueqing approaching. Li Xueqing descended the stairs with considerable effort, each step proving to be a taxing endeavor. Upon reaching the ground floor, he positioned himself beside the counter and, adopting a somewhat sycophantic tone, addressed Tian Mei. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Tian Mei, engrossed in the selection of a heap of imported cherries, did not lift her gaze. Speak, she replied tersely. I inquired about a hospital in Qinying City that specializes in my condition, and I wish to pay a visit. If you wish to go, then by all means. Do so, she responded. I have to attend to the shop and cannot accompany you. There is no need for you to accompany me. I am capable of going alone. Noticing Tian Mei's indifference, Li Xueqing pressed on. Might you lend me some money? Tian Mei cast a glance at Li Mubai, wishing to shield him from their disagreement. When do you intend to leave? Li Xueqing came to the realization that Tian Mei had tacitly consented. Tomorrow. With his goal accomplished, Li Xueqing ascended the stairs. Li Mubai cast a sidelong glance at the ascending Li Xueqing, reflecting on the old man's cunning nature. He had deliberately chosen an inopportune moment to broach this subject. Fully cognizant that Tian Mei would refrain from confronting him in the presence of her son. Mother, what troubles you? I stand with you. I am your ally. Li Mubai regarded Tian Mei with steadfast resolve. At last, a smile illuminated Tian Mei's visage, yet it swiftly dissipated, and her countenance transformed into one of seriousness once more. Tend to your own affairs. This is a matter for adults. Understood. I shall ascend to the upper floor. Li Mubai perceived that the connection between his parents had become irreparably strained. Divorce was merely an inevitable outcome. Upon returning to his chamber, he noticed QQ, where the avatar of a cloud was illuminating. A cloud. I am departing. Upon reading the message from He Yijuan, Li Mubai's mind resonated with confusion. See source Wu Yinzu. Were you not scheduled to depart for the beautiful country next month? A cloud. I must return to Beijing to make preparations. I shall leave with my father at the onset of next month. Li Mubai's heart suddenly became a tempest. He fervently typed in the chat box, only to erase the text moments later. Unsure of how to express himself, he hesitated. A cloud. When are you available? Would you be so kind as to show me around Haiyuan County? A cloud. I have resided in Haiyuan County for 6 months and have yet to explore its wonders. A cloud. Wan Xiao attends classes daily and is unable to accompany me. See source Wu Yinzu. I am available at any time. My schedule is open every day. A cloud. Would tomorrow suffice? See source Wu Yinzu. Certainly. What time shall we meet? A cloud. Please come to the Zijing Hotel whenever it is convenient for you. See source Wu Yinzu. Not a problem. I shall be there without fail. A cloud. Please do not mention this to Xiao. See source Wu Yinzu. Might I inquire why? A cloud. Let us convene and converse tomorrow. The avatar of a cloud dulled to a shade of gray. Li Mubai contemplated for a moment before opening his wardrobe. After sifting through his garments for a while, he was overcome with a sense of disillusionment. Tian Mei, observing his hasty exit, curiously inquired, My son, dinner is nearly prepared. Where are you headed? I am off to the mall to procure some new attire. Why not wait until after dinner? I shall not be dining. There is no need for you to wait for me. This child, ever so impulsive. The following day, as dawn unfurled its golden light, Li Mubai rose early to attend to his appearance. The day prior, he had acquired several ensembles, yet he found himself discontented with each one he donned. Amused by his own conduct, he mused, how is it that I, Li Mubai, the most ardent of Haiyuan, am behaving like an inexperienced novice in matters of the heart? He had yet to encounter He Yijuan, and already he was in a state of disarray. Gazing at his reflection, he discerned the root of his trepidation. He was, indeed, afraid. He dreaded that this might be the final occasion on which he beheld He Yijuan. Should this indeed be their last rendezvous? Li Mubai longed to unveil his most flawless self before her. Yinzu, maintain your composure. Yinzu, keep your wits about you. If this is our concluding meeting, ensure that He Yijuan is left with a cherished memory. Press on, Yinzu. Ultimately, Li Mubai opted for his customary denim shorts, a pristine white t-shirt, and basketball sneakers. He pondered his own folly. What significance did his attire hold in the presence of He Yijuan? Li Mubai arrived at the entrance of the Zijing Hotel. Casting a glance at the time, he had come rather early, uncertain if it was an opportune moment for He Yijuan. Raising his gaze to the 5th floor, he noticed the curtains of a floor-to-ceiling window being drawn aside. He Yijuan appeared at the window, and with a smile and a wave, Li Mubai greeted her. She reciprocated the gesture, signaling that she would descend shortly. Before long, He Yijuan emerged at the entrance of the Zijing Hotel. Although their separation had lasted but a few days, it felt as though an eternity had elapsed. There was a hint of unfamiliarity in the air. He Yijuan was adorned with light makeup, a floral chiffon blouse, and a camel-colored pleated skirt, elegantly complemented by a pair of open-toed linen sandals. Her hair, styled in soft waves, cascaded gracefully over her refined shoulders, bestowing upon the young heiress an unexpected allure that echoed the charm of her mother. She must have risen early to prepare herself, and while Li Mubai felt honored by her efforts, a pang of guilt overcame him. What merit did Li Mubai possess to deserve such consideration from her? He perceived that his mindset was somewhat skewed. He felt compelled to present himself more favorably, so as not to let her efforts be in vain. You awakened rather early. You arrived quite promptly. They both spoke in unison, momentarily caught off guard. After a brief pause, he remarked, "You look truly beautiful today. Have you had breakfast?" Once again, they spoke simultaneously. Both individuals could not suppress a chuckle, their previous awkwardness dissipating like mist. The once familiar camaraderie resurfaced as He Yijuan remarked with a smile, "Is that so? I deliberately altered my hairstyle today. I wonder." Before she could finish her thought, Li Mubai interjected, "It looks stunning, truly magnificent." Flattered by the compliment, He Yijuan shyly smiled, only to quickly conceal her delight. Feigning disbelief as she replied, "Oh really? Xiao has mentioned your preferences." Li Mubai chuckled awkwardly, realizing that Xiao had spoken quite candidly. "However, dear affluent lady, you ought to carry yourself with poise. In your presence, the aesthetic judgments of others are mere trifles." She knows nothing. By the way, why did you wish for me not to disclose to Xiao that I came to see you today? Such inquiries are often challenging to navigate, frequently leading to further complications. Li Mubai skillfully redirected the conversation. He Yijuan, upon hearing his question, felt a flicker of embarrassment. We have an understanding." Li Mubai, intrigued, inquired. "What sort of understanding?" "We agreed not to meet in private." "What kind of absurd understanding is that?" "It is but a covenant between the closest of friends." Albeit she was the first to breach it that day. As she articulated her thoughts, He Yijuan's gaze flitted away, bestowing an enchanting allure upon her demeanor. Li Mubai discerned that she was alluding to the day at Chin Skewers, when Wan Xiao resolutely chose to accompany him, leaving He Yijuan to depart in solitude. Their seemingly delicate friendship was, in truth, profoundly moving. Stifling a chuckle, Li Mubai inquired, "Where would you care to venture?" Are there any renowned landmarks in Haiyuan?" She replied, Such a query might be rather disconcerting to the locals." "Landmarks?" "Haiyuan possesses little of note." Nevertheless, Li Mubai was reluctant to stifle He Yijuan's enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "There exists an Iron Tower mountain here, upon which stands the Iron Tower Temple. The deities enshrined there are indeed quite divine." "Is that so? Then let us embark on a journey to that enchanting locale," He Yijuan articulated with sincere enthusiasm. They paid a visit to Uncle Qin, and the trio set forth in a phaeton towards the majestic Iron Tower Mountain. Iron Tower Mountain lies a considerable distance from the county seat, necessitating a half-hour drive. Li Mubai, a native of Haiyuan, had only made a handful of visits. During their expedition, he seized the opportunity to temper He Yijuan's expectations regarding the attractions of the quaint county. However, upon arriving at the mountain's base, he discovered that Iron Tower Mountain possessed its own allure, a source of pride for him. In the months of June and July, the azaleas bloom in resplendent glory. From below, the hills were adorned with extensive expanses of pink, resembling vibrant clouds resting upon the mountains. He Yijuan exclaimed in awe, "This place is simply breathtaking." With a gentlemanly flourish, Li Mubai extended his hand, saying, "Princess, may we ascend the mountain?" He Yijuan cast a playful glance at the impish Li Mubai, and together they commenced their ascent, with Qin Jiangwo following closely behind. Earlier, in the confines of the car, Qin Jiangwo had already issued a cautionary look to Li Mubai, signaling that the young lady was on the verge of departure. In those fleeting moments, it was imperative to avoid any mischief. Failure to do so would lead to unfavorable consequences. Li Mubai found himself perplexed by the depth of understanding he had gleaned from merely a single glance exchanged with Qin Jiangwo. When had he cultivated such a profound, unspoken rapport with this venerable elder? During their ascent, they occasionally crossed paths with individuals bearing plastic water buckets. He Yijuan, intrigued, posed the question, "What is the reason behind so many people carrying water buckets?" Li Mubai responded, "The spring water on this mountain is of exceptional quality. Many travel here expressly to collect it for their households." He Yijuan observed, "The surroundings here are genuinely enchanting. The fog and haze of the capital are rather distasteful to me." Li Mubai contemplated for a moment before replying, "Diverse perspectives engender varying preferences. While the bustling metropolis may not resonate with you, an innumerable array of individuals venture from their abodes in pursuit of opportunities therein. You may find charm in the quaint town, yet many aspire to depart from it." He Yijuan inquired, "What of you? Where do you envision establishing your future abode?" Li Mubai pondered for a moment before responding, "The place is of little significance. It is the companionship that holds true value." He Yijuan blinked in surprise and inquired, "And with whom do you desire to share this time?" Li Mubai beheld the captivating young heiress before him. The yearning to utter the words, "with you," almost slipped from his lips. Their shared understanding revealed that they both acknowledged each other's sentiments, merely separated by a delicate veil of unspoken words, which He Yijuan hesitated to pierce, while Li Mubai found himself equally incapable of doing so. "With my mother." "And who else?" "My mother's daughter-in-law." He Yijuan, feeling a flush of shyness, refrained from inquiring further about the identity of Li Mubai's mother's daughter-in-law. She let out a gentle sigh and quickened her pace, leaving Li Mubai in her wake. Li Mubai shook his head and hastened after her, devoid of any pride in his witty rejoinder. Upon arriving at the mountainside, an extensive array of azaleas flourished in vivid hues, a breathtaking spectacle both resplendent and enchanting. He Yijuan experienced a wave of elation and trotted forward. She tenderly stroked the blossoms and bent down to savor their intoxicating fragrance. "Xiaoyun, turn around." At the sound of Li Mubai's summons, He Yijuan pivoted to face him. Click. Li Mubai captured a photograph with his phone. Noticing him taking her picture, He Yijuan gracefully adjusted her pose to elevate the composition. Li Mubai persisted in capturing images. The azaleas, however splendid, merely functioned as a picturesque backdrop for the enchanting heiress. "Am I looking splendid? Allow me to see." Li Mubai entrusted his phone to her. Such a lamentable circumstance. He Yijuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering her own appearance. What could possibly be regrettable? "It is regrettable that the quality of my phone's camera fails to do justice to your beauty." Such a corny compliment, yet He Yijuan savored it, her lips curving into a delicate smile. At that precise moment, Qin Zhengwo made his entrance, albeit somewhat tardily. The passage of time had rendered him less agile in his ascent, yet he still managed to keep pace with the others. "Uncle Qin, might you be so kind as to capture a photograph of us?" Li Mubai extended his Nokia 7260 to Qin Zhengwo, who responded with a disapproving gaze. As I hurried to catch up, I wondered if I might be granted a moment's respite. Li Mubai stood before the azaleas, accompanied by He Yijuan. After a moment of contemplation, he tenderly draped his arm around her shoulder. In response, He Yijuan leaned closer to him. Qin Zhengwo, observing Li Mubai's nonchalance, wore a countenance twisted with ire. Li Mubai reflected silently, challenging him to confront him at that moment. He Yijuan, noticing the expression on Qin Zhengwo's face, could not help but chuckle. Suppressing his vexation, Qin Zhengwo snapped several photographs. The young couple appeared rather well suited beside one another. However, Qin Zhengwo quickly dismissed that thought. Should this scoundrel act with audacity, Madame Heir would certainly cause a commotion. After capturing the images, Qin Zhengwo irritably tossed the phone to Li Mubai, who nearly fumbled the catch. The potential damage to the Nokia was inconsequential. The photos contained within were invaluable. He Yijuan smiled as she perused their snapshots. "Do ensure to send me a copy of these photos." "Certainly. Have you penned any melodies of late?" "Not particularly." "Is it indeed possible to create anywhere and at any time?" "Inspiration is dependent upon the surrounding circumstances." "Do you feel a surge of creativity at this moment?" Li Mubai beheld the vast expanse of azaleas, and a harmonious tune began to echo in his mind. "I have it." He Yijuan, brimming with admiration, exclaimed, "How extraordinary you are!" Li Mubai chuckled with amusement. "You have yet to hear it, and already you sing my praises." He Yijuan responded with a hint of certainty. "Your compositions are invariably enchanting. I have faith in your talent. Upon our return, let us transcribe it together." "Splendid. Let us continue our ascent." "Mind your elbows." Qin Zhengwo, perched upon a sizable rock, had only just regained his composure when he noticed the two individuals progressing further up the mountain. With a sense of resignation, he gradually followed suit, resolute in his intention to keep watch until the very end. He held a silent hope that these two would not incite any disturbances. The duo persisted in their ascent, while the soft murmur of flowing water graced their ears. He-Juan traced the sound to a low-lying area, where spring water had collected into a crystalline basin. The water lay shallow and remarkably clear. He-Juan lingered nearby and remarked, "I am truly eager to take a plunge. It must be exquisitely refreshing." Li Mubai responded, "Then by all means, leap in. However," he added, "it would taint the water. There are individuals below gathering spring water." With sincerity, Li Mubai proclaimed, "What do you mean by taint? You are bestowing a reward upon them." After a moment of contemplation, He-Juan finally discerned Li Mubai's intention and cast him a mischievous glare. Li Mubai settled himself upon a stone by the spring, removing his shoes and socks, and dipped his feet into the refreshing water. "I shall grant them a fitting reward," he declared. He-Juan, both exasperated and amused by Li Mubai's antics, mused to herself, "Is this truly how one rewards others? Ah, how invigorating." Li Mubai closed his eyes, tilting his head back in bliss. He-Juan pondered whether immersing one's feet could genuinely evoke such delight. After a brief moment's reflection, she joined Li Mubai, shedding her sandals and submerging her delicate feet in the spring's cool embrace. The water was indeed brisk, a refreshing chill coursing from beneath, reaching the very crown of her head. He-Juan squinted and lifted her gaze. "It is rather enjoyable," she remarked playfully, splashing water with her foot. Li Mubai was momentarily entranced, his eyes wide with admiration. How enchanting! Truly captivating. So fair, so elongated, and so impeccably straight. Any excess would be superfluous. Any deficiency would be inadequate. Yet, a sense of something amiss lingered in the air. Ah, why is the young heiress not adorned in stockings today? Noticing Li Mubai's unwavering gaze upon her legs, He-Juan felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks. "What are you staring at? This water is exceptionally clear." I meant, your legs feel delightfully cool." Flustered, He-Juan playfully struck Li Mubai's arm, catching him off guard. The young heiress had certainly acquired a few tricks from Sharo. She had learned to be spirited. Li Mubai pretended to be outraged, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Do you dare to strike me?" he challenged. Unfazed, He-Juan replied with a scoff, "Humph. I just did." Li Mubai entered the pool. "Was that an error in judgment?" "Humph." He-Juan averted her gaze, choosing to disregard him. Li Mubai, wearing a playful smile, proclaimed, "It appears I must demonstrate my abilities." The young heiress, cautious, questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Li Mubai feigned the intricate motions of hand seals. "Water style, water flow technique," he exclaimed. Startled by the unexpected deluge, He-Juan swiftly raised her arms to protect herself. Sensing her vulnerability, she resolved to counterattack, sending a cascade of water back towards Li Mubai. "Still daring to defy me? The more you resist, the more exhilarated I feel." Li Mubai, in his boastful demeanor, hesitated to unleash his splashes with too much fervor. He discovered himself drenched, more so than the young heiress. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Qin Jiangwo, breathless from his arduous ascent, at last reached them. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sounds of their jovial exchanges. Ahem. Qin Jiangwo feigned a throat clearing, subtly admonishing them not to indulge excessively. Li Mubai, perceiving the opportune moment to concede, raised his hand in submission. He-Juan's eyes glimmered with victory. Following Li Mubai's surrender, she audaciously initiated a sudden offensive. Li Mubai removed his T-shirt and wrung it out, standing amidst the water. He splashed playfully, yet managed to keep the little heiress relatively dry. She remained largely untouched by the water, while he was completely drenched. He-Juan glanced at herself, observing only a few stray droplets. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she looked at Li Mubai. Propping herself on her hands, she lifted her feet from the spring, contemplating how to dry them. She was taken aback when Li Mubai tenderly grasped her foot, using his T-shirt to gently wipe it dry. Instantly, a blush crept across He-Juan's face. Turning her gaze towards Qin Jiangwo, who leaned against a tree, panting heavily, she realized he was unaware of their intimate exchange. It struck her that her skirt was rather short today, prompting her to quickly press it down, her heart racing. This was her inaugural moment of closeness with Li Mubai. Li Mubai pondered inwardly. With the purest of intentions, I extended my offer to cleanse your feet, yet you remained ever so defensive towards me. Who would possess the curiosity to steal a fleeting glimpse of your white undergarments, embellished with a whimsical Mickey Mouse motif? How utterly childish. Li Mubai did not overstep. After gently drying He-Juan's feet, he simply placed them down. He-Juan, her cheeks flushed, slipped into her sandals, her heart racing uncontrollably. Li Mubai donned his shoes and socks, exchanging a knowing glance with He-Juan, who instantly comprehended his unspoken sentiment. Together, they resumed their ascent up the mountain, leaving Qin Jiangwo still breathless, gazing in astonishment. At the summit, a tri-tiered iron tower was juxtaposed with several quaint, antiquated structures. The tower, though not constructed of actual iron, was entirely painted black, devoid of any sense of grandeur. In truth, the site was rather dilapidated. The last time Li Mubai visited, he was still in middle school. This time, he noticed the addition of a wishing tree. One could only ponder where the site's administrators had ventured, as they seemingly replicated attractions from other scenic locales. Their primary allure was a complimentary prayer service, with a fee for wishes. Only one staff member was present at the summit, though bald and adorned in a robe. Li Mubai refrained from labeling him a monk. The Bluetooth headset nestled in his ear, and the Nike shoes adorning his feet felt utterly incongruous, primarily due to his gaze, which was fixated on the young heiress. Li Mubai was incensed, tempted to confess his impure thoughts to the Buddha. How does one articulate a wish? Inquired the young heiress. But before Li Mubai could articulate a response, the monk interjected, "For the sum of 20, inscribe your desire upon a blessing bag, and rest assured the lady's aspiration shall be fulfilled." Li Mubai scoffed. The assurance of the lady's wish being realized appeared dubious considering the gentleman's intentions. However, the young heiress, likely unfamiliar with Buddhist customs, found this entirely reasonable. "Oh, so that is the manner in which one articulates a wish. Is it effective?" "Absolutely. After all, I have even composed a hymn in reverence to the Buddha," the monk replied. He Yuan cast a disapproving glance at Li Mubai. "Do not utter such folly, lest it jeopardize the outcome." Li Mubai bestowed a sum of money upon the monk. This day was entirely dedicated to delighting the young heiress. Since they were present, they might as well articulate a wish. The monk provided change and presented 2 blessing bags. The duo inscribed their desires within. Li Mubai wrote with great haste, then endeavored to glimpse Yuan's wish, yet she adamantly withheld it from his view. "Cease this air of enigma. Then allow me to behold yours," she retorted. "You reveal yours first." "No, you must go first." Such childishness, Yuan sighed, feeling herself led astray by Li Mubai. Ultimately, they resolved not to pry into each other's desires. They entrusted the blessing bags to the monk, who suspended them upon the wishing tree. The two meandered around the mountaintop. Though there was little to discover, nevertheless, the vista from the pinnacle was breathtaking. Standing at the railing, they could survey the entirety of Haiyuan County. Yuan pointed into the distance and remarked, "There lies the Zijing Hotel." "Indeed," he replied. "And there is your residence." "Indeed. And there stands the school." "Indeed." The young lady of affluence was in high spirits and quite talkative. Li Mubai mirrored her enthusiasm, yet his gaze did not stray far. The scenery beyond paled in comparison to the beauty before them. Yuan sensed Li Mubai's attention upon her, though she opted not to elaborate further. She gathered her hair, sweeping it to the other side, seemingly to grant Li Mubai a clearer view. The two fell into a comfortable silence, simply savoring the tranquility of the moment, until Qin Jiangwo, panting and out of breath, finally reached the summit. They exchanged a glance, a shared smile, and commenced their descent. As they passed Qin Jiangwo, they greeted him. "Uncle Qin, you may make a wish over there." Indeed, it proves to be remarkably effective. Qin Jiangwo, perched upon the steps, let out a frustrated sigh, feeling a sense of irritation. Surely, this was a deliberate act on their part. He opted not to ascend the final few steps, choosing instead to rest adequately before descending the mountain. Today, he was resolute in his intention to observe the two individuals. Alone upon the mountain, the monk approached the wish tree, eager to unveil the desires of the young couple. With no one else in sight, he found himself engulfed in a profound ennui. The act of peering into others' wish bags became his sole amusement. He had previously encountered amusing revelations, such as, "May my husband remain oblivious to the fact that all 3 children are not his." Upon unearthing the wish bags of the two, the monk's countenance altered. "May Yuan's wish be fulfilled, Li Mubai." "May Li Mubai's wish be realized, Yuan." The two appeared to have uncovered a flaw in the divine order. Their descent was rapid, and upon arriving at the azalea flowers where they had once captured photographs, Yuan exclaimed, "I wish to return here once more." "Indeed, I shall accompany you next time." Li Mubai replied with a contemplative expression, "Shall we extend an invitation to Uncle Qin as well?" Yuan chuckled, fully aware that this rascal relished teasing Qin Jiangwo. After their descent, they lingered for a considerable time until Qin Jiangwo finally made his entrance, panting for breath. He collapsed into the car and downed a bottle of mineral water in a single gulp. Li Mubai and Yuan exchanged knowing glances, suppressing their laughter. "It is noon. What would you like to eat?" I yearn for the dish Auntie prepares. Very well, let us venture to the market for ingredients. Certainly, Qin Jiangwo mused to himself, recognizing that these two would not grant him a moment's respite. With their provisions secured, they returned to the fruit supermarket. Tian Manmei was somewhat taken aback to see He Yijuan. The girl appeared even more radiant and vivacious than before. Wasn't my son enamored with that Rintingting? Why has he brought this girl home twice, yet never once brought Rintingting? He Yijuan greeted Tian Manmei with a warm smile. Hello, Auntie. Ah, dear, he has arrived. Please, do come in and make yourself at home. Auntie, I apologize for intruding once more. Intrude? Your presence is a source of joy for me. Though Tian Manmei harbored some reservations, she welcomed He Yijuan with open arms. As she busied herself in the kitchen, Li Mubai attended to the patrons. He Yijuan settled into Tian Manmei's chair, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the fruits, and that delightful, leisurely feeling enveloped him once again. Meow. The calico cat reclined at He Yijuan's feet, yearning for a gentle caress. Overcome with joy, He Yijuan extended his hand to stroke the feline. Adai, you remember me. Meow. Adai purred in response, indicating that the affection from the biped was indeed pleasurable. Li Mubai observed Adai's contentment with a hint of jealousy, contemplating that he too would relish such affection. Meow. He crouched beside Adai, imitating the call of a cat, leaving He Yijuan utterly speechless. With affection, she tousled Li Mubai's hair, unable to suppress her laughter. He Mubai pretended to lean against the affluent girl's thigh, only to be swiftly rebuffed by He Yijuan. Adai looked at Li Mubai, perceiving him to bear a resemblance to a certain canine creature. Tian Manmei emerged from the kitchen, intending to inquire about He Yijuan's preferences regarding the chicken wings. By chance, she stumbled upon the amusing tableau. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to return to the kitchen and oversee the cooking herself. At the dining table, Tian Manmei observed He Yijuan continually serving dishes to Li Mubai, and she recognized that their relationship was rather extraordinary. She had always believed that Rintingting was destined to be her future daughter-in-law. Could it be that this girl was the true one? After the meal, they retreated to Li Mubai's chamber. He Yijuan perched on the edge of his bed, and a silence enveloped them, laden with unspoken tension. Li Mubai discerned an unusual glimmer in He Yijuan's gaze, one that seemed to beckon him nearer. Feeling flustered, he stammered, indeed. I shall send you the photographs. Very well. Li Mubai settled at the desk, connecting his phone to the laptop to transfer the images. The phone captured at 300,000 pixels, yielding a resolution of merely 640 by 480, somewhat blurry. Nevertheless, He Yijuan's beauty radiated through, each picture deserving of being a wallpaper. Allow me a glance, she said, leaning over the back of his chair from her perch on the bed. The collection encompassed numerous photographs, and Li Mubai perused them one by one for her enjoyment. The enchanting fragrance of He Yijuan enveloped him, her hair brushing against his neck, igniting a delightful tickle within him. An unsettling flutter stirred in his heart, as he sensed their closeness was overly intimate. Despite his mind imploring him to lean back, his body remained obstinately still. I adore this one, He Yijuan exclaimed, pointing to an image of the two of them together. Li Mubai rested his hand on her shoulder, raising an eyebrow in a display of pride. He Yijuan inclined her head toward him, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Li Mubai felt her inching closer still. He turned his head slightly, discovering her visage a mere 10 centimeters away. When their gazes met, He Yijuan did not shy away. Instead, she held his stare, their breaths intertwining in the air. They locked eyes for a fleeting moment, and He Yijuan's cheeks blossomed into a deeper shade of crimson as she gently closed her eyes. Even Li Mubai, though somewhat oblivious, discerned the significance of her gesture. Gradually, he leaned in closer. He Yijuan could feel his breath approaching, intensifying the electric atmosphere enveloping them. Yet the long-awaited desire remained tantalizingly unfulfilled. Well, I have concluded my examination of the photographs. Li Mubai cleared his throat, delivering a rather uninspired remark. He Yijuan opened her eyes, biting her lip and gazing at Li Mubai with a playful pout. Her eyes conveyed 7 parts affection, 2 parts displeasure, and 1 part provocation. Li Mubai felt a surge of urgency. Please, do not regard me in such a manner. If your gaze lingers, something may go awry. Even the most romantic of hearts, like Haiyuan's, could scarcely endure such relentless scrutiny. Why don't we compose a song? At last, Li Mubai conceived a notion to fill their time. He Yijuan cast him an enchanting glance, reclining gracefully, her hands resting on the bed, her long, elegant legs crossed with poise. Certainly, that sounds delightful, she purred, her voice imbued with a seductive lilt that tantalizingly aroused Li Mubai's senses. As he admired the captivating contours of the young woman, he swallowed with difficulty. Yinzu, you must exercise restraint. He forcefully averted his gaze, seizing a notebook to inscribe lyrics. He Yijuan, observing the engrossed Li Mubai, smiled alluringly. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to her charm. Perhaps it was fortunate that he was unaware, for he could not assure his self-control. I have completed it. Please, teacher he. Grant me your guidance. Li Mubai lowered his head, extending the notebook and pen toward He Yijuan, deliberately avoiding her gaze. This only served to amuse her further. She cast a glance at the title of the song, Sea of Flowers. Li Mubai then picked up the guitar. Under teacher He's tutelage, he had become adept at both playing and singing. All the flowers have stilled. Love has grown distant yet clearer. The sky is overcast, yet love discovers joy. Do not abandon me. Distance cannot sever our bond. Longing evolves into an ocean, unable to enter through the window. He Yijuan listened intently as Li Mubai sang, diligently penning the score, her gaze reflecting curiosity. The enchanting spark in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by deep contemplation. This song echoed the pangs of unattainable love and sorrow. Was Li Mubai using this melody to convey his innermost sentiments? Although we are not yet together, what is he striving to salvage? Could he possibly envision our future? He Yijuan's thoughts grew somber as she reflected. As the melody drew to a close, Li Mubai inquired, "What did you think of the song?" He Yijuan smiled and responded, "It was quite splendid. With such extraordinary musical talent, do you truly not wish to embark on a career in the industry?" Li Mubai felt a pang of guilt. I merely imitated it. Perhaps he could maintain his composure before others, but in He Yijuan's presence, he felt a flush of shame. I lack significant talent. I have no aspirations to become a singer. To the average individual, celebrities are held in high regard, yet to some, they are inconsequential. Li Mubai contemplated Xia Luo. When he could no longer imitate, Xiaoyu would also depart. Upon hearing Li Mubai's words, the affluent young lady suddenly regarded him with teary eyes. I apologize. Huh? Li Mubai was taken aback. Why should I apologize? He Yijuan looked deeply into Li Mubai's eyes and gently remarked, Surely, my mother has placed an undue burden upon you. If your heart yearns for music, you ought to fervently chase your dreams. Li Mubai found himself in a state of bewilderment. How does this affluent young lady possess knowledge of my correspondence with the second madam? He Yijuan discerned from Li Mubai's countenance that she had indeed exerted pressure upon him. Li Mubai was struck by a sudden revelation. How could this be? It appeared that the affluent young lady had been deceiving him moments ago. Her kindness and beauty often masked her extraordinary intellect. She must have discerned the situation through her dialogue with her mother and Li Mubai's demeanor. What words did she share with you? Not much, merely that your mother has your best interests at heart. He Yijuan fell into a contemplative silence, her head hanging low in despondency as she sat upon the bed. Li Mubai found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to offer her solace. After a lengthy silence, He Yijuan finally uttered in a gentle tone, My childhood was far from joyful. My mother was expecting a child simultaneously with another woman who gave birth to a son. My father chose to marry that woman. Li Mubai was taken aback. The internal discord within a wealthy family appeared astonishingly straightforward. My mother was profoundly affected and succumbed to illness for an extended period. During the initial years, she scarcely attended to my needs. I was nurtured by our family's devoted nanny. Li Mubai comprehended the gravity of the situation. He Yijuan's affliction was presumably inherited from her mother. My mother has engaged in a relentless rivalry with that woman, compelling me to study ceaselessly in a quest to surpass my brother. I existed as a mere automaton of academia, stripped of identity and companionship. It was not until I entered middle school, when my condition deteriorated, that the revelation of my autism emerged. My mother's obsession and obstinacy are overwhelming. In truth, my father could scarcely endure her disposition, which is precisely why he dispatched her to the picturesque land. Li Mubai found himself contemplating that had it not been for your mother's exquisite beauty, she might have been cast aside long ago. In truth, since departing from home and arriving in Haiyuan County, I have discovered it to be rather delightful. At this juncture, He Yijuan finally lifted her gaze to meet Li Mubai's. There exists but one lament. What lament? Why did our paths not cross sooner? He Yijuan's eyes, brimming with tears, fixed upon Li Mubai, her voice imbued with a sense of grievance and reproach. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, as if all her suffering was overshadowed by the profound weight of her inquiry. Li Mubai, why did you not grace me with your presence earlier? That inquiry struck Li Mubai's heart like a sharp blade. It became evident that he occupied a place of far greater importance in He Yijuan's heart than he had ever envisioned. Li Mubai could no longer restrain himself. He yearned to envelop the girl before him in a tender embrace, to offer her solace. Rising to his feet, just as he was poised to draw near, He Yijuan's phone rang. She cast a fleeting glance at the device. Li Mubai discerned the identity of the caller. He Jiun, however, chose to disregard the call. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Li Mubai. He extended a tissue towards her, remarking, "Take this, lest Uncle Qin comes upstairs." He Jiun accepted the tissue and gently dabbed at her tears, making an effort to restore her composure. "Hey, miss, please do not make this arduous for me. I comprehend. I shall descend shortly." She then procured a small mirror from her bag, deftly retouching her makeup to obscure the evidence of her earlier sorrow. "Shall we proceed downstairs? I shall accompany you." "Humph. I have yet to resolve to return home. You must join me for some shopping." "At your service, with great pleasure." The two of them made their way down the stairs. He Jiun warmly bid farewell to Tian Mei, saying, "Auntie, I am taking my leave." "Already departing? Do visit again next time. I am bound for the beautiful country. It may be quite some time before I return." As she uttered these words, He Jiun enveloped Tian Mei in a warm embrace. Tian Mei was momentarily taken aback by such affection, pausing for a brief moment before reciprocating the embrace. "Fear not. No matter how long it may take, do return to Auntie's home for a meal." "Very well." He Jiun released Tian Mei. "Farewell, Auntie." "Indeed, farewell." Tian Mei turned to Li Mubai with a questioning gaze. Li Mubai discerned He Jiun's sentiments. She genuinely yearned for a maternal figure like Tian Mei, one who embodied normalcy. The two departed from the shop, while Qin Jiangwo observed them intently. They seemed at ease, yet it appeared he had deeply offended the young lady. "Miss, shall we make our way back? It is still early. I yearn to wander the streets a while longer." "Very well." Qin Jiangwo mused silently. As long as they are not alone in each other's company, all shall be well. He cast a glance at Li Mubai, his gaze devoid of hostility, even imbued with a touch of entreaty. Li Mubai discerned Qin Jiangwo's intentions. In these fleeting moments, it was crucial that nothing go amiss. Li Mubai nodded, offering reassurance to Qin Jiangwo. The two opted not to take a vehicle, meandering aimlessly through the streets. He Jiun had yet to fully emerge from her previous emotional turmoil. Li Mubai endeavored to lighten the somber atmosphere. "Is there anything in particular you desire? Or a place you wish to visit?" He Jiun contemplated for a moment before responding, "You have yet to present me with a gift. I would like one." A flicker of embarrassment washed over Li Mubai. He comprehended the weight of her words. He had bestowed a bracelet upon Ren Tingting. It appeared that He Jiun had not overlooked this detail. "Let us proceed." Li Mubai guided He Jiun to the jewelry store they had frequented previously. The young saleswoman immediately recognized Li Mubai. The enchanting young man had returned, this time accompanied by an even more exquisite young lady. There was indeed an extraordinary quality about him. "How may I assist you today, sir?" she inquired, pretending not to recognize Li Mubai, showcasing her exceptional professionalism. "What catches your eye?" He Jiun surveyed her surroundings, making her way directly towards the ring display. Li Mubai was gripped by a sense of foreboding. He Jiun cast her gaze upon the diamond rings before shifting her attention to the adjacent display of gold rings. Ultimately, she arrived at the corner where the showcase of silver rings was situated. "You need not concern yourself with saving money on my behalf. I can now sell a song for 30,000, Li Mubai remarked, feeling a hint of embarrassment. He Jiun responded with a smile. "That is exactly what I appreciate." The female sales assistant glanced at Li Mubai, who gestured for her to retrieve the display box containing the silver rings. He Jiun began to sift through the rings, ultimately selecting one. "This one will suffice." The ring was rather unremarkable, embellished with simple engravings. Li Mubai stole a glance at the price tag, 78 yuan. He felt no embarrassment regarding the modest price. What treasures had a girl of her affluence not encountered? If she yearned for something, she could effortlessly acquire an entire jewelry emporium. Li Mubai willingly relinquished the funds. "Please adorn me with it." He Jiun presented the ring to Li Mubai, then extended her hand before him. Li Mubai grasped her delicate, slender hand, inadvertently captivated by its elegance. He felt somewhat daunted. The index finger symbolized solitude. The middle finger denoted romance, and the ring finger represented matrimony. Which finger would be most fitting? With one hand clasping He Jiun's, he hesitated with the ring in the other, unable to reach a decision. "Humph." He Jiun, feeling a twinge of annoyance, reclaimed the ring. "I do not wish to adorn myself with it at present." Despite her words, she delicately returned the ring to her bag. Li Mubai exhaled in relief. Yet a deep sense of regret lingered in his heart. He found himself unable to make her any promises. The two exited the jewelry store, while the sales assistant observed their diminishing silhouettes, unable to contain her thoughts. "That girl is truly exceptional. She has that boy entirely under her influence." just as he had once held sway over another girl. Once they stepped outside the jewelry store, the duo chose to set aside other concerns and earnestly resumed their promenade. Li Mubai guided He Yuan to sample some unique local delicacies of Haiyuan County: grilled bean rolls, iron plate chicken gizzards, and potato skins. Having just completed her meal, He Yuan was not particularly famished and took merely a few bites from each dish before setting them aside, ultimately feeding the remainder to Li Mubai. He had no choice but to acquiesce. He understood that this was her form of retaliation for the earlier incident at the jewelry store. Yet he was more than willing to indulge her whims. Observing Li Mubai exerting every effort to please her elevated He Yuan spirits. Playfully, she held a piece of bean skin to his mouth, only to withdraw it just as he opened up. "You cannot have this. You have consumed everything else. So this one is mine." Li Mubai gazed at He Yuan's playful and endearing demeanor, his heart nearly melting. However, he genuinely could not manage another bite. Qin Jiangwo followed behind them, longing for the arrival of nightfall. Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, he would escort the young lady back, and they would return to the capital the following day, signaling the completion of his task. As time progressed, an emotion known as reluctance began to weave itself between the two, regardless of their efforts to feign its absence. Time can be relentless in its passage. "Shall we stroll along Riverbank Road?" "Certainly." Qin Jiangwo escorted the two individuals to the entrance of Riverbank Road. A set of steps descended, hindering the car's progression. "Uncle Qin, Dabai and I shall make our way down. You may remain in the vehicle to rest. Simply return when the hour is appropriate." "Very well." Qin Jiangwo cast a glance at the swiftly darkening sky, choosing to bestow upon them a modicum of privacy. Should they fail to return by dusk, he would venture down to seek them out. At this time, many sought the tranquility of Riverbank Road for leisurely strolls. The two walked in contemplative silence along the water's edge. Li Mubai was enveloped in a profound melancholy, reflecting on when he might next encounter the affluent young lady. Suddenly, a captivating sight seized his attention. A striking black and white car emerged before him. "Goodness, an AE-86. Li Mubai exclaimed, eagerly approaching the vehicle. "Xiaoyun, do you recognize this automobile? What kind of car is this?" You may not be familiar with initial D. However, this is the vehicle of Takumi Fujiwara, the AE-86. Jaicho has a song you might recognize: "Drift, Drift, Gotta Drift." I never envisioned encountering this car in Haiyuan County. Li Mubai circled the AE-86 with great enthusiasm, sharing its rich history with He Yuan. In his previous existence, he had only come across it twice on the road. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate witnessing an AE-86 here today. As a child, he had been utterly enchanted by this car while indulging in the initial danime. Last year, Jaicho's cinematic adaptation rekindled its allure. Li Mubai speculated that a devoted fan must have procured it. He Yuan was taken aback by Li Mubai's fervor. "You truly cherish this car." "Indeed. Would you be so kind as to assist me in capturing a photograph with it?" Li Mubai entrusted his phone to the affluent young lady for a photograph. "In the future, once I am financially stable, I shall undoubtedly acquire one for myself." Li Mubai fixated on the image in his grasp, speaking with fervent enthusiasm. "Do you prefer this automobile, or do you cherish my presence more?" "I adore both." Li Mubai was momentarily taken aback, as his earlier exhilaration might have led him to utter something rather indiscreet. He Yuan rose on her toes, leaning closer to Li Mubai's ear, and softly whispered, "Would you whisk me away in this car?" Li Mubai sensed the underlying implications. Would the owner permit such a venture? "I lack the keys," he attempted to jest lightly. Yet, He Yuan continued to murmur into his ear, "What if the owner concealed the keys beneath the trunk?" Li Mubai fell into a contemplative silence, captivated by the AE-86. His heart raced uncontrollably as he felt the gentle warmth of the girl beside him, and uncertainty began to seep in. Once more, He Yuan's enchanting voice caressed his ear. "Do you not relish the sight of me in stockings? Take a guess. Might there be stockings nestled within the glove compartment?" A plethora of styles awaits. Li Mubai surveyed the unpaved path adjacent to him, ensnared in profound reflection. Departing from this locale by automobile would grant him unfettered access to the provincial thoroughfare. Presently, the proliferation of surveillance cameras was not as daunting as it would soon become. Thus, he could evade detection. Should the need arise, he could meander through the pastoral landscape before re-emerging into the world. Surely, he would remain elusive. In such a scenario, he could effortlessly forsake the vehicle. The real-name ticketing system for trains had yet to be instituted. He could nonchalantly procure 2 tickets heading south alongside the affluent lady. He was assured that her family would be incapable of tracing his whereabouts. In a year or two, he could return, cradling a child in his arms. Her family would likely be compelled to reluctantly acquiesce to the circumstances. Was it not Tian Manmei who had always yearned for a grandchild? Had he become a father sooner? She might have been able to assist in its upbringing. Li Mubai contemplated as Tian Manmei gradually regained her composure. What fate awaited his biological mother? Could he possibly permit her to confront the fury of He Yijuan's family unaided? Li Mubai cast a downward glance, observing that He Yijuan had wrapped her arms around him from behind. Her delicate hands crossed over his chest, her entire form resting serenely against his back. The young heiress displayed genuine kindness towards him. Undoubtedly, she possessed no prior knowledge of what an AE-86 was. He had merely alluded to Takumi Fujiwara in a casual conversation. Yet she had retained that detail in her memory. This automobile had never been introduced to the domestic market, and its ownership was exceedingly rare. How had she managed to conceal it from her family and bring it to Haiyuan County? He experienced an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her. It was no surprise that she had opted not to wear stockings that day. She had been anticipating his arrival. This was a calculated maneuver, rather conspicuous in its nature. The artifice did not reside in its intricacy, but rather in the willingness of one to succumb to it. Despite his awareness of the affluent lady's intentions to ensnare him, Li Mubai found himself willingly entrapped. Earlier, in the jewelry emporium, she had insisted he adorn himself with a ring, the allure present in his chamber. The manner in which she had swept her hair aside atop Iron Tower Mountain, and her carefully chosen attire were all elements of her stratagem. Was her embrace with Tian Manmei an act of contrition? Li Mubai meticulously reconstructed the day's occurrences, initially convinced that she intended to depart and simply wished to leave him with cherished memories. However, it soon became evident that she had been orchestrating something far more ambitious all along. What if he were compelled to escape alongside his biological mother? He shook his head, casting aside that thought, setting aside the possibility of Tian Manmei's consent. He could never hold his head high in the presence of He Yijuan's family with his mother by his side. He could play the role of a sycophant for the affluent young lady, but he could not burden his mother with this predicament. Given the formidable influence of He Yijuan's family, they would undoubtedly pursue him with unyielding fervor. Did he truly wish to lead a life of concealment with his mother? Furthermore, what of He Yijuan's mother, that deranged woman? Would she genuinely embrace him if he were to present her with a grandchild? Would she not seek to eliminate both her son-in-law and grandchild? There existed an overwhelming multitude of uncertainties. Li Mubai inhaled deeply, experiencing a moment of clarity. He had arrived at a resolution. It appeared that He Yijuan was perceptive enough to detect the shift in his emotions. As she held Li Mubai's hand, a slight tremor coursed through her. He Mubai tightened his grip, striving to draw her nearer. He Yijuan intertwined her fingers, her knuckles blanching under the strain. Li Mubai felt a pang of helplessness. Indeed, the young heiress possessed the discernment to unravel his thoughts. She likely wished to evade a confrontation with him at this juncture. In light of her nature, undertaking such actions today was undeniably a burden for her. Li Mubai endeavored to maintain a tranquil demeanor as he remarked, "Shaoan, your jest is quite astute, but who would conceal the car keys beneath the trunk?" Upon uttering these words, he acutely perceived He Yijuan's sudden tension. A shiver coursed down his spine. The young heiress must have been shedding tears. Tenderly, Li Mubai took her hand in a gesture of comfort. He Yijuan wept silently, not a sound escaping her lips. Li Mubai experienced an agonizing sensation, as though his heart were ensnared by an unseen force. After a prolonged moment, He Yijuan leaned her face against Li Mubai's attire, loosening her hold on his chest. When Li Mubai turned to gaze upon her, he found her eyes rimmed with red. Yet she masked her distress with a facade of indifference, smiling faintly. "You are correct. This jest is far from amusing. The sky is darkening. We ought to return before Uncle Chin comes searching for us." With that, He Yijuan pivoted and made her way back. Li Mubai stood in silent companionship beside her. The fabric of his T-shirt, imbued with her tears, felt even more refreshing against the breeze, as though a dagger had been thrust into his back. Time and again, he longed to draw the young heiress closer, to share a journey in that AE-86, to elope together. How wonderfully romantic. Yet, Li Mubai found himself devoid of courage. He could not even summon a solitary word of consolation. He felt utterly unworthy. Upon reaching the terminus of the riverbank road, Qin Jiangwo awaited with palpable anxiety. Observing He Yijuan's tear-stained eyes, he opted for silence. At the very least, this young man had returned the lady safely. It was only natural for youth to shed a few tears at parting. Little did he realize that had Li Mubai hesitated just a fraction longer, he would have incurred the ire of the second madam. He Yijuan leaned against the open car door, regarding Li Mubai with a gaze heavy with sorrow. "Are you not supposed to be quite courageous?" Why not take a look in the trunk? Li Mubai offered an awkward smile, remaining silent, still too embarrassed to respond. In frustration, He Yijuan forcefully closed the car door. Qin Zhangwo ignited the engine, and the phaeton began its slow departure. The rear window descended, and He Yijuan extended her hand, gesturing towards Li Mubai. He recalled the day he and the young heiress had formed a connection with foreign counterparts. What does that gesture signify? It suggests their overwhelming timidity. They are unable to cope with the situation. Once again, Li Mubai managed a bitter smile. He Yijuan looked at him, her disappointment unmistakable. The car window gradually ascended, slowly obscuring He Yijuan's delicate features and the sorrow reflected in her eyes. The phaeton continued down the road. Li Mubai stood in a daze for quite some time before departing, enveloped in a fog of confusion. Approaching the AE-86, he reached beneath the trunk, where a set of car keys was secured with tape. He refrained from retrieving them, murmuring to himself, "I am unworthy of driving the AE-86. My mother was indeed correct. I am unworthy of He Yijuan." Li Mubai sank to the ground, extracting a cigarette from his pocket. The heavens gradually succumbed to darkness. When he reached for his pack once more, he realized it was devoid of cigarettes. Surrounded by the discarded butts he had previously cast aside, Li Mubai rose and gathered them, depositing them into a nearby trash receptacle as he ambled home along the riverside path. "Ah, do not do this." A man's anguished voice reverberated from the riverbank, while a woman beside him endeavored to offer solace. "Silence. If you take pleasure in lamenting, return home and do so." Li Mubai shouted furiously in the direction of the disturbance. He felt an urge to engage in combat. No, he longed to be struck. Perhaps such an encounter would ease his troubled spirit. The man, seemingly incited, approached from the riverside. The woman beside him attempted to restrain him but was unable to do so. Now this feels more akin to reality. In this corner of the Northeast, enduring insults without retort is scarcely regarded as a display of masculinity. The night was enveloped in darkness. As the figure approached, Li Mubai finally discerned his identity. To his astonishment, it was a face he recognized: red hair. He also recognized the girl attempting to restrain him. She was the petite, alternative girl who had departed from work with Xiaya earlier that day. Li Mubai felt a profound sense of embarrassment. No wonder that earlier outburst had struck a chord of familiarity. Red hair appeared somewhat daunted by his presence, seemingly hesitant to provoke a confrontation. Should he extend an apology? Yet, unexpectedly, upon sighting Li Mubai, red hair lunged at him without a moment's hesitation. Li Mubai was still mulling over the prospect of an apology when red hair's fist struck his face. "Liar! Why did you deceive Xiaya?" Li Mubai had not foreseen such a brazen assault. He was unable to evade the blow, and a searing sting immediately enveloped his visage. While he had resigned himself to endure a beating, a strike to the face was entirely unwarranted. He would undoubtedly cause concern for Tian Manmei upon his return home. Moreover, if a confrontation was inevitable, why was he being accused of deceiving Xiaoya? Had he ever misled her? In a fit of rage, red hair lunged at him once more. Li Mubai, unable to restrain himself, delivered a swift kick to red hair's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. "You may strike me, but do not mar my face. Do you comprehend?" After a brief pause, red hair, with eyes aflame, surged toward him again. "I shall confront you, you deceiver." Li Mubai sensed an unsettling undercurrent. Why did this red hair incessantly brand him a liar? And why this fervent reaction to mere slights? Was such indignation truly warranted? Li Mubai observed as the man with crimson hair launched a punch in his direction. With a nimble sidestep, he extended his leg, landing a decisive kick to the man's calf. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed to the ground in a most undignified fashion. Seizing the moment, Li Mubai swiftly straddled the man's back, his long strides asserting dominance. The crimson-haired man struggled to regain his footing, yet Li Mubai deftly restrained his arm, rendering him utterly immobile. "Cease your struggle. Release him," a petite girl implored, approaching and pushing against Li Mubai. "I shall release him if he vows not to retaliate." Li Mubai responded, steadfast in his grip on the man. At that juncture, he too possessed little inclination to prolong the conflict. "Do not interfere. Oui. Today, I resolved to finish him," Li Mubai retorted, a blend of amusement and ire coloring his voice. Did she not grasp the gravity of the situation? He forcefully elevated the man's arm. "Ah, damn it," the man exclaimed in frustration. Li Mubai relaxed his grip slightly and inquired, "Do you concede?" "I would prefer to submit to your mother," the man retorted, cursing with fervor. The sheer audacity to insult Tian Manmei ignited Li Mubai's wrath. He tightened his grip on the man's arm, resolute in his refusal to yield. Meanwhile, The girl named Hui commenced to strike Li Mubai with her fists. Li Mubai disregarded her entirely. The more she struck, the more resolute he became. Curse be it. I concede. I yield. I submit. The man finally exclaimed. Li Mubai released him and rose, directing his gaze toward Hui, who flinched in astonishment. Do you possess a cigarette? He inquired. Hui, still in shock, nodded and retrieved a pack from her pocket, her hands trembling as she opened it. What business do you have with cigarettes, you little imp? Li Mubai seized the entire pack from her, extracting a cigarette, igniting it, and pocketing the remainder. Hui cast him an irritated glance before hastening to assist the crimson-haired man. Now, do enlighten me. What troubles you? Why do you persist in accusing me of being a fraud? Hui interjected. You deceive Sister Xiaoya, failing even to disclose your name. Yet you assert you are not a fraud, she continued. Li Mubai's countenance flushed with embarrassment. It had been a mutual affair. How could it possibly be labeled as deceit? Furthermore, he had communicated his name to Xiaoya on numerous occasions, yet she had chosen to disbelieve him. That is none of your concern, he retorted, abstaining from any further elaboration. Sister Xiaoya has ventured to the Golden Splendor to work. You are not even extending her a helping hand. Li Mubai was taken aback. Golden Splendor was the most illustrious KTV establishment in Haiyuan County, celebrated for its enchanting singing girls, each of whom was available for companionship. What? Xiaoya is employed there? Why? He inquired, his eyes widening in disbelief. Hui hesitated before replying. You are unaware? Her mother is unwell, and to manage the medical expenses, she is compelled to. Li Mubai's eyes widened in alarm. When did this transpire? Hui was taken aback by his response. This evening. Li Mubai cast the cigarette to the ground and retrieved his phone to contact Xiaoya. Beep, beep. The number you have reached is currently unavailable. Kindly attempt again later. Apologies. The number you have dialed is engaged. Li Mubai ended the call, engulfed in remorse. How could Haiyuan remain so emotionally attached? What a fruitless contest of wills. With such a momentous matter at stake, why had Xiaoya failed to inform him? Come, accompany me to the Golden Splendor. Do not linger. Hasten your pace. Initially, Li Mubai had contemplated hailing a taxi from the curb. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he dashed towards the AE-86. He retrieved the keys from beneath the trunk. As he ignited the engine, the headlights cast a beam upon the path ahead. Take your place in the back. Hui, you shall occupy the front seat. Red-haired insisted on claiming the passenger seat, compelling Li Mubai to the rear. Hui articulated her thoughts with clarity and coherence. Li Mubai longed to ascertain the current circumstances. Once they were comfortably positioned, he disengaged the handbrake and surged forward with remarkable speed. Hui and Red-haired were taken aback by the abrupt acceleration. What affliction has befallen Xiaoya? Cancer. Why are you unable to aid Xiaoya? Our financial resources are severely constrained. We have exhausted all possible loans. You possess a vehicle. So why not extend your assistance to Sister Xiaoya? She has not reached out to me. Why have you not made contact with Sister Xiaoya? Are you aware of the deep affection Sister Xiaoya holds for you? Sister Xiaoya selflessly donated all her old garments for your benefit. One day, she returned to the dormitory with a noticeable limp and her neck marred by crimson marks. When we inquired about the source of her injuries, she attributed them to a scam artist. Our leader was intent on seeking retribution on your behalf. Sister Xiaoya expressed her willingness to engage in such actions, asserting that prior to embarking on her profession, she would dedicate herself to the one she cherishes, deeming it a worthy sacrifice. The leader counseled her to reflect further, suggesting that she should refrain from such endeavors unless absolutely necessary. Undeterred, Sister Xiaoya declared her resolve, stating she could not bear to witness her mother's decline. With tears glistening in her eyes, the leader implored Sister Xiaoya to contemplate her decision for an additional 3 days. If, after this period, her sentiments remained unchanged, they would proceed. 3 days. Li Mubai's fingers clenched around the steering wheel, his veins prominent with tension. Why, oh why? Could this imprudent girl not extend her hand to him? She possessed his number. Li Mubai expressed his discontent over the fruitless 3 days spent wrestling with the atmosphere. He struck his own face with force. Subsequently, he pressed down firmly on the accelerator. At an intersection, he propelled himself between 2 vehicles. Hui was filled with terror. Was this man truly reckless? Li Mubai's sole intent was to reach the Golden Splendor with utmost urgency. Should anything befall Xiaoya, he would find it impossible to forgive himself. What typically required 20 minutes, Li Mubai accomplished in a mere 10. With a sudden halt, the AE-86 came to an abrupt diagonal stop at the entrance of the Golden Splendor, leaving behind long, dark streaks upon the pavement. Without turning off the engine or closing the door, he swiftly exited the vehicle. "Sir, please refrain from parking at the entrance." A security guard approached Li Mubai. In response, Li Mubai tossed a 100 yuan bill into the air. "Please take care of the vehicle." "Thank you, sir," the guard exclaimed. Observing Li Mubai hastily making his way toward the club, he muttered under his breath, "It's the first time I've witnessed someone so eager to meet a lady. How impressive." In AE86, Hui exited the car and hurried after him. "Is your sister employed here?" "Indeed. Call her immediately." "Oh." Hui dialed the number, yet it rang incessantly, yielding no response. "Your sister is on duty. They are prohibited from using phones while working." Li Mubai approached the reception desk. "Is Xiaoya present?" The receptionist, taken aback by the sight of Li Mubai, whose eyes were rimmed with red, hesitated. A middle-aged man, seemingly in charge, approached him. "Sir, if you are here to partake in our services, we extend a warm welcome. However," Li Mubai waved his hand, cutting him off, for he had no inclination to converse at that moment. "Prepare a private room for me and summon all the new ladies." A supervisor guided Li Mubai and his companions to a private room. Before long, a procession of scantily clad young women entered. "Good evening, sir." Li Mubai surveyed the room, but did not spot Xiaoya. Who was familiar with Xiaoya? Two of the young ladies subtly altered their expressions. "You two shall remain. The others may depart." The two girls lingered, unsure of where to position themselves in the company of Li Mubai and the other male patrons. "Approach, both of you." They advanced in their high heels, taking seats beside Li Mubai, one on either side. "Where is Xiaoya?" Noticing Li Mubai's grave demeanor, the two girls faltered in their reply. Li Mubai tossed 1,000 yuan onto the table. "Speak." The young woman clad in a crimson camisole, upon catching sight of the money, promptly responded. "Xiaoya resides in the VIP room. A gentleman is celebrating his birthday there. Keep this 1,000, go retrieve her." The girl hesitated, acknowledging that customer can be rather challenging. "But I shall make an attempt." Hui scrutinized Li Mubai's every action, perceiving a palpable concern for Xiaoya in his demeanor. Furthermore, he seemed to possess considerable wealth. Her monthly salary amounted to merely 600 yuan, yet he had produced 1,000 with effortless ease. Undoubtedly, he could alleviate Xiaoya's predicament. Another young woman, adorned in a sleek black miniskirt, approached to pour a drink for Li Mubai. "Brother, have a drink," she urged. "I shall not," Li Mubai retorted with palpable irritation, dismissing the oblivious woman. Moments later, the girl in the red camisole returned, her expression fraught with worry. "No success. Someone wishes to speak with you and is inquiring who possesses the audacity to claim a woman from his brother." "Which brother?" "Brother Yong." At the mere mention of this name, Li Mubai's expression soured. He was familiar with Brother Yong, a distinguished figure along Haiyuan Road. The petty criminals in Haiyuan County were obliged to remit a portion of their protection fees to him. He had basked in a flourishing reputation for several years. However, during a fervent initiative against organized crime, a life was tragically extinguished. Initially, I had sought aid from Brother Yong, yet he remained reticent. Were it not for that troublesome yellow-haired miscreant, he might have acquiesced. "Yellow-haired?" "Indeed, I am acquainted with that wretched individual. He is also familiar with Xiaoya. He is utterly contemptible. Curse him. That scoundrel harassed Xiaoya previously, and I have yet to exact my retribution. I shall confront him." Upon learning of the yellow-haired man's presence, Hong Mao stood, clamoring to face him. "Sit down. Do not create any difficulties for me," Li Mubai cautioned Hong Mao. Although Hong Mao appeared somewhat skeptical, he was restrained by Hui, who implored him to take a seat. Hui seemed to have comprehended the situation at hand. The only individual capable of rescuing Xiaoya at this moment was this charlatan. Li Mubai furrowed his brow, deeply engrossed in contemplation for a solution. Numerous potential avenues presented themselves, yet each demanded a considerable investment of time. Nonetheless, Li Mubai felt a sense of urgency. Unwilling to allow Xiaoya to linger in her distress any longer, the young woman clad in a crimson spaghetti-strap dress retrieved 1,000 yuan, intending to return it to Li Mubai. However, he graciously declined her offer and, instead, bestowed another 1,000 upon the girl adorned in a black skirt. "You too shall accompany me. Irrespective of the outcome, I shall ensure your recompense." The girl in the red spaghetti strap hesitated before reclaiming the money, whilst the girl in the black skirt accepted her share with evident delight. A mere visit to the club demanded only 200 yuan. This young gentleman truly exhibited a spirit of generosity. How delightful it would be to spend time in his company. "Oui, kindly take my phone. Should anything go awry, do not hesitate to contact Qin Jiangwo," Li Mubai remarked, finding Hui to possess a commendable acumen, surpassing that of Hong Mao. "Very well," Hui uttered succinctly. Taking the phone without further ado, Li Mubai guided the two young women, each burdened with 2 cases of beer, to the threshold of the VIP room. He wiped his brow with his hand before slipping it into his pocket. First, conceal your identities. Rescuing Xiao Ye is of utmost importance. Li Mubai inhaled deeply and gently pushed open the door to the private chamber. Within, more than 20 individuals, both men and women, mingled. Some couples were entwined, swaying rhythmically to the boisterous music, while others were dispersed across the sofas, engaging in spirited conversation and revelry over their drinks. Li Mubai's unexpected arrival garnered minimal notice. A handful of inquisitive gazes momentarily scrutinized the young man before reverting to their merriment. Li Mubai surveyed the room. At the heart of the gathering, a corpulent man with a plump visage reclined upon the sofa, encircled by several individuals raising their glasses in his honor. This man must be Brother Yang. However, the 2 young women by his side were not Xiaoyu. The girl adorned in a red spaghetti strap had previously indicated that Xiaoyu was in Brother Yang's company. Where could she possibly be? Shifting his gaze to the periphery of the sofa, Li Mubai discerned a yellow-haired man inappropriately fondling a girl who appeared to be exceedingly unwilling. Although the girl had her head lowered, her hair veiling much of her countenance, Li Mubai instantly recognized her as Xiaoyu. With a countenance darkened by displeasure, Li Mubai advanced towards the yellow-haired man. Upon perceiving his approach, the yellow-haired man glanced up, and upon recognizing Li Mubai, his expression shifted dramatically. Li Mubai swung his fist towards him. The young man with yellow hair quickly raised his hands to shield his head, sidestepping to avoid the blow. However, Li Mubai's fist did not connect with the yellow-haired youth. Instead, he merely feigned an attack and extended his hand to assist Xiaoya in rising. Upon lifting her gaze, Xiaoya was taken aback to behold Li Mubai, her mouth agape in astonishment. "What brings you here?" she stammered, lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. The yellow-haired youth, after a fleeting moment of confusion, realized he felt no pain. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Li Mubai grasping Xiaoya's arm, which ignited his fury. Once again, he dared to take a woman from him. How dare he mock him? Leaning against the sofa, the youth with golden hair delivered a sudden kick to Li Mubai's thigh. Taken by surprise, Li Mubai stumbled and collided with the coffee table behind him, causing several beer bottles to topple and shatter upon impact, resulting in a considerable uproar. The commotion captured the attention of others present in the room, prompting someone to silence the music and illuminate the surroundings. Li Mubai stood there in an awkward silence, while the onlookers regarded him with hostile expressions. The youth with yellow hair, sensing the scrutiny, felt a surge of confidence and rose defiantly. Today, he had resolved to teach this young man a lesson. And as for Xiaoya, that wanton flirt, why should he be the sole one permitted to indulge in revelry? He was determined to savor every moment of the day. Just as the yellow-haired youth was about to unleash a torrent of insults, Li Mubai adjusted his trousers and cheerfully exclaimed, "Isn't this the illustrious Guang Xiao? It has only been a few days, and you appear even more striking. Not to worry. I am well acquainted with Guang Xiao. We are friends. I was merely jesting." The crowd regarded the smiling Li Mubai with puzzled expressions before turning their attention back to the yellow-haired youth. "Who, pray tell, is your friend?" The young man with yellow hair retorted sharply. However, Li Mubai interjected with a smile, suggesting, "Let us momentarily set aside our misunderstandings. I have come to pay my respects in celebration of Brother Yang's birthday today." Ignoring the yellow-haired youth, Li Mubai turned his back on him, for he was merely a subordinate lounging at the periphery of the sofa. In order to avoid any complications while escorting Xiaoya away, he felt it necessary to engage in conversation with someone of significance. "Brother Yang," he continued, "I have long admired your noble character. Upon learning of your birthday festivities today, I deemed it appropriate to raise a toast in your honor. I trust this will not be an inconvenience." Li Mubai signaled for 2 young ladies to bring forth the drinks. Brother Yang, casting a sidelong glance, surveyed the room. Upon noticing the girl adorned in a crimson spaghetti strap, he quickly grasped the unfolding scenario. Xiaoya had arrived earlier with the intention of accompanying a girl named Xiaoya. A recently recruited lackey of his, a youth with yellow hair, appeared to harbor affections for her. Initially, he had not given it much thought and permitted Xiaoya to accompany the yellow-haired youth. However, the student-like boy who had just entered was the one who genuinely wished to take Xiaoya away, and he held a grudge against the yellow-haired youth. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. The girl in the red spaghetti strap, astute and observant, opened a beer, preparing to pour for Li Mubai. "There is no need to pour. You two should engage and entertain Brother Yang," Li Mubai instructed. "It is an honor to finally make the acquaintance of the illustrious Brother Yang. Permit me to perform a spin for you." Everyone observed Li Mubai with great curiosity. As the concept of a spin had yet to gain popularity, they were captivated by his interpretation of performing a spin. Li Mubai seized a bottle of liquor, twirled it a few times, and proceeded to drink directly from the bottle. With a few audible gulps, the bottle was swiftly emptied. Li Mubai raised the now empty bottle, signaling to Yonggu with a jovial expression. He then displayed the bottle to those surrounding him, inciting enthusiastic applause. Bravo! What a man! The crowd, witnessing Li Mubai's unabashed indulgence, began to cheer him on. As he turned, he noticed Xiaya, her eyes shimmering with tears, brimming with concern for his well-being. Li Mubai winked at her, offering a reassuring gesture. Meanwhile, Huang Mao cast a sinister glare at Li Mubai, yet he remained unfazed. What do you think, Yonggu? Yonggu chuckled, clearly entertained. This young man possessed remarkable audacity, exhibiting no signs of trepidation under the scrutinizing gaze of so many. What is your name? He inquired. Li Mubai, came the reply. You cannot be here merely to extend birthday wishes, can you? I genuinely had no knowledge of your presence, Yonggu. Had I known, I would have come to see you much sooner. This girl is rather inconsiderate, sneaking away to work here. My family has implored me to bring her back. I hope you can exhibit some leniency. Yongji's slanted eyes surveyed the surroundings, evaluating the situation. It appeared to be nothing grave, and this young man seemed quite reasonable. Should he extend a favor? This young brother is rather intriguing. Let him perform something for Yonggu, someone suggested inebriatedly, and others swiftly echoed the sentiment. Li Mubai's expression momentarily altered, yet his visage soon illuminated with a radiant smile. Not a hint of hesitation. He seized the microphone and approached the karaoke stage. The lively dance music that had been resonating came to an abrupt halt. After a brief contemplation, Li Mubai pressed play once more, softening his voice as he proclaimed. Here is a heartfelt rendition of Happy Birthday for my esteemed Yonggu. Happy birthday to you. May you ascend to great heights. Your renown shall echo far and wide. Blossoms shall flourish in your honor. In this lifetime, may you radiate like the sun, with your aspirations growing ever more robust. From this moment forth, Yonggu shall welcome the dawn, and the remainder of his days shall be nothing short of splendid. Bravo! The audience erupted in applause. Enraptured by this extraordinary style of performance they had never before encountered, yet found exhilarating. The profound meaning behind the lyrics resonated deeply within their souls. Observing Yongji's lips curve into a smile, Li Mubai felt an exhilarating surge of confidence. May the name of my Yonggu reverberate throughout the world, accompanied by victory banners billowing in the breeze. In this life, may your heart be as expansive as the ocean, with aspirations that ascend to the heavens. I wish my Yonggu a lifetime of brilliance, unparalleled from north to south. May you forge an immortal legacy, with thousands rallying to your side. Brothers, let us all extend our heartfelt wishes to Yonggu. Li Mubai extended the microphone toward the applauding crowd, who understood his cue and shouted in unison, Happy birthday. The celebration reached its pinnacle amidst Li Mubai's spirited performance. The audience erupted in applause and cheers. Yonggu, in high spirits, raised his glass in acknowledgement of Li Mubai. Li Mubai promptly grasped his cup with both hands, clinking it against Yongji's. After Yonggu downed his drink, he gestured for Li Mubai to sit beside him. This young man exhibited impeccable manners, providing both wine and companionship, executing his duties flawlessly, and captivating all with his song. Yonggu found no fault in him, and even felt a pang of envy towards Li Mubai. What do you do, my young friend? Li Mubai shyly replied. I have just completed my college entrance examination and shall report to Northeast University of Technology once the semester commences. Ah, a truly promising young man indeed, Yonggu remarked. Thank you for your kind words, Yonggu. Yonggu experienced a twinge of regret. How marvelous it would have been had this young man opted to withdraw. Unfortunately, they were not of the same disposition. Yonggu directed his gaze toward the discontented Huang Mao beside him. Is there a rift between you and my younger brother? Not particularly. It merely concerns a young lady. We had a trivial disagreement in the past. Yonggu nodded and gestured for Huang Mao to approach. Have you both vied for this young lady's affection previously? Huang Mao awkwardly conceded. It was not merely about this last instance. The spectators erupted in laughter. Li Mubai, tall, handsome, and charismatic, cast a significant shadow. It would indeed be peculiar for Huang Mao to eclipse him. Huang Mao sensed the ridicule aimed at him, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Yonggu found the situation amusing as well. Were it simply a matter of a barmaid, he could have effortlessly resolved it with a single word today. Yet, his younger brother had been belittled not once, but twice. To allow this matter to pass unaddressed would undoubtedly dishearten his subordinate. While youthful indiscretions are commonplace, It is hardly worth the turmoil over a woman. Younger brother, you ought to extend an apology to my brother here. Once he consents, you may take the girl with you. Li Mubai rose with a smile. Kong Xiao, we have forged a connection through this minor altercation. Permit my brother to apologize, and I shall arrange something for you on another occasion. Huang Mao seethed with fury. Who in the world is forging a connection with you? To allow this young man to remain in his own domain was utterly intolerable. Brother, do not merely speak. Demonstrate a spin for him. An individual nearby seemed to be instigating, yet genuinely intended to provide Li Mubai with an escape. Very well. I shall offer Kong Xiao a spin. Li Mubai seized a bottle of liquor and tilted it back, executing a spin. What is your opinion, Kong Xiao? Huang Mao averted his gaze in silence. Observing Huang Mao's persistent silence while he brandished the empty bottle, Li Mubai proclaimed, it appears Kong Xiao remains unsatisfied. Allow me to present you with another spin. Li Mubai procured another bottle and executed yet another spin. After 2 spins, he began to feel the intoxicating effects of the alcohol. Liquid trickled down his neck, and his mind felt somewhat clouded. Is Kong Xiao now appeased? Huang Mao, observing Li Mubai in such a disheveled condition, experienced a sense of vindication. Allowing this young man to indulge himself into a state of inebriation was not an unfavorable outcome. Huang Mao regarded Li Mubai with a provocative gaze, unmistakably issuing a challenge. The implication was clear. If you possess the capability, then drink more. The crowd joined in the revelry, urging him on. Once more, Xiaoyu approached, her eyes brimming with tears, struggling to contain her emotions as she implored, please, do not drink any further. Permit me to partake. Li Mubai cast her a glance that signaled her to refrain from interference, gently pushing her aside. He had already imbibed too hastily and felt a slight dizziness. Should he continue, it could lead to complications. With a smile, Li Mubai addressed Huang Mao, still not satiated. Kong Xiao? Humph. Huang Mao scoffed in contempt. Li Mubai smiled and reached for another drink, only to have a hand descend upon his own. Turning his head, Li Mubai discovered it was Brother Yang. You've had your fill, little brother. I procured one for Qiushuan, yet you have indulged in 2 for yourself. At last, Huang Mao recognized his transgression. Brother Yang's displeasure was palpable. With clenched teeth, Huang Mao conceded, very well, let us conclude matters for today. Brother Yang grasped Li Mubai's hand. A smile gracing his lips as he remarked, let us call it a day. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to Brother Yang. Li Mubai shook Brother Yang's hand, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yang. Enjoy your evening. I shall take my leave now. He waved to those around him and guided Xiaoya out of the private chamber. The atmosphere within the room turned somewhat frigid. Brother Yang raised his glass and jovially proclaimed, let us drink, sing, and dance. Only then did the others resume their revelry. Brother Yang cast a discerning glance at Huang Mao. This new companion of his was both audacious and fierce, albeit somewhat devoid of sagacity. Earlier, when that individual reached for the liquor, he did so with an inverted grip, remaining entirely oblivious to the peril. Had Brother Yang not intervened, Huang Mao would have faced an unfortunate mishap. Such individuals, though they may appear innocuous with their smiles, can indeed harbor treachery. When provoked, they are capable of anything. It was not that he feared that young man, rather, he simply discerned no reason to mar the celebration of his birthday. It is no surprise that he was a university student. His adept navigation of social dynamics proved far more advantageous than Huang Mao's approach. Hui Wei and Huang Mao, witnessing their safe emergence, hurried over. Hui Wei took Xiaoya's hand, inquiring, Xiaoya, are you well? Xiaoya shook her head, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at Li Mubai. Li Mubai tenderly caressed Xiaoya's head, offering her reassurance. Everything is all right now. Let us return. Upon their return to the room, Li Mubai stepped into the restroom and began to retch. Xiaoya wept as she gently patted his back. Hui Wei brought him a bottle of mineral water for rinsing his mouth. After emptying his stomach, Li Mubai felt significantly improved. Despite his youth, his body had yet to endure the trials of alcohol. Returning to the sofa, he closed his eyes, seeking to regain his composure. The room was serene, interrupted only by Xiaoya's soft sobs. He did not harm you, did he? No, you arrived just as I was seated. Li Mubai's heart was not easily swayed. His father had always advised him to act with decisiveness, not to fret over someone like Huang Mao. After a moment of recuperation, he opened his eyes to find the 3 of them gazing at him. Why are you not all singing here at the KTV? Hui Wei, please play Seeking Buddha for me. Hui Wei felt a twinge of annoyance at being commanded, yet she chose to disregard it, considering that this mischievous one had safely returned Xiaoya. She cued the song and handed the microphone to Li Mubai. As the moonlight graces my face, I sense a transformation is imminent. Li Mubai retrieved his identification from his pocket and placed it delicately into Xiaoya's hand. The room's illumination was subdued, compelling Xiaoya to lean in closely to decipher the details. The name inscribed on the ID read, Li Mubai. Overwhelmed, Xiaoya collapsed into Li Mubai's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Mubai tenderly consoled her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Hui exclaimed in astonishment, "Your singing is truly extraordinary, just like the original." Hongmao beheld Li Mubai cradling Xiaoya. A kaleidoscope of emotions flitting across his visage, fury, envy, and disillusionment, before he ultimately attained a semblance of tranquility. The archetype that Yonga epitomized was one that one would instinctively shun. Should he venture into that secluded chamber, he would undoubtedly lack the fortitude that Li Mubai embodied. As Li Mubai concluded his melodic performance, Xiaoya's tears had somewhat abated. He tenderly cradled her face, gently brushing away her tears. Her woeful demeanor tugged at his heartstrings. This day, Xiaoya had adorned herself with an abundance of makeup, which now ran amok due to her tears, evoking in Li Mubai a recollection of her unconventional charm from their first encounter. He offered a fleeting smile before adopting a solemn countenance. "What transpired?" Xiaoya wept. "I was mistaken. In what manner did you err? I should not have doubted you and labeled you a charlatan. And what more? I should not have accepted employment here. Is there anything else?" Xiaoya gazed at him with a sorrowful countenance, uncertain of what transgression she had committed. "Why did you not confide in me regarding the difficulties at home? You did not even reach out to me. I presumed you no longer desired my presence." With that, Xiaoya succumbed to tears once more, her sobs profound and heart-wrenching. Li Mubai experienced a surge of guilt as he enveloped her in his arms. He could scarcely comprehend the emotions she must have endured. Anxiously awaiting his call while clutching her phone, even a mere text from him would have sufficed. Today, he felt like a fool. Contemplating the absurdity of his silence over the past 3 days, he reflected on how to articulate his thoughts to her. "Well, I've been rather occupied. Composing songs. Singing, you know? You could have reached out to me. I was in the wrong. I was in the wrong. All right, all right. Cease your tears." After a considerable period of soothing her, Xiaoya's sobs began to diminish. "Am I not entitled to impose a punishment upon you?" she inquired, her eyes glistening with emotion. "How would you punish me?" "I shall decree a penalty whereby you must be my girlfriend for a day." At this, Xiaoya recalled that fateful night, and a wave of shyness enveloped her. "Let us proceed." "Very well, I shall adhere to your guidance." Li Mubai rose, cradling Xiaoya tenderly. "Henceforth, do not covet Xiaoya. Instead, cherish those who surround you." Hongmao paused momentarily, contemplating the significance of those around you. He cast a glance at Hui, astonished to find her blushing. Could it be? "We are departing now. Today, I shall treat you both. Relish the moment, and my gratitude for guiding me to find Xiaoya." With that, Li Mubai clasped Xiaoya's hand and left the private chamber. At the reception, Li Mubai settled the account, and the security guard at the entrance beamed as he returned the car keys. "Sir, your vehicle was parked nearby." "Thank you." Li Mubai accepted the keys and gracefully opened the passenger door for Xiaoya. In the year 2006, automobiles were a rare sight in the quaint town. Xiaoya was quite astonished to learn that Li Mubai possessed a car. Nevertheless, she quickly reassured herself. After all, Li Mubai was an esteemed singer, and it was entirely reasonable for him to own a vehicle. As she reflected on how Li Mubai had crooned flattering melodies to those ruffians in the private room to rescue her, a wave of guilt washed over her while she sat in the car. With Xiaoya's troubles resolved, Li Mubai finally experienced a sense of relief. It was then that he seized the opportunity to observe the car's interior, which radiated a sense of nostalgia. Remarkably, the vehicle was meticulously preserved. It was evident that the young heiress had devoted considerable effort to it. He mused that she must have longed to share the passenger seat with him. Yet now it was occupied by another girl. If she were to discover... Li Mubai berated himself silently, pondering, "What a fool I am." Suddenly, he was drawn from his reverie by Xiaoya's tearful apology. "What troubles you?" he inquired. "It is entirely my fault for causing you distress," she lamented. Observing her on the brink of tears once more, Li Mubai tenderly patted her head. "No, it is I who must offer my sincerest apologies to you." Li Mubai observed Xiaoya intently, prompting a sense of embarrassment to wash over her. "What are you gazing at?" she inquired. "What sort of attire is this?" he commented. A flicker of guilt coursed through Xiaoya as she adjusted her short skirt and clarified, "My elder sister kindly lent me her garments." "And the stockings as well?" he pressed. "Indeed, she bestowed those upon me too." Li Mubai grimaced at the sight of the purple fishnet stockings. They were far too ostentatious for his liking, aside from black stockings. Perhaps white ones could be deemed acceptable, but anything beyond that was an abomination. I find your stockings quite unappealing, he declared. Should I remove them then? She inquired. The car felt somewhat confined, and Xiaya struggled to adjust the seat back. Allow me to assist you, Li Mubai remarked as he casually drew Xiaya's leg toward him. She perched sideways in the passenger seat, her calf delicately resting upon his thigh. In spite of the burgeoning closeness between them, Xiaya was engulfed by a profound sense of embarrassment, concealing her visage behind her hands. Li Mubai's hand gracefully glided over her leg, tugging down the delicate purple fishnet stocking. Xiaoya's legs intertwined bashfully. What are you doing? Don't let anyone see, she protested, yet she made no effort to halt his advances. After all, Li Mubai had shown her kindness, and she had just consented to be his girlfriend. He tenderly caressed her calf, marveling at its softness. But his gaze remained fixated on the drawer of the passenger seat. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he leaned into the compartment. Please, do not engage in such actions in the car, Xiaya implored. Li Mubai cast her a disapproving glance. While her suggestion was undoubtedly exhilarating, he could scarcely entertain such frivolity at the entrance of the KTV. After all, he was the esteemed Yuan Wu Yinzu. It was essential to proceed to a more secluded locale. With a playful pinch on Xiaoya's cheek, he exclaimed, What are you contemplating? Li Mubai then opened the passenger drawer, unveiling a multitude of stockings within. A tumult of emotions surged within him, leaving Xiaoya bewildered. Why did Li Mubai possess such an abundance of stockings in his vehicle? It is said that individuals in the entertainment realm often indulge in extravagant behaviors, and it appears that Li Mubai is no exception. A sudden pang of discomfort stirred within Xiaya. Li Mubai nonchalantly extracted a pair and tore open the packaging. As he assisted Xiaya in donning them, she pouted and attempted to shy away. Nevertheless, he deftly caught her and aided her in changing. As Li Mubai felt the silken texture of the fabric between his fingers, another girl emerged in his thoughts. He inwardly scolded himself. I am indeed a fool. After a brief moment, Li Mubai gestured for Xiaya to retract her legs. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, Let us depart. Where to? To Qinyang. Are we leaving now? Xiaya was somewhat taken aback. It was nearly midnight. Is your mother not in urgent need of funds? Li Mubai responded with casual indifference. I assure you that I shall repay you in the future. Xiaya remarked, her heart brimming with gratitude yet tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Li Mubai smiled as he ignited the engine of the car. Let us commence our delightful adventure. You are quite the mischievous one. The following morning, Li Mubai was stirred from his slumber by the persistent alarm clock. He propped himself up in bed, only to find that Xiaya was nowhere to be seen. Where could she be? Please do not tell me she departed without bidding farewell once more. On the bedside table rested a note. Li Mubai swiftly picked it up, in a childlike scrawl. It read, I went to buy breakfast, Sunya. Only then did Li Mubai feel a sense of relief. They had arrived in Qinyang at nearly 2 in the morning. Li Mubai found accommodation near Dayuan Street. It was impossible for him to visit a patient at such an hour. Additionally, he harbored another concern. His funds were dwindling. After completing his shower, Li Mubai felt significantly more alert. Just as he emerged from the bathroom, he noticed Xiaya gently opening the door, bearing breakfast. As he toweled off his hair, he inquired, Why are you up so early? Observing Li Mubai clad only in a towel, exposing his upper body, Xiaya felt a wave of shyness. You mentioned having matters to attend to today, so I feared I might cause a delay. Such a good girl. Come here for a kiss. Cease your playful banter. Let us partake in breakfast first, Xiaya said with a hint of shyness as she gently pushed Li Mubai aside. Clad in the same attire from the previous day, her once elaborate makeup had been washed away. Yet, Xiaya possessed a unique charm. She appeared even more radiant without the adornments. Li Mubai hastily settled down to eat. Aware of the proximity of the bed, fearing he might lose his composure, exhausted from the day prior, he had succumbed to a profound slumber upon his arrival at the hotel. During his repose, Xiaya had taken a shower, and by the time he awakened, she had ventured out to procure breakfast. Li Mubai remained oblivious to how well Xiaoya had slumbered the night before. Did you rest well last night? He inquired, prompting a sudden flush to grace Xiaoya's cheeks. It was adequate, she replied. Li Mubai regarded her with intrigue. What causes your cheeks to redden? It is nothing, she retorted. With exaggerated jest, Li Mubai remarked, Could it be that while I was in slumber, you engaged in some clandestine act towards me? Xiaoya's face turned a deeper shade of crimson as she fervently defended herself. I did not. Li Mubai found himself in a state of mild confusion. If it is absent, then it is indeed absent. Why the haste? Xiaya cast him a sharp glance, her annoyance palpable as she savored a bite of her bun. Someone was evidently restless in their repose. Following breakfast, they vacated the hotel. Li Mubai escorted Xiaoya to the shopping mall, where he donned a new ensemble from Armani. Subsequently, they visited Prada, where he chose a business attire for Xiaoya. She stared in disbelief at the exorbitant price of the women's white shirt, daring not to glance at the cost of the suit. "Why are you purchasing such lavish garments for me? I have no desire for them." Li Mubai could not suppress a chuckle at Xiaoya's woeful demeanor. "Do you feel wronged by my generosity towards you? Later, you shall accompany me to a business meeting. It is imperative that you assist in making a favorable impression. Your presence is of great significance." Only then did Xiaoya acquiesce to wearing the outfit. As they were departing, Xiaoya leaned in and whispered to Li Mubai, "After the meeting, may we return these garments?" Li Mubai cast her an exasperated glance. "That's not an option," they exclaimed. They meandered through the mall for an extensive period, during which Xiaoya felt her shopping bags multiplying, while Li Mubai had acquired little for himself. He had procured numerous items for her. With an abundance of garments, she would hardly require them for the upcoming meeting. "Why do I sense that you are deceiving me?" she inquired. "What have I deceived you about?" He retorted. "You are scheming to buy me gifts. Behave yourself. You must assist me in making a favorable impression." As he spoke, Li Mubai delicately adorned Xiaoya's neck with a Bulgari four-leaf clover necklace. "This piece costs over 10,000, he noted. "Could we not simply acquire a replica for the sake of appearances?" Xiaoya's voice trembled slightly, revealing her distress. Li Mubai chuckled and replied, "Very well. I shall purchase a phone and then cease." Xiaoya grimaced. "Another phone? Your current one is insufficient for use beyond Wushuan City. Must we really opt for an extravagant one?" In a fleeting moment, Li Mubai deftly swiped his card, parting with 7,800 for the latest Dopod model. Xiaoya's countenance reflected complete resignation. Meanwhile, Li Mubai found himself thoroughly entertained. At the entrance of the mall, a beauty salon beckoned, and he guided Xiaoya within. The female receptionist, discerning their designer attire, welcomed them with a radiant smile. "How may I assist you, sir?" he inquired. "Please provide her with a professional makeover and style her hair for my approval." "Certainly. I shall briefly step into the nearby copy shop and return shortly." Xiaoya felt a twinge of anxiety as she watched Li Mubai depart. Nevertheless, she dutifully settled before the makeup mirror, permitting the artist to work her magic. By the time Li Mubai reappeared, the artist had completed her task. Xiaoya now radiated a more mature aura. Previously, her essence was composed of 70% innocence and 30% allure. Now, it was a flawless 50-50 fusion. She resembled the epitome of an urban beauty. Standing before the mirror, Xiaoya found it hard to believe that the reflection staring back was indeed her. "What is there to be anxious about? You look absolutely stunning. I no longer resemble myself. I feel akin to a character from a television drama. Embrace your confidence. Those office ladies are unable to afford your exquisite ensemble. You undoubtedly possess the sophistication befitting a CEO's secretary." Li Mubai perceived that Xiaoya was markedly deficient in self-confidence. She even exhibited a hint of self-deprecation. Thus, it is hardly surprising that such thoughts of inadequacy would surface. Enlisting Xiaoya's assistance under the pretense of negotiating a collaboration was merely a fade. Li Mubai aimed to profoundly transform Xiaoya's perspective on life. The most direct method to initiate this change was to begin with her values. Xiaoya assessed that the cumulative value of her clothing, jewelry, and phone amounted to approximately 40 to 50,000, a sum that far exceeded the cost of Li Mubai's attire. The mere thought of this realization left Xiaoya feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Once they returned to the car, they carelessly tossed their purchases into the back seat. Li Mubai turned to Xiaoya and instructed her to give him a look that radiated disdain for everything. Xiaoya, somewhat bewildered, endeavored to fulfill Li Mubai's request. However, her only means of expressing this sentiment was to widen her eyes, which only rendered her increasingly endearing. Li Mubai chuckled and remarked, "Whatever works. Just exude a bit more confidence." He started the car and drove towards the Nongfu Spring Qinyang office. Upon arriving at the entrance, security personnel halted him. Li Mubai lowered the window and addressed the guard. "I am Li Mubai. Manager Lu summoned me to discuss a collaboration." The guard contacted Manager Lu and subsequently permitted Li Mubai to enter. Lu Lan served as the manager of the planning department at the Qinyang branch of Nongfu Spring. Recently, headquarters had entrusted her with the responsibility of establishing a connection with the creator of a new advertisement slogan for a potential collaboration. After engaging in correspondence via email, Lu Lan discovered the individual's concepts to be remarkably innovative. However, she regarded him merely as a prospective university student, convinced that managing the negotiations would be relatively straightforward, thereby enabling her to keep collaboration costs minimal. When the security guard called earlier to inquire about granting access to this individual's vehicle, Lu Lan was momentarily taken aback. Did this high school student truly possess a car? She descended the stairs to greet her assistant and observed a black and white vehicle entering the courtyard. Lu Lan took pride in her extensive knowledge of various automobiles, yet this particular model eluded her familiarity. From the emblem, it appeared to be an older model of Toyota. Suddenly, her intern assistant exclaimed in awe, "Wow! AE86. Xiao Xiao, are you familiar with this automobile?" Lu Jie. It is entirely understandable that you are unaware of this. It was never available in the domestic market. Whoever possesses this vehicle is undoubtedly an aficionado of Initial D. Please, simply disclose the price. Lu Lan interjected, interrupting the assistant's fervent exposition. It is approximately 200,000. Oh. Lu Lan had anticipated something far more opulent following Xiao Xiao's extensive discourse, only to find it rather unassuming. To her astonishment, Xiao Xiao went on to add, however, anyone capable of purchasing this automobile most likely possesses more than one vehicle. It is not a mere trinket for the average individual. Greetings, Mr. Li. You must be Manager Lu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person after our extensive correspondence. Mr. Li, you are indeed an extraordinary individual. Not at all. As Li Mubai alighted from the vehicle, he was finally face-to-face with Manager Lu, who had been subtly orchestrating his every move. Throughout their prior online exchanges, he could perceive her air of superiority radiating from the screen, almost spilling over into the dialogue box. She spoke of the titans within the domestic beverage industry and concluded with allusions to the esteemed Fortune 500. There is no cause for alarm. I shall indulge in a moment of introspection, imparting sage advice to myself in a paternal manner. I contemplate the idea that a collaborative history with Nongfu Spring might enhance my prospects for employment after graduation, perhaps even paving the way for a future opportunity with the company. It feels as though, as a youth hailing from a modest town, the prospect of partnering with Nongfu Spring is akin to receiving a blessing from my forebears from beyond the grave. You wish to broach the topic of partnership fees? In light of an arrangement so profoundly beneficial to you, why would you even dare to mention the matter of money? It is indeed fortunate that I am not soliciting any payment from you. The creation of an advertisement for Nongfu Spring was merely an impulsive endeavor on my part, a habit cultivated from a previous existence, as one must perpetually strive to seize opportunities. When Li Mubai arrived, he possessed minimal expectations. After all, being in Xinyang, he figured it prudent to pay a visit. Should this woman exhibit any insincerity, he would simply withdraw. However, Manager Lu proved to be exceedingly gracious upon their introduction, addressing him as Mr. Li rather than the more casual little Li he employed online. "Who is this?" he inquired. "Oh, this is my assistant, Xiaya." "Greetings, Xiaya." Xiaya was taken aback when the manager of such a prominent company extended a handshake and greeted her first. A sudden wave of uncertainty washed over her. However, recalling Li Mubai's words during their car ride, she resolved to project confidence. Xiaya extended her hand to Manager Lu, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Manager Lu regarded this gesture with indifference, while subtly appraising Xiaoya's appearance during their handshake. The Prada summer business suit, valued at approximately 20,000, the new LV women's handbag, around 10,000, the Ferragamo high heels, about 5,000, and the latest Opod smartphone, roughly 8,000. Particularly noteworthy was the Bulgari four-leaf clover necklace adorning Xiaoya's neck, which Manager Lu found especially appealing, despite its price exceeding 10,000. Previously, she had feigned interest in purchasing it merely to try it on. Xiaoya's makeup was exquisite. Her hairstyle meticulously crafted, she radiated youth and beauty, likely a university student. When they shook hands, Xiaoya hesitated momentarily, leading Lu to conclude that she was indeed a girl of experience. Her willingness to engage in such a polite gesture spoke volumes. A glance into the backseat of the car revealed an array of designer shopping bags, igniting a sense of envy within Lu. These were all luxuries she had long coveted. She felt a pang of jealousy towards Xiaoya, wishing she could serve as Li Mubai's assistant instead. Alas, despite her own allure, enhanced by cosmetics, she felt she could not compare to someone as naturally beautiful as Xiaoya. "Mr. Li, please, come inside." "Certainly." Li Mubai was somewhat astonished. Manager Lu's courtesy verged on the excessive for merely escorting him indoors. The extent of her bow was nearly reminiscent of that of an airline stewardess. "Mr. Li, what profession does your family engage in?" "My father is involved in long-distance transportation." Lu nodded in comprehension. His family operated a freight company. In this contemporary era, Long-distance transport has undeniably become a profitable enterprise, elucidating their affluence. Mr. Li, I have listened to your songs and particularly cherished damn tenderness. Thank you for your kind appreciation of my work. Mr. Li, do you intend to pursue a career in the entertainment industry? Not in the slightest. Music is simply a personal passion. Indeed, Mr. Li is poised to inherit the family business. Engaging in singing would be a squander of his talents. Li Mubai felt a sense of bewilderment. What is there to inherit from the modest fruit supermarket my mother manages? Is this woman subtly ridiculing me? Yet, it does not appear so. Her smile, genuine yet flattering, imparts the impression of mingling with the affluent. Li Mubai glanced upward. Indeed, this is the branch of Nongfu Spring. Upon entering the reception room, Assistant Zhao was poised to pour water, but was swiftly interrupted by Lu Lan. Mr. Li, what would you prefer to drink? Tea, coffee, soda, or mineral water? There's no need for fuss. Mineral water will suffice. And what about Xiaoya? Oh, I shall have the same. Lu Lan observed both Li Mubai and Xiaoya with keen interest. Xiaoya refrained from using any honorifics for Li Mubai, merely addressing him as he. So young indeed. One might expect a measure of decorum in public. Lu Lan set 2 bottles of Nongfu Spring on the coffee table. Do you have Bao? We do not. Or should I send Zhao out to procure some? I was merely jesting. Nongfu Spring is quite satisfactory. Mr. Li, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. An unexpected thought flickered through Li Mubai's mind. He yearned to probe the boundaries of this woman's fortitude. This endeavor resembles placing an order for KFC within the confines of a McDonald's. Lu Lan remained undeterred, even sharing a light-hearted laugh. Are the executives of major corporations this forgiving? As negotiations commence, perhaps I might request more. Mr. Li, with your distinguished presence, were you to venture into the entertainment realm? I ponder how many female admirers you would ensnare. Not in the slightest, Sister Lu. Your extraordinary charisma undoubtedly draws numerous admirers. Li Mubai found himself in a state of bewilderment. Could this woman be attempting to ensnare me in a web of flattery? What a calculated endeavor to depress the price. I possess no admirers. I yearn to embody the beauty of Xiaoya. It is a different matter altogether. Sister Lu exudes the allure of a mature woman, a quality most distinctive. Li Mubai contemplated that this was merely reciprocal flattery within the realm of business. Who cannot engage in such banter? Is that truly the case? Mr. Li, you possess a remarkable talent for compliments. As Lu Lan spoke, she cast a playful glance at Li Mubai. Li Mubai began to question whether he had indeed arrived at the correct destination. While Lu Lan conversed with him, she also surreptitiously glanced at Xiaoya, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. Yet, Li Mubai had previously asserted that maintaining an air of detachment was adequate. However, Xiaoya seemed to be exerting herself excessively. In Lu Lan's perception, Xiaoya's complexion had waned. Perhaps due to the overly intimate discourse shared with Li Mubai, which rendered her slightly vexed. But what if Li Mubai harbored a preference for older women? Consequently, Lu Lan beamed even more warmly and flatteringly at Li Mubai. Observing that Lu Lan was meandering in conversation without addressing any potential collaboration, Li Mubai felt a twinge of irritation. What is this flirtation about? Suddenly, Xiaoya's phone rang. She cast a glance at Li Mubai, who nodded, prompting her to take the call. Yu Hongwei is seeking your presence. Oh, Sister Lu, I must answer this call. Xiaoya, kindly present the documents to Sister Lu. Xiaoya rose and handed the printed materials from Li Mubai to Lu Lan. Thank you, Xiaoya. Lu Lan nonchalantly surveyed Xiaoya's stockings, a pang of envy stirring within her. Balenciaga. How fortunate it is to possess wealth. As Lu Lan examined the materials presented by Xiaoya, she observed their exceptional compliance with established standards, no less commendable than those upheld by prominent corporations. Indeed, numerous aspects exceeded the caliber of her own company's output. It was evident that Li Mubai's logistics enterprise was of considerable significance. Lu Lan shot a furtive glance at Xiaoya. A canary of such distinction was not a luxury that just any affluent individual could afford to possess. The negotiations for this collaboration would undoubtedly prove to be quite arduous. Wasn't it slated for the afternoon? Why the haste? 500,000 is a reasonable sum. I have a particular fondness for that vocalist. Please affix your signature on my behalf. I have several matters to attend to here. Let us convene this afternoon. I shall come to your residence. As Lu Lan listened to Li Mubai's voice over the phone, she continued to peruse the documents in her grasp. The collaboration focused on the promotion of a novel advertising slogan for Nongfu Spring. After nearly a decade of employing the same slogan, it was imperative to ensure that the new one garnered recognition. Li Mubai's viral marketing strategy was exceptionally well conceived, receiving accolades from Nongfu Spring's headquarters. Li Mubai's 2 sentences have compelled Nongfu Spring to expend XX million. This promotional statement was exceedingly captivating. Presently, Li Mubai enjoys remarkable popularity in the digital realm. Despite the release of 3 chart-topping songs, little is known about him. Whispers suggest that offers amounting to hundreds of thousands have been made for his appearances on various shows. Yet he has declined every invitation. The more elusive he becomes, the greater the intrigue surrounding him, giving rise to numerous impersonators. Li Mubai has already compiled evidence against them. Should the need arise, he could resort to legal measures to amplify his visibility. The contract also encompassed a bespoke advertisement jingle composed by Li Mubai for Nongfu Spring. Consequently, the new slogan could be promoted in tandem with Li Mubai's burgeoning fame. Nongfu Spring's advertising strategy was rather traditional, primarily emphasizing television commercials, supplemented by some grassroots marketing initiatives. Li Mubai's promotional plan specifically targeted online audiences, addressing a significant void in Nongfu Spring's marketing endeavors. The headquarters had issued a directive to Lu Lan to ensure the successful closure of the deal. Naturally, Lu Lan aspired to minimize expenses as much as possible to demonstrate her capabilities. Initially, she believed that securing Li Mubai could be achieved for no more than 100,000, even contemplating the possibility of a complementary arrangement. However, it now seemed that such an idea was becoming increasingly impractical. After concluding his call, Li Mubai remarked, "Sister Lu, you shall soon hear a new rendition of Damn Tenderness." "What do you mean?" "Someone has acquired the rights to my song." "Who, you ask?" "Ma Tianyu. I am acquainted with him. I even watched Go. Good boy. That song was sold for 500,000, correct? I have a fondness for that singer, hence I sold it to him at a favorable price." This was no mere boast from Li Mubai. This illustrious song, one might argue, is worth far more than 500,000. It could effortlessly command 5 million. How many artists sustain their entire careers on merely a single hit? If Li Mubai were to embark on a musical journey, performing a few gigs would undoubtedly yield more than 50,000. Yet, Li Mubai exhibits no inclination towards this path. After all, Ma Tianyu is the original artist, and this song represents his only claim to fame. It would be wise to sell it to him at a fair price. Li Mubai extended his hand towards Xiaya. Upon witnessing his gesture, Xiaya contemplated that she could finally offer her assistance. With her left hand, she presented water, and with her right, a cigarette. She retrieved a pack of Fuji Mountain from her bag and proffered one to Li Mubai, igniting it with her Zippo lighter. Li Mubai, embodying a persona of complete reliance, reclined on the sofa, emanating an aura of authority reminiscent of his previous engagements and contract negotiations. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, remained steadfast upon Lu Lan. Li Mubai had meticulously perceived Lu Lan's authentic character. What could be the motive behind the facade of modesty in her comportment? The words she uttered aimed to undermine the gentleman, while her attire sought to instill fear in those of lesser status. Lu Lan had been striving to express herself in standard Mandarin. Yet Li Mubai discerned the subtle regional accent she endeavored to conceal. An accent and the conscious effort to obscure it are two entirely distinct matters. Such a person often harbors insecurities regarding their origins. Although her appearance was strikingly refined, it was merely a fade of high imitation. The shoes she donned, likely authentic, were antiquated and bore signs of wear, indicating they had been in use for quite some time. Her gaze frequently darted towards Xiaya, fixated on the designer garments and jewelry she adorned. At this juncture, the primary market for Nongfu Spring was not in the northeast. Lu Lan, as the manager of the planning department of this subsidiary, held no considerable standing. Coming from a humble background and possessing an unremarkable appearance, she masqueraded as a successful woman to establish her presence in the city. Li Mubai, in his former life, had expertly navigated individuals of her kind. He felt as though he were becoming enamored since his rebirth, growing increasingly oblivious to matters of business. He had already squandered ample time with this woman and resolved to disentangle himself swiftly from the complexities. Suddenly, Li Mubai's demeanor shifted dramatically, leaving Lu Lan momentarily astonished. She had never encountered such an oppressive presence, even when facing the titans of the company. What had become of the sunny, cheerful young man from mere moments ago? The sound of Xiaya extinguishing her lighter jolted Lu Lan back to the present moment. "Mr. Li, our company intends to allocate 500,000. Lu Lan's voice quivered, echoing the timidity of a novice in turn addressing her superior. "Huh?" Li Mubai emitted a soft scoff. Lu Lan swallowed nervously. "No, that is not entirely accurate. The 500,000 is merely the initial fee, with an additional 500,000 to be subsequently transferred to your account." Li Mubai's formidable presence cast a tangible weight upon Lu Lan. Her lips parted, disclosing the utmost sum the company could offer outright. Li Mubai inferred that this figure likely represented their maximum threshold, and he nodded, beckoning her to proceed. It is hoped that Mr. Li will acquiesce to the company's promotional endeavors. I prefer to remain unseen. Previous discussions online had already laid the groundwork for a tentative agreement. Today's meeting was solely to negotiate the price and other particulars. According to the contract, Li Mubai was expected to engage in media interviews. However, he harbored no intention of appearing in person. If he sought notoriety, he could effortlessly produce a music video and pursue a singing career. As for the advertisement song, I can perform it myself, or you may enlist someone else, but I shall not make an appearance. Understood. Do you have any further requests? When shall the payment be executed? The initial amount of 500,000 can be dispatched today. Excellent. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Agreed. The contract had been meticulously prepared, requiring only minor adjustments before it could be signed. Lulan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure in the presence of Li Mubai. She took the document to make her own alterations. Xiaoya observed Li Mubai and noted his unfamiliar demeanor. She had never envisioned that the typically carefree Li Mubai could exude such a formidable presence. Reflecting on the events of the previous night stirred a profound guilt within her. Li Mubai possessed the remarkable ability to negotiate million-dollar contracts in mere moments, having borne so much to rescue her the day before. Upon noticing the tears welling in Xiaoya's eyes, Li Mubai swiftly grasped her unspoken feelings. He tenderly held her small hand in a gesture of comfort. Suddenly, Xiaoya recalled her responsibilities for the day, making a determined effort to suppress her tears, fearful of smudging her makeup. Li Mubai found her struggle to be rather amusing, while Xiaoya, feeling slightly embarrassed, lowered her gaze. At that moment, Lulan returned with the revised contract, inadvertently witnessing the tender exchange between the two. Shaking her head, Lulan relinquished her unrealistic aspirations, grappling with her own confusion. Given Li Mubai's privileged background, his youth, and the presence of such a captivating woman as Xiaoya, she could not fathom how he could possibly harbor any interest in her. Li Mubai graciously declined Lulan's invitation to partake in dinner, which bestowed upon her a sense of relief. Following the signing of the contract, Li Mubai reverted to his jovial, effervescent demeanor. However, Lulan now found herself feeling somewhat intimidated by his presence. In his company, she could not shake the feeling of inferiority, the overwhelming sensation of being thoroughly scrutinized. With her carefully constructed facade laid bare, was profoundly discomforting. After departing from the Nongfu Spring office, Xiaoya finally released a sigh of relief. Did I perform well? She inquired. Li Mubai beamed and responded, excellently. With your presence, the partnership valued at 500,000 has evolved into one esteemed at 1 million. Xiaoya exhaled with irritation. Articulating her dissatisfaction, you are merely flattering me. You lack self-assurance, he observed. I was exceedingly anxious, she admitted. Li Mubai responded earnestly, yet you truly excelled. Even Manager Lu felt diminished in your presence. Xiaoya contemplated this notion. Indeed, when Manager Lu gazed upon her, his eyes were rife with envy. She cast her eyes downward at her attire and then back to Li Mubai. Previously, she had admired the elite women depicted in workplace dramas. However, upon encountering one in reality today, she found them rather unremarkable. Manager Lu also harbored a lofty opinion of herself due to her attire. Is it genuinely the case that such a sophisticated career woman is so superficial? Li Mubai cast a glance at the pensive Xiaoya and smiled. Guiding the vehicle towards the oncology hospital in Shenyang City. In a previous existence, Tian Mei had also been admitted to this very hospital. Li Mubai had believed he would never set foot in this place again in this lifetime. He made a brief stop at a nearby fruit market, intending to procure some fresh produce. Upon learning of Li Mubai's visit to a patient, the owner of the market suggested a fruit basket, positing that it would convey a positive impression while remaining reasonably priced. Li Mubai graciously declined the owner's generous suggestion and opted for strawberries, oranges, kiwis, and large white pears. He was acutely aware of the dietary restrictions faced by cancer patients. As he selected the fruits, he elucidated to Xiaoya which varieties would be advantageous for the patient. Observing Li Mubai's thoughtfulness, Xiaoya felt her heart swell with appreciation. Upon arriving at the ward's entrance, Xiaoya clutched Li Mubai's arm, hesitating. Li Mubai, bewildered, inquired, "What troubles you?" Xiaoya, a touch shy, responded, "How should I present you to my parents?" Li Mubai chuckled, "I can introduce myself." However, deep within, he grappled with a sense of inner turmoil. Xiaoya was an extraordinary young woman, and he held a genuine affection for her. Yet, he believed that formalizing their relationship at this juncture would be precipitous. He had come to Xiaoya's aid, and to abandon her now would render his efforts in vain. While he was prepared to cover her medical expenses, he hesitated to provide her with money without a formal commitment, apprehensive that she might return to the KTV to settle her debts. That naive girl could very well resort to such measures. As Li Mubai and Xiaya entered the ward, they encountered a doctor making his rounds. Xiaya, a middle-aged man with a weathered visage and an unrefined demeanor, inquired cautiously, "Dad?" Upon hearing Xiaya's response, the man acknowledged her identity, albeit astonished by the profound transformation in his daughter's demeanor and appearance, nearly failing to recognize her. "This is... Hello, uncle. I am Xiaya's boyfriend, Li Mubai." Xiaya radiated warmth at Li Mubai's candid recognition of their relationship. Oh, Xiaya, my dear. You never mentioned anything to us. Why bring gifts?" he inquired. "I happened to be in Qinyang for some matters and thought to pay a visit to uncle and auntie," he replied. Just then, the doctor concluded his examination and turned to Li Mubai and Xiaya, inquiring, "Are you family members of the patient?" The hospital fees have fallen into arrears. Should they remain unsettled for long, the provision of medication will be suspended. Xiaya's father, feeling a sense of embarrassment in the presence of his daughter's boyfriend, responded with an awkward assurance, "We will certainly resolve this today. I promise it shall not be delayed." Upon hearing this, Xiaya was filled with trepidation. "Father, did you not mention that the medical expenses would be manageable for some time?" Her father cast her a knowing glance. "Today, your second uncle may be able to provide some financial assistance." Xiaya looked at Li Mubai, her eyes filled with a silent plea. Li Mubai met her gaze with a comforting expression. "Has Xiaya arrived?" A faint voice emanated from the hospital bed. "Mother, I have come to see you." Li Mubai accompanied Xiaya to the bedside for a fleeting moment. Xiaya's mother had lost most of her hair due to chemotherapy, a sight that evoked memories of Tian Manmei in her previous life, lying in a similar state upon a hospital bed. A pang of sorrow pierced Li Mubai's heart. After exchanging a few polite words with Xiaya's family, he sought an opportunity to excuse himself from the ward. As an outsider, there were certain subjects he felt were inappropriate for him to broach. Upon arriving at the payment area, he was unexpectedly jostled by a man. "I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive me." The man who collided with Li Mubai quickly expressed his contrition. Upon recognizing the man's features, Li Mubai was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, it is quite all right." The man hastily took his leave. Observing the silhouette of the man fade away, Li Mubai whispered, "Indeed, this world is remarkably small." Upon reaching the payment counter, Li Mubai asked, "Which bed number did that man occupy? What purpose do you serve?" "Payment of 304 for bed 1. "Ah. I shall remit 100,000 via card payment." Li Mubai accepted the receipt and added, "Furthermore, please charge 100,000 for bed 2 in room 206. Using the card. Upon returning to the ward, he presented the receipt to Xiaya. Observing tears welling in her eyes once more, he swiftly gestured for her to regain her composure. Weeping in the presence of the patient could exert considerable pressure upon them. Xiaya must have already discussed the situation with her father. Upon seeing the receipt in Xiaya's grasp, her father found himself at a loss for words. "Well, it is lunchtime. Perhaps I should take Xiaoli out for a meal." "No, uncle, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Li Mubai harbored an aversion to hospitals. Moreover, he had already fulfilled his obligations through the payment, and his demeanor, that was sufficient. Remaining there would only complicate matters for everyone involved. Xiaya accompanied Li Mubai to the exit. Rather than departing directly, he guided her to a nearby restaurant. In his previous life, he frequently dined at this establishment while providing care. The proprietor was affable, and the dishes were prepared with great attention. They shared a few bites of food together. When it came time to settle the bill, Li Mubai left 5,000 yuan at the counter. He encouraged Xiaoya's family to dine there in the future. By providing the money directly, he feared Xiaoya might hesitate to spend it. "There is no need. We have ample resources for meals. Listen, patients require nourishment. Dining is essential. So do not fret over expenses." Li Mubai patiently elucidated to Xiaoya which foods were suitable for patients and which should be avoided. As she listened, tears once again brimmed in her eyes. Li Mubai quickly adopted a stern countenance. "No crying." Xiaoya fought valiantly to suppress her tears, yet ultimately surrendered, collapsing into Li Mubai's warm embrace. "Your kindness overwhelms me. How shall I ever repay you?" she lamented. "Teacher Li, when shall you arrive? Do you require my assistance in driving you?" "No need. I have already arrived," he replied. "Very well, Teacher Li. I shall come to greet you at the entrance." "Brother you, such formalities are unnecessary. You may simply address me as Xiaoli or old brother." "Agreed. We can delve into further discussions upon our meeting." I have a favor to request of you. Certainly. We shall converse when we meet. After concluding the call, Li Mubai could not help but mutter to himself, it appears that Yu Hongwei has not relinquished his aspirations of becoming a mainland celebrity after all. Upon parking the car and alighting, Li Mubai's gaze fell upon a tall and slender girl in the distance, momentarily leaving him stunned, followed by a wave of joy. Could it be that the little affluent lady was still present? Xiaoyun. He called out, quickening his pace to catch up. Xiaoyun. Upon reaching her, he gently tapped her shoulder. Xiaoyun, what brings you here? The girl turned around in astonishment, removing her earphones. Who are you? A wave of disappointment washed over Li Mubai's countenance. I apologize, I mistook you for someone else. The girl, adorned with a cap, bore a striking resemblance to He Yijuan, approximately 60 to 70% alike. With a disdainful gaze, she examined Li Mubai before retorting, humph. What a feeble excuse. Li Mubai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If you seek an autograph, simply ask. I am more than willing to oblige. Li Mubai clarified, no. You merely resemble a friend of mine. The girl scoffed. Is your friend also named Xiaoyan? Wait, you two are called Xiaoyan? Are you attempting to capture my attention in such a manner? No, my friend is truly named. Cease your antics. I have matters to attend to and no time for you. With that, she haughtily tossed her hair and strode toward Yu Hongwei's music studio. What on earth? Li Mubai was rendered speechless. Although the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to He Yijuan, her demeanor and voice were remarkably arrogant and whimsical, a stark contrast to the aloof. Privileged young lady, what right do you have to resemble her so closely? Do you even merit being called Xiaoyan? Is this girl a celebrity? I am entirely unfamiliar with her. Li Mubai pursued her to the music studio. As she glanced back and noticed him trailing her, she pointed an accusatory finger at him. Her anger palpable. Do not follow me. If you do, I shall summon the authorities. Li Mubai swiftly came to a halt, raising his hands to his chest in a gesture of peace. How exceedingly paranoid. The young woman cast furtive glances back at him as she proceeded towards the music studio, her attention so distracted that she nearly stumbled. It remained ambiguous whether she genuinely feared that Li Mubai was a stalker or merely thought he was embarrassing her. Upon entering, she shot him a fierce glare. Have you lost your senses? Once she had stepped inside, Li Mubai entered the music studio. There, he unexpectedly encountered the girl engaged in conversation with Yu Hongwei. Just as Yu Hongwei was about to extend a greeting to Li Mubai, the girl pointed at him and declared, Uncle Yu, that is the stalker I mentioned. You possess remarkable audacity to follow me in here. Do you think I would hesitate to summon Uncle Yu to report your actions? Li Mubai cast a helpless glance at Yu Hongwei, his countenance rather solemn. Yu Hongwei appeared distinctly uncomfortable. Yun, you are mistaken. He could not possibly be a stalker. The young lady regarded Yu Hongwei with confusion. Uncle Yu. Do you know him? Yu Hongwei drew the girl closer and said, Yun, permit me to introduce you. This is Li Mubai. Are you not an admirer of his melodies? My dear brother, please do not take offense. This is my niece, Wang Yunyun. There may have been a misunderstanding. Li Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yunyun, feeling rather awkward, apologized. I am sorry, teacher Li. However, Li Mubai chose to disregard her entirely. The sight of her visage, reminiscent of a young, affluent heiress, only served to amplify his irritation. It is quite all right, brother Yu. Shall we proceed to the recording studio? Oh, certainly. Yu Hongwei escorted Li Mubai to the studio, with Wang Yunyun following closely behind. The sound engineer was the same bald gentleman from their previous encounter. Li Mubai engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries with him before stepping into the recording room. I envision myself soaring to great heights, standing side by side with the sun. The world eagerly anticipates my metamorphosis. I am undaunted by the scrutiny of others on my aspirations. Here, I can perceive everything clearly. The stipulations for the promotional song from Nongfu Spring were unequivocal, averse to romantic themes, an inspirational melody preferred. Consequently, Li Mubai presented the composition, I believe. It not only adhered to the specifications but was also on the verge of release, prompting Li Mubai to act with alacrity. Yu Hongwei observed Li Mubai through the glass pane, once more entranced by his prodigious talent. His creative genius was truly extraordinary, devoid of any deficiencies. He could seamlessly traverse any musical genre. Yu Hongwei realized that upon the release of this song, it would undoubtedly attain resounding success. Why did Li Mubai refrain from pursuing a career in the music industry? As Yu Hongwei contemplated further persuasion, he noticed Wang Yunyun gently tugging at his sleeve. Uncle Yu, do you think Li Mubai is disheartened and will not compose a song for me? Yu Hongwei pondered to himself. He never pledged to compose a song for you. His sole intention was to afford you the opportunity to meet Li Mubai. If only Li Mubai were in high spirits, he might effortlessly craft a melody for you. Yet, here you stand, unwittingly causing offense. Simply perform admirably later and observe teacher Li's reaction. Ah, he also has a friend named Xiaoan? The credit for a bit sweet is attributed to the Bai-Yun duo. Bai signifies Li Mubai, while Yun represents his companion. Oh, do I bear resemblance to that Yun? Yu Hongwei turned to appraise Wang Yunyun. Indeed. There exists a resemblance, particularly in profile. Yet, Yu Hongwei had never contemplated it in such terms before. The divergence in their essences was far too stark. Wang Yunyun's father was an old acquaintance of Yu Hongwei. Owing to this connection, Yu Hongwei had felt inclined to extend assistance to Wang Yunyun. He had heard the teacher speak of He Yijuan, a prodigy hailing from an exceptionally esteemed family in the nation. Wang Yunyun's intellect is undoubtedly a source of intrigue. This child is resolute in her ambition to pursue a career in the entertainment industry. Had it not been for her family's modest standing, she would have long been devoured by the industry, left with naught. Wang Yunyun observed Li Mubai in the recording studio, taken aback by his youthful exuberance and striking allure. How curious. Why does he cast furtive glances in her direction, only to avert his gaze with an expression of disdain thereafter? What could be the source of such disdain? Wang Yunyun experienced a profound surge of indignation. What grants him the authority to regard her with disdain? Is my appearance truly so deficient? As Li Mubai completed his recording and departed from the studio, a chorus of applause erupted. The bald sound engineer extended a thumbs up, proclaiming, in merely a few days, Teacher Li's vocal prowess has remarkably advanced. Li Mubai, radiating a gracious smile, responded, Oh, not at all. It is entirely due to post-production. Yu Hongwei drew a chair closer, his face aglow with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Brother, take a seat and rest. Li Mubai replied with a smile, Thank you, brother Yu. Wang Yunyun approached, offering a bottle of water. Sweetly stating, Brotherly, here is some water for you. However, Li Mubai declined the bottle. The mere sight of Wang Yunyun's visage ignited a simmering irritation within him. Brotherly, are you not parched? She inquired. With an icy demeanor, he retorted, What did you call me? Wang Yunyun was taken aback. Was it not permissible to address him as brother in an effort to cultivate intimacy? Yu Hongwei pretended to express disapproval. Yunyun, how could you be so inconsiderate? I maintain a peer relationship with Teacher Li. You ought to refer to him as uncle. Wang Yunyun felt perplexed. They seemed to be of similar ages. Who could determine who was the elder? It was already quite generous of her to address him as brother. Since when had she ever humbled herself to such an extent before anyone? Nonetheless, Wang Yunyun was determined to have Li Mubai compose a song for her. Forcing a smile as she remarked, Uncle Li, please have some water. Upon receiving the bottle, Li Mubai took a few sips. Yu Hongwei, feigning admonition, commented, This child truly lacks social etiquette. She doesn't even realize she should assist you, Uncle Li, by opening it. Li Mubai had already perceived Yu Hongwei's intentions to solicit assistance for this rather unimpressive young heiress. He could not dismiss Yu Hongwei's countenance. Does my niece possess a penchant for singing? Wang Yunyun felt a surge of indignation at being referred to as his niece so casually. I addressed you as uncle. And now you seek to exploit that? Yu Hongwei's heart swelled with joy upon hearing Li Mubai's words. This recognition of familial bond undoubtedly indicated his willingness to assist. Indeed. She has a particular affinity for music. Last year, she participated in Supergirl and achieved a commendable ranking. The previous year's Supergirl had become a sensational phenomenon, with Spring Brother, Dolphin Voice, Bibi, and Jia Bao ascending to great popularity. Even those with lesser rankings attracted considerable attention. Li Mubai pondered quietly, unable to recall the name of Wang Yunyun. Nor did he feel the slightest hint of familiarity. He examined her once more, only to avert his gaze in disdain. Why bother to behold her visage? The more he observed, the deeper his frustration became. If a Supergirl were to exist, one resembling an affluent young lady, surely some memory would linger. Yet, I have no recollection. Yun Yun was eliminated in the Qinyang division. I witnessed the competition for the top 10 in that very division, where Yun Yun placed 11th. Oh, how dare you misconstrue my request for an autograph when you finished in 11th place? We are merely distant relatives. Could you assist me, dear brother? Since brother Yu has spoken, how could I possibly refuse? Yun Yun, express your gratitude to your Uncle Li. Upon hearing Li Mubai's consent to help her compose a song, Wang Yunyun was overjoyed and cast aside any thoughts of hierarchy. Thank you, Uncle Li. Sing a few lines for me, Wang Yunyun announced, clearing her throat. If you wish to sing, then sing resoundingly, even if no one applauds for me. After delivering a few verses, Li Mubai nodded in approval. Her singing surpassed her own slightly. Li Mubai harbored an extensive repertoire of songs tailored for female voices, irrespective of the intended audience. After a brief moment of reflection, he began to inscribe in his notebook, titling the composition Learning to Meow. Although this catchy melody garnered mixed critiques, it was destined to achieve popularity. Its uncomplicated tune rendering it easily performable for Wang Yunyun. Yu Hongwei, Wang Yunyun, and the bald recording studio engineer encircled Li Mubai, keenly observing his artistic endeavor. His compositional prowess was nothing short of remarkable. He commenced writing with unwavering resolve. Inspiration surged forth abundantly. His talent was unmistakable. However, the lyrics bore a somewhat juvenile essence. "Do you have a cigarette?" "Yes." Although Yu Hongwei refrained from smoking, he perpetually carried a pack in his pocket. He offered a lighter to Wang Yunyun, subtly signaling her with his gaze. Dutifully, Wang Yunyun ignited it for Li Mubai. Everyone conveniently overlooked the conspicuous no-smoking sign. Li Mubai had yet to complete his cigarette. The lyrics and melody had been finalized. Despite having acquired the skill of composition, he profoundly yearned for the days spent crafting songs alongside the affluent girl. He cast a glance at Wang Yunyun. This time, he did not avert his gaze in disdain. It marked the first day since the affluent girl had departed. He longed for her presence. Li Mubai meticulously tore the completed lyrics and musical composition from his notebook, allowing Wang Yunyun the opportunity to familiarize herself with them. Subsequently, he commenced penning Sea of Flowers within his notebook. Despite Wang Yunyun's inability to decipher sheet music, the splendor of Li Mubai's lyrics and the elegance of his handwriting captivated all present. The three observers were left in a state of awe as Li Mubai concluded the creation of the lyrics and music for Sea of Flowers. In their minds, a singular word echoed: impressive, truly impressive. Li Mubai then entered the recording studio to initiate the recording process. After a brief moment of contemplation, he emerged once more, gesturing towards Wang Yunyun. "Dear niece, please position yourself in front of the glass window." "Oh." Wang Yunyun, somewhat bewildered, complied dutifully. "Do not frown. Present me with a stoic expression." "Like this?" she inquired, attempting to temper her wise gaze. "Perhaps close your eyes and look in that direction." Although Li Mubai characterized his gaze as wise, Wang Yunyun perceived it as lacking in flattery. "How am I to see if I close my eyes?" Li Mubai found herself momentarily speechless. She possesses a captivating beauty, yet regrettably, her intellect does not mirror her allure. "Turn your head to the right." "Splendid. Maintain this angle. Do not move." Wang Yunyun and the others within the recording studio appeared somewhat perplexed. What manner of performance art is this? Li Mubai signaled to the bald sound engineer to begin. As he gazed upon Wang Yunyun, memories of his time with Heijun surged forth, allowing him to envision the delightful little heiress laughing amidst the azalea blossoms once again. Time stands still. All flowers bloom. Love grows distant, yet becomes clearer. The sky may be overcast, yet affection persists. Do not depart. Distance cannot sever. Longing transforms into an ocean, unable to enter through the window. As Li Mubai sang, "Do not depart. Distance cannot sever." Tears began to flow uncontrollably. He felt an overwhelming debt to the little heiress. How could he ever hope to repay her? Wang Yunyun, apprehensive that Li Mubai might be displeased, dutifully maintained her posture, though her neck began to ache. She squinted slightly, casting furtive glances at Li Mubai. In his gaze, she discerned nothing but affection and a profound sense of obligation. Wang Yunyun's heart fluttered. She had never been regarded by a boy with such tender eyes. He appeared so despondent. Her own heart twisted in empathy. In that moment, Wang Yunyun felt an overwhelming desire to console Li Mubai, yearning to alleviate his sorrow. However, Li Mubai, noticing her furtive glances, abruptly lost his emotional momentum. As he exited the recording studio, the bald sound engineer promptly remarked, teacherly, "Your emotional expression this time was truly exceptional. Shall we attempt another take?" Li Mubai, dabbing at his tears with a tissue, replied, "Let us leave it as it is." "Brother Yu, I must take my leave now." "Already departing? Might we share dinner together this evening?" "No, I have certain matters to attend to." "Very well. Let us arrange another time." Yu Hongwei accompanied Li Mubai to the entrance of the company, casting a knowing glance at Wang Yunyun. Wang Yunyun appeared momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. "You should see him off." "Oh." Wang Yunyun hurriedly followed after him. "Li, uncle, permit me to accompany you." "There is no need. I drove here." Li Mubai opened the door of his AE-86 and settled into the seat. "Wow, in AE-86. I adore Jay Chou's melodies. I have watched him in Initial D, and Teacher Chen is incredibly cool. Uncle, could you take me for a ride?" Wang Yunyun suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. "Isn't it all about who escorts whom?" If she could cultivate a favorable relationship with Li Mubai, she would have an endless repertoire of songs to sing. Aren't you particularly fond of my songs? Wang Yunyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving her at a loss for words. Amusement flickered in Li Mubai's eyes as he observed her reaction. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the little heiress, although the heiress might appear somewhat simple-minded. Her wisdom surpassed that of many. In contrast, this girl exuded a genuine innocence. "Get in the car," she exclaimed cheerfully, hopping into the passenger seat while humming a lively tune. "Float, float, let it float," she sang, her hands dancing animatedly in the air. Li Mubai frowned at this spectacle, a wave of regret washing over him for permitting her presence in his vehicle. For a brief moment, he felt an urge to usher her out. "Behave yourself and fasten your seatbelt." "Oh," Wang Yunyun acquiesced, securing her seatbelt and settling in. She cast a sidelong glance at Li Mubai, captivated by his formidable presence and undeniable handsomeness. Throughout the journey, Li Mubai maintained a profound silence. As he lingered at an interminable red light, his gaze wandered to the passenger seat, where Wang Yunyun adorned a short skirt. It was indeed regrettable that she had chosen not to wear stockings. Had he acquiesced to her allure back then, she would have undoubtedly been a charming heiress accompanying him on a whimsical escapade. Sensing his gaze upon her, Wang Yunyun felt a twinge of shyness. After a moment's reflection, she bit her lip and remarked, "If you are so enamored with my legs, I might permit you to touch them, just once, no more." Li Mubai cast her a scornful glance. "Are you the one who dampens the mood?" he retorted, accelerating past the traffic light before pulling over to the roadside. "Get out." Wang Yunyun gasped in astonishment. "Get out." She shot him an affronted glare, unfastening her seatbelt. "Humph. Very well, I shall exit. I am not even that keen to ride in your car." After parting ways with Wang Yunyun, Li Mubai made his way to the oncology hospital to collect Xiaya. He was resolute in his commitment to see this matter through to its conclusion. Ensuring Xiaya's comfort was of utmost importance. How to orchestrate this? A comprehensive discussion was warranted. To infuse the dialogue with a touch of formality, Li Mubai escorted Xiaya to a suite in a 4-star hotel. His primary objective was to broaden Xiaya's horizons. Furthermore, the hotel featured a high-speed internet connection. After a day's reprieve, Dolua had fallen behind schedule. Li Mubai swiftly retrieved his drafts to expedite the catch-up process. The comments section had become increasingly acrimonious. He observed that even some of his most ardent admirers had begun to express their dissatisfaction. After venting their frustrations, they implored him to weave them into his narrative. Thus, their scathing critiques were but a prelude to their desire for a role as supporting characters. Li Mubai found it increasingly challenging to distinguish between allies and adversaries. Nevertheless, it appeared as though all were uniting in their opposition against him. He felt utterly confounded as to whom he might engage in discourse. Let it all be obliterated, he lamented, wearied by the turmoil. In response, Li Mubai composed a post inviting those willing to assume supporting roles to enlist, earnestly imploring them to abstain from any form of disparagement. Having been absent from QQ for 2 days, a cascade of notifications inundated him. "The wind tonight is rather tempestuous. My heart longs for you." Rintingting had altered her approach, now addressing Li Mubai in a more lyrical fashion. He opted to disregard her message, anticipating that she would soon relent. "We still have a delectable round of skewered meat awaiting us. Hai Yuan Wu Yinzu. Eat, 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 always with the food. I shall return shortly." Li Mubai reminisced about their elementary school days spent together, engrossed in the initial D anime. Both had aspired to portray Takumi Fujiwara. After much debate, they raced their bicycles to determine who could drift the farthest. The winner would assume the role of Takumi Fujiwara, while the loser would take on the character of Ryosuke Takahashi. They pledged to one day drive an AE-86 together, embracing their passion for drifting. Li Mubai planned to return and park the AE-86 before him, ready to savor a moment of leisure. The avatar of a cloud appeared tinged with gray. Li Mubai opened the chat box, contemplating for an extended period, yet he found himself bereft of words. In resignation, he closed it once more. Suddenly, the small speaker in the lower right corner flickered to life. Li Mubai clicked it open, unveiling a friend request. "I am Wang Yunyun. Please add me." Li Mubai speculated that she must have acquired his QQ number from Yu Hongwei. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to accept the request, for she was indeed his newly recognized niece. Li Mubai pondered the absurdity of their unconventional usernames. His niece expressed her remorse, pleading for forgiveness, while he acknowledged her obedience with a touch of affection. She mentioned hearing from Uncle Yu about their recent completion of the college entrance examination and shared her own application to the Shenyang Music Academy, inquiring about his choice. He replied that he had applied to the Northeast University of Technology. She remarked on the institution's high admission scores, admitting her own modest score of just over 300, which left her feeling hesitant about her aspirations. She pressed him for his score and whether he would secure admission, to which he confidently affirmed his success. She then expressed her admiration for his confidence, hoping he would not falter. A soft smirk graced his lips as a voice from behind disrupted his thoughts. It was Xiaya. Li Mubai turned to catch a glimpse of her. Fresh from her bath, she was draped only in a towel, her bare arms and thighs revealed, while the fabric modestly concealed her enticing curves. Xiaya shyly clutched a corner of the towel, and upon noticing Li Mubai's gaze, she averted her eyes. Her cheeks tinged with crimson. I hope I'm not intruding, she murmured. It's nothing. I was merely conversing with my niece, he replied gently. Ah, that is reassuring. As he observed Xiaoya's bashful demeanor, a wave of warmth enveloped Li Mubai. The weighty matters could certainly wait. They could be addressed at a later time. He rose and approached Xiaya, guiding her towards the bedside. You have had a long day as well. Whatever you wish to discuss, let us lie down. Or sit and converse. Xiaoya's complexion deepened further. I truly appreciate your kindness. Let us dispense with such formalities between us. Did your recording proceed smoothly today? Indeed. By the way, your towel is not draped quite properly. What do you imply? Why are you donning undergarments beneath the towel? Come. Allow me to impart to you the proper technique for adorning a towel. Please refrain from. Li Mubai gently pressed his lips against Xiaoya's, softly guiding her on the art of donning a towel. Initially, Xiaoya's body stiffened, but under Li Mubai's gentle tutelage, she gradually succumbed to relaxation, her gaze becoming increasingly ethereal. Li Mubai whispered sweetly into her ear, Last time, I may have indulged a tad too liberally. This time, I shall exercise greater tenderness. Xiaya appeared somewhat awkward. Li Mubai dedicated an entire hour, patiently instructing her until she finally grasped the essence of the task. Xiaya, her cheeks aglow, nestled into Li Mubai's embrace. Unable to meet his earnest gaze, the recent lesson had been rather mortifying. Yet, Li Mubai's demeanor was undeniably gentle. The previous encounter had been somewhat brusque, leaving Xiaya with lingering echoes of discomfort. Nevertheless, the two recent sensations of floating amidst the clouds had ignited a yearning within her. As she nuzzled against his chest like a playful kitten, Li Mubai internally admonished her to desist, fearing that another incident might unfold. Leaning closer, he softly inquired, What are your thoughts on this experience? Timidly, Xiaya playfully nudged his shoulder. Do you pose the same question to every girl? Li Mubai sensed an impending threat hovering above him. Why would such an uncomplicated girl present such a treacherous inquiry? There existed no correct answer to her question. Fortunately, Haiyuan, ever charming, possessed the quick wit to respond, What other girls are there? Truly, how many girlfriends have you had? I assure you, you are the sole one in my life. Deceiver. Xiaoya harbored such distrust for the punctuation in his declarations. Nonetheless, she derived comfort from the idea that if he were to mislead her, it would at least suggest that he held some concern for her. I have vowed it. Do you still doubt my word? A grand deceiver. Li Mubai, with unwavering confidence, placed his hand upon Xiaoya's heart, assuring her that every utterance was veracious. She was undeniably the singular presence in his existence. Nevertheless, he remained impervious to any doubt. Should you decide to disbelieve me, that is entirely your prerogative. Have you ever misled me? Ah, indeed. Li Mubai was taken aback. He had never deceived her, yet she had the audacity to assert that he had. I fabricated the claim of having advanced to the second year of junior high. In reality, I had abandoned my studies after elementary school. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly imperceptible. Li Mubai hesitated for a moment before erupting into laughter. Xiaoya's sincerity rendered such a falsehood unnecessary, and there was no need for her to unveil it either. The more he laughed, the more he found the situation amusing, struggling to contain his mirth. Witnessing his amusement, Xiaoya's expression morphed into one of distress. Do you look down upon those who have only completed elementary school? Not in the slightest. Then why do you laugh? Why did you assert you had reached the second year? Because you are a university student, and I feared you might regard me with disdain. Thus I concocted a trivial untruth. I feel remorseful, and now that I have confessed, you continue to mock me. Li Mubai's laughter subsided as he enveloped Xiaya in his embrace, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her. Xiaya, feeling vulnerable and sensitive, recognized that she ought not to be the target of his amusement. She treaded carefully even in her fabrications, daring only to embellish her educational background by a few years. A girl of her caliber was someone Li Mubai would never desire to hurt. Education holds little significance. Encountering a girl as extraordinary as you is my utmost blessing. You are deceiving me. I am not. In my eyes, you are unparalleled. You possess beauty, kindness, integrity, diligence, filial piety, and capability. Xiaoya had never before been the recipient of such an abundance of praise. Her heart felt as if it might dissolve. Although cognizant that Li Mubai was merely showering her with flattery, Xiaoya felt as if she were enveloped in sweetness. With each accolade from Li Mubai, she experienced a buoyancy akin to soaring on clouds. Please, refrain from tickling my ears, Xiaoya exclaimed, her ears delicate and fair, exquisitely charming. Nothing below the neck is permitted to be written, he replied. What do you mean? Oh, I was alluding to the content of my novel. Anything pertaining to below the neck shall not pass the review. You compose novels? Indeed. I would be delighted to read it. There is no urgency. We may converse about it later. Do you not require a bit more rest? The following day, Li Mubai accompanied Xiaoya to secure a fully furnished apartment in close proximity to the oncology hospital. Initially, Xiaoya had aspired to return to her position at the barbershop. However, Li Mubai believed it would be more prudent for her to remain and care for her ailing mother. The diagnosis of Xiaoya's mother's illness had come rather late, presenting only a 30% chance of recovery. As a devoted daughter, Xiaoya prioritized being by her mother's side, and Li Mubai wished to spare her from any future regrets. Upon parting, he entrusted Xiaoya with 20,000 yuan, apprehensive that offering a greater sum might lead her to decline. Tearfully, she expressed her concern over how she would ever repay him, to which Li Mubai proposed employing her as an assistant in the future, considering it an advance on her salary. It was only then that Xiaoya reluctantly acquiesced. Upon his return to Haiyuan County, Li Mubai first proceeded to collect Wang Su. Wang Su had been significantly affected by the E86, torn between his concern for his friend's tribulations and an envy of his vehicle. Consumed by jealousy, he implored Li Mubai to take him for a few laps around Haiyuan County. I haven't even become Takahashi Ryosuke, and now I've transformed into AMU. Wang Su expressed his grievances. Li Mubai, finding humor in Wang Su's reaction, replied, in the future, allocate less time to the internet and concentrate on more fruitful endeavors. You might also contemplate acquiring an FC. By the way, how much did you invest in this automobile? Wang Su hesitated. Not a significant amount at all. Li Mubai was suddenly reminded that the car was not his own, rendering it inappropriate to jest with Wang Su about it. He found himself lost in memories of the affluent young lady, yet he feared that disclosing her generosity in gifting the car would only serve to intensify Wang Su's jealousy. The chance of Wang Su acquiring a vehicle of his own seemed far more plausible than receiving one from a wealthy benefactor, particularly considering his steadily increasing girth, which would likely diminish his appeal to the affluent women. After taking Wang Su for a few spins around Haiyuan County, Li Mubai eventually returned the car to the Mingmingbei fruit supermarket. Having been absent for 2 days, Tian Mei felt quite distressed, though she held her tongue in front of Wang Su. This, indeed, was the true reason behind Li Mubai's decision to fetch Wang Su before heading home. Suppressing her ire, Tian Mei remarked, so you chose to return at last. Li Mubai, with a smile, responded, did I not inform mother that I would be in Qinyang City deliberating on a collaboration with Nongfu Spring? Engaging in discussions for 2 days? I also recorded 2 songs. Feeling quite mature now, purchasing a car without consulting the family? It is merely a pre-owned Toyota. How much do you think it cost, mother? This automobile is rather antiquated. It could scarcely be valued at more than 50,000. Mother, your estimation is remarkably precise. It amounted to just over 40,000 in total. Tian Mei beamed with pride. Li Mubai presented her with 2 items of discounted apparel from the mall. Only then did her ire subside. She chose to refrain from mentioning Li Mubai's absence from home for 2 or 3 consecutive days. In the days that followed, Li Mubai embraced the life of a recluse. Whether engrossed in writing or gaming, whenever fatigue overcame him, he would assist Tian Mei with her endeavors. He dedicated precious moments to his cherished mother, which brought her immense joy. However, not all shared in this delight. Rintingting was the most dissatisfied among them. Wang Su showcased a photograph of himself alongside an AE86 in the class group chat, inciting envy among the boys. Yet, it was later unveiled that it was Li Mubai's newly acquired vehicle, reportedly costing several $100,000. Li Mubai's latest songs, I Believe in Flower Sea, both soared up the charts. The most sensational occurrence was Li Mubai crafting an advertisement for Nongfu Spring. Li Mubai, 2 sentences that garnered Nongfu Spring 100 million. In the blink of an eye, Li Mubai emerged as a distinguished figure in the online realm, inundated with requests to compose songs. Reports indicated he commanded an initial fee of 100,000 per piece. However, Li Mubai exercised discretion, crafting melodies only for artists who piqued his interest. A contestant from a Supergirl elimination round unexpectedly garnered acclaim for performing a song penned by Li Mubai. As Li Mubai's acclaim ascended, the shortcomings of Rin Tingting became increasingly evident, casting a pall over her own setbacks. She discerned the pity, disdain, and mockery reflected in her classmates' gazes. Though she yearned to approach Li Mubai, she faltered, opting instead to remain at home, leaving daily missives for him on QQ. Clinging to the hope that he might reconsider his sentiments. That was until the fateful day the admission scores were revealed. Rin Tingting felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon her. She narrowly missed gaining entry to the Northeast Institute of Technology by a single point. They had once shared an ethereal promise to attend the same university, a fleeting glimmer of hope for Rin Tingting. She could never have envisioned that destiny would play such a cruel trick upon her. Today marked the revelation of the scores. Li Mubai had successfully secured his place at the Northeast Institute of Technology. Meanwhile, Tian Mei, adorned in the discounted apparel purchased by Li Mubai, engaged in conversation with neighbors at the doorstep. Regardless of the subject matter, Tian Mei invariably navigated the dialogue toward her son's impending university journey. The gold necklace had become a familiar sight to the neighbors, while her attire sparked fervent discussion. Tian Mei could scarcely comprehend that the thrifted garments her son referenced cost between 2,000 to 3,000 each, bearing the name Wei. This revelation weighed heavily upon her heart. Previously, she had also discovered that her son's pre-owned Toyota began at 200,000. Nevertheless, Tian Mei remained optimistic, choosing not to dwell on such trivialities. Her son was accomplished and dutiful. What more could she possibly desire? There lingered a singular, minor concern. Of late, several female classmates had been pursuing Li Mubai. Tian Mei could only sigh at the extraordinary handsomeness and exceptional talent of her son. A crimson beetle gradually came to a stop before the fruit supermarket. A tall, strikingly beautiful girl alighted from the driver's seat, captivating Tian Mei's gaze. "Auntie, does Li Mubai reside here? I am not Xiaohe. Oh, my dear. Someone is in search of you." Li Mubai emerged from the storeroom, cradling a box of fruit. Upon seeing Wang Yunyun, he was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you feel the need to emulate a wealthy young lady so much?" Wang Yunyun beamed upon spotting Li Mubai. "Uncle, I have come to see you." Tian Mei's expression darkened instantly. "What is amiss with this girl? Referring to me as auntie and my son as uncle. Such a confused hierarchy." Li Mubai felt a profound sense of discomfort, tracing delicate circles upon his temple with his fingertip, silently indicating to Tian Mei that the girl might not be entirely sound of mind. "Uncle, if you must make that gesture, could you at least refrain from doing it in my presence? I have not explicitly stated that you lack intellect. Consider it a matter of courtesy." Wang Yunyun eventually understood that her prior comment had been the crux of the issue. "Weren't you meant to be recording a show? How did you find yourself at my residence?" "Oh, I fear I have been blacklisted." "What transpired?" "I attended the recording of Happy Camp and inadvertently offended several of the hosts." "Do elaborate." "I am parched. That apple of yours appears rather enticing." With that, Wang Yunyun seized an apple, swiftly wiped it clean, and commenced to nibble upon it. Li Mubai's brow furrowed in dismay. Wang Yunyun possessed a certain charm, and her family was affluent. Yet, she radiated the essence of a girl from modest origins. When I encountered Teacher He, I greeted him, and he became irate. "What did you say?" "I remarked that I perceived you as somewhat diminutive on television. Yet I did not anticipate you to be quite this petite." Li Mubai was rendered completely speechless. A man's worth should never be scrutinized by a woman. Teacher He possesses quite the temper, yet it is improbable that he would cast you aside for such a trivial issue. Wang Yunyun continued, savoring her apple. Upon hearing this, Sister Na erupted in uncontrollable laughter. In an effort to connect with her, I inquired about her relationship with Lu Huahua. At that moment, Sister Na's demeanor shifted to one of palpable darkness. Li Mubai found himself entertained by the misfortunes of Wang Yunyun. After a 6-year relationship, they had recently parted ways. Truly, one has an uncanny ability to choose the most inopportune moments. How was I to know? At that juncture, another female host intervened to mediate the situation. I praised her and inquired about her name, only to witness her expression darken as well. At this moment, Li Mubai was laughing uncontrollably, tears cascading down his cheeks. The unassuming ex-fiancé girl had endured a multitude of hardships. Pray tell, what transpired with the other two? I am uncertain as to the reasons, yet I found myself overlooked. My opportunity on Happy Camp was squandered, and other television networks contrived various justifications to exclude me from their programs. Even the footage I had meticulously recorded was manipulated to omit my segments. Li Mubai abruptly discovered a belief in fate. It is no surprise that he had never encountered Wang Yunyun in his previous existence. She appeared to be the kind of individual whom destiny relentlessly pursued, only to ultimately reject her. Wang Yunyun gazed at Li Mubai with imploring eyes and beseeched, "Uncle, might you compose 2 additional songs for me?" "To what end?" With fervor illuminating her countenance, Wang Yunyun declared, "I intend to stage a resurgence in the music industry and surmount their obstructions." Li Mubai looked at her with unwavering sincerity and responded, "Have faith in me, my dear. Their restraint is ultimately for your own benefit." Wang Yunyun let out a wistful sigh, exclaiming, "Oh, how unfortunate. My father expresses the same sentiment, and now you echo it as well." Li Mubai nodded in assent, expressing his belief that his elder brother was indeed correct. His father maintained that he should prioritize completing his university education first. The aspiration of becoming a star could be deferred until he attained greater age and maturity. However, he found himself in disagreement with that assertion. "Really? I too believe one should grasp the opportunity for fame while it is at its zenith," he retorted. "No. What I mean is, I doubt you will achieve maturity even after university. How can you be so antiquated in your thinking?" He replied indignantly, "I have harbored dreams of becoming a star since my childhood." Wang Yunyun, ever the loquacious one, spoke with an unceasing flow of words. "It is nearly noon, and I find myself quite famished. Uncle, what shall we have for lunch?" Li Mubai gestured towards Tianmei and remarked, "The cook feels slighted by you. I fear I may bear the brunt of her displeasure and find myself famished." Wang Yunyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Then I shall extend my apologies to her." "Wait. I should not refer to her in that manner." Approaching the industrious Tianmei, Wang Yunyun said, "Grandma." Tianmei regarded Wang Yunyun with a frown, uncertain about acknowledging the title. Observing the discontent etched on Tianmei's features, Wang Yunyun realized her error once more. I believe I should take my leave." Tianmei, recognizing that Wang Yunyun bore no ill intent, softened her demeanor and urged, "It is noon. Why not partake in lunch before you depart?" No. I truly must be going, uncle." Li Mubai bid farewell to the hastily departing Wang Yunyun. Tianmei observed her receding silhouette and commented, "This child bears such a striking resemblance to Little He. I am uncertain. How is Little He faring in that enchanting country?" "I cannot say." "What do you know then?" Upon hearing Tianmei mention the affluent young girl, Li Mubai lost his inclination for playful banter with his mother and retreated upstairs to engage in writing. Rin Tingting arrived at the Mingmingbei fruit supermarket and fortuitously spotted Wang Yunyun exiting. Rin Tingting hesitated momentarily. Wasn't he Yijuan pursuing her studies abroad? No, wait. This was indeed Wang Yunyun. Rin Tingting had been captivated by Learn to Meow, a work penned by Li Mubai, leading her to pay particular attention to Wang Yunyun. A wave of anxiety enveloped Rin Tingting. Oh no. Could it be that Li Mubai's taste had shifted? Did he no longer hold affection for her? Was he now enamored with someone akin to He Yijuan? Rin Tingting entered the fruit supermarket with a sense of unease. Upon catching sight of her, Tianmei's face illuminated with a radiant smile. "Is that you, Tingting? Which university have you been accepted into?" The mention of the university brought forth a torrent of tears from Rin Tingting. "I did not gain admission to Northeast University of Technology. I fell just 1 point short. Just 1 point short," she lamented, her distress palpable. "Do not weep, dear. If you did not gain admission, it is not the end of the world. What significance does it hold?" Tianmei embraced Rin Tingting, providing solace. After a period of comforting, Rin Tingting's sobs gradually diminished. "My dear, which institution has accepted you?" Through her tears, Rin Tingting replied, "Yongning Normal University." Tianmei assured her, "Yongning Normal University is also a commendable institution. Upon graduation, becoming a teacher is indeed a noble path." Yet, Rin Tingting lamented, but Li Mubai is at Northeast University of Technology. Witnessing Rin Tingting weep inconsolably, Tianmei felt a profound ache in her heart. This young woman harbored a deep affection for her son. Among the myriad of girls who pursued Li Mubai, Tianmei found Tingting particularly endearing. "It is all right. You are both in Shenyang now, so cease your tears." At that moment, Tianmei observed a customer entering to purchase fruit. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gently patted Rin Tingting's back and said, "Auntie has matters to attend to. Li Mubai is upstairs. Let him speak with you. Go on." Rin Tingting nodded, wiping her tears as she ascended the stairs. "My dear son, this is the extent of my assistance." After attending to the customer, Tianmei glanced at the time and began to prepare lunch. "Oh dear. I neglected to inquire about Tingting's culinary preferences." Upon returning to his chamber, Li Mubai drew the curtains and adorned his ears with headphones. effectively shielding himself from the intrusive sunlight and cacophony of the outside world. Once he regained his composure, he nestled into his chair at the computer desk, surrendering himself to the depths of his literary creation. At that moment, he was meticulously constructing a gripping battle sequence. The adversary, seizing a fleeting opportunity during Tang San's distraction, executed a sudden assault, enveloping him from behind. In that instant, Li Mubai sensed a palpable weight upon his shoulder. Peering downward, he was taken aback to find a pair of arms encircling him from behind. A shiver coursed through his spine. What on earth? Acting on pure instinct, Li Mubai swiftly elbowed backward. Upon turning around, he was confronted by the sight of Ren Tingting, who had collapsed to the ground, shielding her face. Li Mubai was momentarily taken aback, unable to dispel the shock from the earlier fright. From whence did Ren Tingting emerge? Why had she so suddenly ambushed him? Ren Tingting, already engulfed in a sense of despair, felt even more aggrieved after being struck by Li Mubai. Observing that he neither offered an apology nor extended a hand to assist her, she succumbed to tears once again, her wails resonating with profound sorrow. Witnessing her genuine distress, Li Mubai experienced a pang of anxiety. Had he truly inflicted such pain upon her? What brings you here? Are you unwell? He extended his hand to help Ren Tingting to her feet. Once upright, she instinctively enveloped Li Mubai in her arms, weeping with a heart-rending fervor. Li Mubai contemplated the notion of pushing her away but ultimately found himself unable to do so. After all, he had just treated her rather harshly moments prior. Why didn't you knock? He inquired. I did knock. You simply did not hear, she replied. Li Mubai gently caressed her back, deeming it prudent to offer her comfort first. He certainly wished to avoid his mother witnessing the scene and mistakenly believing he was mistreating her. As he turned around, Li Mubai spotted Tian Mei standing at the threshold of his bedroom. She covered her eyes, feigning ignorance of the situation. Without affording Li Mubai an opportunity to clarify, she swiftly descended the staircase. Feeling misjudged by his mother, Li Mubai pushed Ren Tingting away with a hint of irritation. What are you doing up here? He demanded. Ren Tingting, tears streaming down her face, responded, Annie asked me to come up. Please don't be angry with me. Initially intending to chastise Ren Tingting for her unexpected intrusion, Li Mubai softened his demeanor upon noticing her tear-streaked cheeks. What is it that you desire? He asked. I failed to pass the entrance examination for Northeast University of Technology, missing the mark by a mere point. Whoa. In her despair, Ren Tingting once again threw herself into Li Mubai's embrace, weeping. Li Mubai pondered internally. I had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. He made an effort to push her away, but Ren Tingting clung to his neck, unwilling to release her grasp. Inadvertently, they collided with the edge of the bed and both fell onto it. Release me, he implored. I refuse. Li Mubai endeavored to gently extricate her arms from around his neck, concerned about causing harm to her fragile limbs. After a brief struggle, he finally succeeded in detaching her hands. Fearing she might launch herself at him once more, he secured her hands to the bed. Have you lost your senses? Li Mubai, do you no longer harbor feelings for me? In the sweltering embrace of July, with the curtains drawn tight, the room became oppressively warm. After a whirlwind of activity, Ren Tingting found herself breathless, her forehead adorned with beads of perspiration, her hair clinging to her brow and flushed cheeks. Her pitiable expression, as she bit her lip, possessed an unusual allure that stirred something deep within Li Mubai. He found himself utterly captivated. The current situation felt somewhat awkward, as it seemed he had her ensnared upon the bed. Let us rise, he suggested. Do you truly no longer harbor feelings for me? In her fervor, Ren Tingting entwined her legs around Li Mubai's waist. Please, do not, he implored, casting a quick glance towards the door. Should Tian Mei happen upon this scene, clearing his name would be an insurmountable task. He reached down to disentangle her legs. As Ren Tingting's hands were liberated, she once again encircled his neck. Li Mubai lamented the wish for additional hands. What peculiar whimsy possessed this girl today? After a brief struggle, he ultimately succeeded in securing both of her hands with one of his, finally freeing up a hand. Ren Tingting abruptly sensed a shift in Li Mubai's demeanor. Her heart soared with elation. With sultry eyes, she gazed at him and alluringly whispered, You still harbor feelings for me, do you not? As she spoke, she instinctively arched her back slightly. Li Mubai experienced an unexpected jolt throughout his being. A tingling sensation coursed through their bodies, emanating from the point of contact directly to the mind. Ren Tingting's attire appeared somewhat disheveled, her skirt having ridden up to reveal a pair of pale yellow panties. Li Mubai, entranced by the firmness and elasticity of Ren Tingting's thigh, found himself swallowing hard. Despite his desire to distance himself, his body appeared to betray him, brushing against her involuntarily on 2 occasions. Observing Li Mubai's reaction, Rintingting bit her lip and leaned in closer, yearning for his touch. As he beheld her enchanting figure, Li Mubai felt his resolve wane, his body gradually inclining towards her. With his handsome visage drawing nearer, Rintingting felt herself yielding, her eyes fluttering shut. "Dinner is ready. Come eat." The voice of Tian Manmei from downstairs jolted Li Mubai back to reality. Seizing the opportunity while Rintingting was momentarily distracted, he swiftly withdrew. When Rintingting reopened her eyes, she beheld Li Mubai, his back to her, surreptitiously adjusting his trousers. "What are you doing here? You're disrupting my writing." Hearing Li Mubai's enigmatic lament, Rintingting approached him from behind and enveloped him in her embrace. "Shall we reconcile?" "Reconcile? When have we ever truly been united?" Li Mubai, exasperated, extricated himself from Rintingting's hold and made his way downstairs. Unfazed, Rintingting simply smiled with delight. It was evident that Li Mubai harbored feelings for her. She pressed her legs together, reminiscing about the near encounter from moments prior. If only she had exerted a bit more effort. Upon reaching the ground floor, just as Li Mubai was poised to explain himself to Tian Manmei, he caught her cheerfully addressing Rintingting from behind. "Tingting, I was uncertain of your preferences, so I prepared a bit of everything. Come, let us share a meal together." As Rintingting descended the staircase, adjusting her attire and hair with a touch of shyness, she replied, "Auntie, I'm not particular. I shall eat anything." Li Mubai furrowed his brow at her antics. Could she not have presented herself more elegantly before descending? Was she intentionally putting on a display for my mother? At the dining table, Rintingting and Tian Manmei engaged in cheerful conversation over mundane topics, while Li Mubai sat in silence, partaking of his meal. "What a spectacle! I shall discreetly observe your performance." Rintingting lifted a chicken wing and placed it into Li Mubai's bowl. "Here, enjoy this chicken wing." Li Mubai, observing her gesture, coldly lifted his bowl. "I can serve myself." Rintingting, feeling slighted, awkwardly grasped her chopsticks, her expression tinged with mild distress. "You child, why are you so thoughtless?" Tian Manmei chastised Li Mubai, her countenance stern. "This little rascal does not appreciate kindness. Offer it to Annie instead." "Indeed, Auntie's culinary creations are delightful." Rintingting bestowed a sweet smile upon Tian Manmei. Subsequently, Tian Manmei served Rintingting a portion of braised eggplant, cheerfully proclaiming, "If you relish it, do come by often, and I shall prepare it for you again." "Thank you, Auntie." Shifting her gaze back to Li Mubai, Tian Manmei spoke with a serious demeanor. "Why do you perpetually wear such a grave expression? Show a bit more kindness towards Tingting." Noticing Li Mubai's reprimand, Rintingting swiftly changed the subject. "Auntie, your braised eggplant is utterly exquisite. How do you prepare it? I would be eager to learn." Tian Manmei bestowed a glance of admiration upon Rintingting. "The preparation is rather straightforward. The essence of this dish resides in the initial frying." Li Mubai was somewhat astonished by Tian Manmei's remarkable ability to shift her expressions. She exuded warmth and kindness towards Rintingting, yet presented a fierce and intimidating demeanor towards him. "Madam Tian, might you elucidate who your genuine son is?" Li Mubai cast a disapproving glance at Rintingting. Upon sensing his scrutiny, Rintingting responded with a charming smile directed towards him. Li Mubai sensed as if an ethereal experience bar was pulsating above her head. LV1, LV2, LV3, LV10. She had truly ascended to a higher echelon. Li Mubai soon found himself satiated after a brief period. Rintingting began to clear the table, diligently tidying up. However, Tian Manmei swiftly interjected upon observing the scene. "Tingting, kindly set that down. It is unnecessary for you to do so." Rintingting responded with a charming smile. "It is quite all right, Auntie. I frequently assist my mother at home." With a light-hearted spirit, Tian Manmei joined Rintingting in the kitchen to complete the cleaning. Before departing, she playfully cast a glance at Li Mubai. Li Mubai contemplated. "The reason for my affection towards the green tea maiden lies in my discovery of its origin. It must be a legacy inherited from Tian Manmei. I have witnessed the exquisite rapport between Tian Manmei and Rintingting." Li Mubai was abruptly overtaken by a wave of apprehension. "Tingting, do you intend to assume the role of Shin Meizhuang?" Li Mubai opted against ascending the staircase. Instead, he remained below to assist with the sale of goods. He harbored concerns that Rintingting's presence above might impede his creative endeavors. In the meantime, Rintingting appeared to be relishing her time with Tian Manmei, as if they were immersed in an endless exchange of discourse. Tales of his childhood blunders, such as the embarrassment of bedwetting at the tender age of 5 and a mischievous firecracker episode at 6, had already been divulged by Tian Manmei. As their conversation unfolded, They not only engaged in whispers but also exchanged radiant smiles. Yet, a moment of pause ensued. There were merely 3 individuals within this establishment. Whom were they plotting against? While conversing with Tian Mei, Rintingting ensured to cast a lingering glance towards Li Mubai. Li Mubai experienced a persistent irritation within him. I shall take a walk, he declared, revealing his desire to venture outdoors. My dear son, please accompany Tingting for a stroll. It is rather monotonous for her to remain by my side perpetually. Not at all. I take pleasure in conversing with Auntie. Ah, indeed, the youth possess a shared understanding. The 2 of them clasped hands and exchanged a few more words before, with a hint of reluctance, parting ways. Li Mubai accompanied Rintingting out of the fruit supermarket. Yet they had scarcely gone far before pausing in a narrow alley. It is getting rather late. You ought to return home, he suggested. Rintingting gently pulled at Li Mubai's sleeve, her voice soft and tender as she replied, What do you mean by late? It is merely a little past 1. Auntie requested that you take me out for a leisurely stroll. Li Mubai rolled his eyes. I have no desire to accompany you, he declared. Then simply act as though I am invisible. I must return home to write. I shall accompany you and promise not to intrude upon your work. Could you kindly refrain from being so needy? It is only natural for one to be insistent when harboring affection for another. Li Mubai was momentarily taken aback. Had he exhibited such behavior towards Rintingting in the past, she would have fled in tears. The newly evolved green tea sister evidently possessed an extraordinary ability, the countenance of tea. The countenance of tea fortifies one's resilience through the essence of tea, augmenting immunity against mockery, insults, and sarcasm as one's prowess escalates. Li Mubai mused, You are compelling me to reveal my most formidable tactic. I am currently in a relationship. Rintingting's expression momentarily faltered before she emitted a soft chuckle, disbelief etched upon her features. Who is she? That is of no concern to you. Well then, I shall refrain from troubling myself with it. Observing Rintingting's skepticism, Li Mubai retrieved his phone and unveiled a photograph. In the image, Xiaoyao had captured a moment while Li Mubai lay in slumber at the hotel. He appeared serenely asleep, while Xiaoyao playfully displayed a peace sign beside him, her smile radiant. Li Mubai extended the phone towards Rintingting. Upon gazing at the photograph, Rintingting's countenance transformed dramatically. Li Mubai noted her reaction, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Surrender. Dear Green Tea, you are merely suited to be my vanquished rival, the most sentimental of Haiwan at level 99. You aspire to be Shinmei Zhuang. Yet I have no inclination to embody Yongzheng. As Li Mubai reveled in his victory, he suddenly perceived a surge of tea energy emanating from Rintingting. The experience bar above her head surged once more. LV10, LV11, LV12, LV20. She had ascended yet again. Rintingting's expression transformed into a sweet smile once more. Is this your substitute? Quite impressive. Yet she cannot compare to me, can she? Li Mubai's jaw dropped in astonishment. No. Who exactly is the protagonist here? Forcing oneself to level up during battle. This is a power reserved for the main character, is it not? Li Mubai scoffed. She is far superior. Unfazed, Rintingting leaned closer to Li Mubai's ear and enticingly whispered, How can you ascertain her superiority if you have yet to experience it? Li Mubai pushed Rintingting away. Today, she was particularly formidable. Wu Yanzu from Haiwan had no desire to engage with her. Li Mubai approached the E86, opened the door, and took his seat inside. When Rintingting endeavored to join him, he locked the door. With an affected softness, she inquired, Where are you going? Li Mubai disdainfully retorted, To find my girlfriend. Undeterred, Rintingting proclaimed, I wish to accompany you. Li Mubai ignited the engine, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he declared, You need not worry. I shall manage on my own. Rintingting observed as Li Mubai drove off, a smile gracing her face. One day, you shall be mine, she mused. Beneath the cerulean sky, amidst the fluffy white clouds, on the sandy shore where coconut palms swayed gently, Li Mubai removed his sunglasses. Realizing he was reclined upon a beach chair, a pair of delicate white feet rested upon his beach shorts, feeling oddly familiar. Following the elegant feet and long, graceful legs, he beheld a breathtaking beauty adorned in a bikini, immersed in her book. Upon noticing Li Mubai had stirred, she set her book aside, revealing the cool and captivating visage of He Yijuan. Ah, you are awake, she exclaimed. Li Mubai found himself in a state of perplexity. Before him stood a more mature incarnation of He Yijuan, eliciting a hearty laugh from him. Big brother Bai. Although her visage had yet to materialize, her voice heralded her presence. Li Mubai required no sight to discern that it was Ruan Xiaoro. As he shifted his gaze, a wave of astonishment enveloped him. Could this phenomenon truly continue to evolve beyond the age of 18? My trepidation of giants is poised to resurface. In a playful manner, Wan Xiaoro tossed a ball towards Li Mubai's head. The inflatable orb rebounded and settled in the sand. Upon retrieving it, Wan Xiaoro erupted into giggles and darted away. Big brother Bai, come chase me, ha 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 ha. Li Mubai rose from the beach chair. Water. Thank you. The one who offered him water was Xiaoyu. Her youthful countenance had evolved, radiating elegance. Another He Juan? No, it ought to be Wang Yunyun. Wang Yunyun, adorned with sunglasses, frolicked with several alluring bikini-clad maidens, accompanied by vibrant melodies. However, the other bikini-clad figures turned away, rendering them indistinguishable. Li Mubai inadvertently trod upon another. The young woman reclined on the sandy shore. Her diminutive frame accentuated by a chest as flat as a runway, her visage concealed beneath an oversized sun hat. She was clad in a cosplay ensemble depicting the character Xiao Qiao from the game Honor of Kings, embellished with vibrant unicorn motifs. Li Mubai crouched low, cautiously posing the question, "Are you my daughter?" "Get lost, you old lecher," she retorted. My goodness, that voice was far more abrasive than my own. She could not possibly be my offspring. Have I wandered into another dimension? Or is this merely an illusion? As I entertained the thought of it being a dream, the entire world began to oscillate and disintegrate. Indeed, it was a dream. Yet, it appeared that one individual was conspicuously absent. Li Mubai approached a gathering of enchanting figures clad in bikinis, their backs turned to him, in an attempt to validate his suspicions. To his dismay, each of these captivating individuals bore the familiar visage of Rintingting. "Are you in search of me?" inquired Wang Yunyun from nearby. Yet, when Li Mubai turned to gaze upon her, he found her countenance had morphed into that of Rintingting. In the distance, Wan Shiro frolicked with a ball. He Yuan immersed herself in a book, and a young girl reclined on the ground. They all gravitated towards Li Mubai, each embodying the essence of Rintingting. Their forms intertwined, coalescing into a colossal figure of Rintingting. Above her head, the inscription LV999999 flickered. The numbers so extensive that they eluded full comprehension at a mere glance. The giant Rintingting beamed a sweet smile. "You cannot escape." Li Mubai was seized by a profound terror. "Do not approach any closer. Brother Bai, awaken, I implore you to awaken." Li Mubai, drenched in perspiration, abruptly awakened with a start. "Brother Bai, did you experience a nightmare?" He gasped for air, surveying his surroundings, only to realize he was in Xiaoya's rented apartment. With this revelation, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Xiaoya tenderly stroked Li Mubai's head, cradling him gently in her embrace. "What were you dreaming about?" Li Mubai mumbled incoherently. She was so tall, so majestic, with such an elevated presence. Just like a titan from Attack on Titan. Xiaoya chuckled softly. "It is time to rise. We have significant matters to attend to." "Oh dear." As Xiaoya rose from the bed, her legs faltered, nearly causing her to stumble. But she managed to grasp the bed for support. She cast an exasperated glance at Li Mubai. Feeling a touch embarrassed, Li Mubai laughed sheepishly. A brief separation feels akin to a new marriage. Last night proved to be rather tumultuous. I must confess, the newly enhanced Rintingting exhibits some extraordinary talents. Yesterday, her antics stirred a considerable agitation within me. In a fit of impulse, I drove for 2 hours in search of Xiaoya. How could I, a distinguished and devoted level 99 from Haiyuan, allow myself to be outwitted by a mere level 20 green tea? I must exercise caution in her presence from now on. After Li Mubai completed his morning rituals, Xiaoya had already prepared 2 steaming bowls of wontons on the table, one large and the other small. "Do try some." I made them myself. Li Mubai took a bite. The wrappers were delicate, the filling abundant, and the flavor exquisite. Truly splendid. If you enjoy it, please indulge further. Xiaoya, possessing a modest appetite, soon departed from the table. Upon finishing, Li Mubai observed Xiaoya applying her makeup, and he embraced her from behind. "It tickles. Do refrain from licking, Save the makeup for later." "No. That cannot be. Pressing matters must take precedence." "Certainly. The matters of significance are undeniably urgent." "You are aware of their urgency, yet you continue to jest." Xiaoya playfully pushed Li Mubai aside and lightly struck him upon the shoulder. "Hurry and change your attire," she urged. "Very well, very well." When Li Mubai approached Xiaoya the previous day, he did so under the pretense of attending a recruitment event, much to her delight. Her aspirations as an assistant were finally beginning to manifest. Li Mubai lingered as he prepared himself. By the time he was fully attired, Xiaoya had completed her makeup. She was donning a fresh pair of stockings, stirring a flutter of anticipation within Li Mubai. The stockings were new, contrasting with the 2 pairs that lay torn upon the floor from the previous night. Once she was fully adorned, Xiaoya presented herself before Li Mubai and inquired, "How do I appear, Mr. Li?" Li Mubai smiled in response, "I still prefer when you address me as brother Bai." Xiaoya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How vexing. As they ventured outdoors, Xiaoya softly murmured in Li Mubai's ear, "I shall address you as brother Bai once more this evening." Li Mubai felt an unwillingness to endure the wait until nightfall. He yearned to return home and tear another pair of stockings. Xiaoya laughed lightly and scampered off. "I shall await you downstairs, Mr. Li. You little temptress, just wait until tonight." Li Mubai drove to the talent market in Qin City. After settling the payment, he acquired a modest booth. Behind the booth, it proclaimed a cloud gaming company. Positions available included game development, planning, art, operations, clerical work, and finance. However, few candidates arrived. And those who met Li Mubai's standards were even rarer. Talent associated with gaming predominantly congregated in the capital and the Magic City. Though Qin City is an economic hub in the northeast, it lacks a sufficient pool of gaming professionals. Xiaoya sat attentively at the booth, her delicate face flushed. Li Mubai, feeling rather weary, stifled a yawn and resorted to discreetly caressing Xiaoya's thigh for a momentary thrill. Xiaoya struggled a few times, but could not shake off Li Mubai's unwelcome advances, ultimately resigning herself to the situation. A quiet girl with glasses approached the booth and took a seat. "Hello, my name is Chu Xin, and I am submitting my resume for your consideration. I am eager to apply for the position of clerk." Li Mubai perused the resume, observing that she hailed from Qinyang and, rather remarkably, was a senior at the same university as he. "Very well, it is you." Chu Xin appeared slightly taken aback. "Have I been accepted?" Li Mubai responded with utmost gravity, "Indeed. You are now officially employed. Then, where is our office situated? You should secure a location for our office." Chu Xin experienced a twinge of disbelief. The cloud gaming company seemed rather precarious. "May I inquire about the salary structure?" "A monthly remuneration of 2,000 yuan, with bonuses calculated separately." "Is that truly the amount?" Li Mubai presented Chu Xian with 2,000 yuan. "This is your salary for the current month." Chu Xian clutched the money, somewhat incredulous. Is he not concerned that I might abscond with the cash? Nevertheless, the money was already in her possession, so she resolved to commence her duties. It is indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. To secure an office space, one must present the original copy of the company's business license, a letter of authorization from the legal representative, and a photocopy of the identification card. Li Mubai nodded. This bespectacled senior appeared quite seasoned. "Oh, you may address these matters with Assistant Sun at my side." "Very well." Chu Xin acknowledged Xiaoya with a nod, who returned the gesture with a smile. "Then why do you remain seated across from me? Please, come in and take a seat." Chu Xin hesitated for a moment before entering the booth and settling beside Xiaoya. In that instant, she transitioned from a job seeker to an interviewee. "Assistant Sun, where are our employee badges?" Xiaoya inquired, glancing at Li Mubai. "Make a note of it. You shall attend to it later." "Ah, what of the business cards?" "You shall oversee that." "And what of the individual responsible for procurement?" "You may manage that for the time being. You can recruit someone later." "Surely, we possess a finance department? For inquiries regarding expenses, you may consult Assistant Sunday." "How many individuals comprise our company?" "At present, there are merely 3 of us. We are currently engaged in the hiring process." "And what of our superior?" "The superior is conversing with you at this very moment." Chu Xian regarded the seemingly younger Li Mubai with a sense of skepticism. She pondered the prospect of returning the 2,000 yuan. Despite our company being modest and currently under-resourced, this signifies an extraordinary opportunity for advancement. In other organizations, one would seldom encounter such all-encompassing development. As our company flourishes and prospers, securing funding and pursuing a public offering, you shall be counted among the founding members. Promotions and salary enhancements will lie within your grasp, propelling you towards the zenith of your career. It is merely within reach. You must treasure this unique opportunity. "Very well, boss." Chu Xian experienced a fleeting surge of enthusiasm, only to subsequently fortify her determination to prepare for a swift departure at any moment. "Greetings, I am here for the job application." Li Mubai glanced over, revealing the presence of a man. "Please submit your resume to Manager Chu over there." "Understood." Chu Xian found herself momentarily at a loss for words, as the HR manager turned out to be none other than herself. Li Mubai perused the few resumes he had received. "Assistant Sun, what is your impression of the candidates we are interviewing?" Xiaoya directed her gaze toward Li Mubai, silently contemplating her lack of awareness. All the applicants were university students, each one more accomplished than she. "It's perfectly fine. Do not hesitate to share your thoughts." Li Mubai perceived the uncertainty in Xiaoya and gently urged her to express her thoughts. I am uncertain, she confessed. But it struck me that the gentleman in the white shirt appeared less like an earnest interviewer and more like someone who frequently cast sidelong glances at me. Assistant Sun articulated a salient point. We must disregard those lacking in integrity. You have now aided the company in averting an ill-fated choice. Li Mubai took hold of Xiaoya's hand, clutching the pin, and inscribed in Zupan that resume. Xiaoya nodded, somewhat bewildered. For the elementary school graduate had inadvertently dictated the professional destiny of a university student. Have faith, rely on your discernment. Should you make a mistake, fret not. Your brother shall provide support. A shy smile graced Xiaoya's lips. Meanwhile, Chu Xian observed, shaking her head. Are you too nearly indulging in a game of make-believe? I sincerely desire to reclaim the sum of 2,000 yuan. As midday drew near, the throng within the talent market began to diminish. Li Mubai rose and proclaimed. That will be all for today. To honor our new employees, let us partake in a company dinner. Chu Xian, you shall select the venue. Chu Xian considered absconding with the refund, but hesitated to depart upon hearing of the dinner. Is there a location that would suffice? Anywhere is acceptable. What about Golden Leopard? It has been an eternity since I last savored its delights. Let us proceed there. Such a magnanimous employer. The Golden Leopard buffet was extraordinarily popular a decade ago. However, it encountered a series of closures due to imprudent expansion prior to 2020. Chu Xian was oblivious to the fact that the lengthy duration Li Mubai alluded to spanned 7 or 8 years. Li Mubai transported the two to Huafu International. The interior of the Golden Leopard was opulently adorned, accentuating a high-end buffet experience. Haagen-Dazs, grilled eel, tiramisu, salmon, foie gras, sashimi, roasted suckling pig, tiger crab, curry crab, steak, and a plethora of other delicacies were lavishly displayed. To Chu Xian, a salary of 2,000 yuan appeared substantial. However, the price of 238 yuan per person was still slightly beyond her means as a culinary enthusiast. Fortunately, today she encountered a generous proprietor. Xiaoya gazed at the abundant array of ingredients, feeling somewhat daunted. Can we take anything from here? Indeed. How marvelous. Once my mother recovers, I shall bring her here as well. Certainly. Xiaoya encountered an array of ingredients previously unfamiliar to her. Fearing the pangs of embarrassment, she opted for only those she could identify. Li Mubai keenly observed as Xiaoya selected a plethora of seafood, including lobster and king crab. Meanwhile, Chu Xian, displaying her seasoned experience, began with an enticing assortment of fruits. Upon their return to the table, Li Mubai tenderly commenced peeling the seafood to feed Xiaoya. Is it delectable? Do not merely feed me. You should partake as well. Xiaoya felt a twinge of shyness, recalling only the moments of being fed by her mother during her childhood. Li Mubai revealed a gentle demeanor that was previously unbeknownst to her. Chu Xian, indeed, was a remarkably ravenous eater. Despite her diminutive frame, her appetite was nothing short of astonishing. The plate beside her loomed high, surpassing the combined height of both Li Mubai's and Xiaoya's plates. Boss, how shall we orchestrate our afternoon? After offering Xiaoya a piece of crab stick, Li Mubai responded, merely concentrate on the tasks I entrusted to you earlier. Chu Xian contemplated for a moment, adjusting her spectacles as she articulated, first and foremost, we must secure an office space, otherwise we shall lack a suitable environment to work. Could you furnish me with a copy of the business license? She inquired. That is not feasible, came the reply. Then how am I to proceed with the rental? We have yet to acquire the business license. A wave of frustration washed over Chu Xian. Even a shell company possesses a business license. What sort of organization have I aligned myself with? How does the talent market govern such affairs, permitting individuals like this to oversee recruitment? When you find the time, please attend to the procurement of the business license. It will prove to be an invaluable experience for you, Li Mubai suggested. Chu Xian mused to herself, experience? Were it not for the 2,000 yuan remuneration you bestowed upon me in the repast at the Golden Cheetah, I would have departed long ago. Today being Saturday, our endeavors remain unfulfilled. Alas, I neglected to mention, we are not engaged in work today. Let us defer until Monday for you and Xiaoya to proceed together. Very well. Upon vacating the Golden Cheetah, Li Mubai escorted Chu Xian to relish her weekend. With ample time at their disposal, he accompanied Xiaoya to the shopping mall. This time, they eschewed opulent boutiques. Instead, they casually procured some garments along the pedestrian street. After perusing luxury items worth thousands, the purchase of clothing in the hundreds now seemed entirely reasonable to Xiaoya. She found it intriguing, as she had previously adorned herself in apparel costing merely a few dozen yuan. often deliberating for days before acquiring anything exceeding 100. Now, spending several hundred yuan felt quite justified, although she still regarded certain items as superfluous. A few modest pieces of fabric priced over 100 appeared excessive. Li Mubai insisted on aiding her selection, which rendered Xiaoyu somewhat self-conscious. "Ensure you change into them and showcase them to me later," he remarked, winking at her. Xiaoyu felt a warmth rise to her cheeks, instinctively pressing her legs together. As the afternoon approached 2 o'clock, Li Mubai received a text message. Upon reading it, his expression darkened. "I apologize, but I must return to Haiyuan shortly." A wave of reluctance washed over Xiaoyu at his words. "What troubles you?" Xiao expressed that a young boy has been troubling her. "I harbor some concern and plan to check on her after her evening study session. Do you require my company?" "No, you ought to return." Xiaoyu accompanied Li Mubai back to Haiyuan, as she still had some belongings remaining in the girls' dormitory there. "Indeed, I am quite intrigued to see the girls' dormitory. That is strictly forbidden. Boys are not allowed. Farewell. Contact me if you need assistance. Farewell." Upon returning to the fruit supermarket, Li Mubai noticed Ren Tingting diligently mopping the floor. "You have returned." As Ren Tingting's smile became increasingly radiant, Li Mubai's irritation mounted. "Why are you still here? Do you not have a home?" Unperturbed by Li Mubai's barbs, Ren Tingting continued her task. "Why do you consistently target Tingting?" Witnessing Li Mubai's disdain towards Ren Tingting, Tian Manmei felt a sense of displeasure. Li Mubai remained reticent. "Ah, a woman ensnared by the enchanting allure of a green tea girl. Does she truly harbor the belief that this green tea sister holds any affection for you? An elderly woman? She merely yearns for the physique of your son." Nevertheless, Li Mubai chose to remain aloof. Indeed, Ren Tingting possessed a distinctive charm that could soothe Tian Manmei. If she preferred to linger in the store, so be it, as long as her mother found contentment. Yet, for Li Mubai, the situation was entirely different. He longed to retreat to the sanctuary of the upper floor, but was apprehensive of the potential for Ren Tingting to launch an unexpected advance upon him. Since her transformation, Ren Tingting appeared completely oblivious to the notion of modesty. Should she behave as she did previously, Li Mubai genuinely feared losing control. "I too am fond of green tea girls. Li Mubai, are you at home?" A girl with a somewhat youthful voice appeared at the entrance of the fruit market. "Xiaoxue, what brings you here?" "I was out shopping and happened to pass by." Xiaoxue, whose full name was Wu Yingxing, had occasionally engaged in conversations with Li Mubai online after having requested his autograph. Upon her arrival, Li Mubai perceived her presence as quite serendipitous. "Come in and have a seat. I shall not intrude upon your time," he warmly invited. Taken aback by Li Mubai's cordial reception, Wu Yingxing felt a mixture of surprise and delight. However, what astonished her even more was the sight of Ren Tingting diligently mopping the floor upon her entrance. Was it not rumored in their class that Li Mubai and Ren Tingting had experienced a falling out? "Tingting, you are here as well," she remarked. "Indeed. It has been a while, Xiaoxue," Ren Tingting replied with a radiant smile, though she remained skeptical of the idea that Wu Yingxing had merely chanced upon the shop. "Mom, this is my high school classmate, and soon to be my college classmate, Wu Yingxing." "Hello, Auntie," Wu Yingxing greeted. "Hello, Xiwu. Please come in and make yourself comfortable." Upon discovering that Wu Yingxing would be her son's classmate in college, Tian Manmei's enthusiasm soared. "Xiaoxue, did you not express a desire to learn about the continuation of Doluo? I have completed the outline for the forthcoming volume. Perhaps you could assist me in refining it." "Certainly. Follow me." Li Mubai beckoned Wu Yingxing to ascend the stairs. As they climbed, he provocatively arched an eyebrow at Ren Tingting. "So, you intend to linger in my abode, do you? Are you yearning for my presence? I shall grant you not a single opportunity." Ren Tingting appeared entirely unfazed, instead casting a flirtatious glance at Li Mubai. Upon reaching the upper floor, Li Mubai retrieved 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator, offering one to Wu Yingxing. "Here, enjoy a drink." "Thank you." Faced with Li Mubai's affable disposition, Wu Yingxing found herself in a state of mild discomposure. She had initially ventured forth to test her fortune and discern whether she could draw nearer to Li Mubai. To her astonishment, she was met with such a gracious welcome from him. In reality, their acquaintance was quite tenuous. During his high school years, Li Mubai's affections were exclusively directed towards Ren Tingting. The other girls regarded him with a certain disdain, perceiving him merely as a lovesick fool. However, following graduation, Li Mubai achieved notable success, securing admission to the Northeast University of Technology and resolved to no longer be a sycophant to Ren Tingting. The girls in his class now idolized Li Mubai, including Wu Yingxue. "Let us not dwell on the past. We shall still be classmates in university," This is destiny, he remarked. Indeed, destiny is quite extraordinary. I heard you initially applied to Northeast University of Technology solely to be near Rintingting, yet she was not even accepted. Wu Yingxue commented, continuing the dialogue to extract insights about Li Mubai's current rapport with Rintingting. During the application process, Li Mubai had abstained from involvement. It was Rintingting who completed his forms. She had boasted of this during a celebratory champagne toast, only to face a stark reality. Oh, during my high school years, I found myself utterly captivated by the pursuit of Rintingting, as if entranced by some ethereal force. Perhaps destiny has conspired to keep us apart. I have become fatigued and resigned, he confessed. Truly? Is Rintingting still assisting at your family shop? She inquired. I have released my grasp, yet she remains. Sigh. It is challenging to express, he acknowledged. Well, as we are both set to attend Qinyang University, perhaps you might re-evaluate your feelings, Wu Yingxue proposed. Li Mubai shook his head and took a sip of his cola. Wu Yingxue experienced a rush of exhilaration. Li Mubai had openly expressed his indifference towards Rintingting. And since they were set to attend the same university, perhaps a serendipitous opportunity would present itself for her. This was not an act of malice, in fact. Many in our class harbored sympathy for you. Rintingting's treatment of you was rather excessive, Wu Yingxue remarked, candidly criticizing Rintingting to fortify Li Mubai's feelings. At that moment, Rintingting entered, bearing a platter of sliced fruits. Wu Yingxue felt a pang of guilt for speaking ill of her behind her back, and choked on her cola. How thoughtless. Are you all right? Li Mubai inquired, extending a tissue to her to cleanse the cola that had inadvertently spilled, causing Wu Yingxue to flush with embarrassment. The area he attended to was rather low, and she had not a drop of cola on her chest. She pondered whether his actions were intentional or merely accidental. Rintingting discerned that Li Mubai was deliberately attempting to elicit a reaction from her. Although a twinge of jealousy surged within her, she maintained her composure. Shui, come and relish the fruit. Please, make yourself at home, Rintingting declared, adopting an air of a gracious hostess that left both Wu Yingxue and Li Mubai momentarily astonished. Why do you gaze at me thus, my friend? Rintingting jested. Li Mubai was rendered speechless, taken aback by the abrupt change in her tone. Who are you referring to as bro? We are not that familiar. Rintingting, with a charming smile, responded, Oh, I neglected to mention that my aunt has adopted me as her goddaughter, hence it is quite justifiable for me to address you as bro. Li Mubai found himself at a loss for words, reflecting on how effortlessly Ms. Tian Manmei had fallen under the allure of a so-called green tea girl. I am not fond of that, he objected as Rintingting reclined against the back of his chair, nearly encroaching upon his space. Shall I address you as brother? In truth, I surpass you in age by mere months. Why not forge a bond of sworn sisterhood with my mother? I could refer to you as aunt. How does that resonate with you? As long as it pleases you. Rintingting approached with unrelenting determination, while Li Mubai could only feel a sense of frustration. Attend to your own affairs. Only those who have achieved scores exceeding 600 are permitted to speak in this room. Your presence has diminished the average. Upon the mention of their examination results, Rintingting finally succumbed to her emotions. The burden of having missed passing by a mere point weighed heavily on her. Well, you all continue your conversation. I shall descend to assist my godmother, Wu Yingxue observed in astonishment. In her pursuit of closeness to Li Mubai, Rintingting had even taken to referring to his mother as godmother. Throughout high school, regardless of its veracity, Rintingting had consistently presented herself as exceedingly reserved. Now, it appeared she had cast aside all vestiges of dignity. Though Li Mubai's words were undeniably harsh, she seemed utterly unfazed. Upon returning to the girls' dormitory, Xiaoya was overwhelmed by a profound sense of nostalgia. This was likely her final return to this place. Hailing from a rural background, with a mother afflicted by chronic illness and a family in dire straits, Xiaoya had left school prematurely to assist with farming. As she matured, she sought employment beyond the confines of her home. They resided in a single-story house. This girls' dormitory marked Xiaoya's inaugural experience of apartment living. The dormitory had been converted from a two-bedroom unit, with bunk beds occupying each room. The master bedroom housed 8 individuals, while the secondary room accommodated 6. All the girls came from the surrounding rural areas, migrating to the town in search of work. A clear distinction existed in the types of employment held by the girls in the 2 rooms. The 8-person room was filled with hair washers, retail staff, and those employed in beauty salons, while the 6-person room was home to those working in KTVs and massage parlors. Xiaoya intended to move into the 6-person room once she secured a position at the KTV. Fortunately, The sudden arrival of Li Mubai had provided her with salvation. She would no longer need to dwell in the girls' dormitory. During her absence, the room had become rather disheveled. Xiaoya set about tidying it with ease, feeling no disdain for her living conditions. Back in the countryside, she would sleep on a heated bed with her parents during the winter months. In this girl's dormitory, she had experienced her first nights on a proper bed, her first use of a water heater, and her first encounter with the toilet. Many amusing incidents had transpired during those initial days. Now, Li Mubai had rented a 2-bedroom apartment for her, granting her the privilege of having her own bedroom for the very first time. Xiaoya, you have returned. The voice belonged to Tong Jie, the head of the dormitory. Just awakening, her hair was disheveled, and her visage bore the marks of fatigue. Although she held the position of dorm leader, she was merely 25 years old. Her erratic work hours, coupled with the toll of smoking and drinking, rendered her appearance older than her true age, particularly without makeup. Yes, Tong Jie. I have returned to retrieve some belongings. Tong Jie and Xiaoya shared a profound bond. Having been apart for over half a month, they embraced each other warmly. Xiaoya, being younger, kind-hearted, and industrious, was cherished by her dormitory companions. Is he treating you well? Tong Jie inquired. Knowing that Xiaoya had been taken away by Li Mubai and had even reached out to her a few times. Very well. He has been an immense help to me. Allow me to take a good look at you. Though it has not been long, you appear to be an entirely different person. Is that outfit from Bangwei? And those shoes are Adidas, correct? Did he purchase those for you? Indeed, he accompanied me on a shopping excursion today. Xiaoya was not one to indulge in ostentation. She refrained from adorning herself with the necklace and jewels bestowed upon her by Li Mubai. Upon our return, she chose not to don any opulent items either. This, however, left Sister Tong with a sense of envy. To support Li Mubai, Xiaoya had intentionally mastered the art of business makeup, and her demeanor seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. You have encountered a commendable man, unlike myself. Sister Tong worked at a KTV to aid her boyfriend in settling his debts. Yet, she later unearthed the disheartening truth that her boyfriend was not devoted solely to her. He maintained relationships with several other women, all employed at the KTV. Upon realizing she had been misled, she felt ensnared. Her family had already circulated rumors branding her as a prostitute. Why should she alter her course now? Furthermore, she lacked the impetus to seek legitimate employment. Sister Tong, do you intend to persist in this endeavor? Sister Tong ignited a cigarette, her visage steeped in melancholy as she responded, What can I possibly do? My aspiration is to save a modest sum while I am still youthful, with the intention of opening a quaint shop and ultimately marrying a man of integrity. Xiaoya felt a surge of compassion. Had Li Mubai not intervened on her behalf, she might have found herself traversing a similar path as Sister Tong. Sister Tong assisted Xiaoya in gathering her possessions. In truth, there was little to assemble, merely garments and cosmetics. Nevertheless, Xiaoya hesitated to part with them. We are not engaged in work today. Let us summon a few friends, and I shall treat. Very well. I shall reach out to Hui Hui to ascertain if she can depart from her duties early. Oh, your phone is rather exquisite. It must have cost a considerable sum, correct? Did he gift that to you? Indeed, please indulge me with tales of his valor. Anecdotes of his gallant exploits within the KTV are circulating with fervor. You cannot fathom the envy our companions harbor towards you. Li Mubai and Wu Yingshu engaged in conversation in the sanctuary of the bedroom for an extended period. Li Mubai unveiled the author's back into Wu Yingshu, and he even serenaded her with a guitar performance, utterly enchanting Xiu Xue. Li Mubai's appearances at commercial events command no less than 100,000. Having him sing exclusively for her felt akin to effortlessly acquiring such a sum. Xiu Xue was completely entranced. An exhilarating surge. Xia Xue pondered that had Li Mubai courted her from the very outset, she would undoubtedly have acquiesced. However, Wu Yingshu remained oblivious to the fact that Li Mubai harbored no romantic aspirations towards her. He found solace in their companionship as classmates and friends. Nevertheless, Li Mubai was rather discerning, lacking particular interest in Wu Yingshu. While she was undeniably beautiful and possessed her fair share of admirers, Wu Yingshu exuded a delightful, endearing charm. She was petite, with a cherubic face, large expressive eyes, and a bun hairstyle, speaking in a voice reminiscent of childhood innocence. Cuteness at its zenith, sweetness at its pinnacle. Yet, Li Mubai had his inclinations. He was captivated by those who embodied both purity and allure. In simpler terms, he was drawn to beauty imbued with a touch of seduction, yet not excessively provocative. Mother, I shall escort Xiao Xue home. It is already mealtime. Let us partake in our repast before we take our leave. No, dear aunt, my family upholds a strict regimen, Should I return late, I shall undoubtedly encounter a reprimand." As she spoke, Wu Yingxue cast a fleeting glance at Rintingting. In Wu Yingxue's mind, she had silently declared a war against Rintingting. However, Rintingting remained oblivious, regarding Wu Yingxue's modest tea skills as entirely inconsequential. "Brother, when shall you return? I acquired a few culinary delights from my auntie, which I wish to prepare for you." Rintingting addressed Li Mubai as brother with an effortless familiarity. "I shall refrain from participating. I have pressing matters to attend to this evening and shall return later." Li Mubai's demeanor was decidedly unwelcoming towards Rintingting. Observing his attitude, Wu Yingxue felt an unexpected surge of delight. Proceed to flatter him, but alas, Li Mubai no longer harbors any affection for you. Upon her return, she intended to unveil Rintingting's true nature to their classmates, ensuring that everyone was duly informed. Li Mubai had discerned how to navigate his interactions with Rintingting, with the green tea debuff she had willingly imposed upon herself, as long as he remained vigilant. She could not manipulate him, and he could still retain control over her. However, within the confines of the fruit shop, she relished the protection bestowed by Lady Tianmonmei's buff. Though she might waver, she would not succumb to defeat. Once the school resumed, this buff would inevitably fade. The two would no longer share the same institution, rendering their encounters impossible. Thus, all would be well. Li Mubai escorted Xiaoxue home before proceeding to the entrance of Haiyuan High School. Lowering the car window, he turned off the engine and adjusted the seat to a comfortable position. Leaning back in the driver's seat, he ignited a cigarette. Holding an unopened pair of stockings in his hand, his expression tinged with melancholy. He resembled a brooding misfit. At 7:30 in the evening, the gates of Haiyuan High School swung open. Li Mubai alighted from the vehicle, standing at the entrance, observing the weary students emerging one by one. He could not help but reflect. Thank heavens I was reborn in the examination hall. Otherwise, I would have had to endure that torment once more. Before long, he spotted Wan Xiaoro walking out, arm in arm with a girl. Upon catching sight of Li Mubai, Wan Xiaoro's eyes sparkled, and she joyfully broke away from her friend to rush toward him. "Brother Dabai?" Exercise caution to avoid stumbling. "Ha! Brother Dabai, how I have longed for your presence." Wan Xiaoro sprang into Li Mubai's embrace. "Please, come down. There are far too many onlookers. I refuse." "Ouch. Cease your antics, if you persist in teasing me. I shall never gain admission to Northeast University of Technology." Li Mubai gently extricated Wan Xiaoro from his arms, prompting her to feign a complaint by covering her head. "Xiaoro, who is this?" The girl accompanying Xiaoro approached, regarding Li Mubai with intrigue. "Siki, permit me to introduce you. This is your brother-in-law." "Ouch. Continue to jest, and you shall find yourself wed to a foolish spouse." Wan Xiaoro earnestly introduced Li Mubai to her classmate, only to be met with yet another playful tap upon her head. She and Li Mubai engaged in a delightful exchange, swiftly leading to her being playfully subdued. Once subdued, he whimsically implored for clemency. It had been a considerable time since Wan Xiaoro last beheld Li Mubai, and her heart overflowed with elation. "Did you not mention that a young man was pestering you? Where is he?" Wan Xiaoro gestured towards a lad in the distance. "That is him." Li Mubai followed her gesture, his gaze settling upon a delicate boy dressed in a school uniform, his appearance rather unremarkable, complemented by a pair of spectacles. He appeared exceedingly modest. Observing the tender exchange between Wan Xiaoro and Li Mubai, the emotions that flitted across his countenance were nothing short of extraordinary. Shock, disappointment, sorrow, and anger played upon his features, evoking memories of Hongmao. Li Mubai gestured towards him, inviting him to come closer. The bespectacled boy seemed somewhat daunted, yet summoned the bravery to advance. "Why do you trouble Xiaoro? Who are you?" The boy, displaying a sense of rebellion, chose not to answer Li Mubai's question, instead confronting him with an elevated chin. "He is my future husband." Before Li Mubai could articulate a response, Wan Xiaoro eagerly interjected, clinging to his arm. "Xiaoro, I am profoundly disappointed in you. How could you associate with someone of his ilk?" The bespectacled boy wore an expression of deep disillusionment, as though utterly let down by Wan Xiaoro. Li Mubai found amusement in the boy's vexation. It appeared that the boy was not particularly astute. "My name is Li Mubai. Are you acquainted with it?" Setting aside his achievements since his rebirth, Li Mubai was indeed a prominent figure within the student circles of Haiyuan High School. He had never encountered defeat in a skirmish at Haiyuan High. Having recently graduated, Li Mubai believed that the boys at Haiyuan High would still recognize him. The bespectacled boy hesitated, taken aback. "You are the luminary of our school? The one who compelled Nongfu Spring to part with 1,000,000 with merely a few words? The brother who is perpetually on Shiro's lips, who gained admission to Northeast University of Technology?" Li Mubai soon perceived that the young lad was somewhat misled. With such artful eloquence in his flattery, he felt an almost palpable reluctance to respond in kind. As the boy continued to speak, his expressions became increasingly exaggerated, bordering on incredulity. Was it not rumored that Li Mubai had just completed his studies this very year? Li Mubai's attire and demeanor radiated an air of sophistication befitting an adult, prompting the bespectacled boy to erroneously perceive him as an outsider. What ensued was an all-consuming sense of defeat. In every regard, from appearance to talent, and even financial status, he felt completely eclipsed by Li Mubai. Nevertheless, Shiro and I harbored a shared affection. The bespectacled boy clung desperately to a final flicker of hope. Li Mubai scoffed with palpable disdain, even in his past existence. Despite the myriad of challenges he faced, Shiro remained unwaveringly by his side. Her affection for him was of the most genuine and untainted nature. How could she ever harbor feelings for a bookish and socially awkward individual such as yourself? Observing Li Mubai's scornful smile, the bespectacled youth grew increasingly agitated. Shiro had never been one to engage in extensive study. She sought my assistance daily, eager to draw nearer to me. Upon hearing the boy's remarks, Li Mubai at last comprehended that he was merely ensnared in a web of self-deception. He turned to Shiro, gently tousling her hair. In truth, this incident had never taken place in his former life. Li Mubai had initially harbored the belief that Shiro was merely leading him into a trap under the guise of a meeting. However, it has now become evident that Shiro is genuinely dedicated to her studies. She is fully cognizant of the compliments Li Mubai bestows upon her. With a shy smile, she leans against his arm, affectionately nudging him with her head. Upon realizing she is being overlooked, she observes that Li Mubai and Shiro are still deeply engrossed in their shared intimacy. The bespectacled young man, feeling a twinge of resentment, remarks, "Shiro and I have also shared quite a few intimate moments." Li Mubai is momentarily taken aback by his words. Shiro, flustered, retorts, "Do not defame me in front of my big, white brother. When have we ever been intimate? You perpetually rest your hand upon my shoulder when you beseech me to elucidate a query." Li Mubai casts a glance downward, comprehending the rationale behind this gesture. Shiro's generous bosom tends to precede her presence, prompting her to instinctively extend her hand for support. Otherwise, she risks colliding with objects in her vicinity. Naturally, Shiro never feels the need to guard herself against Li Mubai. "I place my hand upon your shoulder for a reason. But let us refrain from this topic. It has been quite a while since I sought your assistance. Might you kindly maintain some distance?" Shiro expresses her exasperation. That bothersome bespectacled boy has inadvertently caused a misunderstanding with her beloved big white brother. The boy, acutely aware of Shiro's disdain for him, feels as though the heavens have collapsed upon him. "I had thought you refrained from soliciting my help out of concern for my academic pursuits." His voice wanes as he speaks, finally grasping that he has been excessively sentimental all along. "Young man, would you be so kind as to maintain a respectful distance from Shiro in the future?" Li Mubai refrains from taking action, perceiving the boy's sincerity and harboring no inclination to intimidate him. As he gazes into the boy's eyes, Li Mubai silently admonishes him that should he dare to deceive or dissent, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson in decorum. "I am not clinging to Shiro. I simply accompany her home each day as her escort. Henceforth, I place her in your care and trust that you will treat her with kindness. Depart. I require no guidance from you." The bespectacled boy, sensing Li Mubai's rising ire, storms off in a huff. "Big brother Bai, you exude such authority." Shiro's eyes gleam with admiration as she gazes at Li Mubai. "Let us depart. I shall escort you home." "Ah, you are truly the finest, big brother Bai." As Li Mubai approaches his vehicle, a gathering of young admirers encircles his AE-86, capturing photographs with enthusiasm. He presses the car key, prompting the lights to flash, which momentarily startles them. "Are you finished? If so, I must be on my way." Noticing the boys exhibit polite behavior, simply standing by the car to snap pictures, Li Mubai remains indifferent to the initial D fans capturing a few more images. Upon recognizing Li Mubai as the proud owner of the 86, the boys gaze at him with palpable envy. After exchanging a few laudatory remarks regarding the car's striking appearance, they gradually disperse. Once ensconced within the vehicle, a young girl named Siki, embodying the spirit of a devoted fan, requests Li Mubai's autograph, momentarily gratifying his vanity. Following the drop-off of Siki at her residence, Shiro expresses her reluctance to bid farewell to Li Mubai and articulates her wish to prolong their time together. "Big brother Bai, I am quite famished. Would you be so kind as to take me out for a bite to eat?" Li Mubai contemplated for a moment, recognizing that Yuan Xiao had been excelling remarkably of late, and he resolved to grant her modest desire. All right, you are the best, Dubai Gij. By the way, what was the cost of this automobile? What is it that captivates those boys so? I did not expend a single penny. It was a gift from a wealthy benefactor. Is that truly the case? Which affluent lady possesses such generosity? Please do introduce me. Yuan Xiao laughed, convinced that Li Mubai was simply teasing. You are familiar with her. Suddenly, Yuan Xiao's laughter faltered. Is it he Yijuan who bestowed this gift? Indeed. Yuan Xiao responded with palpable discontent. Merely because she possesses wealth. She believes herself to be extraordinary. I shall present you with a vehicle that far eclipses this one. Li Mubai chuckled softly, acknowledging Yuan Xiao's pronounced jealousy. Have you two maintained contact recently? I scarcely have the time to reach out to you, let alone her. Yuan Xiao retorted with indignation. Clearly displeased by He Yijuan's gesture of presenting Li Mubai with a car, and even more so by Li Mubai's acceptance of it. A sense of disappointment washed over Li Mubai. He had hoped to uncover some insights about the little heiress from Yuan Xiao. It seemed their camaraderie was rather superficial. Li Mubai drove to the culinary street, arriving once more at Chen's skewers. The skewers were swiftly prepared, as he needed to escort Yuan Xiao home early to spare her family any concern. Once they were seated, Yuan Xiao insisted on sitting beside him. Undaunted by the cramped surroundings, in high spirits, she conversed animatedly. When the skewers were presented at their table, Yuan Xiao took a bite and declared, Dubai Gij. Allow me to feed you. Get lost. Are you rejecting me? Indeed. No way. You must eat. Yuan Xiao rose gracefully, encircling her arms around Li Mubai's neck, adamantly presenting the skewer to his lips. As they engaged in a playful struggle, Li Mubai unexpectedly caught sight of Xiaoyu. Their gazes locked, and an uncomfortable tension enveloped the air. Brother Bai, while dining with friends, I observed Li Mubai as he greeted Xiaoyu with a warm smile, taking note of the group of 5 or 6 young women accompanying her, marveling once more at the quaintness of their county. Indeed, they are all my dormitory sisters. I never anticipated encountering you here, Xiaoyu replied, her expression tinged with anxiety, fearing that Li Mubai might misinterpret her presence as an act of surveillance. Li Mubai, with a knowing smile, comprehended her unease. Then you all should relish your time together. Very well, I shall take my leave. Xiaoyu waved farewell to Li Mubai, smiling and nodding at Shiro as she departed. Once the group of girls had vanished from sight, Shiro turned to Li Mubai, her expression one of confusion. The girl from earlier was not only stunning but also remarkably aligned with Li Mubai's aesthetic inclinations, stirring a sense of rivalry within Yuan Xiao. From whence did this version of Rintingting emerge? It was not merely their physical resemblance, rather, it was the ethereal and captivating presence that she radiated. Baji? Shiro elongated her tone, casting a skeptical glance at Li Mubai. Are you well acquainted with her? We have crossed paths on a few occasions. Li Mubai was not deliberately misleading Xiao. Indeed, their encounters had been rather limited. In her final year of high school, Yuan Xiao sought to minimize distractions. It appears she recognizes me. You may have encountered her previously. Who is she? I have no recollection whatsoever. Yuan Xiao was equally confounded. Such a breathtaking girl. And she is linked to Li Mubai. Surely, she must possess some memory of her. After parting ways with Li Mubai, Xiaoyu arrived at a barbecue stall alongside her roommate. One of her roommates inquired with curiosity, Xiaoyu, is that your Baigu? He appears remarkably youthful and handsome. Indeed, that is my Baigu. Xiaoyu withheld the truth regarding Li Mubai's identity. They presumed that Li Mubai's surname was Bai. It seems she shares a deep connection with the girl beside her. The words of her female roommate were replete with insinuation. After a brief moment of reflection, Xiaoyu responded, they are childhood friends, having been raised together. Thus their bond is inherently robust. I am aware that Baigu visited her. Are you not concerned that they may be entangled? Not in the least. In truth. Xiaoyu's heart murmured that, irrespective of any romantic ties, that girl occupies a more profound place in Baiji's affections than she herself does. Xiaoyu reminisced about that day outside the Wild Wolf Internet Cafe, when Li Mubai had relinquished her hand and departed with Yuan Xiao. Earlier that afternoon, Li Mubai had planned to accompany her, yet a single message from Yuan Xiao prompted him to drive back to Haiyuan. The most disheartening aspect was that Li Mubai had not introduced her to his parents. It would be disingenuous to assert that she felt no sense of grievance. I must confess, a woman ought to capture a man's heart. Even if she cannot attain his affections, she should seek ways to ensnare his fortune. Please refrain from leading Xiaoyu astray, Sister Tong interjected. Sister Tong had observed that Xiaoya's spirits had waned after encountering Bai Ge. How is that leading Xiaoya astray? Xiaoya possesses a remarkable innocence. I am merely imparting some wisdom. Enough of that. While Xiaoya is indeed innocent, she is far from foolish. Xiaoya is simply fortunate. During their shared time in the dormitory, her female roommate maintained a respectable relationship with Xiaoya, yet felt a twinge of envy at Xiaoya's ability to attract a wealthy benefactor at such a tender age. The adage holds true: one fears a brother's struggles yet covets his luxuries. This sentiment resonates with women as well. Xiaoya possesses far superior discernment. She is aware of her preferences and desires. Few are endowed with such clarity. Did Xiaoya not initially perceive Bai Ge as merely a fraud? Even if she mistakenly regarded Bai Ge as a con man, her decision to place her trust in him signifies a commendable resolve, one for which I genuinely admire her. Xiaoya's roommate fell into silence. Could it be that Xiaoya's serendipitous encounter with a worthy man was not solely a result of her beauty? Sister Tong enveloped Xiaoya in a warm embrace and said, "Do not overthink this. For someone of our background, you have already secured an extraordinary opportunity. This afternoon." Within the confines of their dormitory, Xiaoya and Sister Tong had engaged in numerous dialogues concerning Li Mubai. Sister Tong perceived that the connection between Li Mubai and Xiaoya transcended mere whimsy. Li Mubai not only showered Xiaoya with financial generosity, but also introduced her to clients and involved her in recruitment efforts, deliberately cultivating her potential. Sister Tong exclaimed that Xiaoya had indeed struck gold. With a man of such caliber, Sister Tong believed she could awaken from her dreams with a smile. "Indeed, Brother Bai treats me remarkably well," Xiaoya responded. "Do not pay attention to their unfounded rumors. Affluent individuals are not naive. What Brother Bai values is the very essence of who you are. As long as you remain authentic, Brother Bai will continue to cherish you." "Thank you, Sister Tong." True to Sister Tong's assertions, in comparison to her roommates, Xiaoya had undeniably secured a splendid fortune. The relationship between Wan Xiaoro and Li Mubai had been forged through years of mutual growth. How long had it been since Xiaoya first encountered Li Mubai? Despite the fleeting nature of their acquaintance, she had already garnered so much. Beyond the financial support, she found herself feeling less insecure and had significantly expanded her horizons. Once, she had perceived university students as extraordinary beings. Today, she had even noted an X on a university student's resume. Yet, a whisper of uncertainty seeped into Xiaoya's heart. Did she genuinely deserve Li Mubai? Would there ever come a day when he would tire of her and choose to discard her? "That young lady is either a wild spirit or an exhibitionist. There is nothing virtuous about her," one individual remarked. "Associating with such company, she cannot possibly embody purity," another added. "Brother Bai, do not allow your desires to obscure your judgment," a voice warned. During her meal with Wan Xiaoro, she relentlessly inquired about the identity of that girl. On their return journey, Wan Xiaoro unleashed a torrent of grievances. "We have arrived. You may proceed upstairs now." At last, they reached Wan Xiaoro's residence, and Li Mubai was eager to bid her farewell. Wan Xiaoro continued her incessant prattle, leaving Li Mubai feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Brother Bai, might you stay a little longer?" Once they descended the stairs, Wan Xiaoro refrained from mentioning Xiaoya. The rigorous study schedule for their final year rendered their encounters with Li Mubai infrequent. As the moment of farewell approached, Wan Xiaoro experienced a genuine sense of reluctance. "Return home soon. Your parents must be anxious," he urged. "Just 5 more minutes, please," she implored. Upon witnessing Wan Xiaoro's pitiable expression, Li Mubai acquiesced with reluctance. "Very well, you prevail. Hooray! You are the best, Brother Bai," she exclaimed. "Wait. Why are you climbing over?" Wan Xiaoro had shifted from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, wrapping her arms around Li Mubai. "Brother Bai, will you wait for me? Just 1 year." Her sudden gentle tone took Li Mubai by surprise. "Wait for what?" he inquired. She playfully nipped at his shoulder. "Stop pretending to be oblivious. Wait for me to gain admission to Northeast University of Technology, and then we shall be together." Li Mubai swallowed hard, observing Wan Xiaoro's earnest dedication to her studies. He sensed a profound potential for her success. He genuinely wished for her to flourish. However, the prospect of them attending the same university loomed, complicating matters significantly. Was it good, bad, or merely acceptable? Noticing Li Mubai's silence, Wan Xiaoro shook her head gently. "All right, who claimed it wasn't good? You made a promise with your own lips. There is no turning back." Indeed, no turning back. Li Mubai could only acquiesce for the moment, knowing that the intricacies of the future could be deliberated later. Wan Xiaoro cradled his face tenderly in her hands, gazing at him with an endearing expression. Under her gaze, Li Mubai felt a pang of guilt. What are you looking at? He inquired. I am looking at my future boyfriend. Once you have indulged to your heart's content, you may retreat. Time is fleeting. In a fleeting moment of negligence, Li Mubai found himself ambushed by Yuan Xiao. Despite her whimsical demeanor, rife with thoughts unfit for innocent ears, she was merely lost in reverie. She could scarcely manage a proper kiss. Hey, your saliva is all over my face. Li Mubai exclaimed, pushing Yuan Xiao away with a hint of disdain. This is my first kiss, and yet you dare to complain? Yuan Xiao, slightly vexed, playfully rubbed her face against his once more. Enough of this frivolity. Following her playful antics, she gazed at Li Mubai with profound affection. Big brother Bai, I love you dearly. In their previous existence, they had inadvertently embarked upon a relationship devoid of formal confession. Yuan Xiao's unexpected declaration left Li Mubai momentarily taken aback. His heart raced, and his thoughts became a tangled web. Yuan Xiao placed her hand upon Li Mubai's chest, chuckling softly. Big brother Bai, your heart is racing so swiftly. I am aware of your affections for me. Why do you consistently refuse to acknowledge it? Please, confess your love for me as well. Li Mubai's gaze lingered on the girl nestled in his embrace. Yuan Xiao's countenance radiated a blend of yearning and urgency. He found himself on the brink of articulating the sentiment she so ardently sought. Just as he was about to respond, Yuan Xiao's phone emitted a chime. She cast a fleeting glance at the caller ID, her expression dimming. With a gesture, she signaled for silence to Li Mubai. I am heading out for a meal with Big Brother Bai. They are already waiting downstairs. There is no need for you to descend. I shall return shortly. Yuan Xiao ended the call in a flurry of frustration. Just when Big Brother Bai was on the verge of professing his love, the call interrupted at the most inopportune moment. Hurry, or Yuan uncle will come down and break my legs. Humph. Yuan Xiao gently cupped Li Mubai's face, bestowing upon him several tender kisses. Be a good boy and await my return at the university. Refrain from any flirtations, she implored. With that, Yuan Xiao opened the car door and alighted. After taking a few steps, she hesitated, casting a reluctant farewell wave to Li Mubai. He responded with a warm smile and a wave as her silhouette vanished into the corridor. Once she was beyond his sight, he covered his face with his hands and let out a profound sigh. I cannot repay this. It is utterly impossible. At the barbecue stall, Xiaoyu had indulged in 3 or 4 bottles and was already quite inebriated. Her cheeks were flushed, enhancing her charm and allure. Xiaoyu cannot drink anymore. Please cease pouring drinks for her, Sister Tong asserted, unable to tolerate the unruly antics of her companions any longer, swiftly intervening to curtail the excessive revelry. Sister Tong, you seem to favor Xiaoyu a tad too much. Who knows when we shall meet again? Just indulge in a few drinks. Everyone was acutely aware that this gathering was a farewell banquet for Xiaoyu, and that future opportunities for reunion would be few and far between. Those who shared a profound connection with her longed to raise their glasses in her honor once more, while those who harbored envy also sought to partake in a drink. Is it more libations you desire? Then I shall imbibe in Xiaoyu's stead. If you dare, confront me. Sister Tong declared boldly, positioning herself protectively before Xiaoyu. With a somewhat dazed expression, Xiaoyu responded, It's all right, Sister Tong, I can still partake. Xiaoyu harbored the intention of losing herself in inebriation, otherwise her heart would be relentlessly consumed by the uncertainties surrounding Li Mubai. Impressive. Would you have me accompany you in this revelry? A familiar voice resonated from behind. Xiaoyu turned her head slowly, only to be met with Li Mubai's playful grin. I truly cannot drink much, she stammered, feeling akin to a child caught in mischief, unable to meet his gaze. Li Mubai let out a soft chuckle, tenderly tousling Xiaoyu's hair. In a moment of unguarded spontaneity, Xiaoyu enveloped Li Mubai in an embrace. Oh! The girls at the table erupted in playful cheers. Xiaoyu, her cheeks aglow with embarrassment, could scarcely raise her gaze. Li Mubai surveyed the surroundings and observed the absence of Hui Wei, leaving the table populated by unfamiliar faces. Earlier, Xiaoyu had mentioned Sister Tong to Li Mubai, prompting him to extend a greeting. Sister Tong, is it? I am grateful for your care of Xiaoyu. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to have her contact me. Why so formal? Our families reside in close proximity. I have nearly witnessed Xiaoyu's upbringing, Sister Tong replied, studying Li Mubai intently. He appeared youthful yet strikingly composed. Xiaoyu has indulged a bit too much this evening. I shall escort her home now. Please, continue to enjoy yourselves. Brother Bai is exceedingly generous. Xiaoyu certainly possesses exquisite taste. As Li Mubai settled the bill, he was met with a cascade of compliments. You are incorrigible. We had agreed that I would cover this meal. Next time, I shall ensure that Xiaoyu and I treat Sister Tong to a splendid feast. Very well. Until we meet again, allow me to see you both off. Li Mubai aided Xiaoya in rising as they made their exit. Her roommates cast envious glances, yearning for the chance to encounter a gentleman of Brother Bai's caliber. Li Mubai assisted Xiaoya into the passenger seat and retrieved a substantial backpack from Sister Tong, placing it in the rear. While I acknowledge your kindness towards Xiaoya, I must urge you to cherish her. She is a remarkable young woman and deserves not to be disappointed. Fear not, Sister Tong. Li Mubai had not foreseen being entrusted by two individuals in a single evening. Nevertheless, Sister Tong's fondness for Xiaoya mirrored that of a protective elder sister, and Li Mubai experienced no sense of impatience. Drive with caution. I shall return home now. Farewell, Sister Tong. Until we meet again. Goodbye, Xiaoya. Once ensconced within the vehicle, Li Mubai pretended to be irked as he cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoya. Immediately, Xiaoya was engulfed by a wave of remorse. I shall refrain from drinking next time. Li Mubai cast a sidelong glance at the sizable backpack resting in the rear seat. It was apparent that Xiaoya intended to return to Qinyang that evening. Yet, out of concern for causing inconvenience, she refrained from making the call herself. Her thoughtfulness was both heart-wrenching and exasperating. Li Mubai smiled gently as he patted Xiaoya's head, harboring no true anger towards her. Next time, if there is something you wish to discuss, please remember to call me, he said. Now, buckle up. Let us return home. All right. As Li Mubai ignited the engine, Xiaoya suddenly spoke in a soft tone. Brother Bai, will there ever come a time when you no longer desire my presence? Li Mubai was taken aback. What could have prompted Xiaoya to voice such a sentiment? This whimsical girl possesses an excess of sensitivity. Perhaps witnessing him with Xiaoro today prompted her to engage in excessive contemplation. He recognized that he might not be offering her sufficient reassurance. With this realization, Li Mubai seized the engine and leaned in to bestow a gentle kiss upon Xiaoyu. Gazing into her eyes, he spoke with sincerity, I shall not. Provided that you do not abandon me. Xiaoyu beamed radiantly, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet, she could not contain herself, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Why are you weeping once more? I am not crying. I am filled with joy. Xiaoyu chuckled while dabbing at her tears. Li Mubai affectionately tousled her hair. Let us return home. Upon his return to Qinyang, Li Mubai refreshed himself with a shower before settling down at his computer. Before the stroke of midnight, he uploaded the latest chapter of Dolua. Upon logging into QQ, he noticed that Iyun's avatar remained a dull gray. He ventured into Iyun's QQ space and shared a photograph captured at the job fair, showcasing a modest recruitment booth that presented the hiring details of Iyun Gaming Company. After a moment of reflection, he adjusted the visibility settings to private for all but Iyun. What a tedious endeavor! If only everyone were as easily appeased as Xiaoyu. He then closed the space and turned his attention to online research. The year 2006 heralded a period of explosive growth for the internet. It was common knowledge that the digital realm resembled an abundant feast, with some fortunate souls securing generous portions while others languished in obscurity. Li Mubai had already amassed his initial fortune. Although it was not yet the most opportune moment to join the table, that time was approaching. Are you still occupied? Xiaoya, having just emerged from her shower, stood behind Li Mubai, delicately drying her hair with a towel. As he cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder, he sensed a surge of irritation. Xiaoya donned a revealing ensemble acquired earlier that very day, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue of bashfulness. I have a multi-million-dollar project to discuss with you. Huh? Am I truly capable of managing such a substantial endeavor? Indeed, you are. In the bedroom on the second floor of the Mingming Fruit Supermarket, Li Mubai beamed at the screen. A fresh update had graced Iyun's QQ space. The photograph depicted He Yijun alongside a Mickey Mouse doll. The sight of that long-missed, charming visage filled Li Mubai with immense delight. Just days after he had shared the job fair image, He Yijun had updated her QQ space with a photograph of the Statue of Liberty. Subsequently, Li Mubai also refreshed his space with updates on his game development progress or newly released melodies, occasionally sharing a picture of a die. He Yijun has a penchant for posting an image every few days, whether it be of Times Square, the Metropolitan Museum, or simply a candid snapshot. Today, He Yijun finally unveiled her presence. Is this a special surprise, knowing that I am off to school for registration today? Son, cease your procrastination. What time is it? Tian Monmei's voice shattered the moment, compelling Li Mubai to reluctantly save his image before closing his laptop. Have you packed everything? Reflect on it thoroughly. I have. If I forget anything, I can purchase it at school. Even with money, do not squander it recklessly. Do you understand? Rest assured. Go and fetch Ting Ting and be polite. Understood. As Li Mubai settled into the car, he cast a glance back at the hesitant Tian Monmei and paused before speaking. Mother, should Li Shueqing choose to divorce you, acquiesce to his demands. This year, I can acquire a house in Shenyang and then. Do not interfere in matters of adulthood. Besides, he is your father. Tian Manmei's stern demeanor rendered Li Mubai speechless. I stand with you. Li Mubai arched an eyebrow with a smile as he departed, while Tian Manmei bid him farewell with a wave. Despite her son's remarkable sensibility, it was his inaugural venture away from home, leaving her heart laden with apprehension. Li Mubai contemplated for a brief moment before opting to summon Wu Yingxue. Upon reaching her threshold, he discovered her already awaiting him, laden with a variety of bags, in the company of her parents. Li Mubai greeted her parents with a warm smile, assisting Wu Yingxue in loading her luggage into the car. However, the way Wu Yingxue's parents regarded him filled Li Mubai with a sense of unease. Internally, he muttered to himself, this is all Ren Tingting's doing. Wu Yingxue still donned her charming bun hairstyle. Once settled in the car, she began to express her grievances. My parents continue to treat me like a child. It required considerable effort to prevent them from driving me. Did you mention my name? Humph. You are Ren Tingting's brother, not mine. Wu Yingxue playfully pouted, causing Li Mubai to wince at the overwhelming sweetness of the moment. Li Mubai harbored no particular fondness for such overt displays of affection. Initially, he had contemplated adopting Wu Yingxue as a younger sister. However, she remained unresponsive to his intentions. She had unequivocally conveyed her lack of romantic interest. Yet she persisted in feigning ignorance. Li Mubai lamented his decision not to prioritize Wang Su initially. After finally retrieving Wang Su, he proceeded to collect Ren Tingting. The young ladies were encumbered with an abundance of luggage. The trunk was already brimming, necessitating that some items be placed in the back seat, which rendered the space rather cramped for both Wang Su and Ren Tingting. Wu Yingxue observed Ren Tingting's unease and experienced a twinge of satisfaction, for she now comprehended the hierarchy of affection within Li Mubai's heart. Li Mubai was the first to collect me, while you had to linger behind Wang Su. Wu Yingxue reflected for a moment and admitted, it is entirely my fault. I overpacked. Ren Tingting, with a smile, nonchalantly replied, it's perfectly all right. My brother and I are family. A little crowding is of no concern. Wu Yingxue, rendered speechless, sat in silence. Li Mubai could scarcely suppress his laughter. Wu Yingxue, lacking in the art of tea, delighted in provoking the enigmatic Ren Tingting, whose depths remained inscrutable, always rendered speechless in the presence of Ren Tingting. A quintessential amalgamation of clumsiness and whimsy, she often resorted to tears in the face of defeat. Ren Tingting, however, exhibits restraint, deriving no pleasure from tormenting Wu Yingxue. Should she escalate her harassment of Wu Yingxue, Li Mubai would undoubtedly intercede. In Ren Tingting's eyes, Wu Yingxue is merely a shield, posing no genuine threat. Within the confines of the fruit supermarket, any surprise assault on Li Mubai would bear no repercussions for Ren Tingting, for he would simply call upon Wu Yingxue for her defense, rendering Ren Tingting powerless. Alas, Wang Su, the solitary figure, exhales a heavy sigh. Here it comes again. Had I anticipated this, I would have taken the train to report for duty myself, rather than endure this distasteful imlang of proverbial dog food. Li Mubai ignited the engine and proclaimed, let us commence our adventure. Thus, our odyssey through university life begins. Li Mubai had selected for Wang Su the Shenyang Normal University, School of Software and Information Technology, a nascent institution of merely 3 years. In his quest for understanding the reasoning behind this choice, Wang Su inquired with Li Mubai. With unwavering confidence, Li Mubai responded that the campus was brimming with enchanting young women. All Wang Su needed to do was make his presence known. However, upon his arrival, the optimistic Wang Su was met with profound disillusionment. Where were the promised fair maidens? All he could perceive were men, with 2 female classmates still present in the vehicle. Wang Su hesitated to express his concerns, opting instead to sulk in silence. Li Mubai, ever perceptive, detected Wang Su's unease. This naive youth had yet to comprehend that by the time he graduated, the university would have elevated itself from a 3rd-tier institution to a 2nd-tier one. A fortuitous turn of events. Moreover, in the future, when referencing the university, he could conveniently omit the latter part of its name, thereby bestowing it an air of 1st-tier prestige. After assisting Wang Su with the enrollment process, Li Mubai aided him in transporting his belongings to the dormitory. Ren Tingting and Wu Yingxue also alighted to lend their support. Wang Su hurriedly insisted that the 2 young women need not trouble themselves. Do not be so courteous. During these 4 years of university, this may very well be the sole occasion when female students assist you in your dorm, Li Mubai jested. Leave me be. Behold the subpar institution you have selected for me. Wang Su replied with a weary sigh. One day, you shall come to recognize the sincere intentions of your guardian. Your university is in close proximity to the tourism college, the nursing school, and the normal college. How could you possibly be concerned about finding a romantic partner during your university years? Wang Su suddenly brightened. Indeed. However, you still find yourself in a predicament. Depart from my presence. Ren Tingting and Wu Yingxue suppressed their laughter, much to Wang Su's vexation. Engaging in light-hearted banter, the trio completed the task of relocating Wang Su's belongings. As the first to arrive at the dormitory, he was bestowed with the honor of selecting his bed. Upon parting ways, Li Mubai counseled Wang Su, ensure you cultivate a harmonious relationship with your dormitory companions. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to contact your guardian. Wang Su replied, understood, your guidance is unnecessary. Their camaraderie required no extraneous formalities. They comprehended one another intuitively. After departing from Wang Su's school, Li Mubai drove towards the university town in the eastern suburbs. He first dropped Ren Tingting off at Yongning Normal University, following the enrollment procedure as before, and then accompanied her to the girls' dormitory. Li Mubai was well acquainted with her dormitory building, having frequented it in his previous life. The last time he visited, he had witnessed Ren Tingting entering a Benz. Returning to this familiar place, Li Mubai initially thought he could release the weight of the past. However, a lingering sense of discontent remained within him. Are you truly unwilling to assist me with my luggage? Ren Tingting beheld Li Mubai seated motionless in the driver's seat. A frown of discontent etched upon his countenance, stirring a sense of unease within her. After a moment's reflection, Li Mubai begrudgingly alighted from the vehicle to assist Ren Tingting with her belongings, understanding that he owed an explanation to his mother. Upon arriving at Ren Tingting's dormitory, he unceremoniously deposited the luggage onto an unoccupied bed before turning to depart. Wu Yingxue had initially intended to aid Ren Tingting in arranging her bed to preserve the facade of their friendship. However, upon witnessing Li Mubai's departure, her interest in Ren Tingting waned, prompting her to follow him downstairs. Ren Tingting, feeling profoundly wronged, clenched her teeth in frustration before eventually descending after Li Mubai, scarcely affording herself the opportunity to greet her two dormitory mates. Upon returning to the car, Li Mubai intended to return to his own school, but to his astonishment, Ren Tingting re-entered the vehicle. What brings you here? I assured my godmother that I would assist in your care. Such assistance is unwarranted. Observing Li Mubai's frigid demeanor, tears shimmered in Ren Tingting's eyes as she defiantly averted her gaze. She could scarcely fathom the reason behind Li Mubai's abrupt change in disposition. Was it the result of their diminishing interactions that rendered him incapable of feigning affection? Did he genuinely find her so unbearable? Li Mubai, unfazed by Ren Tingting's relentless desire to remain in the vehicle, proceeded to drive back to Northeast University of Technology. As he assisted Wu Yingxue in finalizing her enrollment formalities, Ren Tingting lagged behind, appearing despondent. Wu Yingxue could not suppress a sense of gratification at the sight of Ren Tingting's misfortune. Li Mubai would be attending the same institution as herself. She mused that perhaps it would be best to relinquish any hopes. Upon completing the enrollment process, Li Mubai first escorted Wu Yingxue to the girls' dormitory. He even exchanged cordialities with her roommates, imploring them to look after Wu Yingxue in the days to come. Despite her youthful appearance, Wu Yingxue's emotional development was equally underwhelming. As fellow scholars, Li Mubai felt a sense of duty to offer her assistance. Shue, who is this dashing young man to you? Is he your boyfriend? A spirited girl playfully inquired, directing her question at Li Mubai. Flushed with embarrassment, Wu Yingxue responded. He is a high school classmate who also enrolled at Northeast University of Technology. He drove me here. Is that so? Just a classmate? Your classmate treats you remarkably well. Blushing further, Wu Yingxue cast a joyful glance at Li Mubai, recognizing that his demeanor towards her stood in stark contrast to his behavior towards Ren Tingting. This alone suggested that he held her in some esteem. Li Mubai merely smiled, opting not to reply, resolute in his decision to maintain a distance from Wu Yingxue henceforth. Take your time settling in. I shall attend to my own dorm, he remarked. I can assist you with that, she offered. That would be unnecessary. It would not be convenient for you in the boys' dormitory, he replied. Well, very well then, she conceded. Wu Yingxue accompanied Li Mubai to the entrance. Upon spotting Ren Tingting in the passenger seat, Wu Yingxue felt a pang of regret. She should have insisted on aiding Li Mubai with his dormitory arrangements. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that all would be well. Upon arriving at Li Mubai's dormitory building, she steeled herself for what lay ahead. Ren Tingting helped Li Mubai by carrying two backpacks and accompanied him upstairs. The dormitory housed 6 individuals, and upon Li Mubai's arrival, 4 were already present. The 2 esteemed beds by the window were occupied, leaving an available bed in the center, onto which Li Mubai cast his belongings. The individual nearest the door is tasked with closing it and extinguishing the lights, a responsibility Li Mubai was disinclined to assume. "What is your name, my friend? And whence do you hail?" A plump, round-faced individual spoke with a pronounced northeastern accent, exuding warmth and a sense of familiarity. "I am Li Mubai, hailing from Wushuan Haiyuan." "Ah, then we are compatriots," replied Yi Feng, a native of Qinyang. "This is Wu Zhihui, from the mountain city. And this is He Qi, from western Guangdong. Lastly, this is Wang Qibao from Fujian." Li Mubai greeted his new companions. With Yi Feng's exuberant presence, there was no fear of the atmosphere becoming monotonous. After sharing a round of cigarettes, Li Mubai quickly became familiar with them. Yi Feng, with an arm draped around Li Mubai's shoulders, cheekily asked, "Is this your younger sister?" Upon entering, Rintingting quietly began to organize Li Mubai's belongings. She meticulously arranged clothes in the wardrobe and placed toiletries beneath the table. Now, seated on the bed, she knelt to tidy it for Li Mubai, her elevated form presenting an alluring curve, embodying a diligent and somewhat nurturing demeanor. She is not. She is a high school classmate studying at the nearby Yongning Normal University. We arrived in Qinyang together. Yi Feng playfully punched Li Mubai's chest. "Come on, buddy. What is there to be bashful about? Really, it's not like that. A non-partner who makes your bed?" At that moment, a diminutive male student made his entrance, closely followed by a female companion. "Ah, it appears everyone has arrived. Pray tell, what is your name, my friend, and from whence do you hail?" Yi Feng released Li Mubai and extended a warm greeting to the newcomers. "I am Bao Quanchong, hailing from Tianjin." "Ah, your manner of speaking resembles that of a rapid melody." Yi Feng introduced the newcomers to Li Mubai and his companions, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. Yi Feng embraced the role of a leader, earning the informal endorsement of his dormitory peers. Nevertheless, his status as the youngest among them left others perplexed regarding the hierarchy. Li Mubai discovered that Yi Feng had been the first to arrive and proposed that they arrange themselves according to their order of arrival. This suggestion was met with unanimous approval, deemed a splendid idea. He Qi, the second arrival, was bestowed the title of number 2, a moniker that would likely accompany him throughout his 4 years at university. Handsome in his own right, He Qi's delicate charm stood in stark contrast to Li Mubai's sunny disposition, earning him admiration from many girls. Wu Zhihui, the third arrival, sported a buzz cut and an honest demeanor. However, Li Mubai perceived that such individuals were often the most formidable. With a friendly disposition, Wu Zhihui humorously remarked that he was relieved not to have been the second to arrive, lest he be dubbed Wu number 2, prompting laughter from the group. Wang Qibao, positioned fourth, was rather reticent and spoke little, yet his Fujian-accented Mandarin naturally brought smiles to faces. Bao Quanchong, settling in as the 6th, may be subject to regional bias in asserting that all Tianjin residents possess a flair for crosstalk, yet he indeed spoke in a manner reminiscent of this art form, consistently evoking laughter from his audience. He gestured toward the girl accompanying him and proclaimed, "Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Tong Jianan," just as everyone prepared to exclaim sister-in-law. The girl retorted coldly, "I am not his girlfriend." Unperturbed, Bao Quanchong chuckled awkwardly, proclaiming, future girlfriend, I am merely the standby beau of Nan Nan." Li Mubai, attuned to Bao's words, felt as though he were eavesdropping on the musings of an ardent admirer. Despite Tong Jinan's captivating appearance, which could be appraised at a modest 6 or 7 points post-makeup, she appeared ill-suited to the dark and diminutive Bao Quanchong. One could only ponder the reasons behind her presence in the boys' dormitory. She surveyed the young men in the room, her gaze particularly lingering on He Qi and Li Mubai, perhaps hinting at her preference for the aesthetically pleasing. Upon noticing Rin Tingting on the bed, meticulously arranging a mosquito net for Li Mubai, Tong Jianan curled her lip in disdain. What could possess someone so exquisite to engage in such trivial tasks? What a farce of domesticity. Your sister-in-law embodies true virtue. Old Wu is indeed fortunate, remarked Bao Quanchong, as he observed Li Mubai seated with an air of authority while the enchanting Rin diligently arranged the bedding. A twinge of envy struck him. Li Mubai, dismissing Rin Tingting's evident joy, reiterated, "She is not my girlfriend. We are merely classmates." Rin Tingting had taken it upon herself to assert her claim by visiting his dormitory so early in the semester, which irked Li Mubai. "Brother, you must excel. I am on the cusp of becoming a regular, so you need to elevate your performance." Li Mubai found this amusing, reflecting on how, with such eloquence, he would likely never attain regular status. He cast a glance towards Tong Jinan, whose frosty demeanor clearly indicated her disapproval of Bao Chuancheng's commendation of Rin Tingting. Upon noticing her displeasure, Bao Quancheng made no effort to greet her and instead hastily pursued her, exclaiming, I was mistaken. I was mistaken. With so many brothers present, I implore you to show me some mercy. Let us dine together later. I assure you, I shall procure that phone for you. The laughter emanating from the dormitory reverberated as they listened to Bao Chuancheng's futile attempts at reconciliation. Their attention soon shifted to Li Mubai, who, as they observed, appeared to navigate his relationships with remarkable finesse. Finally, Rin Tingting completed her task and descended from the bed, fatigued by the oppressive heat. She wiped the perspiration from her brow and took a few sips from the half-empty bottle of water belonging to Li Mubai, casting a proud glance in his direction. However, Li Mubai disregarded her overture. Undeterred, Rin Tingting stood dutifully beside him. The others in the dormitory felt a blend of indignation and envy towards Li Mubai's demeanor. The girl had labored for hours, and he could at least muster a word of gratitude. At that moment, Bao Quancheng returned, albeit with reluctance, accompanied by the still disgruntled Tong Jinan. Brothers, it was our inaugural gathering. Let us venture out for dinner this evening. My treat. He exclaimed. Old Wu, do make certain to bring your sister-in-law along. Li Mubai cast a sidelong glance at Rin Tingting and remarked, she has obligations to fulfill. I shall escort her home. Dismissing the entreaties of those around him, he descended the stairs with Rin Tingting in tow. Upon reaching the base of the dormitory, Rin Tingting regarded the steadfast Li Mubai with a wistful expression and implored pitifully, you cannot possibly expect me to traverse this path alone. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Mubai opened the car door. It would be prudent to see her off swiftly, hoping she would abstain from reaching out to him in the future. At that moment, Wu Zhihui caught sight of the unfolding scene from the window. Old Five possesses a car. Allow me a glimpse. Yi Feng and Wang Qibao clustered around the window to gaze below. No way. An AE-86. When Old Five returns, let us beseech him for a ride. I had no inkling that Old Five hailed from a prosperous family. Upon hearing the boy's exclamations, Tong Jianan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. No wonder that girl was so diligently assisting Li Mubai in making his bed. It turns out he hailed from a background of considerable wealth. Observing Tong Jianan's reaction, Bao Quancheng turned to her and remarked, in a few days, I shall have my family procure a car for me. And then I shall take you out for a drive. Tong Jianan replied with an air of indifference. While Bao Chuancheng's family was indeed affluent, he felt somewhat eclipsed by Li Mubai, who not only possessed wealth, but was also tall and strikingly handsome. If only he could introduce Li Mubai to his roommates, it would undoubtedly elevate his own social standing. Li Mubai brought the car to a halt beside the side entrance of Yongning Normal University. Upon entering, one would proceed to the end and then turn right. Rin Tingting was enveloped in a profound sense of injustice. Li Mubai was reluctant even to accompany her to the entrance of the dormitory. Unbeknownst to her, the very last place Li Mubai desired to be was at the foot of her dormitory, a sight laden with his most sorrowful recollections. What troubles you? Your demeanor has shifted so abruptly. What do you anticipate my feelings towards you should be? You were not always like this. Please exit the vehicle. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Rin Tingting. If she were to leave the car now, she might lose Li Mubai forever. Rising, she enveloped him in an embrace and kissed him tenderly. Do not engage in this. It is in vain, for I feel nothing, Li Mubai responded, making no attempt to withdraw from her grasp. The most pragmatic course of action was to make Rin Tingting cognizant of his indifference, extinguishing any flickers of hope she might still harbor. Yet, undeterred, Rin Tingting continued to kiss him, pressing his hand against her heart. Li Mubai was reminded of her climbing into a luxurious Mercedes and held her tightly. Ah! Rin Tingting cried out in anguish. Yet she ardently continued to shower him with kisses. Li Mubai, overwhelmed by a swell of frustration, retaliated by biting her lip, reciprocating her ardor. Though his actions bore a certain roughness, Rin Tingting found herself swept away by an unforeseen exhilaration. As she leaned against Li Mubai's leg, a peculiar sensation washed over her. With unwavering resolve, she seized his upper lip. Breathless, she dared to challenge, You assert that you harbor no feelings for me? I refuse to accept such a notion. Please, do not lower my trousers. Ah, refrain from doing that. Li Mubai gripped the steering wheel with one hand while gently pressing Rin Tingting's head with the other, stealing a glance out the window. Fortunately, the side door remained relatively unoccupied. Do not. Ugh, are you clumsy? Your teeth grazed me. The snow fell deeply and earnestly around them. The phone rang repeatedly, and with mounting impatience, Li Mubai answered, "Hello, Xiao Xue." "Ah, it is inconsequential. Merely an inadvertent encounter. I had arranged to dine with my roommate. Let us defer this. Ensure you cultivate a harmonious rapport with your roommate. I am unable to converse at the moment, as I am rather occupied." Li Mubai abruptly terminated the call. He tugged at Rintingting's hair with a degree of force. The mention of Xiao Xue's name earlier indicated her deliberate intent to inflict discomfort. Cough, cough. Rin Tingting coughed in distress. Li Mubai instinctively closed his eyes and tilted his head back, his grip on the steering wheel tightening to the point of paleness. A stifled groan escaped his lips. Rin Tingting leaned forward to lower the window, rinsing her mouth with a bottle of mineral water. Li Mubai retrieved 2 tissues to wipe his trousers and nonchalantly offered her 2 more. Suddenly, a wave of relief enveloped him, accompanied by the exhilarating anticipation of retribution. "Do you sense it now?" After rinsing her mouth, Rintingting returned to embrace Li Mubai, her voice imbued with satisfaction. "Where have you placed my pants?" Li Mubai softened his tone, shedding the pretense of toughness. "At the very bottom of the wardrobe." Rintingting pressed his hand against her chest once more, prompting Li Mubai to muse, "If you permit me to touch, then I shall." He playfully pinched her lightly. Rintingting winced, playfully protesting, "Brother?" The way she addressed him as brother was both sweet and intoxicating. "Do not call me that. I find it unpleasant." "Delighted." Rin Tingting contemplated for a moment before altering her term of endearment. "Darling." "Do not refer to me as darling. I have someone I fancy." Rin Tingting sat up indignantly, adjusting her hair in the mirror. She noticed that some of the white substance had become entangled in her locks. "If you truly admire that substitute, bring her home instead of using Xiao Xue as a pretext. What concern is it of yours?" Li Mubai offered no further elucidation. Nor did he grace Rin Tingting with a warm demeanor, opting instead for an air of detachment. Unable to access the side entrance, Li Mubai circled around and parked beneath the girls' dormitory. As his inner turmoil subsided, he found himself no longer discontented by the surroundings. Once the vehicle was stationary, Rin Tingting embraced Li Mubai and bestowed a kiss upon him. Observing the crowd below, he instinctively recoiled. With a playful smile, Rin Tingting leaned in close to whisper in his ear, "I do not mind your scent. It is you who finds it disagreeable." Li Mubai experienced a pang of regret. He should not have acted so impulsively moments prior. Yet, were he to rewind 30 minutes, he would likely yield to temptation once more. "Please return and gather your belongings. My roommate awaits me for dinner," Li Mubai declared with palpable impatience, yet Rin Tingting sensed that his aversion towards her was diminishing. "What shall I call you now?" "Call me Daddy." "Humph." Rin Tingting alighted from the vehicle with a playful nudge of the door. She recognized that Li Mubai was far more susceptible to delicacy than to forceful tactics. One must not be overly insistent. As she observed the AE-86 recede into the horizon, Rin Tingting bit her lip and smiled. She had long since discerned that Li Mubai's bravado concealed a tender-hearted and responsible disposition. A fissure had been pried open in his defenses, and it was merely a matter of time before she would captivate him. As she ascended the stairs, Rin Tingting gently brushed her hand across her chest. It still throbbed slightly, yet she found the sensation rather exhilarating, even pleasurable. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Mubai first ventured to the restroom downstairs. He splashed some water on his trousers, feigning it was a trivial mishap while washing his hands. Otherwise, the stain would appear rather conspicuous. "No need for concern. I have sustenance both inside and out." Upon entering the dormitory, Li Mubai found Tong Jianan seated by the entrance, absorbed in her mobile device. Suddenly, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air, prompting her to inhale deeply twice to ascertain its origin. Noticing the water stain adorning the front of Li Mubai's trousers, she let out a soft chuckle. Is it truly that pressing in the daylight? A wave of warmth enveloped her, accompanied by an unexpected dampness below. Capturing this lascivious rogue should prove rather effortless. "Old Wu, you have returned at last. Is that AE-86 your possession?" "Indeed. Take us for a thrilling ride. Let us savor the exhilaration of drifting." "Certainly, yet I am not skilled in drifting." Yi Feng and He Qi appeared visibly elated, likely enthusiasts of Initial D. They eagerly urged Li Mubai to take them for a ride. Li Mubai searched through his wardrobe for a change of attire. "I shall indulge in a shower. After a day of exertion, I find myself drenched in perspiration." Carrying his toiletries and fresh garments, Li Mubai departed the dormitory. A little over 10 minutes later, he returned, his hair still damp. He Qi, intrigued, asked, "How did you manage to come back so quickly?" "I did not utilize the public bath. I showered in the restroom down the hall." "You are quite impressive." Li Mubai's male dormitory resided within an antiquated building, devoid of adequate bathing amenities. On their inaugural day at the university, the atmosphere was permeated with a sense of shyness among the newcomers. Numerous parents were present, bidding farewell to their children, and a handful of girls had stealthily infiltrated the premises. To propose that they utilize the restroom for bathing was, perhaps, an unreasonable expectation. Li Mubai believed he had already exhibited ample consideration for their comfort. Otherwise, he would have nonchalantly meandered back without a second thought. Upon his return, he engaged in the discourse among his peers, yet the conversation revolved solely around their college entrance examination scores and the stark contrast between their hometowns and Shenyang. Li Mubai found himself enveloped in ennui. Were the denizens of this dormitory truly so earnest? Is it not customary within a boys' dormitory to engage in discussions regarding romantic pursuits? After casting a fleeting glance at Tong Jianan, Li Mubai perceived the underlying cause of the prevailing ambience. The presence of a lady rendered everyone somewhat reserved. Bao Quanchong engaged in light conversation with Tong Jianan, who occupied her seat, casually toying with her phone and intermittently offering brief responses. Observing that mealtime was approaching, Li Mubai suggested, "Gentlemen, let us prepare ourselves and venture forth for dinner. Who knows, perhaps one of the younger ladies may develop an affinity for us. Lao Lu, I shall accompany you both to your destination first, and then I will attend to them," Bao Quanchong replied. Although it was originally intended as Bao Chuanchong's treat, Li Mubai's suggestion felt somewhat incongruous. Nevertheless, when Li Mubai referred to them as a couple, Bao Chuanchong's face lit up with joy, and he responded cheerfully, "All right. I appreciate it, Lao Wu." After Tong Jianan rose and adjusted her skirt, she cast Li Mubai a discreet glare, but refrained from reiterating that they were not in a romantic relationship. Once the trio descended the stairs and entered the E86, Bao Quanchong settled into the back seat, hoping to have Tong Jianan beside him. However, she disregarded his invitation and chose the front passenger seat instead. Li Mubai smirked, reflecting, "What an intriguing pair you two form." Had he been in Bao Chuanchong's position, he would have undoubtedly opted for the front seat to foster a closer connection with his new roommate. After all, a girlfriend could materialize at any moment if she were indeed a girlfriend. Bao Quanchong, by bringing Tong Jianan to the dormitory and treating everyone to dinner, appeared to be a person who valued social standing. However, it seemed that Tong Jianan had already lost considerable prestige in the process. "So this is the AE86, Tong Jianan remarked, her tone laced with surprise and a hint of disdain. After listening to the boy's boast, she had not anticipated it to be such an antiquated vehicle. Bao Quanchong replied, "Lao Wu is all about nostalgia. This car is remarkably swift." Li Mubai chuckled, "I am not Takumi Fujiwara. This vehicle has not undergone an engine swap. Thus its performance remains rather ordinary." Tong Jianan inquired, "What was the cost of this car?" "It was a gift from someone. Its value is approximately 200,000. He responded. "Oh." Tong Jianan contemplated Li Mubai's financial circumstances, juxtaposing him with Bao Quanchong to ascertain who might possess greater wealth. Shortly after departing from the campus, they reached the culinary street of the university town. Tong Jianan chose a Sichuan restaurant for their repast. After dropping them off, Li Mubai returned to the dormitory to gather the others. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, he suddenly realized he had not stored any of his roommates' contact numbers. Preferring to remain inconspicuous, he refrained from honking outside the dormitory. Fortunately, their residence was situated on the third floor, prompting Li Mubai to ascend the stairs once more. Back in room 307, he discovered Yifeng and several others endeavoring to persuade Wang Qibao to descend. Wang Laosi exhibited reluctance to comply. Every dormitory harbors that one individual who cherishes solitude. Having previously attended university, Li Mubai regarded the degree as trivial. He harbored his own aspirations for university life, one of which was to rekindle the carefree days of being a student. The most delightful period was during freshman year. As time progressed, cliques would form based on familial background, appearance, interests, and some would even relocate. Li Mubai wished for a more harmonious coexistence among all in the dormitory. Otherwise, he would prefer to reside at Xiaoyao's abode. Upon seeing Li Mubai's return, Yifeng remarked to Wang Qibao, "Old four appears rather displeased. He is reluctant to go after all. Why waste breath on him? If he is unwilling to leave, simply carry him away," came the retort. Li Mubai cast a sidelong glance at Yifeng, and together they hoisted Wang Qibao, each taking a side. Wu Zhihui joined the fray, playfully grasping Wang Qibao's legs. All right, I shall go," Wang Qibao finally acquiesced. The appreciation he felt from his newfound companions filled him with a sense of joy. Yifeng chuckled, remarking, Now that is more like it. Following some light-hearted banter, their bond had undoubtedly deepened. As they descended the staircase, Li Mubai unexpectedly came across an old classmate. "Oh, are you not our class's academic representative? Which major do you pursue? Business administration? And you?" "I am as well. Are you all heading out for a meal?" Through the thick lenses of his spectacles, Li Mubai discerned the animosity emanating from Lin Wenbin, yet he chose to remain unperturbed. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, they went their separate ways. Lin Wenbin, still harboring hopes for Ren Tingting, extended an invitation for her to accompany him. She merely responded that Li Mubai would be the one to drive her. Lin Wenbin was seething with rage. Whispers circulated within the classroom suggesting that Li Mubai had entangled himself with Wu Yingxue, while Ren Tingting ardently pursued him. Lin Wenbin's heart overflowed with bitterness. Convinced that Wu Yingxue was oblivious to her situation, he felt profound anguish over Ren Tingting's attentions directed at Li Mubai, whom he regarded as a rogue for juggling two relationships. He lamented that were it not for Li Mubai, he and Ren Tingting would surely be a couple. What infuriated Lin Wenbin the most was that he had opted for a major he did not favor, all in an attempt to impress Ren Tingting, only to discover she was attending a different institution. Meanwhile, Li Mubai, who had barely scraped by, found himself in the same program. Lin Wenbin had achieved over 10 points higher than him. In truth, Li Mubai had aspired to enroll in a computer science program. However, the admission scores proved to be exceedingly high. Ultimately, he chose to pursue business administration for the sake of security. Yifeng, casually draping an arm around Li Mubai's shoulder, inquired, "Is he a high school classmate of yours?" "Indeed. Why does he appear as though he is soliciting a beating?" "Haha. He enrolled in our school merely to accompany the female classmate who accompanied me to the dormitory. Goodness, does he dare to harbor intentions towards my brother's girl?" Yifeng, feeling a profound sense of loyalty, promptly expressed his discontent on behalf of Li Mubai. "She is truly not my girlfriend." "Is that so? If I am lying, may I be cursed. Wow, that girl is remarkable. She is beautiful and treats you with kindness. What more could one desire?" An image of a strikingly sophisticated visage flashed through Li Mubai's mind. He shook his head, choosing to remain silent. "Old 5, you are indeed a fascinating character. We must indulge in a bit more libation later. How can I partake if I am the designated driver? Just a modest sip. It shall not harm you. I have already sworn off drinking. Cease the excuses. Do not emulate Old 4. They arrived at the Sichuan restaurant. Bao Quanchong welcomed everyone and invited them to take their seats in the private chamber. Li Mubai nonchalantly selected a spot and settled in. Tong Jianan elegantly maneuvered, swiftly taking a seat beside Li Mubai. Naturally, Bao Quanchong positioned himself adjacent to Tong Jianan. Yifeng opted to sit next to Li Mubai. Tong Jianan unwrapped the disposable cutlery, rinsed it with hot water, and presented it to Li Mubai. Bao Quanchong's expression darkened ever so slightly. Li Mubai, with a smile, remarked, "It is indeed my sister-in-law's thoughtfulness to warm the cutlery for everyone. Lao Lu truly knows how to choose his companions." While speaking, Li Mubai passed the cutlery to Yifeng and then offered the unopened set to Tong Jianan. Bao Quanchong was taken aback. "Could it be that I have misjudged Nan Nan?" He chuckled softly and unveiled his own cutlery. "I shall not trouble my sister-in-law," he remarked. Wu Zhihui and Wang Quanquan likewise unveiled their cutlery, signifying their desire not to impose upon Tong Jianan. Gritting her teeth, Tong Jianan prepared 3 additional sets of heated cutlery. Bao Quanchong perceived that Tong Jianan was enhancing her reputation, and he found it quite gratifying. Upon receiving the cutlery, Li Mubai quietly expressed his gratitude. Tong Jianan let out a barely perceptible huff, discreetly rolling her eyes at him. The young adults, all under 20, soon became animated at the dinner table, eagerly inquiring about one another's family backgrounds. Bao Quanchong's family was engaged in foreign trade and enjoyed considerable affluence. Tong Jianan attended the School of Arts at Northeast University, situated at the Beihou campus. When the others heard Li Mubai claim that his family was of average means, they expressed skepticism. However, Li Mubai insisted he indeed hailed from a small town, asserting that the car he owned was a gift from another. The group remained doubtful. Should anyone inquire about Li Mubai's profession, he would readily admit to having earned some income from songwriting. Yet, no one posed the question. Tong Jianan was unconvinced. She recognized the brand of clothing Li Mubai wore. Even a short-sleeve shirt would command over 1,000 yuan. This led Tong Jianan to firmly believe that Li Mubai was a discreetly wealthy heir. This was preferable as it meant fewer rivals for Li Mubai's attention. In the girls' dormitory, Ren Tingting borrowed a roommate's laptop to browse the internet. With her charming and innocent demeanor, Ren Tingting had swiftly forged sisterly bonds with her roommates. She turned to her roommate and inquired, Tingting, are you going to shower? Rin Tingting smiled and responded, Xiaomin, please take your shower first. I shall freshen up afterward. The girls' dormitory, recently constructed, boasted accommodations for 4 students per room along with a private bathroom, a significant improvement over Li Mubai's living conditions. The prevailing societal dynamics regarding men in China were undeniable. Rin Tingting's screen revealed search results. Terms that men cherish hearing include husband, dear, baby, brother, little brother. She contemplated how to address Li Mubai. Those closest to him affectionately called him Dabai, yet that seemed rather ordinary for her. Referring to him as husband or dear felt inappropriate given the nature of their bond. Simply calling him brother would also be unwelcome to him. As Rin Tingting encountered a response in a forum post, she paused, taken aback to discover that some indeed referred to their partners as daddy. She searched for an extended period but discovered nothing of substance. After a moment of reflection, she resolved to adjust her search terms. What draws me to my boyfriend's ruggedness? Rin Tingting scrutinized the search results, swallowing hard. Are there indeed individuals who possess such characteristics? Could I perhaps be one of them? Does Li Mubai share this inclination? Rin Tingting toyed with her hair, inhaling its lingering fragrance, instinctively drawing her legs together. Tingting, I have finished washing up. It is now your turn. Rin Tingting hastily closed the webpage, her cheeks aglow. Oh, I shall go freshen up now. At the banquet table, the atmosphere grew increasingly raucous. Yifeng displayed remarkable drinking prowess, urging everyone to continue imbibing without pause. As it was a generous treat from Bao Quanchong, the guests indulged in a few extra libations. Bao Quanchong, already intoxicated, wore a flushed visage and appeared somewhat dazed. In contrast, Li Mubai remained relatively sober, having consumed but a modest amount. He observed that should he partake excessively, there would be none left to escort them home. Consequently, the others refrained from overindulging in his presence. Suddenly, Li Mubai felt a soft caress upon his leg. A silken calf playfully brushed against him. He turned to see Tong Jianan had inexplicably leaned in so closely. Having also imbibed considerably, her cheeks bore a delicate blush, enhancing her allure. Li Mubai leaned in slightly and whispered, wearing stockings in such sweltering summer heat? Tong Jianan regarded Li Mubai with sultry eyes. What of it? Li Mubai teased, responding, isn't that bound to be fragrant? As he accompanied Tong Jianan to the base of the dormitory, she ultimately concluded that Li Mubai bore no romantic inclinations toward her. This was made evident by the presence of Yifeng and Bao Quanchong occupying the back seat of the vehicle. Had he possessed any such intentions? He would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to escort her back to the dormitory alone. Perceiving that Li Mubai had no desire to exit the car, she cast him an exasperated glare before pushing the door open and stepping out. How infuriating it was for him to insinuate that her feet might carry an unpleasant scent. For the first time, Tong Jianan found herself pondering her own allure. Bao Quanchong, however, opened the car door and unsteadily stepped out to accompany Tong Jianan to her dormitory. Yifeng remained in the vehicle, offering Li Mubai a cigarette. Had you not intervened, old Lu would undoubtedly have collapsed by now. If he were to collapse, who would be responsible for the expenses? Yifeng chuckled, finding Li Mubai's reasoning quite logical. This initial meal would either be divided among them or covered by the senior. Bao Quanchong, eager to elicit a smile from the enchanting beauty, had taken it upon himself to treat. Who could possibly dissuade him? Yet, those within the dormitory could clearly discern that Tong Jianan was merely toying with Bao Quanchong. Should we remind old Lu? Li Mubai flicked the ash from his cigarette and remarked, not likely. A sycophant must awaken on their own. Ha ha ha, old five, your words are exceedingly sharp. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, when Bao Quanchong attempted to embrace Tong Jianan, she skillfully evaded him and retreated to her dormitory without a backward glance. Undeterred, Bao Quanchong cheerfully returned to the car, boasting to Li Mubai and Yifeng about his acquaintance with Tong Jianan. It appeared they had met online while engaging in a dance game. Bao Quanchong had lavished a multitude of skins upon Tong Jianan. In the game, the two affectionately referred to each other as husband and wife. Bao Quanchong sensed that Tong Jianan still displayed a hint of reserve. It was likely that, with the passage of time, the two would officially unite. Li Mubai curled his lip in disdain. Reserve my foot. Had it not been for my timely intervention, she would have already extended her legs to my thigh beneath the table. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Mubai realized that Chi and the others had already taken a cab back. He discarded his t-shirt and pants, preparing to indulge in a refreshing shower in the bathroom. The lingering odor of alcohol clung to him, making slumber an arduous task. After a brief moment of reflection, he resolved to retrieve a fresh pair of underwear. With the new semester in full swing, it was wise to adopt a low profile and refrain from ostentation. In the bathroom, Li Mubai hummed a merry tune as he lathered shower gel onto his skin. Ah, the delightful pleasures of university life. It appeared that Rin Tingting had swiftly advanced on her very first day. Let the past remain in the past. It would be prudent to minimize contact henceforth. He resolved to allocate time in the coming days to visit Xiaoya, for it had been several days since his last visit. Suddenly, the sound of camera flashes and shutter clicks seized Li Mubai's attention. Turning his head, he beheld a girl brandishing a digital camera, pointed directly at him. Infuriated, he hastily concealed his face with a towel. What on earth is wrong with you? Why are you photographing me? A boy standing behind the girl glared at Li Mubai, angrily gesturing towards him. Watch your language. This is Lu Jinyu, the vice minister of the student union's discipline department, who granted you the right to bathe here in the nude. Li Mubai regarded the self-important student union sycophant with palpable disdain. Ah, the student union is truly remarkable. He mused sarcastically. Do they perhaps bathe in their garments? The boy stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Was this freshman genuinely unperturbed by the student union? When he first embarked on his university journey, he had quaked at the mere sight of its members, bowing and scraping in submission. Do you possess any semblance of decency? What is your name? Which class do you belong to? Flustered, the boy endeavored to discern Li Mubai's identity. I am your father, he retorted. If you dare continue taking pictures, erase those photos at once. Lu Jinyu, exuding an air of superiority, captured 2 more images. Subsequently, she raised her gaze, looking down her nose at Li Mubai. It is our obligation to oversee uncivil conduct within the dormitory. Your obligation? Li Mubai interjected. If you dare to disseminate those photographs, be prepared for me to involve the authorities. With that, he redirected his attention back to his shower. Witnessing Li Mubai's audacity, Lu Jinyu's eyelids twitched. Are you audacious enough to disclose your name? Return home and examine the household register. My name graces the foremost page. Lu Jinyu's irritation intensified. She had aimed to establish her dominance in the new student's dormitory, yet faced an unexpected obstacle. The boy behind Lu Jinyu could no longer restrain himself. Do you intend to summon the authorities? You are revealing yourself before a young lady. Such conduct is utterly indecorous. Li Mubai, disregarding the remarks directed at him, continued to cleanse the foam from his skin. Are you foolish? This is a boys' dormitory. Who truly embodies indecency here? The sycophant found himself utterly at a loss for words after being chastised by Li Mubai. Little did Li Mubai anticipate that a mere bath would lead him to confront a fool from the student union. Once he rinsed away the shower gel, he confidently approached the restroom door, only to find the young man obstructing his passage, steadfast and immovable. With a decisive shove, Li Mubai sent the boy reeling. Despite their comparable stature, the boy dared not utter a syllable. As Li Mubai brushed past Lu Jinyu, he did not afford her a single glance. Erase the photos yourself, or you shall face the repercussions, he asserted before retreating to his dormitory, toiletries in hand. Within the restroom, other boys gazed in awe at Li Mubai's audacity. Was it not said that members of the student union were formidable? This individual had undoubtedly trampled upon their dignity. The members of the student union observed as Li Mubai sauntered back to dormitory 307. Minister, he hails from 307. Should we conduct an inquiry into their dormitory? One inquired. Lu Jinyu surveyed the area, taking note of the triumphant expressions on the faces of the surrounding boys. Never mind. Discover that boy's name, she responded through clenched teeth, leading the boy away from the male dormitory in a state of defeat. Upon his return to the dorm, Li Mubai heard his phone ringing. It was his beloved mother. After donning his attire, he stepped onto the balcony to take the call. Following a conversation that lasted over 10 minutes, Tian Manmei urged her son to retire for the night. Who is, in truth, your biological mother? Li Mubai inwardly derided the fact that Tian Manmei referenced Rin Tingting far more frequently than she did her own offspring. After concluding his report to Tian Manmei, he stepped away from the balcony, only to find his dormitory companions enveloped in silence, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Perplexed, he queried, "What is the matter?" Yufeng raised his thumb in approval. Old 5, you were truly remarkable. You audaciously confronted a female officer of the student union while clad only in your undergarments. You have now attained notoriety within our residence. I must clarify that it was my assertive demeanor that stood out. And there is no need to emphasize in my undergarments or female officer, Li Mubai replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Wang Qibao, with a note of concern, inquired, "Is it prudent to antagonize the student union so early in the semester?" Li Mubai dismissed the apprehensions, remarking, "There is no necessity to hold the student union in high regard. Ultimately, they are merely ordinary students. They tend to intimidate freshmen, while the upperclassmen scarcely acknowledge their existence. Wang Qibao interjected, "Is that so? I was contemplating joining the student union. While there are benefits to joining the student union, it is preferable to align oneself with the youth league committee, as the student union operates under its auspices." The dormitory members became intrigued. They had only heard whispers of the student union previously, yet remained unfamiliar with the youth league committee. Eagerly, they pressed Li Mubai for further enlightenment. Brimming with aspirations for their forthcoming university experience. Drawing from his own 4 years of university life, Li Mubai commenced to impart various insights regarding the nuances of campus existence. Old 5 awakened. You are on the verge of tardiness. When Li Mubai stirred from slumber, his thoughts lingered in a haze. Perhaps it was the allure of the unfamiliar surroundings that had ignited a fervent excitement among all. The previous night, they had unwittingly immersed themselves in conversation until the clock struck 2:30, and despite Li Mubai's profound weariness, his friends were relentless in their desire to continue their discourse. Notably, Wu Zhihui and Wang Qibao were particularly vivacious in their exchanges. Initially appearing rather reserved upon their introduction, once the lights dimmed, their repartee surpassed that of all others. After the 6 of them completed their morning rituals, they unitedly set forth towards the teaching building. At the threshold of the designated classroom, Li Mubai encountered Wu Yingxue. "Dubai, you haven't had breakfast, have you?" Wu Yingxue inquired shyly, extending to him a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun. Li Mubai experienced a fleeting sense of helplessness. He yearned to avoid becoming too entangled with Wu Yingxue. Despite his numerous subtle hints, she appeared utterly oblivious. "There is no need for such formality," he replied, as the others in the dormitory exchanged knowing glances. What a surprise. First, a junior arrived yesterday to make the bed, and now another has come to deliver breakfast. Old 5, you're occupied. We shall proceed inside first, Yifeng remarked, winking at Li Mubai before entering the classroom with the others. If you feel embarrassed, treat me to lunch, Wu Yingxue proposed, her gaze drifting to the side, revealing a hint of shyness. Li Mubai found it rather strange that Wu Yingxue had resorted to such tactics. Had she simply extended a direct invitation for lunch, he could have effortlessly concocted an excuse to decline. However, the breakfast she had bestowed upon him rendered refusal quite challenging. With a bemused expression, he queried, "Who instructed you to exchange breakfast for lunch?" Wu Yingxue playfully protruded her tongue. "My roommate taught me," she answered, her demeanor undeniably charming. Nevertheless, Li Mubai remained hesitant. "Very well, let us proceed to the cafeteria together for lunch, but if you plan to engage in this practice daily, I may not be able to sustain such transactions." He acquiesced, though he pondered whether Wu Yingxue would comprehend the subtleties of his statement. "Splendid. It's a deal then." Wu Yingxue radiated joy before bidding him farewell and making her way to the adjacent classroom. Through the window of that classroom, 2 heads were visible, presumably belonging to her roommates. Upon catching sight of Li Mubai's gaze, they promptly withdrew. Li Mubai found the scene rather amusing. After all, they were university students, should they not exhibit a touch more maturity? Upon returning to his own classroom, he discovered that every seat was taken except for one beside a bespectacled young woman. After settling into his seat, he nonchalantly inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" The girl seemed flustered, her hands fluttering in a panic. No, I haven't eaten," she stammered. Li Mubai was taken aback. His intention had merely been to engage in casual conversation as a greeting, yet her reaction was rather exaggerated. He swiftly consumed the bun. At that moment, a young female instructor with a ponytail entered the room. The students, adhering to their well-mannered habits from high school, promptly sat up straight and ceased their whispers upon her arrival. The instructor exuded an air of confidence and decisiveness. Without uttering a word, she first inscribed her name and phone number on the blackboard, followed by a group chat number. Su Liping. "Greetings, everyone. I am your counselor, Su Liping. You may address me as Teacher Su." Su Liping articulated her Mandarin with remarkable clarity, her voice bright and her pace brisk. She commenced with a few courteous remarks, welcoming everyone to Northeast University of Technology, before addressing school regulations and military training matters. Now, it is time for self-introductions. Those interested in running for class officer may step forward, beginning with the front row, she instructed, designating a girl seated in the first row. She led the applause, seemingly intent on merging the self-introduction and class officer election into one cohesive event. Li Mubai observed that Su Liping appeared rather youthful, likely a graduate student. She seemed pressed for time, favoring direct and concise remarks. Whenever someone faltered on stage, she would smile encouragingly and extend her assistance, endearing herself to the students. As the self-introduction segment unfolded, Li Mubai found himself growing drowsy. Interestingly, Lin Wenbin, also from his class, harbored aspirations of running for class president. Yi Feng and Wu Zhihui sat behind him, rating the girls who took the stage. Occasionally, their disagreements would escalate, prompting Li Mubai to engage in their discussions. Though he upheld his own aesthetic standards, asserting that their viewpoints diverged. Nonetheless, two girls left a profound impression on Li Mubai. One was named Su Xinyue, who created quite a stir among the boys as she approached the stage, eliciting involuntary exclamations of wow from some. The laughter that erupted from the boys crescendoed into exuberant cheers. She was undeniably enchanting, possessing a captivating figure and a bewitching visage. When confronted with the boys' boisterous antics, she knitted her brow, a blend of embarrassment and irritation, yet her vexation only magnified her allure. Li Mubai found himself drawn to a fusion of innocence and desire, approximately 70 to 80% pure. With a whisper of longing, yet she seemed to epitomize the antithesis, a strikingly seductive presence, imbued with a mere hint of innocence. While other attractive girls graced the class, few exuded such a mesmerizing charm, elucidating the boys' restlessness. Su Xinyue appeared well acquainted with the attention, concluding her self-introduction with a flushed countenance and a resigned demeanor. Another girl, Lin Lan, stood tall and strikingly beautiful, yet her expression was notably serious, emanating an aura of restraint. She seemed to promise a rewarding challenge for anyone daring enough to pursue her, while simultaneously projecting an air of inaccessibility. She also articulated her intention to run for class president, delivering a 5-minute campaign speech with a resolute determination. In that moment, Li Mubai caught the soft murmur of a girl beside him, quietly declaring, "My name is Xia Shinan, I hail from Yuqing, and my hobby is engaging in household chores. I hope to foster harmonious relations with everyone." She recited these lines repeatedly, seemingly endeavoring to commit them to memory. Li Mubai observed her with curiosity. Her petite visage was partially concealed by thick black-framed spectacles, and her long hair, though abundant, appeared rather parched and untidy. Her garments bore signs of wear, with evident repairs at the hem. The laundry was impeccably pristine, still imbued with a subtle fragrance of detergent. It was evident that her familial situation was quite modest, and she displayed indications of social unease. Li Mubai regarded her with intense curiosity, causing Xia Shinan to lower her gaze and slightly avert her delicate features. Internally, Li Mubai contemplated whether he exuded an aura of intimidation. "Dear classmate, there is no need for trepidation. I am not a paragon of virtue. I am not afraid." Xia Shinan murmured, her lips parting slightly, as she stared at Li Mubai, astonished that someone would openly proclaim their unworthiness. Li Mubai flashed a mischievous smile. Xia Shinan slightly turned her head once more, continuing her self-introduction. When it was Li Mubai's turn to take the stage, Su Liping playfully remarked, "Oh, what a charming young man." This remark provoked a ripple of laughter among the female classmates. The recent high school graduates soon realized that university counselors differ markedly from high school homeroom teachers. They were considerably less austere and interacted with students as companions. "I am Li Mubai from Yongning Wushuan. Thank you." Just as Li Mubai was about to step down from the podium, Su Liping unexpectedly called out to him. "Your introduction was rather brief." Li Mubai experienced a wave of irritation. "You have just addressed me as youthful, and now you deem my introduction insufficiently elaborate. Do not assume that your position as a counselor entitles you to speak freely." Su Liping persisted. "Does Li Mubai not aspire to the role of class leader?" The classmates were taken aback by Su Liping's candid inquiry regarding Li Mubai's interest in the position. Why was he being singled out when others remained unasked? The position of class leader undoubtedly carries several advantages. However, Li Mubai had no inclination towards it. He harbored his own aspirations for university, which certainly did not encompass devoting time and energy to his peers and teachers. "No, thank you." Li Mubai's steadfast refusal left his classmates in a state of heightened astonishment. Su Liping, undeterred by his dismissal, gazed into his eyes and declared, "No, you shall." Li Mubai found himself in a state of confusion. What could possibly account for his selection? Was it solely attributable to his striking looks? Why was he the one chosen? In their class, the majority were girls, and he yearned for a resolute male leader to guide them. Li Mubai found himself utterly perplexed. What manner of prevailing narrative was this? The more he resisted, the more resolute Su Liping appeared in her determination to select him. "How am I strong-willed? Do not evade. I have already quelled the incident pertaining to your outburst against the student council, hence you owe me a favor. Well, I suppose I shall accept the role. For the time being." Having never crossed paths before, Su Liping had already alleviated a dilemma for him. Such a kindness was one that Li Mubai felt obligated to reciprocate. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. As Li Mubai stepped down, his classmates regarded the counselor's chosen class leader with keen interest. The inhabitants of dormitory 307 erupted in enthusiastic applause, as their fellow resident would now revel in the glory of this newfound title. The other boys cast admiring glances, astonished that the individual who had fervently criticized the female student council members just the previous night was now their class leader. Unparalleled. Aside from admiration, they found themselves at a loss for words. The girls in the class bore no disdain for the tall and handsome Li Mubai. Su Liping watched the students' reactions with immense satisfaction. The class consists of a total of 40 students, with girls making up 2/3 of this assembly. Choosing a girl as class monitor could potentially incite discord, leading to various complications. A robust male class monitor would undoubtedly streamline affairs significantly. Furthermore, Li Mubai's striking height and attractiveness have endeared him to the female students, though a few exceptions remain. Lin Yuran clenched his fist in frustration. He yearned for election but was thwarted, merely because Li Mubai had reprimanded a member of the student council and was consequently selected. What manner of world is this? Lin Yuran, too, felt discontent, believing that Su Liping was excessively authoritarian. Should not the class monitor be elected through a democratic vote by their peers? Is it truly reasonable to appoint a defiant individual as class monitor with such nonchalance? As Xia Shengnan ascended the stage, her heart raced with trepidation. Her meticulously prepared self-introduction paled in comparison to the length of Li Mubai's. Would the counselor permit her to elaborate? Would she be compelled to assume the role of a class officer? After Xia Shengnan timidly completed her self-introduction, she cautiously cast a glance at Su Liping, who, recognizing her shyness, offered a warm smile that prompted a round of applause. This gesture significantly alleviated Xia Shengnan's apprehension. Once all the students had introduced themselves, Su Liping swiftly announced the members of the class committee: class monitor, Li Mubai; league secretary, Lin Yuran; academic representative, Lin Yuran; arts representative, Su Xinyue, and so forth. The notion of democratic elections was conspicuously absent from Su Liping's methodology. Nonetheless, none of the classmates expressed any dissent towards Su Liping's selections, as her justifications were compelling. Li Mubai, the designated class monitor, was beyond reproach. Lin Yuran exhibited an unmistakable enthusiasm, while others dreaded the prospect of competing against her for the esteemed position of league secretary. Lin Yuran, who had attained the highest score in the college entrance examination, had previously served as the academic representative during high school. Su Xinyue, the epitome of beauty, faced no rivalry from the boys for the role of arts representative. The female students, contemplating their own allure, ultimately surrendered their ambitions. Su Liping reiterated the arrangements for the days leading up to the commencement of classes, stressing the importance of everyone joining the QQ group. In the event of any challenges, students were instructed to approach the class monitor and league secretary. The underlying message was unmistakable: do not seek her assistance unless absolutely necessary. Finally, she appointed Li Mubai and Lin Yuran to collect the military training uniforms and gather the corresponding fees. Having finalized her directives, Su Liping departed, leaving the students once more to observe her resolute demeanor. All gazes then shifted towards the newly appointed class monitor, Li Mubai. He addressed Lin Yuran, stating, "You will manage the fees, and I shall procure the uniforms." "Very well." Lin Yuran nodded in assent. She retrieved a notebook to commence the collection of payments. Li Mubai called upon the other class officers to join him in gathering the uniforms. Lin Yuran was profoundly displeased. In high school, he had managed Li Mubai. Yet now Li Mubai appeared to be directing him. "Are you going to check the sizes of the uniforms?" he inquired skeptically. Li Mubai responded with no semblance of leniency. "You speak too much. If you do not wish to go, then do not." Lin Yuran's face flushed with indignation. He found himself at an impasse, whether to accompany Li Mubai or not. The military training uniforms were relatively loose-fitting, making size measurements potentially inaccurate. However, Li Mubai was too indifferent to provide an explanation. Su Xinyue and the other class leaders, perceiving Li Mubai's irritable demeanor, chose to remain silent and followed him outside. Lin Yuran paused for a moment before choosing to accompany them. Upon arriving at the storage room, Li Mubai reminisced about a few classmates who were notably tall or short. He then conveyed the quantity and sizes of the garments. In total, there were 40 pieces of clothing, which the class leaders promptly collected. Li Mubai allocated an assortment of garments in both extra small and extra large sizes to the students in need. The surplus items were assigned to other class leaders for further distribution. I encourage everyone to try on the clothing. Should the fit be unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to arrange exchanges amongst yourselves. If there are still any inconsistencies, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Li Mubai exhibited a remarkably cordial demeanor towards his classmates. The students collaborated harmoniously and swiftly completed the process of trying on their outfits. However, 3 individuals, due to their excessive weight or slender physique, were unable to find anything suitable. Li Mubai directed them to exchange their attire in the storeroom. The students were all rather pleased with Li Mubai's remarkable efficiency. It appeared that the counselor had made a judicious choice in designating Li Mubai as the class leader. However, Lin Wenbin found himself exceedingly discontented. The more adeptly Li Mubai managed the situation, the more foolish Lin Wenbin perceived himself to be. Yet, had he adhered to his own methods, the tasks may not have been accomplished at all. Could it be that he could not measure up to Li Mubai, who often absented himself from classes to indulge in internet surfing? The young ladies gradually drew near to Li Mubai, seeking to acquire his phone number. Finding the attention somewhat bothersome, he inscribed both his own and Lin Lan's numbers upon the blackboard. He underscored that boys should approach him regarding matters, while girls ought to consult Lin Lan. Once everyone had donned their military training uniforms, Lin Lan only collected a portion of the payment. Some individuals, lacking cash, endeavored to borrow from their classmates. When they exhausted their change, they sought others to exchange bills. Observing Li Mubai reclining with an air of leisure, engaging in conversation with those in the dormitory, Lin Lan experienced a surge of irritation. Although his efficiency was commendable, this task had been assigned by the counselor to both of them. Why did he appear so unperturbed? Li Mubai, 170. Observing Lin Lan's discontent, Li Mubai discerned her sentiments. Why not enlist someone to aid you in gathering the funds? I fear that others may miscalculate. Well, it appears you must persevere a little longer. If one lacks the understanding of delegating responsibilities, they must shoulder the burden alone. Xia Shinan, seated beside Li Mubai, murmured to Lin Lan, I did not bring sufficient funds. Would it be acceptable for me to return to the dormitory to retrieve it? Lin Lan had exhausted all her funds and hesitated before responding. Perhaps you could seek assistance from someone in the dormitory. I must deliver the funds to the counselor shortly. Observing Xia Shinan's troubled countenance, Li Mubai produced some money and presented it to Lin Lan, stating, I shall cover her for the time being. Lin Lan cast a sidelong glance at Li Mubai, reflecting on his commendable nature in assisting a fellow student in need. Xia Shangnan, with quiet sincerity, conveyed her appreciation. Thank you. I shall return to the dormitory shortly to repay you. No hurry. You may settle it once your scholarship is granted. Xia Shangnan regarded Li Mubai as genuinely benevolent, in stark contrast to his self-deprecating assertions of unkindness, and summoned her courage to inquire, what is the process for applying for a scholarship? Li Mubai gestured towards Lin Lan and responded, please consult our league secretary. She is the one accountable for this matter. Lin Lan reflected inwardly that she would rescind her prior assertion. This individual evidently possessed a remarkable aptitude for shirking responsibility. She persisted in her clumsy attempts to gather the funds, just as her frustration peaked over her inability to procure the correct change. Li Mubai extended a handful of coins towards her. I collected these from the residents of the dormitory. Oh, thank you, she replied. Lin Lan's perspective on Li Mubai underwent another transformation. He was, after all, rather respectable. Please collect it swiftly. Do not hinder everyone from leaving class. Upon hearing Li Mubai's comment, Lin Lan felt a surge of irritation, her teeth clenched in frustration. This individual was undeniably insufferable. The morning had originally been allocated for class meetings. However, thanks to Su Liping's extraordinary efficiency, Li Mubai's class concluded prematurely. As Li Mubai exited the classroom, Wu Yingshue's class was still immersed in the election of class committee members. The residents of the dormitory, having foregone breakfast, resolved to proceed to the cafeteria together. Having already dined earlier and scheduled a lunch rendezvous with Xiaoxue, Li Mubai meandered through the campus in solitude. At Northeast University of Technology, the gender ratio was notably imbalanced, and the second and third-year students had yet to officially embark on their studies. The younger female students remained inexperienced in the art of dressing, with none even donning stockings. After a brief promenade, Li Mubai received a call from Xiaoxue and arranged to meet at the second cafeteria. To his astonishment, Wu Yingshuo arrived accompanied by a female classmate. Upon noticing Li Mubai, Wu Yingshuo greeted him with evident joy. Dabai, allow me to introduce you. This is my roommate, Gu Qiaoqian. Gu Qiaoqian towered at over 1.7 meters, her exquisite figure characterized by long legs, a slender waist, and a well-proportioned backside. A pair of ordinary fitted jeans accentuated her curves splendidly. She wore a loose-fitting white t-shirt. Her modest chest was remarkably firm and shapely. Her fair, delicate skin and strikingly refined features left an indelible impression. She was a beauty capable of reshaping Li Mubai's aesthetic standards. Hello, I am Li Mubai. I came to drop Xiao Xue off yesterday but didn't have the pleasure of meeting you. I was the last to arrive yesterday. The others in the dormitory had already acquainted themselves with Xiao Xue's boyfriend. I came today to see for myself and, if possible, to share a meal. I hope you don't mind. Gu Chaoqian welcomed Li Mubai with a smile, her voice radiating warmth and comfort. I don't mind, but I am not Xiao Xue's boyfriend. We are merely good friends and fellow townsfolk. Gu Chaoqian attempted to play matchmaker between herself and Wu Yingxue, yet Li Mubai was not so easily misled. It was likely that Gu Chaoqian had suggested to Xiao Xue to exchange breakfast for lunch. Wu Yingxue, feeling slightly embarrassed, pulled Gu Chaoqian aside and remarked, Hey, I told you he is not my boyfriend. Li Mubai guided the two individuals to the serving window to procure their meals. They ordered 4 dishes and spent no more than 30 yuan. When Wu Yingxue discovered that Li Mubai had ascended to the role of class monitor, she felt a twinge of disbelief. During their high school days, Li Mubai was notorious for his penchant for brawling, truancy, and gaming, hardly embodying the qualities of a model student. He merely possessed sufficient intelligence to sustain average grades. It was indeed astonishing that he had already secured the position of class monitor in college. Wu Yingxue exchanged a glance filled with pride with Gu Chaoqian, silently conveying, I made a wise choice, did I not? Dubai, I yearn for the day we could share the same classroom. Alas, our fate has dictated that the two classes within the realm of business administration are distinct, and by mere chance, we find ourselves in separate ones. Such is the nature of existence, one cannot anticipate that all will unfold to their liking. Gu Chaoqian cast a fleeting glance at Li Mubai. Their gazes intertwined, and a silent understanding blossomed between them, accompanied by a shared smile. Gu Chaoqian discerned that Li Mubai was discreetly conveying his disinterest in Wu Yingxue. A stark contrast to Wu's declarations in the dormitory regarding their purported romance. Their repast was rich with mirth and discourse. Upon conclusion, Li Mubai expressed the necessity of returning to his dormitory for pressing matters. Wu Yingxue had hoped for his company on the way back. Yet she could only observe his departure with a sense of longing. Wary that Wu Yingxue might become overly enamored, Gu Chaoqian cautiously remarked, Your classmate appears decent. Though perhaps not as extraordinary as you suggest, there exists a plethora of exceptional young men within the university. A flicker of defiance sparked within Wu Yingxue at Gu Chaoqian's comments, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, Allow me to confide something in you. But you must vow to keep it secret. Intrigued, Gu Chaoqian assured her, Fear not. He is Li Mubai. I am aware of that. The very Li Mubai who performed Seeking Buddha, the one who compelled Nongfu Spring to invest 1 million with but 2 verses. Gu Chaoqian was taken aback. She had indeed listened to Li Mubai's melodies and had encountered that news online, yet reconciling a freshman with such an internet phenomenon proved challenging. This was partly due to Li Mubai's relatively obscure fame, as the excitement surrounding Nongfu Spring had waned. Furthermore, who would anticipate such a youthful individual to be entangled in such affairs? Wu Yingxue felt a sense of satisfaction at Gu Chaoqian's response. She was not one to harbor secrets and had long been eager to disclose this information. Observing Gu Chaoqian's doubts regarding Li Mubai, she chose to reveal the hidden truth. Li Mubai requested that I refrain from disclosing this to anyone else. I regard you as a friend, and thus I confide in you. I implore you to keep this in strict confidence. Gu Chaoqian smiled with contemplation and remarked, I had not perceived that we have a humble star among us. Do enlighten me further about him. Li Mubai had initially planned to return to his dormitory to write. However, after a restless night, he seized the opportunity to climb into bed and catch up on sleep while the dormitory was devoid of activity. Before long, the sounds emanating from the corridor roused him from his slumber. He noticed a rustling sound beneath his bed and glanced down to discover Rintingting diligently working at his desk. She had adorned the walls with wallpaper, laid a tablecloth upon the desk, and even arranged a storage box. What brings you here? Rintingting inquired, looking up with a smile. I went shopping with my roommates today and purchased some extra wallpaper. I thought I would come and assist you as well. Aren't you supposed to be at a class meeting? Humph. You show no concern for me at all. Our class meeting is tomorrow. Why on earth would I care? Rintingting appeared undeterred, diligently continuing her task beneath the bed. Li Mubai, lamenting his disclosure of the dormitory's whereabouts, experienced a surge of frustration. The regulations merely forbade boys from entering the girls' dormitory, with no stipulation preventing girls from accessing the boys' dormitory. It was utterly preposterous. Observing that Li Mubai was awake, Ren Tingting relinquished her stealth and swiftly completed the application of the wallpaper. Li Mubai retrieved his phone to check for any unread messages. He was in the midst of replying to a text when he sensed a gentle tremor on the bed. Ren Tingting had ascended onto the bed. "What brings you up here?" he inquired with an air of indifference. Ren Tingting replied, "I am applying wallpaper. Come and assist me." "I shall not aid you," he retorted. "Descend at once," he insisted. Observing Li Mubai's disregard for her, Ren Tingting decided to take the initiative. Beginning to attach the wallpaper to the wall while perched upon the bed. Clad in a short skirt, her fair legs swayed alluringly before him, leaving Li Mubai feeling somewhat lightheaded. Noticing his gaze upon her, Ren Tingting smiled and inquired, "What captures your attention?" Li Mubai recognized that Ren Tingting was purposefully attempting to irritate him, and he responded with annoyance, "Are your feet clean? You are treading upon my bed." In a playful manner, Ren Tingting extended her foot towards him and replied, "Please, assist me in determining if they are clean." The manner in which she elevated her leg was rather theatrical, revealing to Li Mubai that she was adorned in delicate white lace-trimmed undergarments today. Li Mubai pondered with irritation. She must be doing this intentionally. He gently tapped her slender foot. Ouch! Ren Tingting lost her equilibrium and tumbled onto the bed. Li Mubai was filled with exasperation, pondering just how much more exaggerated she could possibly be. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open. Yifeng entered first and, upon noticing a female classmate on Li Mubai's bed, swiftly ushered his roommates out. "I apologize for intruding at such an inopportune moment. Everyone, retreat. Return at once." Li Mubai exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice, feeling relieved that he had not been undressed. Otherwise, the situation would have been difficult to elucidate. Yifeng, grinning, remarked, "It's quite all right. We were heading out to play basketball anyway." Observing that Li Mubai was genuinely a bit upset, Ren Tingting gracefully descended from the bed. Li Mubai's roommates called out in jest, "Sister-in-law, younger sister." Ren Tingting responded with a smile, "Please, do not be absurd. She is my mother's goddaughter," Li Mubai clarified. Yifeng and the others regarded him with expressions of incredulity. "You would do well to depart. Do not arrive uninvited in the future," Li Mubai admonished her. Undeterred, Ren Tingting commenced rummaging through Li Mubai's wardrobe, extracting soiled garments, including his laundry. "I shall take these to wash for you and return them once they are pristine." "Leave them there. I have someone to wash them," Ren Tingting said playfully, casting a glance at Li Mubai as she held onto the soiled laundry. She bid farewell to Li Mubai's roommates and departed. "Damn it, I'm truly at my wit's end," Li Mubai exclaimed, enveloped in despondency. He lamented having ever revealed his residence to Ren Tingting. The other occupants of the dormitory curiously scrutinized the desk and wall that Ren Tingting had adorned for Li Mubai. Yifeng commented, "Old 5, your little desk has turned out rather splendidly, all thanks to her." Li Mubai could only shake his head in resignation. During his university days, he had inadvertently permitted Ren Tingting to attach herself to him. "I shall repeat myself, she is not my girlfriend. Kindly refrain from referring to her as such. And do not permit her into our dormitory again," he insisted. Indeed, his roommates expressed their skepticism. He contemplated for a moment and then remarked, "It might not be as it seems. Otherwise, on such a sweltering day, Lao would not have allowed the girl to walk back alone." Yifeng inquired, "Is she the particularly charming girl who delivered breakfast this morning?" Li Mubai shook his head in resignation. "She is not," Bao Quanchong, with an envious expression, remarked. "If it were I would undoubtedly desire both." Yifeng interjected, "Lao Lu, you are rather avaricious. Do you not already possess Tong Jianan?" The conversation then transitioned to a discussion regarding which girl in their class was deemed the most exquisite. Both Yifeng and Wang Qibao proclaimed that the artistic committee member, Su Xinyue, was the epitome of beauty. Conversely, Wu Zhiwei and He Qi contended that the class representative, Lin Lan, surpassed all others in fairness. Bao Quanchong insisted that neither could hold a candle to his beloved Tong Jianan. The group began to look down upon Bao Quanchong, who had just boasted of desiring both, yet was now exhibiting an air of indifference. When queried about Li Mubai, he unexpectedly recalled Wu Yingshue's roommate, Gu Qiaoqian. "You should not limit your attention solely to our class. The school is expansive, and the university town is replete with various institutions. It is advisable to refrain from dating someone from the same class." "Why is that?" "To prevent future discomfort." "What do you mean by future discomfort?" "Future is a verb." Haha. Wang Qibao was the first to grasp the humor and erupted into laughter. Observing Wang Qibao's unabashed mirth, the others gradually joined in, their laughter harmonizing in a delightful cacophony. Amidst this revelry, Li Muba could not restrain his lamentation regarding the absence of a single innocent soul in the dormitory, save for himself. You all ought to act swiftly. The sophomores and juniors will soon return to campus, bringing with them ample competition for the younger girls. Yet, we remain strangers to those from other classes. Let us orchestrate a social gathering. Lao Lu's beloved hails from the School of Arts, a realm teeming with enchanting maidens. Yi Feng, struck by inspiration, exclaimed with vigor, indeed. What a splendid notion. The assembly implored Bao Quanchong to reach out to Tong Jianan to facilitate the arrangement of a dormitory soiree. In an instant, Bao Quanchong felt an elevation in his standing within the dormitory and began to exhibit an air of ostentatious pretension. He solicited a cigarette from Yi Feng and requested water from Wu Zhihui. With a mere glance from Yi Feng, the others swiftly subdued Bao Quanchong, compelling his acquiescence through force. Initially defiant, Bao Quanchong succumbed within moments, pleading for mercy as he sent a message to Tong Jianan regarding the dormitory gathering. Li Muba nodded with satisfaction. This encapsulated the quintessence of university life. Rising from his bed, he retrieved his laptop from the cabinet, donned his headphones, and prepared to compose. The sky blue wallpaper chosen by Ren Tingting was one that Li Muba cherished. After a brief moment of reflection, he resolved against removing it. It undeniably enhanced the aesthetics compared to the previously barren old wall. The journey from Li Muba's dormitory to Yangning Normal University took over half an hour. On such a sweltering day, it was indeed a test of endurance for her. Wait, this must be her cunning strategy to evoke sympathy. To feel pity for her would signify succumbing to her deceit. Li Muba unveiled the latest chapter of Dolua. Although he aspired to write with diligence, he found himself ensnared by the allure of the cerulean wallpaper. This distraction was all part of Ren Tingting's cunning stratagem. The green tea sister, having undergone a transformation, proved to be quite formidable. In stark contrast, Wu Yingxue had extended an invitation to dinner, accompanied by a remarkably captivating roommate, leaving him bewildered regarding her true intentions. Resolved to abandon his writing, Li Mubai opted instead to peruse the web for information. A particular piece of news piqued his interest: Qianxiang Interactive Group's intention to acquire Sten Nei Wang. He swiftly closed his laptop, recognizing it was time to pay a visit to the company. Observing Li Mubai's preparations to depart, Wang Qibao quickly inquired, "Are you heading out, Lao Wu?" "Indeed." "What is it? May I borrow your laptop for a short while?" "Certainly, however, I kindly ask that you avoid accessing any unsuitable websites, as I possess crucial information on my computer. I assure you, I do not indulge in adult films. My computer is solely dedicated to academic pursuits." "Ah. I have my study materials stored on my e-drive." "Is that so?" "Indeed." Li Mubai altered his attire, seized his car keys, and took his leave. Wang Qibao positioned himself at Li Mubai's desk, prompting